Liao was just an ordinary doctor at a hospital, but he accidentally stumbled upon a live stream from an alien planet, where he discovered countless incredible things. Advanced alien technology, mysterious black tech, everything was within his grasp. And from that moment on, he gradually climbed to the peak of his life. Chapter 1. Always screwing me over. Another ad, damn it. Liao slammed his hand on the keyboard in frustration. This was not the first time a rogue advertisement had popped up while he was in the heat of the game. The moment he lost focus, his opponent destroyed their crystal. Damn it. Cursing under his breath, just as Liao was about to close this nuisance, he suddenly found himself intrigued by the content of the ad. Gentle nurse, online treatment. Upon seeing the word nurse, Liao instantly lost his resistance, forgetting the pain of losing the game, and clicked into the live stream. Let's see what this treatment is all about. However, when the live stream appeared before him, he realized it was nothing like what he expected. On the screen, a person was lying on a vast lawn, eyes closed, face pale, lips purple, clearly showing symptoms of a heart attack. Next to this person was a guy in a white lab coat, who was currently rambling on in front of the camera. Liao searched around, but couldn't find any trace of the gentle nurse in the live stream. No surgery, no scalpel. Watch this miracle doctor bring this heart attack victim back to life. Watching the wrinkled, middle-aged host, Liao was about to close the live stream, but hearing those words piqued his interest again. After all, he was a doctor too. How could he miss out on a fellow professional's live stream? All right, the show is about to begin, and now it's time to witness a miracle. Seeing that the patient was on the brink of death, the host in the white lab coat dared not waste any more time and finally began his actions. However, the next scene almost made Liao spit out blood onto his screen. The middle-aged host picked up a small plastic bottle, twisted it open, and poured its contents down the patient's throat with a brutal method. Although Liao had no idea what was in that bottle, he knew the heart attack was extremely dangerous, and one must not consume anything recklessly during such a critical moment, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. What the hell? Is this saving someone? This is murder. Just as Liao thought of calling the police, something unbelievable happened again on the live stream. Cough, cough, cough. After a fit of intense coughing, the heart patient miraculously opened his eyes, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. Finally, he shakily stood up from the ground. All right, I know you must be very curious about what I gave the patient. Let me tell you, it's my special herbal solution, which has remarkable effects in emergency situations. I'll be sending it out as a red envelope later. Consider it a reward for newcomers. However, I must remind you that this herbal solution is only for emergency use and not for treatment. The patient may still have an episode after 10 minutes. So, if you find out someone has heart disease, please go to major hospitals to purchase my specially developed heart recovery agent. At the end of the live stream, the doctor in the white coat didn't clarify the principles behind this emergency method, but instead nonsensically promoted a product. Liao watched the entire thing, his worldview completely shattered. In his years of practice, he had never seen anyone treat heart disease so easily, nor had he ever heard of such a ridiculous heart recovery agent. This live stream was either a prank or a deceptive advertisement. However, the symptoms of the patient earlier didn't seem like something that could be faked. After thinking it over, Liao was left in a dilemma, unsure whether he should report this streamer. Just as he was hesitating, the live stream actually initiated a newcomer reward. Liao, unable to resist, clicked on it, and a flash of white light appeared on the screen, revealing a small bottle in his hand. What is this? Am I seeing things? Ding, ding, ding. Just as Liao was about to investigate further, his phone rang. He took it out to see that it was a call from Nurse Chunjiai. He quickly pressed the answer button. Dr. Li, this is Chunjiai. Director Yang wants you to come to the hospital right away. A clear and pleasant female voice rang out, and Liao immediately envisioned the lovely figure of the beautiful anesthetist from the surgical department, Chunjiai. Okay, Nurse Chun, he'll be right there, Liao replied, putting the small bottle in his pocket before leaving. Half an hour later, at the emergency center of Yinqing City Hospital, outside operating room number 1, the medical staff passing by were stretching their necks to peek, as they had never seen such a scene today, with the hospital president, vice president, and head of surgery all gathered around. When Liao arrived, President Yang Fengwu directly shoved a stack of documents in his hands without a word. Liao, hurry up and sign these. This surgery depends on you. Looking at Yang Fengwu's serious expression, Liao felt a wave of despair wash over him, nearly bringing him to tears. They were asking him to take the blame again. Chapter 2. Taking the blame. Although it wasn't his first time doing this, Liao still felt a strong sense of rejection inside. You see, in less than 6 months since starting his job, he had already become known far and wide as the blame doctor. Whenever the hospital had a patient that couldn't be treated, the president would immediately assign that daunting task to Li Yao. Thank you, Dean Yang, and all the leaders for your trust in me. I will definitely do my best to save the patient. While he expressed his gratitude to the leaders, inside, Li Yao was cursing up a storm. But what could he do? Under the roof of others, one has to bow their head. As Amir in turn, he had no right to voice any objections to the hospital's decisions, unless he wanted to give up on working within the system. Steeling himself, he signed the papers, and before Li Yao could inquire about the patient's condition, Dean Yang had already eagerly pushed him into the operating room. You old bastard. One day, they'll make you pay back double for all the burdens I've had to carry these years. Once the operating room door was firmly shut, Li Yao finally dared to mutter a curse under his breath. Dr. Li, here's the patient's case file. Also, I just heard the patient's family and the dean mention that this elderly gentleman named Lu is not an ordinary person. Several leaders have personally called to ask about his condition, so you need to handle this carefully. A familiar female voice reached Li Yao's ears, and he realized that the circulating nurse in the operating room today was actually Chun Jai. With no time to feel lucky about having a beautiful companion, Li Yao, adhering to his professional ethics, picked up the case file. Even though he knew that he was powerless to change the situation, he still had to treat every life with seriousness, regardless of status, simply because it was a doctor's duty. However, when he saw the word sudden cardiac arrest on the case file, he could no longer remain calm. Could it really be such a coincidence? He had just received a small vial, and now he had a patient with the same condition? What's the patient's current condition? While pondering internally, Li Yao asked Chun Jai about the patient's situation. Upon learning that the patient had suffered a sudden cardiac arrest, a bold idea began to form in his mind. What else could it be? Latest-stage heart disease. Dr. Wang tried to resuscitate for quite a while, but ended up giving up. Honestly, someone like him has no business being a doctor. If it weren't for his father being the head of the health bureau, a mediocre doctor like him would have been fired numerous times by now, Chun Jai said with a wrinkled nose, angrily, while casting a sympathetic glance at Li Yao, the unfortunate one left to clean up the mess. Everyone knew why Li Yao was here at this moment. Damn it, can't someone else take the fall? Though he had expected this outcome, Li Yao couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. After all, this Dr. Wang was even worse than Dean Yang. It was Dr. Wang's suggestion that had led to Li Yao's first experience of taking the blame. Reflecting on his miserable situation, Li Yao shook his head in resignation and stepped forward to assess the patient's condition. As expected, the situation was dire, plunging him into deep thought once again. Dr. Li, do you think we should proceed with the surgery or not? Chun Jai and the other two nurses looked at him expectantly. In truth, they all knew it was just a formality, and in previous instances, Li Yao had only done the bare minimum to get by. This time would likely be no different. After all, a major surgery like a heart operation was beyond the capabilities of a young doctor like Li Yao. Damn it. Let's do this, Nurse Chun. Help me lift the patient up to everyone's surprise. Li Yao didn't pick up the scalpel like he usually did. Instead, he pulled out a strange little bottle from his pocket, mumbling something unintelligible. Okay, Chun Jai wasn't sure what he was planning, but she didn't dare to slack off. However, the next moment, Li Yao's actions completely shocked her. He twisted open the small bottle, checked the dosage, and then poured a little less than half of it down the patient's throat. Dr. Li, don't be reckless. What kind of medicine are you giving the patient without any caution? Chun Jai was terrified by Li Yao's behavior and rushed forward to snatch the bottle from his hand. At her shout, the other two nurses also reacted, but it was already too late. None of them had ever witnessed anything like this before. They were all frozen in place, their hands and feet cold with fear. At that moment, the only thought running through their minds was that Li Yao had lost his mind. Yes, he must be crazy. No sane person would ever do something like this. Chapter 3. Resurrection. Just when the operating room fell into a dead silence, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door, filled with heated arguments. My father came to the hospital for a checkup. How's he in need of resuscitation? You must give me an explanation. Yeah, if anything happens to him, I swear I'll hold you responsible. Hearing the content of the dispute, the people inside the operating room immediately realized that the patient's family had arrived and was clashing with the hospital staff. Meanwhile, the scene outside the operating room had already descended into chaos. Usually well-dressed, Director Yang was now disheveled, even having lost his wig in the scuffle, while Dr. Wang, who had rushed over, was bleeding from his nose after being assaulted. Just as the outside situation spiraled out of control, the door of the operating room suddenly swung open. Li Yao stepped out, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. What are you all arguing about? Take it outside. The patient has just woken up. If anything goes wrong, who will take responsibility? Both sides of the argument froze upon hearing this. Doctor, my dad is really okay? A middle-aged man asked, clutching Li Yao's arm tightly. Yang and Dr. Wang, standing nearby, could hardly believe it. They knew the patient's condition best, and if there had been any hope, they wouldn't have called in Li Yao, the intern, to take the fall. Just go see for yourselves, Li Yao replied, rolling his eyes. He had approached the situation with a nothing ventured, nothing gained attitude, as the reliability of the live stream was uncertain. When the hospital staff and the patient's family rushed into the operating room, they immediately saw the 3 frightened nurses and the patient, whose breathing was gradually stabilizing. Miracle worker. Thank you so much. After confirming the resuscitation was successful, the patient's family quickly surrounded Li Yao, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. The medical staff also began to praise him. The only one with a grim expression was Dr. Wang Wenjiang, who had been responsible for the surgery. How humiliating it was for him, the youngest attending surgeon in the department, who had returned from studying abroad, to have his thunder stolen by a mere intern. All of this was keenly observed by Director Yang. The old man, with his meticulous mind, quickly devised a plan. Dr. Wang, it seems your unique resuscitation method is quite effective. Even a novice like Li can bring someone back to life, he said with a sly smile, immediately shifting the credit to Wang. Wang understood the hint and immediately feigned modesty. Oh, not at all. It's all thanks to Li's good learning. As his mentor, I'm very pleased. Indeed, it was all thanks to Dr. Wang. The patient's family exclaimed, completely unaware of the undercurrents in the hospital. Upon hearing that the resuscitation method was Wang's original creation, they immediately shifted their attention to him, watching his credit being snatched away in an instant. Leo felt like he was about to explode with anger. What does that old man mean? Is he willing to sacrifice his dignity just to flatter Wang? But after a moment of reflection, he managed to calm himself down. The host said that this rescue method can only last for 10 minutes. Let's see how those 2 idiots will handle it when the patient goes into shock again. Dean, I've completed the first step of the rescue. I estimate that in 10 minutes, the patient will go into shock again. My skills are limited, so we'll have to rely on Dr. Wang then. Watching Wang Wenjiang bask in the gratitude of the patient's family, Li Yao smiled slightly and dropped a bombshell on Yang Fengwu. Chapter 4, Spatial Displacement Technology. What? Could you say that again? The latter was secretly pleased with himself for once again currying favor with Wang Wenjiang, but upon hearing Li Yao's words, he was instantly dumbfounded. Yang Fengwu never imagined that Li Yao would pull a stunt like this. Director Yang, what's going on? Is my dad still in danger? The patient's family members, having overheard Li Yao's comment, immediately turned from their previously relaxed expressions to one of rage, faced with the aggressive relatives of the patient. Even the astute and seasoned Yang Feng felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He cursed Li Yao's ancestors in his heart, but it was of no use. He could only force a smile to calm the family members in front of him. Don't worry. The treatment method developed by Dr. Wang is absolutely effective. Even newly hired doctors can save old Liu, and Dr. Wang will personally handle the next steps to ensure a full recovery. Really? That sounds great. Upon hearing this, the patient's family members immediately felt relieved. After all, most people believe that the attending physician is more capable than a newly hired doctor. Setting aside Yang Feng's struggle with the patient's family, let us talk about Li Yao. After dropping that bombshell, he calmly returned to his office to rest, accompanied by the young nurse Chen Jiai. Li Yao, this time Director Yang and the others have gone too far. You clearly treated the patient. How can they just take the credit? Is it just because of his father being a government official? They really have no shame. Chen Jiai pounded her fists on the desk in frustration, indignantly standing up for Li Yao. But Li Yao seemed completely unconcerned, simply saying forget it. Before closing his eyes to rest, he knew very well that it wouldn't be long before Yang Feng would personally come to seek him out. To be honest, if it weren't for the bet with his girlfriend, Li Yao wouldn't have stuck around in this lousy hospital for long. Jiang Yao, just wait. It won't be long before I become an attending physician, and then let us see what you have to say. With thoughts of his bet with his girlfriend, Li Yao felt a surge of self-satisfaction. This patient he had rescued was his chance to shine. However, he needed to first clarify the situation regarding that cardiac recovery agent. After brushing Chun Jiai off with a few casual remarks, Li Yao immediately opened his phone and entered the previous live streaming website. While Li Yao was calm and collected in his office, chaos was already erupting in the operating room. Just as he had predicted, the patient had barely returned to the ward when he fell into shock again. At that moment, Wang Wenjiang was pacing back and forth like a cat on a hot tin roof in the operating room. When he learned from several nurses about Li Yao's resuscitation method, he nearly lost his breath. Although the medical standards weren't great, Wang Wenjiang would never believe that a single vial of medicine could pull a dying person back from the brink. Moreover, even if the nurses weren't lying, Wang Wenjiang didn't dare to resuscitate the patient using Li Yao's method. He clearly remembered the look in Li Yao's eyes when he left, as if to say, "You'll come looking for me again." If the same method could work, Li Yao would never have left with such confidence. As Lu Lao's ECG became increasingly flat, Wang Wenjiang found himself at a loss. In desperation, he had no choice but to take off his surgical gown and go out to discuss a strategy with Yang Fengwu. However, the patient had been treated by Li Yao, and Yang Fengwu had no real solutions to offer. He never anticipated that things would escalate to this point. It's important to note that this ailing elder had significant connections in the capital, with even city leaders being his former students. If anything went wrong, the hospital director would surely be in deep trouble. For the sake of his own position, Yang Fengwu could not allow anything to happen to this man. Seeing Wang Wenjiang acting as if it were none of his business made Yang Fengwu regret his decisions immensely. Had he known it would come to this, he would have been better off sweetening the deal with Li Yao to ensure everything went smoothly. Even if it meant offending Director Wang, it would be worth it. If something truly happened to Lu Lao, Wang would be unable to protect himself. Right now, his only lifeline was Li Yao. Despite his reservations about the young man, Yang Fengwu steeled himself and headed to Li Yao's office. Chapter 5. The Miracle Cure. When Yang Fengwu arrived at the emergency department where Li Yao was working, he was nearly fuming. He was anxious and nearly at his wit's end, but Li Yao was casually lounging with his legs crossed, completely engrossed in his phone. Little did he know, Li Yao wasn't just playing on his phone, he was actually trying to find a particular streamer, but unfortunately, the streamer seemed to be offline, and he couldn't locate them. The patient is in shock again, and Dr. Wang is tied up with something. You need to go and handle it. Yang Fengwu stormed in, barking orders at Li Yao as if it were his right to do so. However, Li Yao, still focused on his phone, seemed to ignore him completely. Did you hear me? I said go take care of it. Yang Fengwu's voice was more forceful this time, clearly struggling to keep his temper in check. Finally, Li Yao slowly peeked out and said, Director, I'm new here and wouldn't dare to take credit for Dr. Wang's work. You should let him handle it. Besides, the patient's family might not trust me anyway. Yang Fengwu understood the implication of Li Yao's words, but there was no way he was going to back down to a newcomer. Realizing Li Yao was useful at the moment, he quickly came up with a plan. If you can get the patient healed, I guarantee you'll be promoted to chief physician. Upon hearing this, Li Yao's eyes lit up. If he could become the chief physician, it would mean he had fulfilled the promise he made to his girlfriend. With that thought in mind, he immediately stood up and walked out without looking back. Where are you going? Yang Fengwu, fearing Li Yao would abandon them at such a critical moment, quickly stepped in front of him. The operating room? Didn't you say you'd go save the patient? Once again entering the operating room, Li Yao insisted on going in alone, and Yang Fengwu had no choice but to agree. When Li Yao finally emerged from the operating room, a crowd had already gathered outside. Family members of the patient, hospital staff, and even some other patients gathered around, eagerly awaiting news. Dr. Li, how is my dad doing? The patient's condition has temporarily stabilized. We'll keep him under observation, Li Yao replied flatly, removing his mask. What do you mean, temporarily stabilized? Director Yang, didn't you promise me he would be completely cured? Upon hearing Li Yao's words, the son of the patient immediately protested, grabbing Yang Fengwu's collar and demanding answers. This startled the director, who quickly explained, the patient has been a heavy smoker and drinker for years. Not only does he have heart problems, but he also has lung function issues, and the blockage in his coronary vessels is at a bifurcation point. It's not something that can be easily. Are you saying you can't treat him? The son of the patient glared fiercely. Seeing that Yang Fengwu was about to take a hit, Li Yao quickly intervened and grabbed the son's arm. Actually, this condition isn't too hard to treat, but it might require a bit more in terms of costs. What do you mean by that? Are you implying we can't afford the medical expenses? No, that's not what he meant. It's just that our hospital has always been fair and transparent with its charges, so it's necessary to notify the family in advance. Seeing that the blame was being shifted to Li Yao again, Yang Fengwu quickly stepped in to mediate. He was counting on Li Yao and couldn't afford any mistakes on his part. After a lot of persuasion, the family's emotions finally calmed down. Just as the patient regained consciousness, a group of people quickly left Yang Fengwu and rushed into the operating room. With the noise finally subsiding, Yang Fengwu intended to ask Li Yao if there was a way to completely cure old Lu, but when he turned around, he found that Li Yao had already vanished. In fact, after mentioning the additional fee, Li Yao had returned to the emergency department. The reason for his urgency was that the herbal solution in that bottle could only be used for emergency treatment. To truly cure the heart condition, they would need the special medication mentioned by the streamer. In short, that heart recovery agent was definitely effective. Opening his phone again, Li Yao found the streamer online. And he was quite lucky this time. Chapter 6. Donations. Li Yao no longer hesitated and got straight to the point. How much is this potion? As soon as he sent the message, a donate to purchase page popped up on the screen. Without thinking much, Li Yao clicked to recharge. following his usual habit of watching live streams. The stream used a virtual currency called universe coins with a minimum recharge of 100. Liao thought it was quite cheap. But when he saw the exchange rate, he was utterly shocked. 10,000 RMB for just 100 universe coins. What kind of exchange rate is that? Even gold doesn't reach such a value. As a flood of expletives rushed through his mind, a note appeared on the recharge page. Points can enhance user levels. Current user level is 0, granting access to 1 live stream. What the heck is this? Forget it. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. The patient is waiting for help, and Liao didn't have time to think. He impulsively recharged all 30,000 RMB from his savings account, instantly gaining 300 universe coins and 300 points. He then donated all 300 universe coins to the doctor streamer. Meanwhile, the doctor streamer was demonstrating another emergency technique for heart disease when he heard the notification sound for the donation and was momentarily stunned. After confirming the details, he finally noticed Liao's previous message and donation record. Thank you, brother. I'm so grateful. This is my first donation. What medicine did you say you wanted? The doctor streamer was so excited, he almost cried. Heart recovery potion. The doctor streamer was completely dumbfounded. As a third-rate doctor, receiving a donation during a live stream was already a rare occurrence. And now he was hearing that the viewer wanted to buy a whole street full of heart recovery potions. It was simply unbelievable. He thought, either he was dreaming, or the other party was a wealthy benefactor coming to his aid. Your medical skills are great. I'll be watching your streams often from now on. Liao sent another comment. Though he couldn't believe it, the doctor couldn't contain his excitement and immediately turned to the camera, saying, "All right, my friend. I'll give you these 3 heart recovery potions, and since you're the first donor, I'll throw in an extra bottle of basic gene potion." He then insisted on personally mailing the potions and ended the live stream. Just as the stream closed, a green light composed of code suddenly flashed across Liao's phone screen, and then the glow vanished, revealing 4 small vials miraculously before his eyes. It was indeed 3 heart recovery potions and 1 basic gene potion. In that moment, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Even after encountering many strange things today, it was still hard to accept. Could this possibly be the spatial displacement technology of a high-tech dimension? After pinching himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming, Liao could only think of one explanation for the situation before him. After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly felt a surge of joy. If it turned out to be just as he had guessed, and this live stream could connect to a high-tech dimension, wouldn't that mean he could have anything he wanted in the future? You useless bunch. If anything were to happen to my grandfather, I'd burn down your hospital. Just as Liao miraculously obtained the potion, the shouts from the patients' families suddenly echoed from outside the door, and he could hear Yang Fengwu's voice among them. It seemed that the old guy really couldn't handle the family members of the patients, and had brought them to Liao. Chapter 7. The Cure, and indeed, it was true. Just when old Lu's son had finally calmed down, his grandson rushed in and exploded with anger. Yang Fengwu was subjected to a torrent of insults, but he could only seethe in silence. There was no way he could stand up to this family. Evil begets evil, and as he listened to Yang Fengwu repeatedly apologizing, Liao sneered and casually pocketed a vial of medication before leaving the office. What's all this noise? Didn't I say, if you want treatment, you need to pay more? Liao scolded, and the area immediately fell silent. Only Lu's grandson wore a defiant expression. Don't worry, I have plenty of money. If you can cure him, I'll personally give you an extra thank you fee. Lu's grandson was clearly used to being arrogant. Even though he knew Liao held his grandfather's life in his hands, he still acted superior. Liao didn't want to waste his breath on such a fool and headed straight to old Lu's hospital room. After instructing the nurse to prepare the necessary medical equipment, he dismissed everyone else once more and injected half a vial of cardiac recovery agent into old Lu. With that injection, it was as if the cure had arrived. Although old Lu's eyes remained closed, his complexion had noticeably improved. However, Liao did not inject the entire vial. He was well aware that the method of treating old Lu was a trump card he held in his hand. As long as he kept this method secure, he had no fear of Yang Fengwu changing his mind. Before long, old Lu began to stir, asking for food. This delighted his family, who rushed to prepare a meal while expressing their gratitude to Liao for his miraculous skill. Even Yang Fengwu and Wang Wenjiang, standing nearby, couldn't help but marvel. After years in medicine, they had never witnessed such an immediate effect from a medication. Just to be clear, old Lu will need to take another dose of my medication to fully recover, but this medicine is quite expensive. You'll have to decide for yourselves whether to proceed with the treatment, Liao stated to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Not a problem. As long as my grandfather gets better, money is no object. Seeing old Lu out of danger, his grandson's attitude softened considerably. Just as Liao was about to discuss the medical fees with the family, his phone suddenly rang. Noticing the caller ID, Li Yao frowned. It was Jiang Yueyao calling. Li Shui Hotel, right? I'll be there soon. After saying this briefly, Li Yao hung up the phone. He quickly explained a few things to old Lu's family and Nurse Jinjiai before hurrying out of the hospital. It was that Li Yao was being irresponsible. Old Lu's condition had stabilized, and a second injection would ensure his recovery. At that moment, whether Li Yao was present or not made no difference. In comparison, Jiang Yueyao's matters were more pressing. After taking a taxi to Li Shui Hotel, Li Yao immediately spotted Jiang Yueyao in a light blue gown as he entered the banquet hall on the second floor. Despite her previous indifference, ever since that incident, Li Yao could sense a shift in Jiang Yueyao's attitude towards him. At the very least, she had agreed to marry him once he was promoted to chief physician. Just wait. Sooner or later, you will be mine. As he pondered how to completely win over Jiang Yueyao's heart, Li Yao strode confidently towards her. However, before he could get close, a middle-aged woman suddenly stepped in between them. It was Jiang Yueyao's mother, Zhang Fengxia. Yao, what is he doing here? Li Yao intended to greet Zhang Fengxia, but upon seeing her disdainful expression, he swallowed his words. He was well aware of how Jiang Yueyao's parents felt about him, and he didn't want to push it by being overly friendly. But just when Li Yao hoped to avoid trouble, Jiang Yueyao had other ideas. In response to her mother's question, she affectionately linked her arm with Li Yao's and raised her voice intentionally. He asked the boyfriend you meticulously chose for me. How could he possibly miss this occasion? At those words, Zhang Fengxia's expression changed instantly, and she looked as if she wanted to separate her daughter from Li Yao right then and there. If looks could kill, Li Yao would have been 6 feet under. Chapter 8. He is my boyfriend, how outrageous. A furious shout rang out, and from the voice, Li Yao knew it was Jiang Yueyao's father, Jiang Zhengming. Li Yao, I've told you before to stay away from my daughter. You're really pushing your luck. If it weren't for the past friendship between our families, I would have thrown you into the river to feed the fish. After scolding his daughter, Jiang Zhengming immediately turned his anger towards Li Yao. At that moment, Li Yao's expression also hardened for the first time. He could ignore Zhang Fengxia's provocations. After all, a good man doesn't fight with a woman, but Jiang Zhengming was different. If he weren't Jiang Yueyao's father, Li Yao would have slapped him already. In the past, when Li Yao's family was thriving, the Jiang couple had flattered him at every turn, treating him more like a son than their own, and even went out of their way to create opportunities for him to pursue their daughter, going so far as to agree to a verbal engagement. But ever since that incident, when Li Yao's parents passed away, everything changed. Jiang Zhengming not only wanted to break off the engagement openly and secretly, but he also constantly belittled Li Yao, calling him trash and useless. Meanwhile, Jiang Yueyao remained steadfastly devoted to Li Yao, to prevent him from falling into despair. She even made a bet with him, promising to marry him if he could become a chief physician, which showed her determination. As Li Yao looked at Jiang Zhengming's increasingly ugly demeanor, anger surged within him, and he felt an impulse to beat Jiang Zhengming up. But just then, an unexpected guest arrived. Zhang Fengxiao approached with a well-groomed young man, and immediately began to introduce him. Yao, this is Su Jie, the young director of Shengshi Group, with dual Master S degrees from Stanford University School of Medicine. While speaking, Zhang Fengxia shot Jiang Yueyao a look, urging her to greet Su Jie quickly. Li Yao watched closely as Su Jie's eyes lit up upon seeing Jiang Yueyao, but when he noticed Li Yao, a look of disdain crossed his face. And who is this? Su Jie asked nonchalantly, glancing at Li Yao, who was dressed in a simple t-shirt. This is my boyfriend. Jiang Yueyao quickly replied before Zhang Fengxia could speak. Oh, that's too bad. Forgive me for saying this, but you two don't seem very compatible. Just as Su Jie was about to continue, Zhang Fengxia couldn't hold back anymore. She pulled Jiang Yueyao closer and immediately began to flatter Su Jie, saying, Little Su, don't listen to Yao Yao's jokes. They're just ordinary friends. Looking at their attire, I think even being ordinary friends would be a stretch for this brother. Haha. Su Jie laughed mockingly, clearly not taking Li Yao seriously. Yao, I've heard you're as beautiful as a goddess. Seeing you today, it's true. After stepping on Li Yao's foot, Su Jie immediately put on a gentlemanly demeanor, trying to kiss the back of Jiang Yueyao's hand. Miss Jiang didn't even glance at Su Jie. She simply took Li Yao's arm and started walking away, affectionately saying, Li Yao, my grandfather is greeting you. He has been wanting to meet you for a long time. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Jie was left standing there in silence. His face turned as ugly as liver, and he couldn't understand how, as a well-educated, wealthy returnee, he was outdone by a shabby-looking loser. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhengming was equally furious. With Jiang Yueyao causing such a scene, his plans to approach Su Jie were now complicated. However, the instigator of all this, Li Yao, seemed completely unconcerned. He had more important people to meet. Despite the challenges posed by Jiang Yueyao's parents, Li Yao still held great respect for old Master Jiang, and since he was here, He intended to pay his respects properly. Finally willing to come see me, huh? Count on your fingers, it's been months since we last met. As soon as Li Yao approached, old Master Zhang's face broke into a wide smile. He immediately began teasing his granddaughter. Not bad. You two really do make a lovely couple. Grandpa, what are you saying? Jiang Yueyao's face turned red as she playfully scolded him. However, what embarrassed her even more was Li Yao, who, upon hearing the word couple, started grinning like an idiot and kept repeating, Grandpa is right. Grandpa is right. But the pleasant atmosphere didn't last long. It was soon shattered by Jiang Zhengming. He rushed over in a panic, grabbing Jiang Yueyao and urging her, Yueyao, hurry up and touch up your makeup. Make yourself look pretty. Young Master Su is still waiting for you. Chapter 9. The incident before Jiang Yueyao could voice her objections. The old man Jiang kicked Jiang Zhengming hard. What are you trying to show off for? As long as I'm alive. You won't use my granddaughter as bait to win over those scoundrels. The old man was clearly furious, his hands trembling with rage. But Jiang Zhengming was defiant. After picking himself up from the ground, he shouted back, Dad, if our family doesn't get help from the Shengshi group this time, we're really finished. I'll have to sacrifice Yao Yao. At these words, the old man's face turned pale with anger. Just as he raised his cane to strike his ungrateful son, Su Jia appeared in his line of sight. Seeing this, Jiang Zhengming had no time to care about his father. He grabbed Jiang Yueyao and rushed over, saying, Didn't you see young Master Su over there? Let us go greet him. Watching Jiang Zhengming act like a lackey, Li Yao immediately wanted to step in and take Jiang Yueyao back. But someone was even more volatile than he was. The old man Jiang was trembling and pointing at Jiang Zhengming, unable to say a word. Realizing the old man was too agitated, Li Yao was about to step in to comfort him when suddenly, the old man rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Panic spread through the crowd. Not good. Old Master Jiang has fainted. Someone shouted. Everyone was stunned, and chaos erupted. Li Yao was the first to react. He knew the old man's condition all too well and immediately recognized it as a heart attack. Amidst the confusion, Jiang Yueyao struggled free from Jiang Zhengming and rushed to her grandfather's side, while Su Jia had somehow made his way over as well. Get back. In an emergency like this, what good can a regular person do? Su Jia shouted as he saw Li Yao holding a strange small bottle near the old man's mouth, trying to assess the situation. It seemed he wanted to impress Jiang Yueyao. Get lost. Li Yao didn't bother explaining. He kicked Su Jia away and began administering first aid to the old man using the method he had learned earlier. Su Jia wasn't about to back down, especially since Li Yao's actions seemed reckless. He quickly grabbed Jiang Yueyao and shouted, Yueyao, lives are at stake. We can't let this guy mess things up. If anything happens to the old man, this idiot wouldn't be able to pay for it with 10 lives. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A coughing sound broke the tension, and to everyone's shock, old Master Jiang slowly opened his eyes. Su Jia's face turned pale, and he didn't know where to put his hands as he stared in disbelief at the awakening old man, stuttering, How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. Li Yao had poured an unknown liquid into old Master Jiang's mouth, and the sudden heart attack had been resolved just like that. Yet, the evidence was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. Su Jia, a graduate of Stanford Medical School, understood the terrifying nature of sudden cardiac diseases far better than most. He watched the small bottle in Li Yao's hand, his eyes gleaming with thought. Li Yao, you're a doctor, right? You're quite impressive at such a young age. Being a doctor is a great profession, especially in high demand. A middle-aged woman remarked, praising him. The crowd nodded in agreement, showering Li Yao with compliments on his medical skills. I work at the city hospital. I'm just an ordinary doctor, Li Yao modestly replied. Jiang Yueyao was overwhelmed with emotion. Her grandfather, old Master Jiang, had always doted on her. If anything were to happen to him right now, she wouldn't be able to bear it. Grandpa, are you all right? How are you feeling now? Are you better? She asked anxiously, looking at old Master Jiang, who still appeared a bit dazed. Old Master Jiang glanced at Jiang Yueyao and nodded after a long pause. I'm feeling better, much better. What are you still doing standing there? Come here quickly. Old Master Jiang, realizing that he had been revived by Li Yao and feeling quite grateful, looked at him with increasing satisfaction. Li Yu quickly approached and sat beside old Master Jiang. The old man then called Jiang Yueyao over, and both of them sat on either side of him. He held Jiang Yueyao's hand and placed it together with Li Yao's, smiling as he said, You two have been dating for a while now, and you're at the right age to get married. Today is my birthday, so how about this? You two should get married next month. It would be a double celebration. Before either of them could respond, Jiang Zhengming, sitting nearby, became restless and anxious. Chapter 10. Claiming credit. Dad, you can't make such a hasty decision. This kid is just an ordinary doctor. He can't even take care of himself. So how can he take care of your precious granddaughter, even if he saved you? Just giving him a bit of money to send him on his way isn't worth risking your granddaughter's lifelong happiness. Dad, I absolutely disagree with this. Just look at him. He looks so shabby. How could he ever be worthy of my daughter? No talent, no status. Zhang Fengxiao was getting anxious and blurted out, Li Yao. My daughter is not someone you can aspire to. Su Jie is a golden son-in-law. If he were to be driven away because of Li Yao, Zhang Fengxiao would surely harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. Dad, you're being unreasonable. Jiang Yueyao was furious with both of them, her eyes red. Grandpa, I don't need anyone else to decide my marriage for me. If I have to listen to someone, it's only you. Besides, Li Yao and I have an agreement. If he becomes a chief physician, I will agree to marry him. Don't worry, as long as I'm here. They can't make decisions for you. Old Master Jiang affectionately squeezed Jiang Yueyao's hand and shot a cold glance at Jiang Zhengming. What a wasteful daughter. Jiang Zhengming pointed at Jiang Yueyao, trembling with rage. There is something I'm not sure if I should say. At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted. You all know how terrifying sudden cardiac arrest can be, but perhaps you don't fully understand just how frightening it is. Let me enlighten you. Sujia's eyes sparkled with confidence. Sudden cardiac arrest is a very frightening condition. It occurs unexpectedly and often catches people off guard. If not treated promptly, it can easily threaten one's life. When the heart suddenly stops, the person loses consciousness immediately and is in a state of clinical death. The best window for resuscitation is about 46 minutes. If not treated within 4 minutes, the patient enters biological death, and the chances of survival become extremely slim. So, what are you trying to say? Liao looked at Sujie with a frown. He sensed something was off, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. One thing was clear. Sujie was definitely up to no good. What I want to say is that I own a pharmaceutical company, and I've invested a substantial amount of money to research how to deal with sudden cardiac arrest. Recently, we made progress and developed a new drug. I don't know where you got my company's new drug, but you repackaged it to treat Grandpa Jiang. Sujie said with a smirk. If it weren't for my company's new drug, it wouldn't have worked so quickly to wake up Grandpa Jiang. Usually, in cases of sudden illness, people are rushed to the hospital. Don't you find it odd that you managed to wake up Grandpa Jiang so calmly? So what? Li Yao was unconvinced. He knew that Su Jie was just boasting. Although he wasn't sure if Su Jie had a company researching treatment methods for sudden cardiac arrest, even if he did, the medication would have nothing to do with his own cardiac rehabilitation agent. The two were completely unrelated. He knew very well where his rehabilitation agent had come from. If you're so capable, then why didn't you step in to save Grandpa Jiang just now? Su Jie shrugged, looking somewhat helpless. You pushed me aside, didn't you? I'm not one to seek the spotlight like you. Therefore, there was no need for Grandpa Jiang to betroth Yao Yao to him. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Young Master Su is indeed impressive, young and handsome, with great ambition, unlike some people, Jiang Zhengming sneered. With just a few words, Su Jie turned Li Yao into an attention seeker and effortlessly snatched away Li Yao's credit without a fight. Dad, you heard that. This isn't Li Yao's merit at all. It's all thanks to young Master Su's new medication. You should be grateful to young Master Su. He is the one most suited for Yao Yao. Young, handsome, and talented, finding such an excellent son-in-law is not easy. Jiang Zhengming took this opportunity to persuade earnestly. Exactly, Dad. Just look at Li Yao. He has got nothing going for him. Just an ordinary person. His status is too low. Zhang Fengxia quickly chimed in, trying to change Grandpa Jiang's mind. Su Jie felt proud as he listened to Jiang Zhengming and his wife praise him, walking with an air of superiority. In his eyes, Jiang Yueyao was already his possession. As for Li Yao, he was hardly a concern and didn't he deserve to be his rival. The only troublesome factor was Grandpa Jiang. Li Yao looked at the ugly faces of Jiang Zhengming and his wife with disgust. He had no desire to stay there any longer. If it weren't for Jiang Yueyao, he would never associate with such people in his lifetime. Enough. At that moment, Grandpa Jiang finally spoke up, his expression calm but his gaze resolute. No one can change my decision. This matter will be arranged according to the agreement between Yao Yao and Li Yao. If Li Yao can achieve it, then let them get married. Dad, if Li Yao can never become a chief physician, are we supposed to make Yao Yao wait for him forever? Jiang Zhengming still wouldn't give up, racking his brain to make things difficult for Li Yao. Chapter 11. Support from the old man. Let's give them a year. How does that sound? Li Yao, do you have any objections? The old man Jiang stood firmly on Li Yao's side, always looking for opportunities for him. Let's do as Grandpa says, Li Yao nodded. If all goes well, he would soon become the chief physician. You haven't even married Yao Yao yet. Why are you calling him Grandpa? Jiang Zhenming exploded with anger. Meanwhile, Jiang Yueyao, who heard his words, couldn't help but smile, her cheeks slightly flushed with shyness. All right, Li Yao, You and Yao Yao go help me buy some medicine. The old man Jiang waved his hand at Li Yao, lifting his chin and giving him a knowing glance. Li Yao understood and took Jiang Yueyao with him as they left. Su Jie watched their intertwined hands as they walked away, his expression darkening. He left the banquet in a huff. Jiang Zhengming and his wife understood Su Jie's anger and quickly followed him. Young Master Su, don't worry. I'll handle things with old man Jiang. The reason he's favoring Li Yao now is that he doesn't know how exceptional you are. Once he realizes it and compares you with Li Yao, he'll know who is more worthy of Yao Yao. Jiang Zhengming said with a sense of urgency as he followed behind. Today, if it hadn't been for Li Yao showing up and ruining his plans. Even if Jiang Yueyao disagreed, she would have been powerless to resist. Li Yao's appearance not only disrupted his plans but also made Su Jie lose face. If Su Jie decided to hold a grudge, the road ahead for him could become much bumpier, and he might even target his company. That would truly be a headache for the old man. Su Jie maintained a smile, exuding charm as if nothing had just happened. At this point, Jiang Zhengming finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "No trouble at all, no trouble." Su Jie bid farewell to Jiang Zhengming and left, the smile fading from his face. "Damn it, you ungrateful bitch. You think just because my family is after your last asset, I deconsider you as my mistress? You really overestimate yourself." Su Jie drove away, slamming the steering wheel in frustration. "You two lovebirds better watch out." After leaving the banquet, Jiang Yueyao prepared to go directly to buy medicine. "By the way, don't think you can slack off just because my grandpa is backing you. If you don't become the chief physician, I can still choose not to marry you. Even if I want to marry you, without status or ability. My parents would never agree. No matter how much grandpa supports you, he won't be able to help if he can't speak firmly." Jiang Yueyao said seriously as she handed Li Yao the medicine she had bought. Li Yao smiled, looking at Jiang Yueyao's delicate face, unable to resist pinching her cheek. "Don't worry, I always keep my promises. Not in public." "Stop it." Jiang Yueyao protested as she pouted, clearly unhappy. Su Jie slowed down his car, spotting Li Yao on the street. His body trembled with excitement. He quickly got out of the car and ran toward Li Yao, shouting, "Wait." Li Yao had just seen off Jiang Yueyao and was about to head back to the hospital to check on old Master Lu's condition when he suddenly heard that annoying voice. He had no choice but to stop and turn to face Su Jie. "Go ahead. How much do you want to leave Yueyao? 50,000? 100,000? Seeing that Li Yao had halted, Su Jie's lips curled into a sneer. "Idiot." At those words, Li Yao couldn't help but let out a snicker, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Su Jie was taken aback. His mention of Jiang Yueyao was actually a test. To him, Li Yao was just an ordinary guy, and receiving 50 or 100,000 would be a fortune. If Li Yao showed any interest, he could then bring up his real intention, exchanging money for his own benefit. However, Li Yao completely dismissed it. "Wait," Su Jie called out quickly. But Li Yao acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to walk away without a glance back. Seeing this, Su Jie was filled with rage and frustration, clenching his fists but taking a deep breath to suppress his anger. "Fine, since you're not interested in that, let's talk about something else, your drug formula. Just sell it to me, and we can negotiate any price," Su Jie said. At this, Li Yu finally stopped and turned around. A heavy feeling settled in his chest. It was clear that Su Jie had realized the immense value of the heart recovery agent. "What? The formula?" Li Yu said, scratching his ear. "Didn't you say that drug was produced by your company? If that's the case, the formula should be with you. Why are you coming to me for it?" Chapter 12. 10 million. Hearing this, Su Jie knew that Li Yao was mocking him for lying in front of everyone just now. However, he didn't care and directly said, "As long as you're willing to talk, any amount can be negotiated. How about a flat price of 10 million? 10 million was an astronomical figure for the old Li Yao. But now, Li Yao was fully aware of the miraculous effects of the heart recovery agent. If he were to sell it, the price would be beyond measure. Su Jie's offer of 10 million might sound substantial to an ordinary person, but it was akin to trying to get something for nothing. Therefore, Li Yao had no intention of selling it to Su Jie, especially since he didn't even have the formula for the heart recovery agent at the moment. Su Jie crossed his arms, a confident smirk on his face. He thought 10 million was a considerable amount, even a bit painful for him, and it would surely be irresistible for someone like the freshly graduated Li Yao. Su Jie was also confident that once he obtained the formula for the agent from Li Yao, he could create profits that multiplied tenfold or more, potentially earning him lasting fame. However, what followed was Li Yao shaking his head. "Not only do I not have the formula, but even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. You don't have the qualifications to possess it." After saying this, Li Yao turned and walked away, no longer wanting to engage with Su Jie. "Think it over. I don't even need to lay a finger on you. Just a phone call. And there will be countless people eager to associate themselves with me who will come to deal with you. By then, you'll be begging on your knees." Su Jie gritted his teeth and spoke coldly. However, all he received in response was Li Yao's back. Damn it! Su Jie was seething with anger and clenched his fists, striking a nearby tree with a heavy punch. Fine, since you refuse a toast and choose to drink punishment instead. I want tea hold back. The city hospital. Just wait. Su Jie took out his phone and made a call. After a while, the call connected and Yang Fengwu's voice came through. Without wasting any time, Su Jie said directly, Director Yang, I heard there's a doctor named Li Yao at your city hospital, right? Find an excuse and have him fired immediately. Once it's done, I'll make sure to thank you properly another day. Li Yao? Yang Fengwu was initially curious why Su Jie suddenly contacted him, but upon hearing Li Yao's name, he was taken aback. A young master, Su. I really can't help you with that. If it were someone else, I'd definitely solve it for you right away. Yang Fengwu hesitated, ultimately revealing the incident about how Li Yao had treated an elderly man from Kyoto today. He truly didn't dare to assist Su Jie in targeting Li Yao. Even if he wanted to deal with Li Yao himself, he had to think twice, as one misstep could lead to dire consequences. As an old fox, he understood the gravity of the situation. After listening, Su Jie's brows furrowed. You're talking about the elderly man from Kyoto? Su Jie felt it was a bit tricky. He had some reservations about the background of that elderly man. Yet, he was unwilling to let Li Yao off the hook so easily. That's the one. Yang Fengwu forced a smile. Li Yao is now old Lu's lifesaver. So we can't act recklessly. Sigh, speaking of which, I still need to fulfill my promise. Yang Fengwu felt troubled as he voiced his commitment to Li Yao. Chief physician? Director Yang, that's absolutely out of the question. Su Jie finally understood why Li Yao seemed so confident about his agreement with him and Zhang Yueyao. It was because Yang Fengwu had already effectively agreed to his demands. Once Li Yao truly became the chief physician, even if Zhang Yueyao's parents opposed it, they wouldn't be able to change old Zhang's decision. Young Master Su, as much as I want to help you, I really can't. If Li Yao stops treating old Lu, then I'm the one in trouble, Yang Fengwu said, filled with helplessness. Su Jie furrowed his brow, clenching his fists in frustration. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Director Yang. Don't worry, I have a plan. Chapter 13. Something's wrong. What should we do? On the other end of the phone, Yang Fengwu instinctively asked, what should we do? Not only was Su Jie unwilling to accept the situation, but Yang Fengwu also felt deeply frustrated. Having Li Yao treat old Master Lu was initially just a way to make Li Yao take the blame, not to let him take the spotlight. However, things took an unexpected turn. Li Yao, like a blind cat stumbling upon a rat, actually managed to save old Master Lu, and even used this opportunity to threaten him. As the director of the city hospital, Yang Fengwu was a person of influence. Being scolded by the Lu family felt humiliating, but he had to endure it because he lacked the backing they had. Yet what was Li Yao? How dare he threaten him? Given that only Li Yao could treat old Master Lu, Yang Fengwu felt stifled but had no choice but to keep cooperating. At that moment, hearing that Su Jie had a plan to deal with Li Yao made Yang Fengwu's heart race with excitement. Director Yang, if you do it this way, Su Jie said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes as he laid out his plan. Upon hearing Su Jie's scheme, Yang Fengwu's eyes lit up. And he chuckled, Su Xiao, you really are a top-notch talent from overseas. That kid is going to regret crossing you. Meanwhile, Li Yao, who was in a taxi heading to the hospital, had no idea that he was about to run into serious trouble. Leaning back in the rear seat, he appeared to be asleep but was actually contemplating how much to charge old Master Lu's family for the treatment. As a doctor, he always remembered that saving lives was his duty. However, the rehabilitation medicine he used for old Master Lu's treatment was something he had purchased with his own hard-earned money. That money was part of his savings. Should he charge 10,000 or 30,000? Li Yao scratched his head, feeling indecisive. 30,000 would cover 3 bottles of rehabilitation medicine plus 1 complimentary bottle. To completely cure old Master Lu's condition, 1 bottle of the rehabilitation medicine would be required, costing him 10,000. Charging the Lu family 10,000 would mean he worked for free, while 30,000 would cover all his expenses. Regardless of whether he charged 10 or 30,000, Li Yao would still come out ahead this time. Once he completely cured old Master Lu, he would have the chance to become the attending physician and gain the confidence to pursue Zhang Yueyao. Just then, the taxi pulled up in front of the city hospital. Li Yao shook off his thoughts, paid the fare, and stepped out of the car, his handsome face breaking into a happy smile. The live streaming room he had stumbled into had become a turning point in his life. A wide path was now laid out before him, revealing new opportunities and goals. At that moment, a hurried figure rushed toward Li Yao, who was standing at the hospital entrance with a silly grin. Li Yao, I finally found you. You need to hide quickly. Nurse Chen, what's going on? Don't panic. Take your time and explain, Li Yao said, patting Chen Jiai's shoulder with a smile as he noticed her nervousness and her incoherent speech. You can still smile? Seeing Li Yao's cheerful expression, Chen Jiai glared at him angrily. The police are waiting to arrest you in your office. What did you say? Li Yao's expression changed instantly, and he instinctively raised his voice. He is just a recent college graduate, and as soon as he heard the word police, he instinctively became nervous. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Dean Yang is currently with the police taking a statement. It seems to be related to the theft of a drug formula from a pharmaceutical company, Chen Jiai said anxiously. Chapter 14. Blessing or curse. Chen Jiai was also a recent college graduate, and like Li Yao, she found herself in a challenging situation at the hospital due to her lack of money and connections. The two quickly became good friends. It was during one of those moments that she inadvertently overheard the police talking about arresting Li Yao. In a panic, she rushed out to call him, only to see him standing there frozen. What are you standing there for? Hurry and find a place to hide, Chen Jiai exclaimed. When she noticed Li Yao still dazed and unresponsive, she stomped her foot in frustration. This idiot, has he really been scared into a stupor? Li Yao's face turned pale, and he instinctively clenched his fists. From Chen Jiai's words, he seemed to guess who was behind the scheme against him. Su Jie, that bastard is really playing dirty. After Li Yao had refused Su Jie's offer to buy his rehabilitation medication, he had suspected that Su Jie would continue to harass him, possibly even resorting to threats. However, he never expected Su Jie's retaliation to come back so quickly and so directly. As someone without power, influence, or connections, Li Yao knew that if he were taken to the police station, he could only imagine what would happen. But he also understood that even though he knew Su Jie was setting him up, he couldn't run away. He had to cooperate with the police investigation. If he really did run and hide, wouldn't he just tell the police that he was guilty and fleeing? What to do? Filled with anger and anxiety, Li Yao's mind went blank. Just find a place to hide for now. I'll figure out what's going on and get back to you, Chen Jiai said, pulling him towards the side of the road, hoping to get him to safety. Understanding Li Yao's predicament, Chen Jiai knew him well. She didn't believe he would do anything illegal, which was why she wanted to help him. Jiai, I can't leave, Li Yao said, his feet seemingly glued to the ground as he stared earnestly at her. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he continued, I have nothing to be ashamed of. Why should I run? Chen Jiai was so frustrated she started stomping her foot again. You stubborn blockhead. I believe you wouldn't do anything illegal. But the police might not see it that way. All right, I can handle this myself. You should go take care of your own business. Li Yao smiled at her worried expression and then turned to head back into the hospital. Every cloud has a silver lining, but if it's a curse, you can't escape it. Li Yao believed that even if Su Jie had powerful connections, the law would ultimately deliver a fair and just result. Unfortunately, Li Yao was still too naive, imagining society in an overly optimistic light. In Li Yao's office, Yang Fengwu sat across from two middle-aged police officers, and the three seemed to be engaged in a lively discussion. Captain Song, if that kid refuses to hand over the medication, it's going to be hard to explain things to old Lu, Yang Fengwu said, his eyes flickering nervously as he looked at the square-faced man across from him. Although Yang Fengwu was eager to obtain the medicine from Li Yao to treat old Master Lu, he was even more concerned that if Li Yao refused to cooperate, it would delay old Master Lu's treatment, and he would be in big trouble. Refuse to cooperate? Captain Lu chuckled and replied, even if that kid has skin as tough as iron, I have plenty of ways to make him talk. Once he's taken away, he won't have a choice but to comply with whatever I decide. Captain Lu had never encountered anyone who could withstand his methods and remain silent. No matter how tough their exterior, he could always crack them open. Chapter 15. Cooperation in investigation. Damn it. Outside the office, Li Yao overheard a conversation between team leader Lu and Yang Fengwu, making him tremble with anger. Calm down. Taking a few deep breaths, Li Yao reminded himself to stay composed before pushing open the office door. Team leader Lu, it's me, Li Yao. As soon as he entered, Yang Fengwu jumped from his chair, pointing at Li Yao. After speaking, he turned to Li Yao, who feigned a look of confusion, and said, Li Yao, there's a case that requires your cooperation with team leader Lu. Dean Yang, what case needs my assistance? Is there some sort of misunderstanding? Li Yao pretended to be anxious. Meeting Li Yao's nervous gaze, Yang Fengwu smiled and replied, to be honest, I don't know the details of the case either. Just cooperate with team leader Lu. I trust you won't do anything illegal, and team leader Lu won't wrong an innocent person. Hurry up and come back. Old Lu is still waiting for you to continue his treatment, Yang Fengwu said with feigned concern. If it weren't for Chen Jiai informing him in advance, Li Yao might have been fooled by Yang Fengwu's acting. You will regret this, old man, Li Yao thought with a cold smirk. Looking at team leader Lu with an even more anxious expression. Team leader Lu, how do you need me to cooperate? Team leader Lu glanced at Li Yao and then waved his hand to his subordinate. Take him back for questioning. The slender young police officer immediately cuffed Li Yao without giving him a chance to speak and led him out of the office. Li Yao, you. Chenjiai, who rushed over, changed her expression when she saw the cold handcuffs on Li Yao's wrists, her voice trembling slightly. Nurse Chun, I'm fine. I'm just cooperating with Team Leader Lu on a case. Li Yao explained awkwardly to Chenjiai. Do you need handcuffs for a cooperation investigation? A mocking voice suddenly rang out. Wang Wenjie, who had hurried over upon hearing the news, looked at Li Yao with derision and purposely raised his voice. I heard that the formula for the latest heart recovery medication developed by Geno Pharmaceutical was stolen. Wang Wenjie's words attracted the attention of many. And the doctors and nurses, unaware of the truth, looked at Li Yao's handcuffs, their expressions turning to disgust after hearing Wang Wenjie's comments. When Li Yao saved old Lu, his name had spread throughout the city hospital, and many were puzzled as to how a newly graduated intern could possess medical skills superior to Wang Wenjie's. Now, they seemed to have pieced together their own truth. Wang Wenjie, what do you mean by that? Li Yao glared angrily at the smug Wang Wenjie. Be honest, the thin police officer holding Li Yao snapped. Then, amidst Wang Wenjie's gleeful laughter, Li Yao was taken away. At the West City branch, in the interrogation room, Li Yao, handcuffed to the interrogation chair, was half squatting, his legs numb and losing feeling. The bright fluorescent light made his head spin. After being taken back to the police station, Li Yao was not immediately convicted but was instead locked in an interrogation room, left unattended. Although it was his first time in a police station, Li Yao understood that Lu, the officer bribed by Su Jie, was preparing to break him down psychologically to force him into cooperation. In fact, as Li Yao suspected, Lu was indeed planning to mentally torment him to coerce a confession. Brother Lu, let us go relax tonight at Jinjing, Hu, Su Jie said, sitting in Lu's office with a cheerful smile on his face. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a bank card into the pile of documents on Lu's desk. Su Jie's demeanor brought a smile to Lu's face as well. It was almost time to wrap up the formalities. Let us finish the important stuff first, and we can discuss the rest later. Haha. Chapter 16. Will you confess under duress? Bang. After a long wait, Li Yao finally heard the door to the interrogation room swing open. Turning around, he saw Team Leader Lu entering with Su Jie. Li Yao wasn't surprised to see Su Jie here. After the two entered, they closed the door again and sat down opposite Li Yao. One on the left and one on the right. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, Li Yao could clearly see the smug and triumphant expression on Su Jie's face. Previously, Li Yao had naively believed that as long as he hadn't done anything wrong, the law would deliver a just and fair outcome for him. Now, it seemed that this society was far more complex than he had imagined. The so-called justice and fairness were dictated by those in power. Quickly confess how you stole the new drug formula from young Master Su's company, Team Leader Lu said as he sat down, slamming his baton onto the table with an imposing expression, staring intently at Li Yao. And if I refuse? Are you planning to force a confession? Li Yao shot back coldly, unafraid as he locked eyes with Lu. Kid, do you have any idea who you're talking to? Lu shouted, suddenly standing up. Gritting his teeth in anger, he picked up the baton again, as if ready to strike Li Yao at any moment. Li Yao remained silent, arms crossed, calmly looking at Su Jie. Although he had already devised a counter-strategy, he understood the wisdom of not provoking unnecessary pain for the sake of a momentary verbal spar. Damn it. You think you can refuse me? Let us see how tough you really are. Lu cursed angrily, raising the baton to strike Li Yao. Team Leader Lu, wait. Su Jie suddenly interjected, raising his hand to stop Lu's action. What is going on, young Master Su? Lu paused mid-air, turning to look at Su in confusion. Without speaking, Su gestured for Lu to sit down and then calmly addressed Li Yao. I'm not an unreasonable person. Considering your friendship with you, Yao, I'm willing to give you a chance. If you return the heart disease treatment formula you have, I want to pursue the matter of you stealing my company's formula. You can leave immediately without any blemish on your record, and you can continue to be a doctor afterwards. And what if I refuse? Li Yao sneered. He had already hidden the formula when he realized Su was planning to frame him. This formula was his only chance for a comeback, and he was about to let Su get his hands on it. Otherwise, he would be left with nothing. You're really pushing it, aren't you? Do you believe I can make you regret this? Lu, infuriated by Li Yao's response, jumped up again, brandishing the baton. Lu had thoroughly investigated Li Yao's background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to agree to help Su. But this arrogant kid, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was challenging him directly. And Lu could hardly swallow his indignation. He didn't believe it. With a few hits, Li Yao would surely back down. This time, Su Jie didn't stop Team Leader Lu's actions. Instead, he spoke slowly. Li Yao, even if you don't think about yourself, shouldn't you think about your parents? They raised you, supported you through college, and finally, after all that effort, you graduated and could start working to repay their kindness. But instead, you became a thief and ended up in jail. Just think about how heartbroken they must be. Chapter 17. I will make you regret it. I never thought someone like you could say such things. but unfortunately, it doesn't move me at all. Besides, my parents are no longer around, so I have nothing to fear about hurting their feelings. Liu sneered, not bothering to hide the sarcasm in his tone. Although he had only met Su Jie today, he already understood that the man was nothing more than a despicable person who would stop at nothing for his own gain. It felt ironic to hear someone like him talk about loyalty, family, and filial piety. Not moved? Huh? Su Jie raised an eyebrow, and his expression quickly turned cold. It seems you really can't see the situation clearly. You, a poor doctor with no background, do you really believe that if you were to die here today, it would have any impact on me? Liu caught a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in Su Jie's eyes and had no doubt about the truth of his words. It was the first time he found himself in such a situation, and it was impossible not to feel nervous. However, at this point, he didn't think that submitting to Su Jie would make him let go. Just give me some time to think about it, Liu said, pretending to be conflicted. He needed to buy himself some time. Seeing Liu beginning to waver, Su Jie couldn't help but show a hint of delight. Once he acquired Liu's potion, not only would the credit for curing old Liu go to him, but it would also bring him endless wealth. However, to avoid complications, he still refused Liu's request, saying, "You shouldn't think about it too long, because no matter how long you take, the final outcome will be you handing over the goods." Seeing his plan fall apart, Liu's heart sank again. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside, followed by a woman's anxious voice. "Liu, are you in there? Open the door." Hearing that voice, Liu finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. "What are you making a fuss about? Stay outside." Team leader Liu thought it was Liu's friend and yelled out, then turned to Liu with gritted teeth, saying, "Kid, hand over the stuff quickly. Or don't blame me for being rude." Liu looked up at team leader Liu and sneered, "If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will make you regret it." "Make me regret it?" Team leader Liu suddenly found it laughable. Then his eyes widened in anger as he cursed fiercely. "Who the hell do you think you are? Make me regret it? Go die." Before he could finish his sentence, the baton in his hand swung toward Liu's head. Liu had already prepared. He swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the blow. Still trying to dodge? Team leader Liu was furious and prepared to strike again when a deep voice came from the entrance. "Lu Qing, open the door now." Hearing that voice, Lu Qing froze for a moment, then disregarded Liu and turned to Su Jie, saying, "Our chief is here. I need to go check it out." Su Jie didn't say anything but frowned, his expression darkening. When the interrogation room door opened, Liu saw 3 people standing outside. 2 of them he recognized: Lu Qing, old Lu's grandson, and Chen Jai. Another middle-aged man with a square face and slick-back hair, exuding an air of authority, was someone he had never seen before. He must be the director Lu Cheng mentioned. "Liu, are you okay? Did they do anything to you?" Chen Jai rushed in upon seeing Liu. Her face filled with concern as she scanned him from head to toe. "I'm fine. Why did it take you so long to get here?" Liu countered. Before heading to Yang Fenwu's office, he had sent a message to Chen Jai, asking her to find old Liu and saying that if she wanted to help resolve his illness, she needed to come to the police station. Right now, he had no connections to rely on. To get through this crisis, he had to depend on old Liu. He had expected that old Liu would send someone quickly to help him, but he never anticipated that it would take so long. If it dragged on any further, he might truly suffer a beating. It's not just because of him. Knowing that your situation is urgent, he kept delaying until now. If I hadn't come to knock on the door first, he would probably still be upstairs sipping tea in his office. Chen Jai shot an annoyed glance at Lu Qing. Liu nodded, having a rough idea of the situation. When he was treating old Liu, there were many delays, and he had even left to attend Jiang Yueyao's grandfather's birthday party. As old Liu's grandson, Lu Qing had always been arrogant and likely held a grudge against him, but had restrained himself due to old Liu's illness. Today, Lu Qing deliberately came late, simply to make Liu suffer a bit, venting his frustrations. Liu didn't take it too much to heart, no matter how proud Lu Qing was. There would come a day when he would have to bow his head in front of him. Chapter 18. Chen Jiai's just words. Chen Jiai's voice was loud enough that Lu Qing, standing in the doorway, clearly heard her. However, he seemed unfazed by the fact that Liu might know about it. With an impatient expression, he walked into the interrogation room and asked Liu, "What was it that you had someone inform my grandfather about?" Before Liu could respond, Su Jie stepped forward immediately, wearing a polite expression. "Hello, Lu Xiao. I'm Su Jie from Xinshi Group. Here's the situation. I heard that Liu recently used a new drug when treating Lu Lao, but after my investigation, I found out that the formula he used was stolen from our company. I called the police to bring him in today because I want him to return the remaining drugs to us and prevent any leaks." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Qing shot a contemptuous glance at Liu and said with a hint of schadenfreude, "I didn't expect him to be a thief." Then, his expression changed. He impatiently told Su Jie, I don't care whether the formula was stolen or not, but I know he can cure my grandfather's illness. So I want to take him back now. As for your issue, once he has treated my grandfather, you can handle it however you wish. Our Lu family wanted to interfere. Although he was addressing Su Jie, his words were also meant for Li Yao. In his view, Li Yao had intentionally summoned the Lu family members at this time just to leverage their influence and make it seem like the Lu family was backing him. What he said was merely to put an end to that notion. After finishing his statement, Lu Qing turned and walked out without looking back. Although Shenshi Group had some power, he didn't think much of it. He was confident that he had made his point, and Su Jie wouldn't dare to stop him. Lu Xiao, please wait a moment. Su Jie hurriedly stepped forward to stop Lu Qing. You already know the situation. Li Yao used our company as formula. He can cure Lu Lao, but so can I. However, I hope Lu Xiao can give me a little time to handle Li Yao's matter first. If the formula gets leaked, the losses to our company would be immeasurable. I only need one night. And then I'll personally take a team to the hospital to treat Lu Lao, ensuring the medicine works. Su Jie was bold enough to bring people to the hospital to take Li Yao away. Fully anticipating that the Lu family would come looking for him, and had already prepared his argument. Although Lu Qing was not fond of Li Yao, he was merely the third generation of the Lu family and could not represent the entire family. If Li Yao managed to connect with other influential members of the Lu family during treatment, it would not be so easy for Su Jie to obtain the formula from him later. All right, I'll give you one night. But let me be clear, if you can't cure my grandfather's illness by tomorrow, you will bear the consequences. Lu Qing paused for a moment, then nodded. He had never had anyone dare to give him a hard time growing up. Li Yao was the first. If it weren't for needing Li Yao's help, he would have already sent someone to deal with him. Now, with someone polite like Su Jie willing to treat his grandfather in place of Li Yao and possibly deal with Li Yao afterward, he was more than happy to oblige. Qinjiai was infuriated when she saw Lu Qing being swayed by Su Jie's words. She stomped her foot in frustration. How can you be so sure that Li Yao stole their formula, instead of them wanting to snatch the medicine from him using this trick? In her moment of desperation, Qinjiai didn't care about offending anyone and spoke her mind. In her impression, Li Yao had always been a straightforward person and would never steal someone else's formula. This situation clearly showed that Su Jie was framing him for his own ulterior motives. Young lady, you should be careful with your words, or I might consider you an accomplice and keep you here for further questioning. Su Jie's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and said to Qinjiai, You. Qinjiai was so angry that her face turned red. When Li Yao saw that she wanted to say more, he quickly pulled her back, preventing her from continuing. Although he was touched by Qinjiai's loyalty and concern for him, he didn't want her to get tangled up in this mess. Li Yao remained calm. After pulling Qinjiai behind him, he slowly addressed Lu Qing. I've been treating your grandfather's illness. I know his condition best. If he doesn't receive timely treatment, he might not survive the night. Since Su Jie claims that this formula belongs to their company, they must have the medicine as well. Let him take the medicine to treat your grandfather now. If you wait too long, I can't guarantee it will still be effective. Chapter 19. I'm not leaving, what do you mean? Lu Qing suddenly turned around, staring intently at Li Yao. I've said what needed to be said. The rest is up to you to figure out, Li Yao replied calmly, then leisurely sat back down in his chair. Since he had asked Qinjiai to inform the Lu family, he had naturally anticipated various possible scenarios and had already devised strategies to handle them. As long as old Lu's health was still at risk, no matter how Su Jie twisted the facts, the Lu family would have to keep seeking his assistance. Lu Qing's mind was consumed with the thought that his grandfather might not survive the night, leaving him no room to concern himself with Li Yao's attitude. Although he was a young man of privilege, he understood clearly that the Lu family's current standing was entirely due to his grandfather's connections in the capital. He dared not take his grandfather's life lightly. Despite old Lu appearing stable at the moment, heart disease could strike at any time, and he couldn't afford to be careless. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Qing glared at Su Jie and asked, I don't care whose prescription you claim it is. I want to know if you can treat my grandfather's illness right now. Su Jie was taken aback by the sudden turn of events and momentarily lost his composure. Young Master Lu, our company's medication is still in mass production at a factory out of town. If we send someone to fetch it now, it might take some time. Why don't we let Li Yao treat the old master in the meantime? In a moment of panic, Su Jie concocted a flimsy excuse. He didn't dare joke about old Lu's health, knowing Lu Qing wouldn't back down. For now, he could only keep an eye on Li Yao, and once old Lu was treated, he would swiftly bring Li Yao back. Once he obtained the formula from Li Yao, he would establish a pharmaceutical empire, and even if the Lu family wanted to support Li Yao after that, he wouldn't be afraid. Lu Qing had long suspected that Su Jie's claim about Li Yao stealing their formula was false. But as long as Su Jie could obtain the formula to save his grandfather, he didn't care about the means. It was becoming clear to Lu Qing that the formula was likely Li Yao's own creation. though reluctant. He had no choice but to take Li Yao with him to continue treating his grandfather. Come with me. Shooting a glance at Li Yao, Lu Qing turned and headed toward the door. Young Master Lu, let me see you off. High Commissioner Gao Fei, who had been cautiously standing to the side, initially worried about being caught in the middle of Lu Qing and Su Jie, felt relieved as the situation seemed to resolve without conflict and prepared to escort Lu Qing out. We should leave too, Chen Jie remarked, feeling a sense of relief as the situation settled, and she tugged Li Yao toward the exit. Just as everyone thought the matter had come to a close, Li Yao remained seated, motionless, and looked at Lu Cheng, who had previously been overlooked, with a cold smile. Someone just said they wanted me dead here. If I leave like this, wouldn't that disappoint them? Evil must be dealt with by evil. Although Li Yao had never intended to use the Lu family as his backing for anything, he didn't want to let Lu Cheng, a societal parasite, off the hook so easily. Today was the perfect opportunity to remove him, using Lu Qing as a means to do so. Since Lu Qing doesn't like him anyway, why not make it even worse? What do you mean? Lu Cheng's heart trembled, and he instinctively asked, when Lu Qing came before. Lu Qing thought it was Li Yao's backing that had arrived. Seeing Su Jie's attitude towards Lu Qing, he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Lu Qing didn't seem to be there to support Li Yao, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But now, with Li Yao suddenly bringing him into the conversation, he had a bad feeling. Lu Qing was clearly against everything Li Yao wanted. If Li Yao really intended to use Lu Qing to deal with him, he was doomed. You should still remember what I said before, right? Leo said with a smile that was more like a sneer. Lu Qing paused for a moment before recalling that just before he made his move, Li Yao had warned him that if he dared to act, he would make him regret it. Even if he was foolish, he understood that Li Yao was out for revenge. Cold sweat broke out on his body again, and his face turned pale, completely losing the imposing demeanor he had before. Just as he was about to say a few conciliatory words, he heard Li Yao say again, as a public official, you want to convict me without any evidence and even resort to violence against me. If I don't get a satisfactory explanation today, I won't be leaving. I don't want to step outside only to have people pointing fingers at me, accusing me of stealing someone else's company's formula. Chapter 20. Isn't this seeking death? Originally at the door, Lu Qing and Gao Fei turned back to look at Li Yao and Lu Qing after hearing Li Yao's words. Lu Qing saw that Su Jie had no intention of speaking up for him, so he quickly stepped forward with a flattering expression and said to Li Yao, Dr. Li, I apologize for today's incident. I hope you can be magnanimous and not take it to heart. I'll accompany you back to the hospital shortly to clear up any misunderstandings. And I assure you it won't affect you in any way. Li Yao ignored his words and instead looked up at the ceiling. Dr. Li, Lu Cheng was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, just as he was about to plead again. Lu Qing beside him cast a deep glance at Li Yao and spoke up. Director Gao, please handle this matter. Lu Qing wasn't foolish. He understood Li Yao's intentions. If he didn't speak up, Li Yao would definitely not let it go. Although being used like this left a bad taste in his mouth, he felt powerless, waiting for his grandfather's health to improve so he could reclaim everything from Li Yao with interest. All right, young Master Lu, please wait a moment. After some bowing and scraping, Gao Fei quickly approached Li Yao and politely said, Dr. Li, today's incident is due to my inadequate supervision, and I apologize for the trouble it has caused you. However, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. All those involved will be suspended pending further action. How does that sound? As a powerful director, Gao Fei usually wouldn't bat an eye at such matters. But since this incident occurred on his turf and Lu Cheng was his subordinate, if Li Yao were to pursue the matter and hold him accountable, a single word from Lu Qing could cost him his position. Therefore, he had to lower his stance to avoid the fire burning him. Director, please, give me another chance. I promise I won't abuse my power again. Hearing that Gao Fei was going to suspend him, Lu Cheng was terrified and quickly grabbed Gao Fei's sleeve to plead. He had worked hard to become the team leader, offending many along the way, and without this protective umbrella, he would surely be targeted by enemies. Lu Cheng, being suspended, is already lenient. If it's revealed that you've committed other illegal acts during your tenure, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. Gao Fei scoffed coldly, decisively pushing Lu Cheng's hand away to distance himself from the situation. Su Xiao. Seeing Gao Fei unmoved, Lu Qing turned to Su Jie for help. Please help me. I was doing this for you. But Su Jie ignored him, lost in thought as if contemplating something. Dr. Li, I beg you to let me go. I promise I won't do anything like this again. Lu Qing, having exhausted all his pleas, dropped to his knees in front of Li Yao, clutching his clothes and begging. If I had known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Li Yao sneered and kicked Lu Qing aside, leaving the interrogation room with Chen Jie. He would not show mercy to someone like Lu Qing, otherwise, it would only harm more innocent people. Lu Qing watched Li Yao's retreating figure, his expression darkening as he followed. Seeing that the giant Buddha had finally left, Yao Fei felt an immense sense of relief and hurried over to send Lu Qing off. Soon, the interrogation room was left with only Lu Cheng, who was sprawled on the floor, and Su Jie, who appeared deep in thought. Su Xiao, you really have to help me this time, or I'm finished. Lu Cheng pleaded desperately, crawling on his knees to Su Jie's feet. Su Jie glanced down at him and sighed. Don't worry, you're helping me out this time. So I won't just abandon you. Get up. After saying that, Su Jie suddenly changed his tone and asked, do you hate that Li Yao? Of course I hate him. Once he cures Lu Lao, I'll make sure to kill him. Lu Cheng gritted his teeth and replied, if it weren't for Li Yao, he wouldn't have lost his position as captain and been forced to kneel to plead for mercy. Anyway, Lu Qing had just said that once Li Yao cured Lu Lao, he wouldn't interfere with him anymore, and then he would definitely settle the score with Li Yao. You don't need to kill him. You just have to do one thing, Su Jie whispered in Lu Cheng's ear. Lu Cheng's face turned pale as if he had heard something terrifying, and he stammered, isn't that asking for death? Who said it's asking for death? Even if it is, given your current situation, do you have any other options? Su Jie replied dismissively, as long as you succeed. Li Yao is as good as dead. I'll give you a large sum of money to lay low for a while, and within a year or so, you can come back and rise to prominence. All right, I agree. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Qing's expression hardened, as if he had made a significant decision. And he nodded vigorously. Chapter 21. Lu Lao's shock at this moment. Li Yao was completely unaware of what Su Jie and Lu Cheng were saying. As he walked out of the Yinqing City police station alongside Chen Jiai, before they could exchange any words, Lu Qing approached them closely from behind. You're coming to the hospital with me now, Lu Qing said in a commanding tone. Li Yao glanced at Lu Qing and then at Chen Jiai beside him. Finally responding, you go ahead. I have other matters to attend to. What do you mean? Lu Qing's anger flared instantly. He stepped up to Li Yao, poking a finger into his chest and gritting his teeth as he said, Li Yao, I warn you, my patience is limited. I've already helped you sort out the situation at the police station, and you still want to play games with me? Li Yao frowned and pushed Lu Qing's finger away, coldly replying, I said I have things to handle. It's not like I'm abandoning your grandfather. He is not in danger right now. Once I finish what I need to do, I will certainly go treat him. Lu Qing's voice trembled, clearly on the brink of losing control. If he were facing an ordinary young man, he would have already thrown Li Yao into the sea to feed the fish. But Li Yao held the only special medicine that could save his grandfather. I warn you, if anything happens to my grandfather, I will make you pay dearly. Lu Qing glared fiercely into Li Yao's eyes. And just because I pulled you out of the police station doesn't mean the Lu family will be your backing. In Lu Qing's view, Li Yao had been stalling on treating his grandfather's illness and had now used the situation to drag the Lu family into the police station to bail him out, clearly trying to extract more benefits from them. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Haha, hearing Lu Qing's words, Li Yao couldn't help but laugh. You really overestimate your importance, don't you? A backing? Don't flatter yourself. Your Lu family doesn't have the standing to be my support. While saying this, Li Yu was well aware that he was indeed powerless at this moment. When he was framed by Yang Fengwu and Su Jie and had to come to the police station, he had already recognized the reality. As the saying goes, a poor man's spirit cannot be impoverished. Today, he had no choice but to rely on the Lu family's power to walk out of the police station. But he believed that one day, not just Lu Qing, but the entire Lu family would have to bow before him. Lu Qing was infuriated to the point of laughter. He sneered, I really don't know where you get your confidence to speak like this in front of me. Do you even realize how powerful the Lu family is? It's beyond what a loser like you can imagine. With a cold snort, Lu Qing added, some things you'll never experience in your life. I'll warn you one last time. Hurry up and get to the hospital to treat my grandfather. With that, Lu Qing turned and got into a luxury car parked by the roadside, speeding away like the wind. At this moment, Chen Jiai tugged at the hem of Li Yao's shirt. Li Yao turned to look at Chen Jiai, who was half a head shorter than him, as she stood in front of him like a little bird leaning on a tree. Li Yao, I know you've been feeling upset because of Lu Qing, but no matter what, Mr. Lu is a patient. As doctors, we have to treat and save lives, right? Hearing Chen Jiai's gentle words, Li Yao smiled slightly. What is the point of getting angry at someone like Lu Qing? If I really got mad, that would be quite petty of me. Guess what I meant when I said I had something to take care of? As she looked closely at Li Yao's handsome face, Chen Jiai suddenly felt her cheeks flush. She quickly stepped back half a step, lowering her head as she said, I can't guess. Li Yao placed his hands on her shoulders, his tone serious as he said, what I wanted to say is thank you. Thank you for what you did for me today. They were originally just ordinary colleagues. But since they were both fresh graduates, they had been a bit closer. However, Chen Jiai's words in the interrogation room today genuinely moved Li Yao, and he sincerely wanted to thank her. Chen Jiai lowered her head even more, pouting as she replied, no need to be polite. I was just doing what a friend should do. All right, let us hurry back to the hospital. I still have to get to work. Liao nodded and called a taxi for them to return to the hospital. As soon as they entered the department, Liao ran into the hospital director, Yang Fengwu. Shaoli, you're finally back. I knew you must have been wronged. Now that everything's clear, hurry up and treat Mr. Liu. I've already reserved your chief physician position for you. Yang Fengwu approached Li Yao with a warm smile. He had just received a call from Su Jie and was already aware of the situation, so he dared not show any displeasure towards Li Yao. If Li Yao wanted to use the Liu family against him, the consequences would likely be just as bad for him as they were for Liu Cheng. For now, he could only wait for Li Yao to treat Mr. Liu first. Li Yao couldn't be bothered to even look at Yang Fengwu and simply walked past him. Yang Fengwu was nothing but a complete hypocrite, a petty person, and a fair-weather friend. Watching Li Yao ignore him, Yang Fengwu's expression instantly turned cold. Humph. Acting all high and mighty. You only got help from young Master Liu. Once you've treated Mr. Liu and become useless to the Liu family, let us see how I deal with you. Of course, Li Yao didn't hear what Yang Fengwu said. He turned to Qin Jai beside him and said, Jai, you go check on Mr. Liu in his hospital room to see how he is doing. I'll go get the medicine. Qin Jai nodded and walked away. Li Yao went to a secluded storage room to retrieve the medicine. In addition to the cardiac rehabilitation agent, he also had a bottle of a basic gene agent that a streamer had given him as an extra. He wondered what the basic gene agent could do. Li Yao looked at the effects written on the bottle. The basic gene agent can greatly improve a person's genes, enhancing strength and speed. Having already tried the heart recovery agent, Li Yao had no doubts about its efficacy and took it without hesitation. It felt as though a warm current flowed through his limbs and body, and soon he realized that his strength had significantly increased. Several times greater than that of an average adult. It really works. Getting into that live stream room was a stroke of luck. I need to study it further, but first, I should go treat old Liu. Li Yao immediately headed toward old Liu's hospital room with the heart recovery agent in hand. However, before he could reach the room, he saw Qin Jai running towards him in a panic. Li Yao, it's bad. Old Liu. He suddenly collapsed. You need to go check on him. Chapter 22. Shifting blame. When Li Yao heard Qin Jai say that old Liu had suddenly collapsed, he was taken aback for a moment before quickly following her towards the hospital room. How could old Liu have collapsed out of nowhere? Li Yao asked as he walked. After he had administered the cardiac rehabilitation medication, old Liu had stabilized, so it shouldn't have been possible for his condition to suddenly worsen. Qin Jai looked anxious. I don't know either. Director Wang is currently examining old Liu. By this time, they had reached the door of the hospital room. Several members of the Liu family had gathered there, along with some imposing men Li Yao had never seen before, all of them tall and muscular. Grab him. As soon as Lu Qing saw Li Yao, he shouted loudly. Two big men immediately rushed out of the crowd and approached Li Yao. Qin Jai screamed. What are you doing? The two men ignored her and pushed Li Yao against the wall. Li Yao wasn't worried. He could feel that after taking the gene medication, his strength far exceeded that of these two men. If he wanted to break free, he could do so at any moment. Lu Qing, with a grim expression, leaned in close to Li Yao and said through clenched teeth, once the examination is over, you will immediately treat my grandfather. If anything happens to him, as you can see, you want to have a good ending. Lu Qing's tone was very domineering, and it was clear that these muscle-bound men were there to intimidate Li Yao. Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Wang Wenjiang stepped out. The Liu family members rushed towards him anxiously. Dr. Wang, how's my old man doing? Wang Wenjiang's expression was grave as he replied. Old Liu has suffered sudden cardiac and respiratory failure. We still don't know the cause, but the deterioration is very rapid. Alas, I estimate he won't last much longer. As soon as Wang Wenjiang finished speaking, the Liu family members were thrown into a panic. What kind of hospital is this? What are you all doing? You're useless. The Liu family, with their considerable influence, had always acted with impunity and had previously resorted to violence. Now they looked ready to act again. Chief Physician Wang Wenjiang and Hospital Director Yang Fengwu were both being berated mercilessly, but they dared not retaliate. They had already been beaten once, and with so many muscle-bound henchmen around, they were terrified of completely provoking the Liu family. Hearing that his grandfather might not last a few minutes, Lu Qing was immediately furious. He grabbed Li Yao by the collar and said menacingly, I already told you to hurry up and come treat my grandfather, but you've dragged this out for so long. Do you really want him to die? Hurry up and go treat him. If you can't cure him, I'll hold you responsible. Li Yao had expected that in addition to heart disease, old Liu also had lung issues, and that his condition could deteriorate so drastically. What I mentioned about being able to cure him was only regarding his heart disease. Your grandfather is now in cardiac and respiratory failure. That has nothing to do with me. I can't treat that. Li Yao shoved Lu Qing's hand away and replied coldly. He had never intended to leave old Liu untreated, but now, even if he wanted to help, he simply couldn't because his medication only addressed heart conditions. You. Lu Qing was furious. As the young master of the Lu family, who dared to speak to him in such a manner? You'd better watch out. I'll settle the score with you later. He ordered. You too. Hold him tight, and don't let him escape. With that, he moved to grab Dean Yang Fengwu, threatening him. Mr. Yang, my grandfather came to your hospital with a heart issue, but he wasn't in critical condition. How did he end up like this after just a few days in your care? I tell you, if your hospital doesn't treat my grandfather properly, you can forget about staying in business. In front of the Lu family, Yinqing Hospital was nothing. A single word from them could shut it down. Yang Fengwu was naturally anxious. However, when Lu Lao was rushed to the hospital due to a sudden heart attack, he felt helpless. Now, with the situation worsening to heart and lung failure, he was even more at a loss. With a quick thought, Yang Fengwu instinctively considered blaming Li Yao for the predicament, planning to shift the responsibility onto him as he had done previously. While he knew he couldn't completely absolve himself of blame, he could at least shift as much as possible. Young Master Lu, let me explain. Since Lu Lao was admitted, Li Yao has been in charge of his treatment. The current state of Lu Lao's condition is definitely due to Li Yao. I suspect that the special medication he used earlier had side effects. As he spoke, Yang Fengwu shot a knowing glance at Wang Wenjiang. Wang Wenjiang, standing next to Yang Fengwu, immediately understood and chimed in. The dean is right. I've been in medicine for many years, but I've never heard of a miraculous drug that can instantly cure a sudden heart attack. It must not be a legitimate medication. Hearing their attempts to shift blame, Li Yao couldn't help but scoff. These two had always made him the scapegoat. In the past, he had no choice but to endure it silently, but this time, he could no longer tolerate their actions. Humph. A dean and a director, and at this moment, instead of thinking about how to save a life, you want to shirk responsibility? How can you have the audacity to say such things? Do you even deserve to be called doctors? Li Yao's words were sharp and struck at the soft spots of both men, immediately inciting their anger and embarrassment. How dare you talk back? You, a mere intern, used unapproved medication on a patient without permission, and you think you deserve to be a doctor? Where are your ethics? You should bear all the responsibility for this. Dean, I believe someone without medical ethics like him has no right to stay in our hospital. Wang Wenjiang shouted furiously. Picking up on Wang Wenjiang's implications, Yang Fengwu nodded in agreement, saying with righteous indignation, Wang director is absolutely right. Someone like you, who lacks medical ethics, doesn't he deserve to be a doctor? Li Yao, you're fired. That's enough. Just as Yang Fengwu and Wang Wenjiang teamed up to suppress Li Yao, an infuriated Lu Qing suddenly shouted. Both men were taken aback by Lu Qing's outburst, staring at him in shock. Lu Qing, unable to contain his anger, bellowed. Stop spouting nonsense in front of me. All I want is results. No matter who takes responsibility, arrange for someone to cure my grandfather immediately. If my grandfather isn't cured, you all will have to accompany him in death. In an instant, the constantly shouting Yang Fengwu and Wang Wenjiang fell silent, their hearts completely panicked. Aside from their incessant chatter, they had no real skills to help treat old Lu. In the end, it was Li Yao who spoke up. I can try to help, but I need to use the restroom first. Chapter 23. Antidote. Upon hearing Li Yao say that he could try to save the situation, Yang Fengwu's eyes lit up, and he felt a slight sense of relief. Just moments ago, he had been terrified by old Lu's examination results. If old Lu really died in the hospital, not only would he lose his job, but he might even lose his life. He quickly urged Li Yao, if you have a way, hurry up and save him. Why are you still going to the bathroom? If you can really cure old Lu, I'll consider it a redemption for you. Not only will I not fire you, but I'll also promote you to attending physician. At this moment, Wang Wenjiang chimed in with a hint of malice. Director, don't believe him. I think he is just using this as an excuse to make a run for it. Seeing the smug expressions on Wang Wenjiang and the director's faces, Li Yao felt nothing but disdain. He coldly retorted, either let me use the bathroom first, or you two go treat old Lu. Both Yang Fengwu and Wang Wenjiang were momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Li Yao's words. If they could treat old Lu, they wouldn't be wasting time talking to him. Enough. Lu Qing interrupted their conversation, his face darkening as he urged Li Yao, if you need to go, make it quick. If you have any other plans, I advise you to give them up right now. Li Yao said nothing more and turned to head towards the restroom. The two people who had been holding him back followed closely behind at Lu Qing's signal. Once inside the restroom, Li Yao shut the stall door, quickly took out his phone, opened a live streaming app, and entered the live stream. He saw that the host who had provided him with the medication was currently broadcasting live. Having previously tipped $30,000, as soon as Li Yao entered the live stream, a notification popped up on his screen announcing his entry as a VIP user. The host, excited to see him, exclaimed into the camera, "Gold sponsor. You're back to watch my stream. Welcome, welcome." The host's overwhelming enthusiasm made Li Yu feel a bit uncomfortable. He typed a message in the chat, "I have a question. The cardiac recovery agent you gave me. Does it have any side effects? The host's expression changed in surprise as he quickly replied, how could that be? The cardiac recovery agent I developed is made from all natural ingredients and has undergone clinical trials. It has no side effects whatsoever. Judging by the host's demeanor, he didn't seem to be lying. Li Yao continued typing. Then that's strange. I have a patient who improved after receiving the cardiac recovery agent, but suddenly experienced heart and lung failure. Heart and lung failure? The host's face showed a contemplative expression. Please tell me the details about that patient. Li Yao sent the recorded details of old Lu's condition from the hospital to the host. After reviewing the information, the host's expression turned serious as he said, from the data you provided, it's impossible for this patient to have heart and lung failure. Do you know this patient? Does he have any enemies who might have poisoned him? The host's words were like a wake-up call for Li Yao, and he immediately grasped the situation. Poisoning. A hint of anger surfaced on Li Yao's face. It's not that old Lu has any enemies, but someone must be trying to frame me. At that moment, the streamer in the live broadcast room said, Donor, don't rush. I have a kind of cardiopulmonary detoxifier here that can eliminate all toxins from the heart and lungs. The reason Li Yao made an excuse to go to the bathroom was primarily to find this streamer and see if they had a way to cure old Lu's illness. Although the streamer claimed to have the medicine, Li Yao felt a bit awkward and was about to say he couldn't afford to tip today and would come back to support the stream next time. However, in his hand, a flash of green code appeared, and a brand new vial of medicine materialized in Li Yao's grasp. The streamer smiled and said, thanks to your generous tips before, my stream gained some popularity, so this isn't a particularly rare medicine. Just consider it a gift. Li Yao responded, thank you. I'll come back to support your stream next time. After saying that, he quickly closed the stream without wasting a moment. Clutching the cardiopulmonary detoxifier as he exited the bathroom and headed straight into the hospital room. At that moment, old Lu lay pale on the hospital bed, with the monitor showing an alarmingly low heart rate. Without hesitation, Li Yao injected the entire vial of detoxifier into old Lu. The high-tech medicine proved to be miraculous. Within a minute, old Lu's heart rate began to rise, and his complexion visibly improved. 3 minutes later, old Lu was out of danger. Although Li Yao wasn't worried about Lu Qing retaliating against him after old Lu's death. After all, after taking the gene serum, Lu Qing's people in the hospital couldn't stop him. Seeing old Lu recover still relieved him. Now, he began to ponder who might have attempted the poisoning. Was it Yang Wufeng? That seemed unlikely. If old Lu died in the hospital, Yang would be the first to suffer the consequences, unless he was looking to endanger himself. Could it be Su Jie? Li Yu thought for a moment and realized that making any guesses without evidence was pointless, so he decided to drop the matter altogether. As Li Yao pushed open the hospital room door and stepped out, Lu Qi was the first to rush over, looking anxious. How is my grandfather? Li Yao glanced at Lu Qing and replied calmly, he's fine now. As he spoke, Li Yao turned to leave, but Lu Qing stopped him again, saying, wait. You need to clarify whether my grandfather is just temporarily okay or truly recovered. Li Yao shrugged and said, of course he has fully recovered. You can have other doctors check on your grandfather's condition. Seeing Li Yao's confidence, Lu Qing finally relaxed a little. If anything happens to my grandfather in the future, I will definitely make you pay. He then handed Li Yao a card containing 500,000. Take it. We're square now. And don't expect our Lu family to help you with anything in the future. Li Yao had saved old Lu twice. He wasn't about to turn down the Lu family's money. He accepted the 500,000 card without hesitation, and Lu Qing no longer bothered him. Heading into the room with the rest of the Lu family to see old Lu, Li Yao walked up to Yang Fengwu with a hint of playful mischief and said, Director, I've cured the old Lu, so you have to make me a chief physician, right? Oh, well. Yang Fengwu's expression turned awkward. He hadn't expected Li Yao to be so remarkable, pulling old Lu back from the brink of death once again. After a moment of hesitation, he said somewhat dismissively, Li Yao, it's like this. You will definitely be recognized as a chief physician, but this process needs to follow the proper channels, which can be quite complicated. Plus, your documentation isn't complete, so it will take some time to sort out. While his words sounded nice on the surface, Yang Fengwu was actually thinking to himself, you think someone like you, a nobody, deserves to be a chief physician? Just wait until young Master Su gets his hands on that special medicine formula you have. I can't wait to see how I'll deal with you. Chapter 24. The fall of Yang Fengwu. Li Yao was not surprised by the dean's evasive response. He had long known that with Yang Fengwu's unchangeable nature, it would be impossible for him to easily become the chief physician. His inquiry about Yang Fengwu was merely a way to gauge the dean's attitude. Li Yao sneered internally, thinking, since you lack compassion, don't blame me for being ruthless. At that moment, Lu Qing happened to come out of the ward. Seeing Li Yao still there, he frowned and asked, what are you still doing here? Do you want me to have the Lu family help you? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Li Yao glanced at Yang Fengwu and replied to Lu Qing, I need to tell you something. Your grandfather's sudden heart and lung failure has nothing to do with his previous heart condition. He was poisoned. Someone in this hospital wants to harm your grandfather. Lu Qing's expression immediately darkened, and he asked Li Yao, are you serious? Someone poisoned old Lu? This changes everything. Even if it were an ordinary person, being poisoned would be considered murder, not to mention that the victim was someone as important as old Lu. Li Yao, don't spout nonsense. Hearing Li Yao's accusation of poisoning, Yang Fengwu panicked. Someone like old Lu being poisoned in the hospital would mean that he, as the dean, would bear the responsibility, a burden he could not afford. Yang Fengwu pointed at Li Yao, excitedly saying to Lu Qing, young Master Lu, you mustn't believe Li Yao. He definitely holds a grudge against me and is trying to frame me. Even if old Lu was poisoned, it was surely Li Yao who did it, trying to gain more benefits from you. Besides, young Master Lu, think about it. How could I have the guts to poison old Lu? Seeing Yang Fengwu trying to shift the blame onto him again, Li Yao couldn't help but sneer. If I wanted to frame you, I would have poisoned old Lu the first time I treated him. Why wait until now? Li Yao rolled his eyes at Yang Fengwu and continued, also, you claim I want to profit from the Lu family? I didn't make any demands before treating old Lu, did I? Moreover, as the dean, even if you didn't administer the poison, do you really think you can distance yourself from this matter? Yang Fengwu was completely flustered and hurriedly bent over to plead with Lu Qing, saying, young Master Lu, Li Yao is trying to use you as a pawn. You can't take his word at face value. Caught between the two, Lu Qing furrowed his brow, unsure of whom to believe. At that moment, Wang Wenjiang suddenly stepped forward. His face was full of sorrow as he addressed Yang Fengwu. Dean, at this point, are you still going to argue? I really didn't expect you to shy away from even this small responsibility. You've truly disappointed me. With Wang Wenjiang's words, Yang Fengwu's expression completely fell apart, filled with anxiety and unease. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Wang Wenjiang would speak up at this moment. Wang Wenjiang turned to Lu Qing and said, young Master Lu, here's the situation. After Li Yao treated Elder Lu for the first time, I checked and found that Elder Lu wasn't poisoned at that time, which means it wasn't Li Yao who did it. However, just before this heart and lung failure, I checked again and discovered that Elder Lu had been poisoned. But the director is afraid of taking responsibility and asked me not to reveal it. Upon hearing Wang Wenjiang's words, Lu Qing's cold gaze immediately shot towards Yang Fengwu, questioning him, is what he said true? At that moment, Yang Fengwu was losing his composure. He pointed at Li Yao and Wang Wenjiang, cursing them, you two scoundrels. How dare you join forces to slander me? Director Wang clasped his hands and sneered, Director, I didn't want to bring this up, but my conscience won't let me stay silent. If I don't speak out and something like this happens again in the hospital, what then? So, I'm doing this for the reputation of the hospital and the safety of the patients. Seeing Wang Wenjiang completely opposing Yang Fengwu, Li Yao, who had been silent on the side, felt confused. He knew Wang Wenjiang well. He had always colluded with Yang Fengwu. Why was he suddenly targeting Yang Fengwu this time? Was it that Wang Wenjiang truly had a change of heart, or did he have something to do with the poisoning? At that moment, Wang Wenjiang walked over to Li Yao, friendly patting him on the shoulder, and turned back to Lu Qing, saying, young Master Lu, it's outrageous that the director plans to cover up such a serious matter as poisoning. I think he really lacks a sense of responsibility. He doesn't deserve to be a director. Today, Elder Lu's critical condition is all thanks to young Li here. Li Yao brushed Wang Wenjiang's hand off his shoulder, feeling no goodwill towards him, and sensed that there was a deep-seated hypocrisy hidden behind Wang Wenjiang's smile. Yang Fengwu was furious, gritting his teeth as he shouted, Wang Wenjiang, you heartless bastard. Stop pretending to be a nice guy. Seeing Yang Fengwu like this, it seemed he wanted to strangle both Wang Wenjiang and Li Yao. Enough, Lu Qing said coolly, silencing Yang Fengwu immediately, who dared not say anything further. No matter what, the fact that my grandfather was poisoned in your hospital only shows your lack of oversight. You really don't deserve to hold this position as director. It's time for you to pack up and leave. With the Lu family's influence, Lu Qing only needed to make a call to have Yang Fengwu removed from his position. Just then, someone from the Lu family rushed out of the ward, excitedly saying, Lu Qing, the old man has woken up. He was just asking to see his grandson. Come quickly. Lu Qing's expression brightened, and he hurried into the ward. Yang Fengwu felt a chill in his heart, realizing that the situation had reached an irreversible point. He had worked hard to become the director, and if he was removed just like that, he would not accept it. Li Yu, you have to help me. Yang Fengwu suddenly rushed over and grabbed Li Yao's hand. Li Yu was taken aback, surprised that Yang Fengwu still had the audacity to plead with him. His shamelessness was truly beyond measure. Li Yao, you saved old Lu. You are his benefactor. Please say a few good words for me to old Lu. As long as I can keep my position as the dean, I will immediately make you the chief physician. No. I will directly appoint you as the vice dean. Looking at Yang Fengwu's pitiful demeanor, Li Yao felt a wave of disgust. How can you still have the face to plead for mercy? You repeatedly shifted the blame onto me, making me, and in turn, take the fall. Did you ever think that you would end up like this? You brought this upon yourself. Someone like you is not fit to be the dean. Removing you from your position would actually be better for the patients in this hospital. Just get lost. Li Yao shook off Yang Fengwu's hand, completely severing the last thread of hope for him. Chapter 25. Lu Lao awakens. Yang Fengwu stood frozen in place. His entire demeanor resembling that of a dazed fool, his eyes filled with despair. An endless wave of regret surged within him. But the thought that this situation was completely irreversible gradually made him lose his sanity. In a frenzied manner, he pointed at Li Yao and shouted, "You! Just wait. What do you think you are? Even if I can't become the director, I won't let you have it easy." Li Yao sneered, "Say whatever you want. Whatever tricks you have, I'll take them. But now, you no longer have the right to be here. Get lost." Yang Fengwu let out a heavy snort and left in a huff. With his departure, Li Yao felt a sense of calm wash over him, and his heart felt considerably lighter. For a long time, Yang Fengwu had oppressed Li Yao in various ways, wielding his authority as the hospital director. If Yang Fengwu had remained in power, there would have been no chance for Li Yao to rise. Moreover, Yang Fengwu cared only for fame and fortune, never considering the lives of others. His departure was, in fact, a good thing for the patients. Just as Li Yao was about to leave, a member of the Lu family emerged from the ward and called out, "Dr. Li Yao, our elder wants to see you." As a doctor, communication with patients is essential. Li Yao nodded and walked into the ward. Inside, over a dozen Lu family members surrounded Lu Lao's bedside, who was already sitting up. He appeared to be in good spirits and had evidently recovered quite well. Li Yao approached with a smile and said, "Lu Lao, it looks like you're doing well now." Lu Lao grinned and replied, "Dr. Li, please have a seat." "Ah, my old bones have always had their issues, but thanks to you, I might have escaped meeting the king of hell." A Lu family member brought over a stool and Li Yao took a seat by Lu Lao's bedside without hesitation. Lu Lao continued, "Dr. Li, I know my body best. After your 2 treatments, I can feel that I've improved significantly. Thank you so much. If you have any requests, just let me know. As long as it's something the Lu family can help with, we will do our best to fulfill it." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing, who was standing nearby, clearly disapproved and quickly interjected, "Grandpa, while he did cure your illness, I've already given him what he deserves. There's no need to be so polite." Lu Lao waved his hand at Lu Qing, saying, "That's not how it works. Dr. Li saved my life. I can't just repay him casually." Turning back to Li Yao, Lu Lao added, "Dr. Li, you should think carefully before you respond. It's not every day that someone receives such a promise from an old man like me." Indeed, the Lu family was large and powerful, holding both wealth and authority, and Lu Lao was the most esteemed figure in the family. Receiving such a promise from him was likely something many would strive for but never attain. However, Li Yao's reaction was very calm. He casually waved his hand and said, "No need for that. Healing and saving lives is my job." He was never the type to repay kindness with malice. From a financial standpoint, he had already made hundreds of thousands from the Lu family and didn't seek any further rewards. After a brief interaction with old Lu, confirming that he was fine, Li Yao turned and left the hospital room. Watching Li Yao's departing figure, old Lu squinted slightly and said earnestly, "This young man is remarkable. Not only is he skilled in medicine, but he also remains unfazed by praise or criticism. Xiao Qing, when you have time, you should spend more time with Dr. Li Yao." Lu Qing, observing Li Yao's retreat, scoffed and replied, "Grandpa, I think you might be mistaken. This guy is nothing but a petty person. I don't think you need to hold him in such high regard." Old Lu chuckled warmly, shook his head, and sighed, "Ah, you're still too young. Whether Dr. Li Yao is a dragon or a worm, I believe time will tell." As Li Yao stepped out of the hospital, he noticed it was getting late and prepared to clock out for the day. Just a few steps away, he ran into Chen Jiai, who had already changed out of her nurse's uniform into casual clothes. At that moment, Chen Jiai looked stunning. Her figure curvy and her fair face adorned with a slight smile, sweet and charming. Li Yao couldn't help but secretly admire her. She truly was a great beauty. Chen Jiai approached Li Yao with a smile, gently asking, "Li Yao, everything is fine with old Lu now, right?" Li Yao nodded yes. Old Lu has woken up and is in good spirits. Chen Jiai scrutinized Li Yao curiously and asked, "How did your medical skills suddenly improve so much? Old Lu's situation was quite tricky, and you managed to handle it. When you were taking the blame before, I didn't see you being this impressive." Li Yao scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Well, everyone needs to progress, right? If I just stood still, I'd be stuck taking the blame forever." Chen Jiai gave him a thumbs up. "Not bad. A guy should have some ambition." Li Yao's recent improvements had come from special medicines he obtained from a live streaming platform. But he found it hard to explain that situation. He quickly changed the subject, saying, "It's getting late. It's not convenient for a girl like you to go back alone. Let me walk you home." Seeing that Li Yao was reluctant to discuss medical matters, Chen Jia, understanding his cues, didn't press further. However, her curiosity about Li Yao only grew. They had known each other for a while, and she noticed that Li Yao was quite different now. Not only had his medical skills improved significantly, but he also seemed much more confident and had a better aura about him. It was already past 11 o'clock at night, and the streets were nearly empty. Li Yao and Chen Jia strolled leisurely along the roadside, chatting occasionally and feeling quite relaxed, the fatigue from the day's work fading away. Just then, a group of tall, muscular men suddenly emerged from the side of the road, blocking their path. One of them shouted, "Everyone, stop right there," startling Chen Jia. Li Yu quickly stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Chen Jia, and calmly said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Looking at Li Yao's not-so-broad back, Chen Jia felt a strange sense of reassurance. Then, Li Yao turned to face the group of burly men, a hint of wariness in his eyes. "Who are you? And what do you want?" The muscular men parted to create a path, and Lu Cheng stepped forward from the group. Upon seeing Lu Cheng, Li Yao was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "It's you." Lu Cheng smirked slyly. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Chapter 26. Change. Li Yao gave a cold laugh, but remained silent. Since he dared to use Lu Cheng to take revenge on Lu Cheng, he had already anticipated that Lu Cheng might retaliate against him. After all, Lu Cheng had stated on the spot that once he cured old Lu, he wouldn't be concerned with Li Yao's affairs anymore. "I'll hold them off. You run first," Li Yao said to Chen Jia as he turned around. Although he felt some changes in his body after using the gene serum, he hadn't had the chance to test how significant those changes were, and didn't know if he could stand up to Lu Cheng and his gang. He could only let Chen Jia escape first. "What about you?" Chen Jia asked anxiously. "I'll be fine, don't worry." Li Yao's words were cut off as Lu Cheng interrupted him with a sinister smile. "Do you really think she can leave today? She must be your girlfriend, right? Quite pretty. You made me lose my job, so I'll have some fun with your girlfriend right in front of you, so you can understand the consequences of crossing me." As soon as Lu Cheng finished speaking, the men he had brought surrounded Li Yao and Chen Jia. "You." Chen Jia was both embarrassed and furious, stamping her feet in anger. "Wait for your chance and run quickly. Don't worry about me," Li Yao said calmly. Chen Jia's concern touched him deeply, and no matter what happened today, he would not allow her to be harmed. "You really think you can be a hero at a time like this?" Lu Cheng spat dismissively, then urged his men, "Get moving. Break his limbs first. Just leave him breathing." "Got it." One of the burly men replied cheerfully, then swung his fist towards Li Yao's head. Although the punch was uncoordinated and slow, it carried a lot of power. If Li Yao was hit, he would definitely be knocked out. "Li Yao, be careful." Chen Jia couldn't help but cry out. At that moment, she was in a state of panic, her heart racing, but she felt helpless and could only grip Li Yao's shirt tightly. Having never been in a fight before, Li Yao felt nervous. Instinctively, he wanted to dodge the punch, but he was worried that if he moved, Chen Jia would be hit from behind. So after hesitating, he clenched his fist and, with all his strength, swung at the arm of the burly man. Crack! Almost instantly as Li Yao threw his punch, he connected with the man's arm, followed by the sound of bone snapping. "Ah!" The burly man let out a scream, clutching his limp arm and stumbling back. At this moment, the look in his eyes towards Li Yao shifted from disdain and malice to deep fear. The others who were ready to attack seemed to have agreed on a signal, halting simultaneously, exchanging glances with one another, none daring to step forward. This sudden turn of events caused Lu Cheng's smug smile to freeze on his face, quickly replaced by shock. In his eyes, Li Yao was just a weak little doctor, someone he could easily take down by himself. Initially, he planned to bring 2 people along to beat Li Yao up and hand him over to Su Jie. However, Su Jie, worried about things going wrong, insisted he bring more people. The current situation was completely unexpected. Li Yao, under such circumstances, was able to crush bones with incredible strength and speed that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Even Lu Cheng, who had been in the military, knew he was no match for Li Yao. Damn it. So he was just pretending to be a harmless fool here. "Everyone, go at him together. If we succeed, I'll double your pay." As Lu Cheng snapped back to reality, he roared loudly, refusing to believe that so many people couldn't take down just one Li Yao. Besides, he had no way out now. If he couldn't bring Li Yao back to Su Jie today, he would lose his value in front of Su Jie and could never turn things around. So, he had no choice but to use money to motivate these people to do his bidding. At that moment, Li Yao was also in shock and excitement. He never imagined that a bottle of basic gene serum would bring such a significant change, elevating his strength and speed to a whole new level. Stumbling into this live broadcast room by chance was truly a stroke of luck. After hearing Lu Cheng's roar, Liao quickly snapped back to attention, pulling the dazed Qin Jiayi into his arms and then kicking at the nearest middle-aged man. Although his strength and speed had increased, there were too many opponents, and being besieged would inevitably lead to trouble, so he needed to take the initiative. Taking down even one opponent would be a victory. Qin Jiayi, still in Liao's embrace, was momentarily stunned, gazing at him in bewilderment. In her memory, Liao was just like any other recent medical graduate, ordinary and unremarkable, with average medical skills. But over the past few days, she had noticed that he had changed so much she could hardly recognize him. Not only had he brought Lu Lao back from the brink of death multiple times, but he was also incredibly skilled in fighting. How many more surprises does he have that I don't know about? Qin Jiayi thought to herself, completely oblivious to the fact that she was tightly held in Liao's arms. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of security, as if Liao could protect her from anything, even if the sky were to fall. Liao kicked out, and the man in front of him didn't have time to dodge, getting hit squarely. He let out a cry of pain, stumbling backward, and fell to the ground, rolling in agony. Liao didn't pause for a moment. With every punch and kick, he struck true, incapacitating his opponents. In less than a minute, all of Lu Cheng's dozen or so helpers were down on the ground, unable to get back up. Lu Cheng stared at the scene, utterly shocked and speechless. Although he had gathered street toughs who weren't particularly skilled at fighting, they should have easily handled a few ordinary people. He never expected Liao to turn the tables so dramatically. You just wait. One day, I'll make you pay for this. The fear in Lu Cheng's heart compelled him to flee, and he turned and ran. Liao had anticipated that Lu Cheng would try to escape. In one swift move, he dashed behind Lu Cheng and delivered a powerful blow, sending Lu Cheng crashing to the ground. What do you think you're doing? Lu Cheng exclaimed, turning around with a look of terror on his face. I remember someone just said they wanted to break my arms and legs. What do you think I should do? Liao replied with a cold smirk, slowly approaching Lu Cheng. Do you have any idea who I work for now? Su Jie from Shengshi Group. You'd better let me go. Otherwise, Su can crush you with just one finger, and you're nothing but a nobody in the medical field. Lu Cheng threatened, backing away while trying to sound intimidating. Chapter 27. Aren't you afraid of his revenge? Hearing the name Su Jie from Lu Cheng's mouth, Liao was momentarily taken aback. He thought Lu Cheng was coming to take revenge on him purely due to their personal grievances. He never expected that Lu Cheng was actually sent by Su Jie. Then, Liao suddenly had a thought. He walked over, grabbed Lu Cheng by the collar, and slapped him several times across the face, causing it to swell up. Although Lu Cheng appeared to be much more robust than Liao, at that moment, Liao was holding him up like a small chicken. Lu Cheng glared at Liao with resentment and threatened through gritted teeth, "Go ahead and hit me. I don't believe you dare to kill me. As long as I'm alive, I'll eventually take you down." Liao didn't take Lu Cheng's threats seriously at all. Instead, he sternly asked, "Tell me, did Su Jie poison old Lu?" Lu Cheng, who was initially filled with hatred, clearly panicked at this question. However, he still managed to deny it calmly, saying, "What poison? I don't know anything about it." Seeing the change in Lu Cheng's expression, Liao didn't waste any more words. He threw a punch, asking, "Speak. Do you really not know?" "I really don't know. I didn't poison anyone." Lu Cheng's face swelled even more, and he spoke with a lisp. Bang! Another punch landed. "I told you, I don't know. You dare." Bang! "Damn it." Bang! All right. I'll tell you everything." Lu Cheng couldn't hold out any longer. He realized his threats had no effect on Liao and was genuinely afraid that Liao might lose control and kill him. It wasn't Su Jie who poisoned him, it was Wang Wenjiang. "I didn't dare to expose Su Jie, but I've been watching you all day and know exactly what happened at the hospital. So I just shifted the blame. I'm friends with the person who manages the hospital's surveillance. Wang Wenjiang asked me to handle the surveillance guy while he went to poison old Lu." Wang Wenjiang. Liao frowned and asked. Logically, since old Lu had an incident in the hospital, they couldn't be unrelated. Why would Wang Wenjiang do this? Yes, that's him. After old Lu dies, he can use it to bring down the director. With his connections, he can surely get a promotion, at least to vice director. Heh, Liao scoffed. Now he understood why Wang Wenjiang had been acting so strangely that afternoon. Qin Jiayi, who had followed from behind, heard Lu Cheng's words and immediately exclaimed in indignation. Wang Wenjiang is truly despicable. He doesn't deserve to be a doctor at all. Liao shook his head and remained silent. Qin Jiayi was still too naive, completely unaware of the harsh realities of society. Liao had experienced a bit of it over the past couple of days, but he believed that even greater dangers awaited him. "I've told you what you wanted to know. Can I leave now?" Lu Cheng looked at Liao warily, slowly trying to get up from the ground. "I never said I would let you go just because you told me," Liao sneered, then lifted his foot and stepped on Lu Cheng's knee. Without any hesitation, His movements were swift and decisive. Ah! As Lu Cheng's scream escaped his lips, he was immediately hit by a wave of excruciating pain. Liao had crushed his other foot in both hands, causing him to lose consciousness and faint. The horrifying scene left Chun Jiai, who was watching nearby, with her mouth agape and her face pale. She had thought Liao was just joking about hurting Lu Cheng, never expecting him to actually go through with it, and so decisively at that. This was a side of Liao she had never seen before, determined and ruthless. All right, it's over. Let's go, Liao said, thinking that Chun Jiai was scared. He took her hand and led her away from the scene. Don't you worry that he might send Su Jie to take revenge on you? Chun Jiai finally regained her senses after walking for a while and asked Liao, glancing at his profile. Do you think if I told him I was afraid and let him go, they wouldn't come after me next time? Liao shrugged, speaking with a hint of resignation. He knew Su Jie was aware of the drug formula situation regarding him. No matter what happened to Lu Cheng today, Su Jie would not just let him off the hook. It was better for him to deal a heavy blow to Lu Cheng, so Su Jie would understand that taking something from him wouldn't be so simple and that there would be a cost to pay. But after you hit him, Chun Jiai wanted to say more, but Liao suddenly turned around and looked at her seriously, saying, there will always be people like that in this world. The weaker you are, the more they will bully you. They want to spare you just because you show weakness or try to please them. That will only make them more aggressive. The only way to deal with it is to become strong yourself, make them fear you, and then they won't dare to bully you. Do you understand? Yeah. Chun Jiai met Liao's gaze and felt her face flush when she realized he was looking at her. To hide her embarrassment, she quickly turned her head away. All right, we're at your building. You can go up by yourself, Liao said softly as he let go of her hand. Chun Jiai had been lost in thought and hadn't even realized that Liao had been holding her hand. Now that he had suddenly released it, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. To cover up her disappointment, she tilted her head back and asked Liao with an expectant expression, can you tell me your real identity? She felt that with his impressive medical skills and fighting abilities, his true identity couldn't possibly be as simple as it seemed. My real identity is just an ordinary doctor, and also your colleague, Liao replied with a light laugh, reaching out to ruffle her hair. All right, I'm off now. You go on up. Chun Jiai watched Liao's back, still dazed from the gesture of him ruffling her hair. After returning to his rented apartment, Liao eagerly took out his phone and entered a live streaming website called Black Technology Live. After depositing 30,000 yuan, he received 300 points and planned to check how many more points he needed to level up. He currently only has level 1 access to the live streaming room, and what he has achieved so far is already impressive. If he levels up again, it would definitely be a game changer. But when he checked the experience bar in the user center, he was infuriated. To go from level 0 to level 1, it required a staggering 100,000 cosmic coins, equivalent to 10 million renminbi. He thought that with the 500,000 given to him by Lu Qing, he would be close enough to level up. But it turned out to be just a drop in the bucket. It seems he needs to find a way to make some money. As soon as he thought about making money, Liao immediately remembered the formula for the cardiac rehabilitation agent. If he could get his hands on this formula and mass-produce the medication, not to mention 10 million, even making 100 million would be a piece of cake. Otherwise, Su Jie wouldn't be so desperate to obtain the formula from him. Liu quickly set out to find the doctor's live streaming room, no matter what. He had to secure that formula. Chapter 28. Unexpected gains. The doctor happened to be live streaming at that moment. Without hesitation, Liao directly used the 500,000 yuan that Lu Qing had given him to recharge 50,000 yuan, which he then gifted to the streamer. He understood the importance of showing gratitude. After all, he had benefited greatly from this doctor, so it was only right to give a little back. Besides, if he wanted to upgrade on this platform, he would have to recharge eventually. As soon as the gift effect appeared on the screen, the doctor, who had been focused on demonstrating how to save lives, immediately noticed and nearly jumped up in excitement. Bro, you're here. What is up today? Liao knew the doctor was curious about why he was gifting right away, so he quickly typed back, this is to thank you for the pulmonary detox agent you gave me today. Honestly, you've already helped me a lot. No need to be so polite. Look at how much more popular my stream is now compared to before. The doctor was a bit taken aback, his eyes glistening with gratitude. As a third-rate doctor, he never imagined he would receive so many gifts. Liao glanced at the viewer count. It was indeed much higher than the first time he had joined. After he sent the gift, a flurry of notifications popped up, prompting many people to join the stream, and the numbers kept rising. Rich guy, are you interested in invisibility? I can go invisible. Come check out my stream sometime. Ideas. Rich guy, I use all kinds of high-tech weapons. Come see for yourself. Hey, rich guy, whatever you like. I can fulfill your wishes, even stripping. Hurry and come gift me in my stream. Suddenly, the chat box was flooded with messages. Li Yao was speechless. It seemed these people were all here for him. However, he was somewhat surprised by what the streamers were saying, talking about invisibility and advanced technology. This could work in his favor. Perhaps if he gifted a few more things, he could turn these offers into something useful for himself. With that thought, Li Yao felt a surge of excitement. Bro, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll do my best to help. The doctor noticed so many people vying for his attention and felt a bit anxious. Can you give me the formula for the cardiac rehabilitation agent? Li Yao didn't hesitate and stated his goal directly. Just like that? The doctor was taken aback. Yep, now the doctor was no longer calm. A rich guy was actually asking for the formula for such a common remedy. Was he just being polite and asking for something random? It had to be that way. He was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. In addition to the cardiac rehabilitation agent formula, I'll also give you the formula for the basic gene agent. I'll get it to you right away. The doctor exclaimed excitedly. After saying that, he ended the stream abruptly. Li Yao knew he was probably going to send the items to him, just like last time. What Li Yao didn't expect was that he had only sought the formula for the cardiac rehabilitation agent. But the other party unexpectedly gifted him a formula for a basic gene potion as well. This time, he truly hit the jackpot. He was aware of the effects of the basic gene potion, and if he could mass produce it, the economic benefits would surely surpass those of the cardiac rehabilitation agent. As Li Yao quietly reveled in his excitement, a green light composed of code flashed across his phone screen, just like last time. The glow quickly vanished, revealing 2 booklets in front of him. Opening the booklets, he found indeed the formulas for the 2 potions. Some of the ingredient names were completely unfamiliar to Li Yao, but fortunately, the formulas included detailed descriptions of the effects of each ingredient, complete with images. After finishing both booklets, Li Yao noticed that some of the potions had different names, and some were not available on his side, but he figured he could substitute them with similar effect medicines. Li Yao planned to find an opportunity to start producing the potions as soon as possible, aiming to amass a fortune. After all, in this materialistic society, having money is the ultimate power. Later, Li Yao opened a live streaming room to browse. Perhaps due to his low level, there weren't many live streams available on his phone screen. After clicking in, he found streams on martial arts, fortune-telling, and alchemy. He wasn't particularly interested at the moment. And feeling tired, he quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Li Yao was awakened by his alarm clock. He hadn't planned on going to the hospital anymore. But in order to maintain his position as an attending physician, he had to get up and go to work. At the hospital, before he could even warm up his seat, someone approached him saying, Li Yao, the director wants to see you. The director? Yang Fengwu. He hadn't been fired yet. What could he want with him? Li Yao felt a bit confused but still made his way to the director's office and pushed the door open. To his surprise, the person sitting inside was no longer Yang Fengwu, but the former vice president, Lin Jinyuan. Lin Jinyuan had previously held little power and rarely managed hospital affairs. So Li Yao wasn't very familiar with him. Dr. Li, you've come. Please, take a seat, Lin Jinyuan said warmly, putting down his pen before eagerly welcoming him. After Li Yao sat down, Lin Jinyuan excitedly continued, Dr. Li, you may not know yet, but the previous director Yang has been dismissed. And I am now the acting director. Once Li Yao entered, he had already guessed a bit of what had happened, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Dr. Li, I've heard about your treatment of old Lu. So many doctors were at a loss with that urgent case, yet you managed to cure him with ease. It's clear you are a promising talent, and you will surely have a bright future ahead. Lin Jinyuan sat beside Li Yao, his eyes filled with admiration. As the director, I cannot let someone like you go unnoticed, so I have decided to promote you to attending physician. I have already submitted the report, and the personnel changes should be announced soon. Li Yao's heart leaped with joy. He hadn't expected the newly appointed director to be such a go-getter, resolving the matter he had in mind so quickly. As long as he became the attending physician, he could finally pursue matters concerning Jiang Yueyao. Thank you, Dean. Li Yao replied politely. His current state of mind was worlds apart from the Li Yao of the past. If it had been the old him, he would have jumped for joy at this moment. Now, however, he merely felt a slight ripple of emotion, for he knew that since yesterday, his fate had undergone a dramatic change. You've earned it. No need to be modest, Lin Jinyuan said with a hearty laugh. He understood that his ascent to this position was entirely due to Li Yao's contributions. Otherwise, he would have had to wait at least another 5 or 6 years for Yang Fengwu to retire. By then, he would be nearing his own retirement, and the position would likely not be available to him. Thus, he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards Li Yao. Come on. I'm holding a meeting today, and you're coming with me, Lin Jinyuan said, leading Li Yao out of the office. When they arrived at the meeting venue, Li Yao noticed that many people were already waiting there. The first seat on the dean's left was occupied by Wang Wenjiang. As soon as Wang saw the dean enter with Li Yao, he immediately stood up and scoffed. Dean, what is the meaning of this? This is a middle management meeting for the hospital. Why did you bring an intern doctor? Chapter 29. Revelation. Lin Jinyuan pressed his hand down, signaling Wang Wenjiang to take a seat, then addressed everyone in the conference room. The purpose of today's meeting is to announce some personnel changes in the hospital. Effective immediately, I will be taking on the role of hospital director. Wang Wenjiang will be promoted to vice director, and Dr. Li Yao will be promoted to attending physician. Some people in the room were already aware of the news, while others were not. However, after hearing the announcement, they began to congratulate Lin Jiyuan and Wang Wenjiang. As for Li Yao, he was completely overlooked. After all, he was just an intern, and everyone else in the room was at least on par with him in terms of rank, so naturally, no one was eager to curry favor with him. Lin Jiyuan thought that once he explained, everyone would understand why he brought Li Yao to the meeting, and that would be the end of it. Just as he was about to sit down, Wang Wenjiang suddenly exclaimed, "This is outrageous. Absolutely absurd. What qualifications does this intern, who has been at the hospital for less than 6 months, have to be an attending physician? Is he skilled enough? Does he have enough experience? Has he even passed the exams? This personnel change is simply ridiculous." Wang Wenjiang pointed at Li Yao, filled with righteous indignation. This really does go against the rules. Yes, to become an attending physician, one should at least have a few years of experience, right? How long has he even been here? Seeing Wang Wenjiang's opposition, others began to chime in, voicing their agreement. Lin Jinyuan furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. He hadn't expected Wang Wenjiang to resist his personnel change in front of so many people. It was a blatant disregard for his authority as director. However, he still patiently explained, "Everyone, please calm down. Dr. Li has successfully treated old Lu's illness, which is well documented. His medical skills are beyond doubt, right? Moreover, there is a position available for an attending physician, and as the director, I have the authority to appoint him. As for the qualifications and exams, I believe Dr. Li's abilities will make that a non-issue. So let us not dwell on this matter any further." Li Yao was surprised that Lin Jinyuan would be so partial to him. He felt a bit touched. After all, he had witnessed how selfish and power-driven people could be, and Lin Jinyuan's willingness to support him under pressure was commendable. Medical skills? After hearing Lin Jinyuan's words, Wang Wenjiang let out a disdainful sneer and said with feigned righteousness, "Director Lin, are you not aware of how many patients have died under his care in such a short time? Just because he happened to cure one person, does that mean he deserves to be elevated? Is that appropriate? So many lives are at stake. As medical professionals, we must respect life. He has personally been responsible for so many lives lost. What face does he have to sit as an attending physician? Not firing him is already merciful. Don't think it's just me, Wang. I believe most doctors here would agree, and the Health Bureau certainly wouldn't approve." Lin Jinyuan initially thought that Li Yao becoming the chief physician was not a big deal. As the newly appointed hospital director, he believed everyone would give him some face. However, he didn't expect Wang Wenjiang to be so relentless. Wang's last remark was clearly a reminder that he has a father who is the director of the Health Bureau, which was a veiled threat using the Health Bureau against him. Director, a doctor who endangers lives shouldn't be trusted with such responsibilities. Please reconsider this position of chief physician. If this gets out, it could severely damage our hospital's reputation. Many doctors began to persuade him. Lin Jinyuan realized that these people were just trying to curry favor with Wang Wenjiang, putting him in a difficult position. Seeing the tide turning against him, Wang Wenjiang couldn't help but smirk, casting a provocative glance at Li Yao. He knew that the conflict between him and Li Yao had deepened, and he feared that Li Yao might rise to prominence through his medical skills and seek revenge. Therefore, he couldn't afford to give Li Yao any opportunities for advancement. He had to keep him firmly underfoot. Li Yao ignored Wang Wenjiang's smug demeanor and directly addressed Lin Jiyuan. "Director, may I say a few words?" Wang Wenjiang scoffed. "Who do you think you are? You have no place to speak here. Get out, don't waste our time." Looking at Wang Wenjiang, Li Yao suddenly smiled, unfazed, and said slowly, "What a show of authority. You accuse me of endangering lives? Then I have to ask you, as an intern, why am I allowed to interact with so many patients? Why are there so many complex cases assigned to me? Patients on the brink of death are given to me to treat? I believe most doctors wouldn't understand what that implies, right?" After a pause, Li Yao continued earnestly, "If all you gave me were patients with a 100 chance of dying, for the sake of the hospital's reputation, I could take that on. But there are many patients who, if you took a risk, might still have a chance to live." His voice suddenly rose an octave. "But what about you? For your own reputation, for your own status, you completely disregard those people's lives, just throwing them at me, and in turn, to take the blame. Doesn't your conscience ache? Wang Wenjiang, when you do these things, do you deserve to be a doctor? Do you even deserve to be a human being?" Under Li Yao's relentless questioning, Wang Wenjiang suddenly shivered. "So I want to ask you, how does someone like you, with no medical ethics, end up in your position? Is it because of your father in the health bureau? Because you let people die? Because you poison patients? Li Yao's words stirred up a storm. What? You're slandering me. When have I ever poisoned anyone? Wang Wenjiang's eyes widened in disbelief. The surrounding doctors began to murmur. Poison? What is going on? Li Yao snorted coldly, taking out his phone and playing a recording of Lu Cheng. I'm comrades with the person who manages the hospital's surveillance. Wang Wenjiang asked me to handle the surveillance guy while he went to poison. The meeting room fell silent. Wang Wenjiang was in a panic. You're talking nonsense. This is slander. Slander. Outrageous slander. Poisoning? What is going on? Lin Jiyuan immediately walked over to Li Yao, asking seriously. Li Yao remained silent and played another recording. Yes, it's him. After old Lu died, he could use that to bring down the director. With his connections, he could definitely get promoted. At the very least, he could become a deputy director. After the recording finished, the meeting room erupted into chaos. They had only heard about poisoning before, but now to find out it was actually poisoning old Lu, it was a huge deal. Chapter 30. Evil begets evil. I did not poison old Lu. I did not. That little brat is slandering me. I didn't do it. Wang Wenjiang was completely panicked. If the Lu family heard that he poisoned old Lu, his father wouldn't be able to protect him. Seeing Li Yao's phone right in front of him, Wang Wenjiang immediately lunged forward, trying to snatch it away. Li Yao, quick on his feet, kicked him away with a swift motion, sending Wang Wenjiang flying. Where did you get this recording, Li Yao? Is it credible? Lin Jinyuan asked calmly, though his heart was racing. Even though he was the director and Wang Wenjiang was the deputy director, Wang Wenjiang's father had influence over them, making Wang Wenjiang his biggest threat. He could be ousted at any moment. Even if he wasn't removed, Wang Wenjiang would certainly not listen to him. His recent attempt to undermine Li Yao's position as the lead physician was a clear example. If the recording in Li Yao's possession was genuine, then Wang Wenjiang would definitely be going to jail, and even his father could be implicated. This was monumental news for Lin Jiyuan. Whether it's true or not, the police will investigate. If the police don't look into it, the Lu family will, Li Yao replied nonchalantly. The words were like a wake-up call for Lin Jiyuan. He quickly realized that the recording provided a compelling motive for Wang Wenjiang to poison old Lu. Regardless of the truth, if this information reached the Lu family, even if Wang Wenjiang hadn't actually poisoned anyone, they wouldn't let him off the hook. Quick, call the police and have the security grab him. Don't let him escape. Lin Jiyuan ordered, without hesitation, instructing someone to apprehend Wang Wenjiang. You dare to have someone arrest me? Wang Wenjiang scrambled to his feet, glaring furiously at Lin Jiyuan. Do you know who my father is? Do you believe I could get you removed as the director? I don't care who your father is. This is a society governed by law, and I refuse to believe he can cover everything up. If illegal activities happen in our hospital, I must report them. Lin Jiyuan said sternly. You've got guts. Just wait. Wang Wenjiang, flustered, pulled out his phone, ready to make a call. You're not thinking of calling your dad, are you? Does he have a hand in this too? Now that things have come to light, are you planning to warn him to escape or collude on the testimony? Li Yao observed Wang Wenjiang calmly. He had long heard that Wang Wenjiang's father was no good. If he had the chance to take down both father and son, he wouldn't hold back. It would eliminate a future threat. Wang Wenjiang, now too furious to make the call, turned red with anger, pointing at Li Yao and shouting. You're talking nonsense. I didn't poison anyone. Neither did my dad. The once proud deputy director had now been reduced to a corner dog. Li Yao ignored him completely. And at Lin Jinyuan's command, the hospital security arrived and apprehended Wang Wenjiang. Just you wait. Wang Wenjiang shot a venomous glare at Li Yao before being led away by the security. He knew he couldn't escape now. Otherwise, even if the police proved his innocence, the Lu family might see it as fleeing due to guilt. He could only think of a way to ask someone to clarify the situation with the Lu family. You should take care of yourself first. Li Yao snorted coldly, handed the recording to the security guard, and calmly sat down in a chair, instructing the guard to give it to the police later. With the matter settled for now, Lin Jiyuan was in high spirits and organized everyone to continue the meeting. This was Li Yao's first time attending such a meeting. He initially thought they would discuss work plans, but the entire meeting turned into a celebration of him, with Lin Jiyuan praising him in various ways. In the past, Li Yao would have been thrilled, but now it made him feel quite uncomfortable. Finally, after enduring until the end of the meeting, as soon as Li Yao stepped out of the conference room, he saw Chen Jiayi walking towards him with an excited expression. That's great. Wang Wenjiang has finally been dealt with. Li Yao, you're amazing. The events from the meeting room had already spread throughout the hospital, so Chen Jiayi was aware of them too. He got what he deserved. Li Yao smiled and then changed the subject. Do you have time after work today? Huh? Chen Jiayi was momentarily taken aback, and her heart began to race. Is he asking me out? Thinking of this possibility, a blush suddenly appeared on her fair face. Afraid that Li Yao would notice her embarrassment, She quickly lowered her head and replied softly, I have time. In Liao's eyes, Qinjai had always been the type to be carefree and open. Now, seeing her suddenly shy and feminine made him find her quite adorable. If you're free, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? I haven't had the chance to thank you for helping me so much last time. Uh-huh. Qinjai nodded gently. Okay, then I'll find you after work, Liao said, turning to leave. It seemed that only after Liao had walked quite a distance did Qinjai suddenly realize, why did I agree so quickly? Doesn't he think I'm the kind of girl who is easygoing and agrees to everything, does he? As Liao left the conference room to do his rounds in the wards, he happened to see Lu Qing helping old Lu out of the room, followed by several people carrying large bags. Old Lu is being discharged now, Liao greeted him proactively. Yes, old Lu turned his head and, upon seeing Liao, immediately broke into a warm smile. I really have to thank Dr. Li this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how I would have made it out of the hospital. All right, Grandpa, let us hurry up. The car is waiting downstairs, Lu Qing said coldly, shooting a glance at Liao before urging old Lu. You child, tisk. Old Lu sighed helplessly, then called out to Liao, Dr. Li, come visit us at home when you have time. After saying this, he turned and left. Liao understood Lu Qing's meaning and didn't take it to heart. There are plenty of self-important people in this world, and he couldn't concern himself with them. Stop right there. As Liao was finishing his rounds and preparing to head back to his office, he suddenly heard Lu Qing's voice from behind him. He turned around and saw Lu Qing staring at him with a gloomy expression. You fabricated the story about Wang Wenjiang poisoning my grandfather, didn't you? You want to use us, the Lu family, to deal with him? Lu Qing said as he walked towards Liao. I just happen to know the truth about this matter and stated it. As for what your Lu family wants to do with him, that's your business. I'm not interested. Liao replied, then pushed the door and walked into the office. Lu Qing followed Liao inside and sneered. In reality, it's Yang Fengwu. And now it's Wang Wenjiang. How come I feel like the one who poisoned him is you, trying to kill two birds with one stone? Do you think the Lu family is easy to manipulate? Chapter 31. The proposal. Liao indeed had the intention of using Lu Qing to deal with Yang Fengwu and Wang Wenjiang. On one hand, Lu Qing's arrogant attitude annoyed him. On the other hand, the fact that those two had been hanging around the hospital made him think that becoming the attending physician wouldn't be easy and certainly wouldn't happen quickly. Even if Lu Qing saw through his intentions, he remained unfazed and coldly retorted, since you've already guessed my purpose and still took the bait. It only shows your foolishness. However, you can spare those too, as long as you're not afraid of losing face for your Lu family. Lu Qing clenched his fist in anger. No one in Yinqing had ever dared to speak to him this way. Liao was the first. And he had provoked him time and again. If it weren't for his grandfather's warning, he would have loved to give Liao a good beating. Fine. You've got guts. We'll see how this plays out. Lu Qing shot Liao a cold glance before turning to leave. He had initially intended to warn Liao again, but it seemed that Liao wouldn't take his warning seriously. He would just have to show Liao a lesson another time. Liao didn't take Lu Qing's words to heart. He took out his phone and dialed Jiang Yueyao's number. His eagerness to become the attending physician was solely for her sake. Now that he had succeeded, he wanted to notify Jiang Yueyao as soon as possible. After several attempts, no one answered. Is that girl still asleep? Worried about disturbing her. Liao stopped calling and began to ponder how to produce the cardiac rehabilitation agent. He wanted to become powerful, and money was essential. The only quick way he could think of to make money was to mass-produce the cardiac rehabilitation agent. However, producing a new drug required applying for patents, approvals, hiring staff, building factories, and many other tedious tasks. Liao wasn't well versed in these matters, and if he tried to do it on his own, it would surely take a long time. So he contemplated whether he should hire someone to help him or find a partner. He initially thought of handing the formula over to Jiang Yueyao's family company, but the thought of her parents' attitude made him abandon that idea decisively. It seemed that this matter was not as simple as he had imagined. Liao sighed and then took out his phone to aimlessly browse the internet. What? In a luxurious office, Su Jie stood up from his chair in disbelief after hearing the news from his assistant. You mean Liao can take on so many people? Are you kidding me? When he had sent Lu Qing to capture Liao the day before, he was confident that it would be a sure thing. He had been waiting all night without any news from Lu Cheng. When he finally called, no one picked up, and only just now had he learned that Lu Cheng had been beaten to the hospital with broken limbs by Liao. He said so himself. And I went to the hospital. He really is incapacitated, the assistant replied with certainty. What a waste, Su Jie said, his face darkening. Did he let slip anything I told him to do? No, he said it was framed onto a doctor. I've confirmed this. And that hospital has already been shut down. Su Jie let out a sigh of relief, sitting back down. He instructed his assistant, all right, I understand. You spent money to take care of Lu Qing, so arrange for fourth master to have dinner with me tonight. The assistant hesitated upon hearing the name Fourth Master. Is it really necessary to involve him? We could find someone skilled ourselves. You know Fourth Master is ruthless, and if anything goes wrong, it could tarnish our company's image. What do you know? This matter must be foolproof. Just do as I say. Sujia interrupted impatiently. He had previously thought that Li Yu was insignificant and could be easily dealt with. However, after the events of the past few days, he realized he had underestimated Li Yao. Not only was he skilled in medicine and had cured old Lu, but he had also detoxified him in one go and was quite formidable in a fight. Su Jie didn't want to give Li Yao any more time to grow stronger. He needed to take him down once and for all. If anything went wrong, the Su family would lose a significant opportunity for a powerful rise. After spending a whole morning idly in the office, Li Yao called Jiang Yueo again. But no one answered. She can't possibly be sleeping this long, can she? Worried that something might have happened to her, Li Yao decided to take a taxi directly to the villa where Jiang Yueyao lived. He rang the doorbell at the Iron Gate. Li Yao used to live in a villa too, but ever since the incident, he had been forced to rent a place. Seeing the luxurious villas again stirred up feelings of sadness, and he even missed his parents who had passed away in the accident. Just as Li Yao was lost in thought, the door of the villa opened, and Zhang Fengxia, dressed in flashy jewelry, came out. Looking disdainfully at Li Yao outside the gate, she asked, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to see Wei Yao." Although Li Yao was annoyed by Zhang Fengxia's attitude, he endured it for Jiang Yueyao's sake. "She want to see you. And she is definitely not going to marry you. Get over it, and don't come looking for her again. If you keep bothering her, don't blame me for being rude," Zhang Fengxia said, slamming the door shut before Li Yao could explain. Li Yao finally understood why he couldn't reach Jiang Yueyao. It was definitely Zhang Fengxia's doing. You, he called out, disregarding everything else. "What are you doing? Get lost, or I'll call security." Zhang Fengxia stormed out again, furious. Li Yao ignored her and shouted a few more times until Jiang Yueyao finally leaned out of the window. However, the once youthful and vibrant Jiang Yueyao now looked somewhat haggard, making Li Yao's heart ache. "Yueyao, I've become the chief physician. Marry me." Although Li Yao hadn't planned to propose today, given the circumstances with the Jiang family, he felt he had to ask for her hand now. As long as Jiang Yueyao agrees, he will rush in immediately to take her away and later propose romantically again. "What?" Zhang Fengxia listened to Li Yao's words and jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Don't be ridiculous. So what if you become the attending physician? How much do you earn in a month? Is it enough to buy my daughter a single piece of clothing? Even if you worked your whole life? Could you afford luxury cars and mansions? Are you expecting my daughter to suffer alongside you? Go dream on. Just get out of here." Chapter 32. Jiang Yueyao's concerns. Have you become the attending physician? A hint of surprise flickered across Jiang Yueyao's weary face, her expression softening slightly. It wasn't that she particularly cared whether Li Yao was the attending physician. Even if he were just an ordinary doctor, she would still have feelings for him. She had said that to encourage him, but she hadn't expected him to achieve that goal so quickly. At that moment, she wasn't quite prepared for it. Yao, you don't have to give me an answer right away. I can wait for your response." Li Yao looked at the hesitation on Jiang Yueyao's face and didn't press her further. Instead, he said earnestly, "As long as you don't want to, I won't force you. And as long as I'm here, no one can make you do anything you don't want to do." Jiang Yueyao's heart stirred at Li Yao's words, and her fair face showed signs of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It wasn't that she didn't want to agree. It was just that there were too many complicated issues within her family, and she worried that if Li Yao got involved, he would also be hurt. "Humph, you really have a big mouth." Zhang Fengxia sneered upon hearing Li Yao's words. "Who do you think you are? What makes you think you can say such things? Do you have the ability to back it up?" She looked Li Yao up and down, her face displaying disdain. "Just look at you. No money, no background. Then look at Sujia. He is not only wealthy, but he also comes from a good family and is better looking than you. What do you think you can do to compete with him?" As she mocked him, she continued, "If you had even half of Sujia's capabilities, I wouldn't say anything. But you don't have anything. You think I'd let my daughter marry a poor guy like you? In your next life, you wouldn't even get a chance." Zhang Fengxiao pointed at Li Yao, ridiculing him while rolling her eyes. "Mom, how can you say that?" Jiang Yueyao, hearing her mother's scornful words, quickly intervened. Looking at Li Yao with concern and feeling quite guilty, Li Yao clenched his fists, enduring the insults in silence, but that didn't mean he wasn't affected. If it weren't for the fact that this woman was Jiang Yueyao's mother, he would have wanted to punch her. "You look down on me now, but I will make you see me differently in the future." Li Yao's fist cracked with tension. He used to be unable to change his fate. But now that he had control over his own path, even becoming a top-tier doctor was no longer a distant dream. "Oh, who is this? What has made my beautiful aunt so angry?" Just then, a pretentious voice interrupted the standoff. A tall man dressed lavishly, his hair slicked back and shining, approached slowly with a bouquet of flowers and a friendly smile. It turns out we have some trash at home. No wonder Anne is unhappy. A man walked slowly towards them, casting a disdainful sidelong glance at Li Yao before pausing for just a moment to continue on to Zhang Fengxia, where he flashed a perfect smile. Andy, I came to see Yao Yao. This man was the Su Jie that Zhang Fengxia had mentioned. Well, little Jie is here. Why didn't you let Annie know in advance? That way, I could have been prepared. Upon seeing Su Jie, Zhang Fengxia's previously stern expression blossomed into a broad smile, but she shot a dissatisfied glance at Li Yao. At least if I had known you were coming, I would have let such an out-of-place person linger here. He is just a toad trying to eat swan meat. He should take a good look in the mirror and see what he really is before trying to pursue Yao Yao. If I were you, I'd have found a quiet place to hide by now. Su Jie also cast a disdainful look at Li Yao, but didn't care much. In his eyes, someone without money or power like Li Yao didn't even deserve to be considered a rival, and he had never taken him seriously. Oh, little Jie. Your status is so esteemed, there is no need to stoop to this person's level. Zhang Fengxia shot Li Yao a glare before turning back to Su Jie with a beaming smile. Yao Yao isn't feeling well today and has been staying in her room. You should go keep her company. I can handle this guy. What is wrong with Yao Yao? Where does it hurt? Hearing this, Li Yao immediately looked over at Jiang Yueyao, trying to discern something from her expression. However, as a doctor, he wasn't a magician. From this distance, he could only see that she looked a bit haggard. What does it matter to you if our Yao Yao is sick? Just get lost. Zhang Fengxia's face changed dramatically upon hearing Li Yao speak, and she rushed over to shoo him away. Li Yao, seeing Su Jie there, had no intention of leaving. Upon hearing that Jiang Yueyao was unwell, his concern deepened. And despite Zhang Fengxia's pushing and insults, he refused to budge. Kid, I advise you to stop having designs on Yao Yao. Even if you're a chief physician now, in my eyes, you're still nothing. With just a flick of my finger, I could make you regret it for the rest of your life. Su Jian narrowed his snake-like eyes and glared coldly at Li Yao, his voice dark. So what? Bring it on. Let us see who ends up regretting it. Li Yao shot back, his expression resolute and unafraid. Ever since his parents passed away, Jiang Yueyao had become the only love and family he had. In such circumstances, even if someone held a knife to his throat, he wouldn't be intimidated. Li Yao, Jiang Yueyao, witnessing the escalating situation, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, her already pale face growing even whiter. This fool, why is he being so reckless? Does he still want to show off? She knew that although Su Jie appeared to be a gentleman on the surface, he had a wicked heart. If a confrontation occurred, Li Yao would definitely be the one to suffer. Li Yao, I need to think about what you said. You should hurry back. Jiang Yueyao stretched her body and shouted as loudly as she could. Marriage is my own business. If I don't want to marry, no one can force me. And it wouldn't matter if you all stayed here. You should just leave. Yao Yao, I'm waiting for your response. Li Yao looked at Jiang Yueyao's pale face, feeling even more heartbroken. At the same time, he shot an annoyed glance at Su Jie. If it weren't for this guy barging in, Yao Yao would have definitely come out to give him an answer. Su Jie, do you think you can get anything in this world just by wielding power? Yao Yao won't marry someone she doesn't want to, and as for you, you have no chance. Chapter 33. A date. What did you say? Su Jie's expression darkened, his face tightening as if he could squeeze water from it. However, with Jiang Yueyao watching from above, his demeanor quickly softened, and he relaxed his fists. Forget it. I'm not like you, a vulgar piece of trash. You can only find joy in your words. For Yueyao's sake, I want to hold it against you. Su Jie adjusted his collar and flashed a friendly smile at Jiang Yueyao upstairs. Then he turned back toward Li Yao, taking a couple of steps closer. His gentle smile twisting into a dark, sinister expression. If you want to challenge me, you better be careful. Don't let your pursuit of Yueyao cost you your life. Su Jie whispered, his eyes filled with malice. Feel free to show me what you've got. I'm always ready. Li Yao felt a tightening in his chest at Su Jie's threat, but still replied fearlessly. Jiang Yueyao broke the tension, stating that it was pointless for the two of them to remain there, and suggested they part ways. Later that evening, some nurses at the hospital were getting ready to clock out. Chen Jiai had changed into her casual clothes. Let us go. I'll treat you to dinner, Li Yao said, waving at her. Sure. Where are we going? Chen Jiai bounced over to Li Yao, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wandilan restaurant, he replied, raising an eyebrow. Wandilan? Chen Jiai gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. She knew that Wandilan was the most luxurious restaurant in the city. Its elegant exterior, diverse and rich menu, and beautifully designed ambience struck a chord with many. However, the prices were shockingly high, consistently ranking as the most expensive dining option in the area. A single meal could easily cost someone half a year's salary. Chen Jai had always wanted to go, but was held back by her monthly earnings. Isn't it going to be too expensive to eat there? She asked, trying to temper her excitement and considering Li Yao's wallet. Don't worry. I'm an attending physician now, and I've just treated old Liu. I can afford it, Li Yao replied confidently with a smile. Besides, how could I treat my benefactor poorly? Without you, I might not even be a doctor yet, or I might still be stuck in the police station. Hee hee. So I'm important, huh? Chen Jai felt a warm glow in her heart, her cheeks slightly flushed. Of course you are. Let us hurry, Leo said with a grin. Wait, if we're going to such a nice restaurant, I have to dress up beautifully. Chen Jai suddenly looked serious. Let me go home and change. Li Yao chuckled helplessly but allowed Chen Jai to take her time. When she returned home, she changed into an off-the-shoulder dress that showcased her fair shoulders and long legs. After a bit of makeup, she looked several times more attractive than usual, exuding a mix of innocence and allure that made her look like a star, drawing the attention of passers-by. After finishing up, it was already quite late when Li Yao finally took Chen Jai to the restaurant. Although Chen Jai maintained her ladylike demeanor, her growling stomach had betrayed her true feelings. Let us eat, Li Yao said with a smile, knowing that Chen Jai was a bit shy, so he dug in first. As they chatted while eating, the food gradually started to cool, but the atmosphere between them was heating up. Chen Jai's gaze remained fixed on Li Yao, her face flushed with warmth. Li Yao, she said, having put down her chopsticks, resting her chin on her hand as she stared intently at him, her big eyes shining like crescent moons. I've noticed you're getting more impressive and mysterious, and you seem to have become even more handsome. Her cheeks were turning red, and she exhaled sweet, warm breath as she slowly added, I think I'm starting to be fascinated by you. Li Yao was taken aback by Chen Jai's words. He wasn't foolish and understood the implication behind her statement. For a goddess to say such things to him was something he could never have imagined before. And now, it was actually happening. However, he already had a girlfriend, Jiang Yueyao, so how could he entertain feelings for another girl? But saying that outright might be too hurtful for her delicate feelings. At the entrance of the restaurant, Lu Qing and his friend Zhao Yang walked in together. Lu Qing's sharp gaze scanned the room, and his brows furrowed slightly when he spotted Zhang Feng and Chen Jai, his expression darkening. What's wrong? Zhao Yang followed his gaze and, upon seeing the two, wore a puzzled look on his face. Ugh, it's that Li Yao again. He gives me a headache just seeing him. Lu Qing recounted how Li Yao had treated his grandfather and how he had spoken disrespectfully to him. Zhao Yang snickered at this. He's just a nobody. Does he still dare to mess with you? Zhao Yang said. His eyes lingered on Li Yao's table, staring intently at Chen Jai, his eyes gleaming with interest. In a place like this, I actually run into such a stunning beauty? Lu Qing's interest was piqued. What, are you interested? Zhao Yang nodded eagerly, his eyes filled with greed and desire. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a unique charm. Too bad she has a boyfriend. What does that matter? She's just a nurse. Since you like her, do you think that Li Yao would dare to stand in the way? I'll make sure she ends up in your bed, Lu Qing boasted confidently. Meanwhile, Li Yao was feeling awkward, trying to figure out how to navigate the situation when a mocking voice suddenly cut in. Oh, isn't this our Dr. Li? Lu Qing approached with a smirk, looking down on Li Yao. I never thought a little doctor like you could afford to eat in a place like this. Li Yao frowned at the remark and turned to look. He saw Lu Qing standing not far away, wearing an arrogant expression, accompanied by a well-dressed man. Right? I can afford to eat here thanks to the money from young Master Liu. Enjoying a luxurious meal on your dime is quite nice. But running into you here is a bit of bad luck. Li Yao let out a cold laugh, refusing to back down. Who are you calling unlucky? Lu Qing frowned, taken aback by Li Yao's lack of respect. He felt the urge to lash out, but thinking about Zhao Yang's situation, he held back and got straight to the point. My friend is here today, so I can't be bothered to argue with you. Your girl is quite attractive, and my buddy has taken a liking to her. So why don't you just let her go? Zhao Yang, wearing a lecherous grin, looked at Chen Jai and hypocritically said, Come over here and be my woman. And you won't have to follow this broke loser around living a poor life. If you enjoy dining here, I can bring you every day. And we can even go to more luxurious places without any problem. Chapter 34. The beautiful boss, what are you talking about? Chen Jai bit her lip. Her face instantly flushed. She wasn't Li Yao's girlfriend, even though she wished she were. After all, it wasn't the right time yet. Moreover, the way he spoke made her feel like he saw her as one of those women who could be bought for money, which was an insult to her. Jai, don't be angry. What's the point of talking to these people? Just because they have a bit of money doesn't mean they are any better than anyone else. At their core, they are trash. No amount of money can change that, Li Yao said coldly, stepping in front of Chen Jai protectively. As long as I'm here, this guy may have ulterior motives, but he won't have the ability to take you away. Li Yao, you're getting more and more arrogant. You better not forget your own identity and what ours is, Lu Qing said proudly, pointing at Qinjiai. You'd better hand over the woman next to you to my friend and get lost. You have no business here today. Oh? What? Do you really want to forcefully take a beautiful woman? Li Yao replied mockingly. Mr. Lu's morals are truly commendable. Does the old man know about this? Li Yao glanced at Lu Qing with indifference. You dare tell the old man? Do you believe I can have someone take care of you? Lu Qing's face changed instantly upon hearing this. He knew such matters were disgraceful, but he harbored resentment towards Li Yao and was tempted to help Zhao Yang. However, if this got back to the old man, he would surely be kicked out of the Lu family. Heh, I didn't expect Mr. Lu to have a cowardly side. But let us see who gets taken care of first, Li Yao sneered. Jiayi, let us go. Li Yao was tired of wasting time with Lu Qing and this Zhao Yang that had suddenly appeared. It was ruining his mood for a date with a beautiful woman. Okay. Chen Jiayi nodded obediently, standing up with Li Yao, ready to leave. Hey, you can't just walk away like that. Zhao Yang spread his hands, blocking the two. He looked at Li Yao with mockery. You dare to stand up to me and young Master Lu? You've got guts. How about this? 10 million. And you can give me your woman. You'd be getting money you could never earn in your lifetime. What do you say? Heh. I didn't expect the prestigious Lu family to have such filthy, low-class friends. Today has been quite an eye-opener, Li Yao retorted. Who are you calling low-class? Zhao Yang shouted angrily, preventing Li Yao and Chen Jiayi from leaving. The bodyguards behind him crowded in, blocking their way. Want to fight? Li Yao's expression darkened. He had come out for a nice date, and now this scum had turned it into a mess. Whoa, 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 esteemed guests, what is going on here? Let us talk things out. A middle-aged, overweight man in a restaurant uniform hurried over, wearing a forced smile. I'm the manager here. There is no need to get angry. We're all here to eat. As the manager spoke, he assessed both parties. He had the insight to become a manager in such a luxurious restaurant, and with one glance, he quickly determined the hierarchy between them. Seeing the two sides at a standstill and ignoring him, he awkwardly smiled and turned to Li Yao's group, whispering, Excuse me, sir. I don't know what is going on here, but given that you brought such a lovely girlfriend out for dinner, I'm sure you don't want things to turn unpleasant. How about you shake hands and make peace with these gentlemen? Shake hands and make peace. Do they deserve it? Li Yao snorted coldly, his expression indifferent. What did you say? Zhao Yang, hearing this, was about to lose his temper again. The manager was sweating profusely and quickly intervened. Initially, he thought that Li Yao, looking somewhat low-key, would be afraid of trouble and would back down with just a little persuasion. To his surprise, he was dealing with someone quite stubborn. If anything went wrong in their restaurant, it would really be a tough situation for him as the manager, just as he was contemplating what to say next. A woman with an elegant and cool demeanor approached. It's supposed to be a happy occasion with several esteemed guests dining at my humble establishment. Why is there such a commotion? The woman wore a standard professional smile. But her presence was strikingly captivating, rivaling that of Chen Jiayi. As soon as she appeared, the manager felt a jolt of anxiety. Boss Yang, you're here. What is going on? Yang Xuanya merely glanced at the manager, causing him to feel immense pressure and his legs to tremble slightly. Here's the situation. The plump manager whispered a few words to Yang Xuanya, outlining the general course of events. It turned out that young Master Lu and young Master Zhao had graced their presence, and the manager had already heard of their reputations. You two are both talented and accomplished young men, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that. If I had known you were coming to my little restaurant, I would have welcomed you personally, rather than let you feel even the slightest inconvenience. Yang Xuanya's voice was soft and sincere, and coupled with her stunning looks, it immediately diffused half of Lu Qing and Zhao Yang's anger. Hearing such praise from such a beautiful woman made them feel a bit euphoric. Yang Xuanya's gaze was sharp. Sensing the right moment, she swiftly shifted her tone. Since you two are distinguished individuals, there's really no need to hold a grudge against us ordinary folks. Otherwise, if outsiders see this, won't they just laugh? It wouldn't reflect well back home either. Lu Qing and Zhao Yang exchanged glances upon hearing this. After the commotion, nearly everyone around had gathered, watching them as if they were monkeys in a zoo, which was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Today's incident is my responsibility. I didn't attend to you two properly. How about this? The next time you come for a meal, it's on me. Let us just chalk this up to me asking for a favor, shall we? Yang Xuanya smiled gently at both of them, her soft voice, exquisite features, and the faint scent of perfume made it hard to refuse her. Fine, I'll give you this favor today. Zhao Yang waved his hand, shooting a fierce glare at Li Yao. Someone standing up for you today, but next time, you won't be so lucky. Not wanting to linger any longer under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Qing and Zhao Yang turned and left. Thank you. Li Yao politely thanked the boss lady. Yang Xuanya, with a calm demeanor. Although he wasn't afraid of Lu Qing and Zhao Yang, he didn't want to cause too much trouble with Qinjiai nearby. Thank you. Qinjiai quickly added her thanks as well. It's nothing. It's what I should do, Yang Xuanya replied, turning to them with a natural smile. She looked at Li Yao and said, I actually admire you. You're not afraid to stand up to these powerful individuals to protect your girlfriend. However, remember that there are still social hierarchies in this world. If you truly provoke those two, it could end up being detrimental for you. If they use their influence, you might even find it hard to secure a job in the future. Make it hard for me to find a job? Li Yao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. I'm not worried about that. If he could really blacklist me as a doctor, I doubt he would be able to stay at home for long either. You're a doctor? Yang Xuanyao looked at Li Yao in surprise. At his age, most people are only interns at hospitals and hardly qualify as doctors. Being a doctor indicates a certain level of skill. In that case, we're kind of colleagues. I own a few pharmaceutical factories, and it's possible that the medications used in your hospital are supplied by me. Oh, Li Yao's eyes lit up. He was looking to mass-produce cardiac rehabilitation medication and was in need of a partner. This female boss seemed promising and could be a good choice. I have a formula for a remedy that cures heart disease. If Boss Yang is interested, we might be able to collaborate. Chapter 35, Drinking and the Cure for Heart Disease. Yang Xuanyao was taken aback upon hearing this, and she subtly furrowed her brow. She had initially felt some goodwill towards the young man in front of her and engaged in a few more conversations. But she didn't expect him to start boasting like this. Heart disease is one of the most difficult ailments to treat in the world today, concerning the most vital organ of the human body. Even the top figures in the medical field wouldn't dare to experiment casually with it. So at present, there are only medications to alleviate heart disease. How could there possibly be a cure? Instantly, her attitude toward Li Yao cooled. It's true that there could be an opportunity for collaboration, but I have some matters to attend to right now. You all enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave. Losing interest, Yang Xuanyao said a few perfunctory words before walking away. Li Yao sighed at Yang Xuanyao's coldness, realizing she didn't believe him. However, he wasn't too disappointed. With such a valuable resource in hand, there would surely be someone who recognized its worth. No need to worry about a lack of partners. Let us go. We're heading back. Li Yao waved his hand and left the hotel with Qinjiai. Back in her office, Yang Xuanyao had just wearily sat down when a phone call came in. President Yang, it's bad. Our pharmaceutical factory has been maliciously framed by competitors, leading to us not only losing orders, but also previous clients demanding refunds. If this continues, our entire factory might go bankrupt. The anxious voice on the other end of the line was a barrage of bad news. Okay, I understand. I'll find a way to handle it. Yang Xuanyao coldly hung up the phone, feeling even more exhausted. As a woman who had reached such heights, managing so many companies was no easy feat. She constantly had to be on guard against those who saw her as an easy target simply because she was a woman, scheming to climb over her. Leaning back in her chair, she suddenly recalled Li Yao's words. If a cure for heart disease could truly be developed, then her current troubles would pale in comparison. Even those competitors opposing our pharmaceutical factory would beg to be acquired, right? She shook her head, dismissing the thought. After all, even the most advanced medical research institutions today hadn't developed such a thing. How could a young man possibly know? It seemed too far-fetched. Shaking off these unrealistic ideas, she remembered that her restaurant had been booked for the evening by a prominent figure. The person who reserved the restaurant was Su Jie, the heir of the Shinshi Group. I've had some business dealings with Shinshi Group in the past. Maybe out of old ties, he could lend me a hand. Thinking of this, Yang Xuanyao checked the time. It was about right for him to have arrived, so she prepared to go and have a discussion. At that moment, Su Jie arrived at the Wandilan restaurant with a group of people. Fourth master, please take a seat, Su Jie said with a smile, politely gesturing. The man referred to as fourth master responded with an expressionless face, nodding arrogantly as he took his seat. The fourth master is an elderly man in his 50s with a buzz cut. Despite his age, he moves with remarkable agility, striding confidently with bulging veins in his arms and legs, exuding a powerful presence. His sharp eyes could make even a fierce tiger feel intimidated and fearful. Just his aura alone makes everyone present hesitant to speak loudly, cold sweat trickling down their backs. The reason for calling the fourth master here is mainly to ask for his help with a kid who stole something from me. Su Jie sat down next to the fourth master and poured a drink into a cup, handing it over. As you know, my family is in the pharmaceutical business. This kid took my formula and has been flaunting it around, deceiving people. He even beat up my men with some skills he learned who knows where, arrogantly claiming my formula for himself. Sigh. The fourth master raised a hand, signaling Su Jie to stop speaking, then suddenly downed his drink. I don't want to hear your complaints. 5 million, and I'll take care of it for you. 5 million. Su Jie's expression changed. While that amount wasn't too much for him, paying for Li Yao's life seemed excessive for such a kid. However, the formula the kid had was worth far more than that. Fourth master, can you lower the price a bit? Su Jie hesitated. Just then, a melodious female voice interrupted. Why didn't you let me know that a few gentlemen were coming? I could have come to greet you. Everyone turned to see a graceful figure walking toward them. Yang Xuanyao placed a bottle of fine wine on the table, wearing a faint smile. Instantly, the eyes of all the men in the room were drawn to this elegant and beautiful woman. Who is this? The fourth master's eyes lit up upon seeing Yang Xuanyao, clearly intrigued. This is the beautiful owner, Ms. Yang, who is also a former partner of our Shusher group. Su Jie quickly replied, sensing the fourth master's interest. She is my distinguished guest today, fourth master. Fourth master, I've heard so much about you. Yang Xuanyao greeted him warmly. Ah, so you are a beautiful businesswoman. Quite impressive, the fourth master chuckled, the alcohol flushing his face red, making his already bright eyes sparkle even more as they lingered on Yang Xuanyao. Hee, Mr. Su, actually. I came to see you today because I have something I want to discuss, Yang Xuanyao said, sensing the fourth master's gaze and feeling a bit uncomfortable. Though she maintained her smile as she turned to Su Jie. Discuss? Su Jie was taken aback, his heart suddenly filled with joy, seeing that the fourth master seemed quite interested in Yang Xuanyao. He had been worried about how to introduce her to the fourth master to facilitate his request for help with Li Yao, hoping to save some money in the process. Little did he expect this opportunity to present itself so conveniently. Su Jie waved his hand, his expression serious. Hey, Boss Yang, I'm here to eat today. Not to discuss business. But he changed his tone and looked at fourth master. It's a pleasure to have fourth master here today. As long as Boss Yang's fine wine makes fourth master happy, anything can be accomplished. Yang Xuanyao, having navigated the ups and downs of the business world for many years, understood Su Jie's intentions. However, she was currently in need of someone's help, and she had no choice. Besides, she was confident in her drinking capacity. It wouldn't be so easy to get her drunk. All right, fourth master, I brought only the best wine. Let me toast you first, Yang Xuanyao said, raising her glass and downing it in one go, prompting a round of applause from those present. Under the streetlight, the shadows of a man and a woman lingered. All right, you're here, so hurry back now, Li Yao said as he saw Chen Jiai to her doorstep. Thank you for always standing in front of me during dangerous moments, Chen Jiai said, her dark eyes staring at Li Yao, reluctant to part ways. It's nothing. I'm a man. It's what I should do, Li Yao replied with a smile. I want to repay you. Repay? Li Yao was taken aback, still processing the words when he felt soft, fragrant lips brush against his face. Chen Jiai suddenly kissed him, and then he saw her cheeks flush red, color spreading all the way to her ears. I'm heading back now. You should hurry too. Chen Jiai, her face burning, turned and ran, her heart racing. A mix of excitement and fear that her bold move might scare Li Yao away, making her feel like a frivolous girl. Li Yao stood frozen, still feeling the warmth on his face. The sudden act left him feeling both delighted and conflicted. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he patted his pocket and suddenly froze. Where's my phone? Could it have been left at the restaurant? Li Yao thought back to when he was eating. He had placed his phone next to his seat. After the commotion with Lu Qing's gang, he seemed to have walked out directly, forgetting his phone on the table. I need to go back and get it. Since the restaurant is still open, Li Yao quickly hailed a taxi to Wan Dailan restaurant. At this moment, Wan Dailan restaurant was fully booked by Su Jie, not accepting any outside guests. Li Yao explained his purpose. And although the manager said they hadn't found a lost phone, knowing Li Yao, he took him upstairs to look for it. The manager made a call on his phone. The ringing sound echoed, and they discovered the phone had fallen between the chair cushions. No wonder it hadn't been found. Just as they were about to leave, a familiar voice rang out. Boss Yang, you're quite generous. Come on, let's have another drink. Chapter 36, The Hangover Remedy. Su Jie? Li Yao immediately recognized the owner of the voice. Turning towards the source, he saw Su Jie surrounded by a group of people, relentlessly pouring drinks for Yang Xuanyao. A malicious expression clearly visible on his face. Yang Xuanyao's complexion was slightly flushed, indicating that she was already somewhat intoxicated. Sir, those over there are our boss's esteemed guests. Please do not disturb them, the manager interjected, worried that Li Yao might cause a scene. It's fine, I know those people inside. Li Yao waved his hand dismissively, ignoring the warning and directly heading towards Su Jie's table. Yang Xuanyao had helped him in the past, and he didn't want to see her fall victim to Su Jie. Moreover, he and Su Jie were sworn enemies, and he certainly didn't want this guy to succeed. Everyone at the table was focused on Yang Xuanyao. So few noticed Li Yao approaching. Those who did assumed he was just a waiter. Yang Xuanyao's hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly, and she felt extremely uncomfortable in her stomach. Frowning, she was about to take another drink when Li Yao's hand suddenly reached out to grab it. Yang, drinking so much isn't good for your health, Li Yao exclaimed, seizing the glass and glancing around at the others. You guys, a bunch of grown men forcing a woman to drink, aren't you ashamed? Fourth master, who was enjoying himself, furrowed his brow at the sudden interruption. Who is this impudent kid? Fourth master, this is Li Yao, the one I told you about, Su Jie said, his eyes nearly sparking with fury upon seeing Li Yao. Heh, so it's you, fourth master sneered, taking a swig of his drink and fixing his dark gaze on Li Yao. You'd better scram before I lose my temper, otherwise. You want to be able to leave. Leave? Li Yao scoffed, ready to retort, but Yang Xuanyao quickly pulled him back. You need to go now. This isn't a place for you, she urged. But, I appreciate your kindness, Yang Xuanyao said, half drunken and half awake. But I still need to discuss things with President Su. You should leave. This isn't a place for you to be. All right, fine. Li Yao nodded, understanding that even someone of Yang Xuanyao's status had her own constraints. However, he knew that if he just walked away, Su Jie wouldn't let Yang Xuanyao off easily. Quickly, Li Yao opened his phone, found the live stream where the doctor was, sent a gift, and requested a hangover remedy. The remedy appeared in the palm of his hand, and he discreetly passed it to Yang Xuanyao. I can leave, but you should take this, he said. Yang Xuanyao was taken aback when she suddenly received a small pill. But seeing Li Yao's earnest and harmless expression, she didn't hesitate and nodded before swallowing it, given the financial wolves and tigers around her. She preferred to trust this boy who dared to stand up for her. As soon as the pill was swallowed, she felt a wave of coolness wash over her body. The previously stuffy feeling in her head vanished instantly. Oh, is this a hangover remedy? What's this amazing hangover cure? Yang Xuanyao was momentarily taken aback. She instinctively wanted to ask a couple more questions, but noticed that Li Yao had already left. Su Jie, not wanting to draw too much attention to himself or cause trouble, didn't stop him. The fourth master's expression softened as he continued to pour drinks for Yang Xuanyao. Su, I've had so much to drink. It's time we talked about my business. Once Yang Xuanyao regained her composure, she wasn't too easy to fool anymore. After consuming so much alcohol, if he didn't discuss business with her, it would seem like he was trying to pull a fast one. Huh. Su Jie was taken aback. How did Yang Xuanyao, who had just been a bit tipsy, suddenly become so alert? However, to get this woman into the fourth master's bed, he had no choice but to put on a brave front. He waved his hand and said, You say it, and I'll surely satisfy you. Su was quite straightforward. Yang Xuanyao smiled and continued, Recently, my pharmaceutical company has encountered some issues and is short on funds. I hope you can allocate a portion of your family's newly developed heart medication orders to us to help our company get back on its feet. Well, the orders for that medication are in high demand. Giving you a part of it might be a bit difficult. Su Jie's expression turned awkward as he considered his options. However, he quickly added, But since the fourth master is in a good mood today, if you can spend the night with him, I can not only give you a part but even a little more. Su, that might be difficult for me. I don't have a great tolerance for alcohol, and I can only stay here for a couple of drinks with you too. Yang Xuanyao's expression suddenly turned cold. Yang Xuanyao, don't think I don't know your pharmaceutical company is on the verge of collapse. Su Jie's smile faded as he put down his glass. If you lose my orders, how will you survive? Right now, the fourth master is only interested in you because he wants to spend a night with you. Don't be ungrateful. Su, I think you've had too much to drink. I'm not going to entertain this anymore. Yang Xuanyao slammed her glass down and stood up abruptly, ready to leave. After drinking so much, you still want to walk away? Su Jie sneered, waving his hand at his men and shouted, Stop her. Get away. Seeing the men closing in on her, Yang Xuanyao used her knees to strike at their vital points. They all groaned in pain, bending over and collapsing to the ground like shrimp. What the hell is going on? Su Jie was stunned, and the fourth master was equally surprised. They had all consumed quite a bit of alcohol, yet this one woman was full of energy, acting like nothing was wrong. Yang Xuanyao pushed through the crowd and quickly ran away. The commotion was too loud, and being on someone else's turf, Su Jie's men hesitated to pursue her, ultimately giving up. What just happened? The fourth master's expression darkened when he saw his prey escape. This must be that kid's doing. There's no doubt about it. Su Jie suddenly cursed, slamming his fist on the table. Fourth master, do you remember the pill that Li Yao gave to Yang Xuanyao? It must have been a hangover remedy. Hangover remedy? What kind of miraculous hangover cure is this? Waking up in just a few minutes? Fourth master was a bit skeptical. This kid has a strange stash of special medicines. When he saved old Lu, he also gave him some of his herbs, and it worked wonders. If it weren't for his tricks, how could someone on the verge of passing out suddenly come back to their senses? Su Jie explained. This. Fourth master narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, Is it really this kid's doing? It must be him for sure. Su Jie nodded, a bit angry, and said, This kid, ruining my plans is one thing, but now he's even messing with your business, fourth master. It's absolutely outrageous. Good kid. This is the first time someone has snatched something right from under my nose. A murderous glint flashed in fourth master's eyes as he looked at Su Jie. You give me 4 million, and I'll help you catch this kid, get him to confess about what he stole from you, and then. His voice turned cold. I'll personally send him on his way. Chapter 37. Drying off Mr. Yang. Are you all right? The manager rushed forward upon seeing Yang Xuanya looking somewhat disheveled as she hurried down the stairs. I'm fine. Yang Xuanya waved her hand, pretending to be calm. But she was still panting and her heart was racing, feeling a bit shaken. That Su Jie really was something else. He dared to make a move on her turf. If it weren't for the hangover remedy that Li Yao gave her, she might have really fallen prey to that bunch of scoundrels. It seemed that cooperating with Shengshi Group was out of the question now. As Yang Xuanya calmed down, she realized that Su Jie had never intended to collaborate with her. He only aimed to set a trap. After experiencing such an incident, she was even less inclined to work with him. However, that young doctor's hangover remedy was indeed remarkable. She owed him a big thank you for helping her out this time. Her feelings for Li Yao had certainly grown. Initially, she thought he was just a brash young man who stood up for his friends against power, but now he had helped her once more, showing more integrity than most of the hypocritical and cowardly people in society today. It was just that when Li Yao mentioned having a cure for heart disease, she thought he was boasting, which made her a bit dismissive. But now, reflecting on it, it didn't seem entirely impossible. After all, if he could produce such a miraculous hangover remedy, perhaps he really did have a cure for heart disease? Compared to Su Jie, she was more inclined to believe in this young doctor now. If that's the case. A peculiar glint sparkled in Yang Xuanya's eyes as she quickly took out her phone. Hello, Secretary Wang. Could you help me find someone? Meanwhile, Li Yao was in the consultation room, just finishing with a patient when he suddenly saw a familiar figure walk in. Dr. Li, thank you so much for yesterday. Yang Xuanya smiled as she walked in slowly, holding a small gift box. What is this for? We doctors cannot accept red envelopes from patients. Liu quickly waved his hands in refusal. Dr. Li, you misunderstood. This isn't a red envelope for you. You helped me yesterday, and I wanted to express my gratitude, so I brought you a small gift. Yang Xuanya chuckled, pushing the gift toward him, hoping he wouldn't think it was too much. A gift of gratitude? Li Yao opened the box and instantly gasped. Inside was a palm-sized jade ruby, shimmering beautifully and looking incredibly valuable. Although he didn't know much about jade, he could tell that this piece was worth at least several $100,000. This is a small gift? Just to thank him for the hangover remedy. She gave him such an extravagant present? Li Yao was somewhat skeptical. This woman definitely had ulterior motives. No matter how wealthy someone was, they wouldn't just give away expensive gifts for no reason, unless they were a fool. Maintaining his composure, Li Yao closed the box and looked at Yang Xuanya. You didn't come just to thank me, did you? If there's something you need, just get straight to the point. Since Dr. Li has seen through me, I won't beat around the bush either. Yang Xuanya paused for a moment, looked directly at Li Yao, and said, Didn't you say yesterday that you have a formula for a heart medication and want to collaborate? I thought about it last night and think it's a good idea, so I'm here today to discuss the collaboration with you. Collaboration? Li Yao was taken aback. Just yesterday, he had doubts about her, and now she was suggesting a partnership? This change in attitude seemed too abrupt. Yes, if you collaborate with our pharmaceutical company. Once we profit from the medication we produce, we can split the earnings 60 to 40, with our company taking 40. How does that sound? Yang Xuanya quickly added, 60 to 40 split? That's quite a lot. Li Yao felt a surge of excitement, but he maintained a neutral expression. Agreeing so quickly might make it seem as if his formula was of little value. Just yesterday, she didn't believe him, and now she was ready to collaborate? Moreover, he had only met this woman a couple of times. How reliable was she? And did she truly have good intentions? Hold on a moment. This matter needs to be considered carefully. I need to think it over, and besides, I'm currently at work. It's not a good time to discuss this. If you truly want to talk, come find me after I finish my shift, Li Yao said, waving his hand dismissively to signal the end of the conversation. All right, Dr. Li, I'll wait for you outside until you finish, Yang Xuanya replied earnestly, standing up and leaving without pressing further. She then found an empty seat in the waiting area and sat quietly, patiently waiting. She did seem quite sincere. Li Yao noticed Yang Xuanya waiting outside and nodded slightly. It was still early in the morning, and he had a long time to go before finishing work. The fact that a business owner would go this far indicated she was genuinely interested. However, having already made his point, he decided not to engage further and continued calling patients for their consultations. Yang Xuanya was surprisingly patient, waiting outside without showing any signs of impatience. But not long after, a middle-aged man barged into Li Yao's consultation room unexpectedly. This man was somewhat overweight, carrying an expensive leather bag, and he didn't bother to knock before entering. Seeing this middle-aged man, Yang Xuanya immediately recognized him. He was in the same industry as her and the owner of a larger pharmaceutical company, Wang Jesher. Could he be here to place an order for the medication too? The thought sent a wave of anxiety through Yang Xuanya. If he was here to make a move, her company could be in jeopardy. With that in mind, she could no longer sit still and quickly stood up, heading toward Li Yao's consultation room. As soon as Wang Jieshe entered, he looked at Li Yao and cheerfully asked, "Are you Dr. Li Yao?" "Yes. Are you here for a consultation or something else?" Li Yao frowned slightly. Noticing the greasy-faced man, didn't he look like someone who was ill, with a leather bag in hand? He seemed more like someone here to discuss business. "I'm not here for a consultation." Wang Jieshe waved his hand dismissively, pulled out a chair, and sat down opposite Li Yao. Leaning forward slightly, he smiled broadly and said, "Dr. Li, I'm here to talk business with you." As he spoke, he took a business card out of his briefcase and handed it to Li Yao. "Dr. Li, my name is Wang Jieshe, and I'm the owner of a large pharmaceutical company. Our company is considered one of the top in the city," he said, giving a thumbs up with a proud expression. "Are you here to promote your pharmaceutical company to me?" Li Yao frowned. No, Wang Jieshe replied with a slightly awkward smile. Suddenly, he leaned in closer to Li Yao, excitement written all over his face. "I've heard that you have an incredible formula for curing heart disease. I'd like to offer you 10 million to buy that recipe from you. What do you think?" Chapter 38. A showdown. "I'm not selling this formula. I just need the pharmaceutical company to help me produce it," Li Yao said, glancing at the business card and waving his hand dismissively. With the formula in hand, the potential benefits far exceeded 10 million. Only a fool would sell it. "Not selling? That's fine. Our pharmaceutical company is not only large, but also renowned for its quality workmanship. We can help you produce the medication." Wang Jieshe chuckled, unfazed by Li Yao's rejection. He was already calculating that once Li Yao produced the medication for them, they would naturally acquire the formula, making the sale irrelevant. "Dr. Li." Just then, Yang Xuanya rushed in. She had seen Wang Jieshe storming in and had started to suspect something. Hearing his words made her anxious. If Li Yao handed the formula over to Wang Jieshe, her factory might never recover. "Oh, isn't this Boss Yang? You're here too." Wang Jieshe raised an eyebrow at Yang Xuanya. "Of course, I arrived before Boss Wang to discuss a collaboration on the heart medication with Dr. Li." Yang Xuanya replied coldly. "You reached an agreement?" Wang Jieshe's heart sank, and he asked back. If she had made a deal with someone else, then his trip would be pointless. TCH, we didn't reach an agreement, so what's the point of talking?" Seeing Yang Xuanya's expression, Wang Jieshe relaxed, waving his hand dismissively. "Heh, Ms. Yang, you're quite naive. This isn't a children's game where you line up to play house and talk about who came first." Wang Jieshe scoffed, then turned to Li Yao. "Dr. Li, as long as you collaborate with our pharmaceutical company, when the medication is produced and profits are made, we can split it 70 to 30, with you getting 70 and us 30. What do you think? 70 to 30? That's a lot." Both Yang Xuanya and Li Yao were taken aback. Such a concession was almost shocking. The pharmaceutical company would barely break even, let alone make a profit. "Boss Wang, can your company really afford to give away that much profit? Are you here to negotiate or to create chaos?" Yang Xuanya's expression darkened. Typically, anyone would choose the higher profit option, but she knew that such a large concession was highly unusual. Given Li Yao's youth, he could easily be deceived into choosing Wang Jieshe, which would not only lead to her company's bankruptcy, but also cause Li Yao to suffer. "Boss Yang, you can't say that. Just because your pharmaceutical company can't do it doesn't mean we can't," Wang Jieshe snorted. "If you can't compete with me, this medication will be exclusively ours, so you might as well find somewhere cooler to wait it out." "You." Yang Xuanya's face turned sour as she turned to Li Yao. "Dr. Li, we genuinely want to collaborate with you. While our company can't offer such high profits, our craftsmanship is absolutely top-notch, far better than theirs." "Ms. Yang, are you joking?" Wang Jieshe sneered, pointing to his chest. "Who doesn't know that my pharmaceutical company is the best in the city?" He cast a disdainful glance at Yang Xuanya, saying, "Your pharmaceutical company is much smaller than ours, and it's on the brink of collapse. How much longer can you survive? Coming to Dr. Li to discuss collaboration, aren't you just trying to drag him down with you?" Wang Jieshe then turned to Li Yao. "Dr. Li, you mustn't believe this woman. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is the most venomous. She's looking to take you down with her as her company goes under." "On the brink of collapse?" Li Yao frowned at the mention. He had heard Yang Xuanya mention her company's troubles before. "Dr. Li, our pharmaceutical company is indeed facing some difficulties, which is why we urgently need to collaborate with you for a lifeline. However, if we can successfully partner, and with the funds, we will definitely be able to resolve our issues." Yang Xuanya quickly explained. "If you don't believe me, you can come and inspect our company. It's definitely not as bad as he says." "Humph, don't try to fool Dr. Li here. Just because he is a doctor doesn't he mean he is easily deceived." Wang Jieshe waved his hand dismissively, grinning at Li Yao. "Dr. Li, our company is large, and once he go bankrupt, you don't need to think twice. Just choose me. Collaborating with me guarantees you won't suffer any losses." "Well," Li Yao frowned, looking at the obsequious Wang Jiesher. He didn't have a good impression of this overweight man, and didn't quite trust him. The fact that he had the heart recovery agent was known only to a few people. How did this man know about it? Furthermore, it seemed odd for him to offer such a high price for collaboration without asking any questions. Was he sent by Sujie? Liao furrowed his brow. Sujie was one who knew about the drug, and he was also the one most eager to obtain the formula. Wang Jiesher's sudden appearance could very well be connected to Sujie. Although he had this suspicion, without concrete evidence, he dared not jump to conclusions. If Wang Jiesher wasn't involved, rejecting him outright would cut off his own financial lifeline. How about this? You both can produce the drug, and in 3 days, deliver a batch to me. I'll see whose formulation is more effective, and I'll collaborate with the one who does better. How does that sound? Liao suggested, his mind racing. Yang Xuanya's company was in financial trouble, but as long as the drug was produced, that wouldn't be an issue. The real challenge was finding a reliable partner. Absolutely no problem. Wang Jiesher's face lit up with delight as he nodded eagerly. I have no objections either. Yang Xuanya said seriously, feeling a bit relieved. This offered a glimmer of hope. Although Wang Jiesher's company was large, hers was not without merit. If it weren't for malicious attacks from competitors, her company could have ranked among the top in the city. It was just that they lacked opportunities and financial backing. Since we've agreed, let us settle this matter. Liao nodded. Wait, I'll write down the formula for you. You can take it back and produce the drug according to the instructions. As he spoke, he picked up a pen and quickly jotted down the medications needed for the heart recovery formula, along with the various ratios between them. However, he deliberately omitted one crucial ingredient. This particular herb was the most important component of the entire heart recovery remedy. Without it, the patient might experience temporary relief. But before long, more serious issues would arise, leading to even graver consequences. The missing ingredient could only be added later, once the medicine was ready. And he had to do it himself. Until he found a trustworthy partner, he absolutely couldn't share this information with anyone. Otherwise, he would truly miss out on potential earnings. When the final product was ready, he would see which of the two could truly be a reliable collaborator. Liao discreetly handed out copies of the prescription. One to each person. Chapter 39. Hidden Motives. Thank you, Dr. Li. Don't worry, I will make sure this batch of medicine reaches world-class standards. Wang Jiesher boasted as he took the prescription, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the various herbs in the order of the concoction. With this recipe in hand, who needs to collaborate? Whether you survive or not is another question. He chuckled maliciously to himself and promptly left. Thank you, Dr. Li. Yang Xuanya bowed deeply to Li Yao in gratitude. Although Li Yao hadn't directly chosen her, this opportunity was still significant. As long as she seized this chance, the pharmaceutical company would surely be revived. Determination filled her eyes, and without lingering, she exited the hospital. Wang Jiesher tucked the prescription into his coat and quickly hopped into a black SUV as soon as he left the hospital. Did you get it? The imposing fourth master sat inside the car and raised an eyebrow upon seeing Wang Jiesher's excited expression. Here you go, fourth master. The herbs and the preparation process are all in here. Wang Jiesher handed the prescription to the fourth master, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Although he was working for Wang Jie, now that he had the prescription, he could produce the medicine himself. The profits from this could make him the richest man in the city. Good. Since we have the recipe, let's make a move tonight and deal with this kid. The fourth master sneered, his face twitching with a cruel expression. Dare to ruin my plans? Let us see how you die. Wait, fourth master. Don't rush to act. Wang Jiesher quickly raised his hand to stop him. What is the matter? The fourth master frowned and looked at him. Though this kid gave us the prescription, we can't be sure if it's genuine. If it turns out to be fake and we kill him, then we've wasted our efforts. Wang Jiesher's eyes darted around. Having been in business for many years, he was far more thoughtful than the fourth master in these matters. Let us produce some medicine first and test it out. If it works, we can get rid of this kid later when he no longer has any value. Good point. The fourth master nodded in appreciation, suppressing the murderous intent in his heart. Let him go for a couple of days and see how effective the medicine is. Yang Xuanya hurried into the office, pulled out the prescription, and handed it to her secretary. Secretary Wang, quickly procure all the necessary herbs in bulk according to this prescription and have them sent to the factory immediately. We need this batch of medicine produced in 2 days. As fast as possible. Ms. Yang, do we have an order for the pharmaceutical company? Who is the big boss? Secretary Wang's face lit up with excitement as she took the order. Yes. Yang Xuanya nodded, a smile creeping onto her face. Do you remember the doctor? Liao I mentioned yesterday? This is his heart recovery formula. Is this for real? Secretary Wang's eyes sparkled. Since Yang Xuanya had collaborated with someone, it indicated that the efficacy of the medicine had been validated. Currently, there are over 100 million people suffering from heart disease worldwide. If this medication can truly be produced, the pharmaceutical company would undoubtedly strike it rich. It must be real. Yang Xuanya nodded. Since Li Yao is confident enough to announce that the first batch of medication will be ready for testing in 3 days, it must be credible. However, we haven't established a formal partnership yet, and there is also competition from Wang Jiesher's pharmaceutical company. The medication we produce in 3 days must be superior to theirs. Only then can we officially collaborate and start manufacturing this medication. As Yang Xuanya spoke, her eyes sparkled with determination and a fighting spirit. If we can partner with this individual and create the best heart recovery medication, our pharmaceutical company will not only weather this crisis, but may also soar to new heights. Indeed, if it can be produced, it will surely be remarkable. Secretary Wang's eyes were also filled with enthusiasm. However, he suddenly paused and asked, Yang, you mentioned that you haven't formalized a partnership yet? Did he just give you the formula? The secretary swallowed hard, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Since there is no formal partnership, there is no contract. Why not just claim the formula for ourselves and produce it on our own? Enough. Yang Xuanya coldly reprimanded, her gaze piercing like a sharp dagger directed at Secretary Wang. The icy tone made the air in the office feel several degrees cooler. In business, integrity is paramount. Doctor, Li entrusted us with such a valuable formula, which is a sign of his trust in us. Our comeback relies on him, and if you act like this, what credibility will we have left? Who would want to do business with us in the future? Yang Xuanya scolded, her voice chillingly cold. The secretary was startled, his body trembling. Although Yang Xuanya was his superior, she had always treated him like a sister, and he had never seen her this furious. From now on, don't say such things. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our years of friendship, Yang Xuanya said icily as she shot a cold glance at Secretary Wang. Yes, the secretary replied, shaken by her outburst. He quickly left to follow Yang Xuanya's instructions. Meanwhile, Li Yao was not idle while waiting for the 2 companies to produce the medication. If the medication is produced but has no market, it would be pointless. Over the past few days, he had been running around looking for distributors. However, as soon as these distributors heard that he was selling a medication that could cure heart disease, they immediately dismissed him, thinking it was a scam. After visiting several places and spending days without finding a suitable partner, he sighed, I really lack connections in this area. No one is willing to believe me. If I could just find one distributor willing to sell, once the medication proves effective, I wouldn't have to worry anymore. Li Yao felt a tinge of frustration as he rubbed his temples. Just as he was contemplating how to persuade others, his phone rang. Yao Yao's call. Li Yao perked up upon seeing the contact name. Ever since he proposed to Jiang Yueyao, he hadn't seen her or been able to get in touch. Now that she was reaching out, didn't that mean she had made up her mind? Hello? Yao Yao, what is going on? Li Yao quickly answered the phone. About what you told me last time. I've made my decision. Jiang Yueyao's voice came through the line. So, what's your decision? Li Yao stood up excitedly, his heart racing with anticipation as he asked. Come over. I want to tell you in person. Okay. Just wait for me. I'm on my way. Li Yao agreed without a second thought, eager to hear more. Without wasting another moment, he grabbed his phone, hailed a ride, and headed straight to Jiang Yueyao's house. Chapter 40. Assurance. The taxi quickly arrived at Jiang Yueyao's doorstep, where she had been waiting eagerly. As soon as Li Yao got out of the car, before he could say a word, Jiang Yueyao grabbed his hand and said while walking, let us talk in the CAF nearby. I don't want my parents to see you and give us a lecture. Okay, Li Yao nodded, allowing her delicate hand to pull him along. Although he didn't care much about her parents' opinions, he didn't want to cause any conflict with them either. They jogged to the CAF, found a spot to sit, and finally exchanged a deep glance. You, I've missed you so much, Li Yao exclaimed, excitedly embracing her after not seeing her for several days. Jiang Yueyao held him tightly as well, her eyes filled with warmth. Li Yao, I've missed you too. After a moment, they slowly let go of each other. And Jiang Yueyao looked at him with a serious expression. All right, let us get down to business. Sure, Li Yao nodded, sitting up straight and focusing on her. He was here for her answer. Though he knew Jiang Yueyao loved him deeply, he still felt a bit anxious until he received a clear response. Jiang Yueyao's smile gradually faded as she took a few deep breaths and said slowly, Li Yao, my family's company is facing a huge crisis right now. As you know, at such a critical moment, I can't just stand by. If we were to get married now, I wouldn't be at peace. So, can we hold off on the marriage until the company issues are resolved? She paused and asked gently, do you understand me? Jiang Yueyao looked at Li Yao, a hint of worry in her heart that he might be upset. I understand you're going through difficulties right now, but it's okay. I can wait. I promise that no one should force you to do something you don't want. Li Yao nodded, speaking softly. Although he felt a slight disappointment at not hearing her say she would marry him, he realized that with so many troubles, even if they agreed to marry. It might not lead to a good outcome. Thank you. Upon hearing Li Yao's words, Zhang Yuiao's eyes glistened with moisture, and she let out a soft sigh. But right now, my parents are completely blinded by Su Jie, only thinking about marrying me off to him so that Shengshi Group can help our family. However, with Shengshi Group's style, it's clear they want to swallow our family business. Her eyes were filled with worry as she shook her head. I'm really afraid that before we resolve the company issues, we'll be taken over by Shengshi Group, and then there'll be no turning back. What is there to be afraid of? It's just Su Jie and Shengshi Group, Li Yao said, grasping Jiang Yuiao's hand with a determined gaze. Yao, don't worry. As long as I'm here, you can boldly manage the company's affairs. As for Su Jie and Shengshi Group, I'll help you deal with them. Jiang Yuiao was taken aback by Li Yao's confident words, her pupils slightly contracting in surprise. After a moment, a smile spread across her face. Li Yao, it's so great to have your help. Jiang Yuiao held Li Yao's hand tightly, feeling a bit emotional. With her parents not on her side and fully aligning themselves with Shengshi Group, she felt like she was fighting a lonely battle. Now that Li Yao was supporting and comforting her, standing by her side, it brought her some solace. But Su Jie and Shengshi Group were not easy adversaries. How do you plan to handle this? Jiang Yuiao furrowed her brow and asked, a bit worried for Li Yao. Su Jie and Shengshi Group were publicly traded companies, well-known big players. With Li Yao's current status, going against them felt like throwing eggs at a stone. Don't worry, you don't need to stress about this. I have a plan. When the time comes, you'll see Su Jie and Shengshi Group being crushed under my feet. Li Yao clenched his fist and smiled confidently. As long as he could sell the heart recovery medication, it would definitely be a hit. Hundreds of millions of people around the world needed this medication. Would he really have to worry about money? At that point, Su Jie and Shengshi Group would no longer be his opponents. Dealing with them would be a walk in the park. I believe in you. Seeing Li Yao so confident, Jiang Yuiao stopped asking further questions. She felt that Li Yao had become very different recently. Not only had he soared to become the chief physician, but it was also the confidence he exuded that made her trust him wholeheartedly, believing he could accomplish anything. As they were talking, a middle-aged man suddenly walked up to Li Yao. Oh, aren't you Dr. Li Yao? What a surprise to see you here. The man exclaimed, feigning astonishment upon seeing Li Yao. Who are you? Li Yao was taken aback, feeling the man looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't place him. Doctor Li, you really forget things easily. I'm Zhang Wei. The middle-aged man smiled and handed over a business card. Dr. Li, you previously approached me about a collaboration regarding the heart recovery medication, but I was in a rush and only spoke to you briefly before leaving. However, upon reflection, I think this medication has great potential, and I'd like to explore the possibility of collaborating. Collaboration? Of course. Upon hearing this, Li Yao's heart leaped with joy. Right now, his biggest concern was the lack of distributors. Now that he saw the business card, he remembered this person. When he first approached this distributor, the man seemed indifferent and left after just a couple of words. He hadn't expected him to suddenly change his mind, although it felt a bit strange. Now that they had met again and he was bringing up the topic, Li Yao was more than willing to engage. What's going on? You want to sell medication? Jiang Yuiao, listening from the side, looked at Li Yao curiously and asked. Yes, I'll explain this to you in detail later. Li Yao nodded, his eyes sparkling with determination. This was my first step in dealing with Shengshi Group. What? The first step in dealing with Shengshi Group? Am I hearing things? Just then, a voice filled with mockery interrupted the conversation. Su Jie appeared out of nowhere, walking over with a mocking expression. He looked at Li Yao and said, You think a mere attending physician like you can take on my family's Shengshi Group? Have you lost your mind from being a doctor? Are you really here dreaming impossible dreams? Listen, Dr. Li, while I agreed to collaborate with you, what you're saying is just too unrealistic. Zhang Wei shot a disdainful glance at Li Yao and shook his head. Who doesn't know that Shengshi Group is a giant in the business world? You're just a small-time doctor who developed a potion that doesn't even have any proven efficacy or reputation, and you dare to make such grand claims? Honestly, with that attitude, I'm starting to hesitate about working with you. Chapter 41. Malicious Humiliation. Su Jie? What is this guy doing here? Li Yao glanced at Su Jie, furrowing his brow. Business was coming in, and he couldn't be bothered to deal with him. He turned to Zhang Wei and said, Boss Zhang, you can absolutely trust the efficacy of my cardiac rehabilitation medication. Once the final product is ready, you can take it for testing. The effectiveness is guaranteed. And as long as we can sell it, word of mouth will bring in thousands of customers. Li Yao looked at Zhang Wei, paused for a moment, and continued earnestly. Just think about how many heart disease patients there are in this world. This medication is bound to sell like hotcakes, even outpacing demand. Surpassing the Shengshi Group won't be a difficult task. Li Yao spoke passionately, but Zhang Wei wore a dismissive expression, seemingly uninterested in what he had to say. Haha. Dr. Li, there is no need for you to paint such a grand picture for me. I don't believe in the effectiveness of your medication without something concrete. Let us not even get into unrealistic claims about surpassing the Shengshi group. Let us focus on the collaboration instead. Zhang Wei waved his hand, his face full of disdain. Su Jie sneered from the side, saying nothing, but exchanged a silent glance with Zhang Wei, both sharing a look of mockery. Over the past few days, he had someone follow Li Yao and Jiang Yueyao, initially to prevent them from meeting secretly. Unexpectedly, he learned that Li Yao was looking for distributors for his cardiac rehabilitation medication, and he found out that it led back to Zhang Wei. The fourth master had already obtained the formula for the medication and had begun production. Now, with Li Yao reaching out to distributors, it seemed Li Yao was planning to start selling as soon as the fourth master's medication was ready, likely with a credible formula as well. But would he even get the chance to sell it? Su Jie chuckled to himself, thinking that he would bring Zhang Wei over, pretending to run into Li Yao and Jiang Yueyao, intending for Zhang Wei to humiliate Li Yao in front of Jiang Yueyao. Once Jiang Yueyao was disappointed in Li Yao and lost hope, his own marriage prospects with Jiang Yueyao would be a done deal. Zhang Wei shook his head, pondering for a moment before continuing. If you want to sell your medication through me, you need to be responsible for the quality and any liabilities. You must provide us with 50 million qualified units each year, and you can't find any other distributors. I will be your sole distributor. He thought for a moment, then added, these are the basics. The main thing is the profit from selling the medication. You can sell it to me at 200 per unit. Or if we're talking profit sharing, I can give you 10%. How does that sound? Zhang Wei said arrogantly while looking at Li Yao. Jiang Yueyao had been quietly listening, thinking it was Li Yao's matter and he would handle it. However, she couldn't help but speak up at this point. Knowing that Li Yu had no business acumen and fearing he might be deceived, she gently nudged him with her elbow to remind him. Liu nodded at Jiang Yueyao, understanding her concern. His expression darkened as he looked at Zhang Wei and said, Boss Zhang, with prices like this, it seems a bit shady, doesn't it? With such a small amount of money, not only is it unlikely to make a profit, but you might not even cover the costs. It's practically a trap. What? You still think it's not acceptable? Zhang Wei clicked his tongue and sighed. Dr. Li, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you're not in the business world and don't understand how tough it is to make a living these days. The market is bad. And with all the taxes and fees, my price is already quite generous. He frowned slightly, looking at Li Yao with dissatisfaction. Besides, I'm only asking you to provide the product. You're practically getting paid for doing nothing, and no one else is willing to work with you. I'm only doing this out of pity for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even consider it. If you still think this is unacceptable, then there is no need for us to discuss further. Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively, showing he was indifferent to the conversation. Yao, just look at this guy. He is completely clueless. How can he refuse such a huge opportunity to make money? It's just ridiculous. Su Jie sneered from the side. Jiang Yueyao frowned and ignored him. Li Yao was taken aback. Hearing Su Jie's mocking tone made him frown and glance at Zhang Wei. Initially, he thought it was a coincidence to run into Zhang Wei here, but with Su Jie also present, it felt a bit too strange. However, since business was on the table, he didn't want to dwell on Su Jie and chose to ignore him. With the two of them working together and Zhang Wei's attitude, it seemed clear this was a scheme by Su Jie and his group to undermine him. Boss Zhang, since you feel that way, then there is no need for us to cooperate, Li Yao said coldly, glancing at Zhang Wei. He realized Zhang Wei was aligned with Su Jie, making the partnership impossible. Li Yao, don't act impulsively out of a moment's frustration, Su Jie said with a smirk, pointing at Zhang Wei. This big boss Zhang is a well-known distributor in the industry. I heard you were in need of someone like him, which is why I took the time to inform the elder to assist you. And this is your attitude? If it weren't for Yao, I wouldn't bother with someone like you at all. Su Jie feigned disappointment, shaking his head slightly as he looked at Jiang Yueyao. Yao, your boyfriend is just too childish. I tried to help him because I saw he lacked resources, but he is being ungrateful and acting impulsively. A person like this will always be broke. He is truly not worth investing in for the long term. Thank you for your concern, but we want to need your help with things like this in the future. Jiang Yueyao suddenly linked arms with Li Yao, looking coldly at Su Jie. And I've already decided to be with Li Yao. Whether he is worth my trust or whether we're a good match is a matter between us two. And we don't need an outsider like you to get involved. Hearing Jiang Yueyao express her stance made Li Yao feel pleased, and he intentionally leaned a bit closer to her. When Su Jie saw Jiang Yueyao wrap her arms around Li Yao right in front of him, he was so furious that his hair almost stood on end. Hey, you really don't know how to appreciate a good opportunity. Since you want to cooperate with me, let us see who else will want to partner with you. Zhang Wei said, visibly angry, in a cold voice. Cooperate with you? You're putting on quite the act. How much did Su Xiao pay you to come and play this little game with me? Liao shot a glance at Zhang Wei and replied coldly, if you're here to team up with Su Jie just to humiliate me, then you can get lost. I don't need distributors like you. Chapter 42, Jiang Yueyao's intentions what? Acting? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueyao's expression turned even colder, and her gaze at Su Jie was filled with disgust. What you're doing is utterly despicable. If you don't want to cooperate, just say so directly. Why resort to such tricks? How could I possibly do something like that? I'm here to persuade Zhang Wei to help Liao. Am I really that petty? Su Jie quickly waved his hands in denial, shooting a warning glance at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei immediately chimed in. Right? How could Mr. Su be that kind of person? He has come to see me several times, asking me to look out for this young brother. That is why I agreed. He is not the despicable person you're making him out to be. The two of them played off each other, but instead of believing them, Jiang Yueyao grew even more convinced that they were in cahoots. Naturally, she trusted Li Yao more than Su Jie. Su Jie, I don't want to hear another word from you, and I don't want to see your fake face again. Please leave here immediately. Jiang Yueyao's voice was icy as she turned away, ignoring Su Jie and addressing Li Yao instead. Li Yao, you're really foolish. Don't you know my family has a company? Why do you still need to seek their help? I can manage the sales of the cardiac rehabilitation agent through my family's business. You don't need to worry about it. Jiang Yueyao pulled Li Yao closer, speaking earnestly. Yao Yu. Su Jie was even more infuriated upon hearing this. He initially wanted to mock Li Yao for having a product with nowhere to sell. But he never expected Jiang Yueyao to take on that responsibility right in front of him. It was a slap in the face. Yao Yao, even if you agree, your parents won't approve, will they? Su Jie glared at Li Yao with a fierce look. Haven't your parents always despised this waste? What you're saying now is pointless. In the end, your company won't be able to help him. I said, my family's affairs don't need your interference, outsider. Jiang Yueyao looked at Su Jie coldly, her tone frigid. You. Su Jie clenched his fists, his anger boiling over. When had he, the young master of a city group, ever been treated like this by a woman? And to have her call him an outsider twice right in front of him was simply intolerable. Jiang Yueyao, you think your family's crumbling business can help him? You two can dream on about turning your fortunes around. If you don't marry me, your whole family can just go down with you. Su Jie scoffed coldly, glaring at the two of them before storming off in a huff. Humph, without me. Let us see how many distributors come knocking at your door. Zhang Wei sneered and quickly followed Su Jie out. Yao Yao, thank you for standing up for me. Li Yao said, smiling at Jiang Yueyao, though a hint of helplessness crossed his face as he sighed softly. I thought we had taken the first step towards defeating the Shishir group, but it seems we've already been sabotaged. Now, we still need to find distributors. Who knows when we'll find a way out of this? Li Yao, I told you, I will be your distributor. You can count on me for this. Jiang Yueyao said earnestly, looking into Li Yao's eyes and repeating her commitment. Are you serious? Li Yao was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. He had thought that Jiang Yueyao was just trying to save face for him by offering to be his medication distributor, never expecting it to be genuine. Of course. This is your career, and I want to contribute to it, Jiang Yueyao said softly, her eyes filled with determination. Besides, only if your business thrives can we avoid interference from my parents when we get married. I also want to do my part for our future. As she spoke, her cheeks began to flush slightly, seeming a bit shy, but the resolve in her expression never wavered. Yueyao, thank you so much, Li Yao exclaimed, feeling a surge of emotion as he pulled Jiang Yueyao into a tight embrace. You're so amazing. How can I reward you? He added with a mischievous glint in his eyes, raising an eyebrow. How about I give you a kiss as a thank you? Or perhaps I should just pledge myself to you. Saying that, he leaned in and planted a sudden kiss on her lips. You're so naughty. Is this a reward for me or for you? Jiang Yueyao's face turned bright red as she shot him a playful glare, feigning annoyance. Hiki, it's all the same, right? Li Yao chuckled, reaching out to hold her small hand. They playfully bantered for a while until they noticed people staring at them, prompting them to shyly stop. Suddenly, Li Yao recalled what Su Jie had said earlier and frowned with concern. But Su Jie did make a good point. Even though you agreed, your parents still control the company. Will they agree to this? Just the thought of Jiang Yueyao's parents' attitude toward him gave Li Yao a headache. It seemed like he was the villain who had snatched away their daughter and was determined to hand her over to Su Jie, the so-called savior. He imagined that if he went over there, he wouldn't even get a chance to speak before being kicked out. Don't worry, we'll explain the situation together. I believe that as long as we make it clear how this can benefit both you and our families, they shouldn't oppose it, Jiang Yueyao said, her brow furrowing slightly. Feeling uncertain, she clenched her small fist and suddenly declared with determination, even if they disagree, I will make them see reason. After all, this is a big deal for us. Okay. Leo nodded in agreement. Jiang Yueyao took Liao back home. And as soon as Jiang Zhiming and Zhang Fengxia saw him, they exploded with anger. What are you bringing him home for? Get out of here. We don't welcome him. Jiang Zhiming's face turned dark. Zhang Fengxia also pointed at Li Yao and shouted, You little brat, didn't I tell you to stop bothering our Yue Yao? Can't you understand human language? Mom, Dad, please stop yelling. We're not here to fight, Jiang Yue Yao said, standing firm in front of her parents, suppressing her frustration. Uncle, Auntie, we came to have a serious discussion with you, she continued. Li Yao spoke politely, saying that even though he didn't like them, they were still Jiang Yue Yao's parents. What's there to talk about? Unless you leave Yao Yao. Zhang Fengxia's expression turned cold. Mom, Dad, please calm down. Jiang Yue Yao sighed helplessly and explained slowly. Li Yao has developed a medication that cures heart disease. It has already been produced, but we need a distributor. I believe our company can step in. If this medication sells well, our family business could be revived, and we wouldn't have to rely on Shengshi Group. Chapter 43, A Grand Dream of Spring and Autumn, a Cure for Heart Disease? Huh, is that what he told you? Jiang Zhiming scoffed, glancing at Li Yao, and slammed his hand on the table. Such talk is utterly ridiculous. He is just a small-time doctor. How long has it been since he graduated? What gives him the right to develop such a drug? He is clearly just trying to deceive you. Can't you see that? Exactly, Yao Yao, you're still too naive. This guy has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. You believe everything he says? Zhang Fengxia chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Mom and Dad, I believe in Li Yao. He wouldn't lie to me, Jiang Yue Yao said firmly, holding on to Li Yao. Humph, if he is not lying and really has this drug, wouldn't distributors be scrambling to get his product? Why would they need our help? Jiang Zhiming narrowed his eyes and scoffed. This kid just wants to swindle us out of some money and then run off. Uncle, when the drug is ready, I'll show it to you. There will be no deception involved, Li Yao replied, trying to keep his composure. Fine, even if you really have this drug, so what? Sujie has it in his factory too. Do you think your drug can compete with his? What do you even think you are? Zhang Fengxia looked at Li Yao with disdain. Exactly. Even if you have this drug, what makes you think anyone would buy yours? How could you think your sales would surpass those of Shengshi Group? Jiang Zhiming looked down on Li Yao, saying, You think you can compete with them? You're just daydreaming. Mom and Dad. Jiang Yue Yao's face turned anxious. She had promised Li Yao that she would persuade her parents to be distributors for his drug. But given the current situation, this task seemed nearly impossible. All right, Yao Yao, stop talking. A phoenix chooses a good tree to rest upon. Instead of always thinking about how to deal with Shengshi Group, you might as well marry Su Jie and align yourself with them. That would be more beneficial for our family's company than being with this kid. Jiang Zhiming looked at Jiang Yue Yao and said in a deep voice, Exactly. What is wrong with Su Jie? Marrying him would bring honor to our Jiang family. Zhang Fengxia chimed in. Who says that? Is climbing the social ladder something to be proud of? At that moment, a commanding voice suddenly came from the doorway. Grandpa Jiang, leaning on his cane, slowly walked in. Dad. Jiang Zhiming and Zhang Fengxia's faces changed instantly upon seeing the old man. He was already on Jiang Yue Yao's side, and now that he had appeared, they could no longer say what they had been saying. Grandpa. Jiang Yue Yao exclaimed with excitement, rushing over to help him. Hello, Grandpa. Li Yao also greeted the elder and stepped forward to assist. Good, good, it's nice to see you too. The old man smiled warmly at them, and with their support, he slowly made his way to the sofa and sat down. Dad, why did you suddenly come without saying anything? Jiang Zhiming's expression soured, and his previously dominant demeanor had diminished significantly. Exactly. Knowing you were coming allows us to prepare in advance. Zhang Fengxia managed a forced smile. Prepare what? Preparing to sell my precious granddaughter? Old Master Jiang coldly snorted, his cane striking the ground forcefully. Jiang Zhiming and Zhang Fengxia jumped in surprise and forced smiles. Dad, what do you mean by that? Humph, don't think I don't know anything. I heard everything clearly just now. Old Master Jiang glared at the two. After that, he turned his gaze to Li Yao and Jiang Yue Yao, his expression softening considerably. I heard what you said too, so don't worry. If they don't support this, I will. Let's see who dares to oppose. Old Master Jiang spoke with a hint of authority. That's great, Grandpa. I love you. Jiang Yue Yao exclaimed joyfully, jumping up and planting a kiss on Old Master Jiang's cheek. You little girl. Old Master Jiang chuckled in response. Thank you for your support, Grandpa. I won't let you down, Li Yao said, feeling very grateful as he looked at the old man. Without his help, finding a distributor would have been a daunting task that could take a long time. Dad, what you're doing isn't quite right. You haven't even seen his potion, and you're already saying you'll help him? What if the product is subpar and the company suffers losses? Jiang Zhiming's expression darkened, and after a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but voice his concerns. Losses? Old Master Jiang shot him a glare, angrily retorting. The empire I've built over the years is being managed by you bunch of ungrateful kids. How much have you lost? And you still dare to bring this up with me?" He paused, then continued, "Besides, I've tried his potion. How could I not know how effective it is? This matter is settled. Anyone who dares to oppose will find themselves with broken legs." This, Jiang Zhengming and Zhang Fengxia's expression stiffened. Even though they were unhappy, they dared not speak up. The entire Jiang family's business was built by old Master Jiang, and if they truly angered him, they would lose everything. "Grandpa, uncle, aunt, don't worry. My heart recovery potion won't let you down. In fact, it can revive the entire Jiang family's waning fortunes. I am even confident that it can surpass the Shishir group," Li Yao declared, clenching his fist with determination. Surpass the Shishir group? Jiang Zhenming and Zhang Fengxia were slightly taken aback, feeling even more disdainful in their hearts. Boasting isn't illegal, but really, anyone can brag. Good. That's the spirit. Young people should have such ambition. However, you need to think carefully about the path ahead. Old Master Jiang praised him, then added seriously. "Surpassing a corporation isn't an easy feat, but it's not impossible either. This project will be entirely entrusted to you and Yao Yao. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come to me for help immediately." "Thank you, Grandpa." Li Yao and Jiang Yueyao expressed their gratitude. With old Master Jiang's support, they felt more assured. In terms of business, Li Yao truly wasn't an expert. Jiang Yueyao directly assisted Li Yao in drafting the cooperation contract, outlining task divisions, and establishing a series of distribution processes. The details were meticulously laid out, ensuring that Li Yao suffered no losses while also significantly benefiting Jiang's family business. Li Yao felt very reassured by Jiang Yueyao. After getting a general understanding of the content, he didn't even bother to read through it and let her handle everything. Now, all he had to do was wait for the medication to be completed. Time flew by, and the agreed-upon day arrived. On Wang Jesher's side, he had prepared the first batch of medication well in advance. He held the sample in hand and followed the fourth master to Su Jie's office. "Mr. Su, our cardiac rehabilitation agent has been successfully produced. Here, take a look," Wang Jesher said, looking at Su Jie with a flattering smile as he cautiously handed over the medication. "Great. Excellent," Su Jie exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he slapped his thigh in excitement. He immediately ordered, "Get the patients here right away. We need to test the medication immediately." Chapter 44. Malicious intent. Soon, a gaunt middle-aged man entered the office, his face pale and emaciated. He had suffered from heart disease for decades. Although he managed to stay alive with various medications and care, his heart was riddled with issues, and his health was failing. It was only a matter of time before he would meet his end. "Administer the medication," Su Jie ordered, his eyes gleaming with fervor. If he could cure a patient like this, his heart recovery agent would surely become a world-renowned miracle drug. With a gulp, the man, burdened by his heart condition, took the medication in 2 swigs, his gaze vacant. He was aware that his days were numbered. He had lost count of how many so-called miracle cures for heart disease he had tried before, only to find them utterly useless. So, he had no expectations. After all, he wasn't being charged for this treatment. He was even given some money. Just as he was lost in thought, his body suddenly jolted, and he felt his frail heart beating vigorously. The doctors who had been waiting nearby rushed over to conduct a series of heart checks. Heart rate is normal. Heart sounds are normal. Heart rhythm is normal. Dynamic heart rate is healthy. Static heart rate is healthy. One by one, the test results came back, revealing that all indicators of his heart had returned to normal, with none showing any weakness. The various heart ailments he had suffered from had vanished. The doctors widened their eyes in disbelief. If they had personally brought this patient in and conducted an examination beforehand, they would never have believed this was the same man. Is there really such a miraculous medication in the world? My heart disease is gone. Am I cured? I'm really cured? The middle-aged man's voice trembled, his face filled with disbelief. After a moment, tears welled up in his eyes as he cried out in excitement. Laughing maniacally, "I'm healthy. I'm really healthy." He burst out of the room, singing and dancing, looking even healthier than a normal person. Siyi and Wang Jesher stood by, dumbfounded. They had initially thought this medication would merely alleviate the heart condition, but to witness a complete cure was beyond their expectations. If this medication were to hit the market, it would be in such high demand that people would fight over it. At that point, wouldn't the money just roll in? "Congratulations, Mr. Su," Wang Jesher quickly flattered. "Boss Su is going to get rich. Haha, congratulations." Siyi's eyes glinted with greed as he chuckled. "Fantastic." Su Jie snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with fervor. This heart medication was like a cash cow in this world. Even without relying on the Su family, he could build a business empire on his own. With a radiant smile, Su Jie slammed his hand on the table. "Quick, start mass production at the fastest speed possible. I'll cover all the costs. We need to produce the largest batch as quickly as we can." I want to dominate the entire market. Su Jie was trembling with excitement, a sly smile on his face as he coldly said, once the market is established and the patent is applied for, even if that guy Li Yao produces a potion, outsiders will call it a knockoff. They will only buy my potion. By then, what can he use to compete with me? As he spoke, Su Jie began to laugh to himself, as if he could already see countless amounts of money flying toward him. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Wang Jiesher, only to find him still standing there, which made him immediately scold. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. Yes. Wang Jiesher was startled, snapped out of his daze, and hurried off to follow the orders. Dr. Li, here are the samples we've made. Please take a look. At that moment, Yang Xuanya placed several sample potions in front of Li Yao. Well done. Li Yao examined the potion under the sunlight, observing it closely. The color, purity, and aroma of the potion were almost indistinguishable from the original, and the efficacy inside was likely not far off either. Why hasn't Wang Jiesher come yet? Li Yao checked the time. It was already an hour past their agreed meeting. If he doesn't show up, I'll have you make this potion. Li Yao was starting to lose patience. It was quite possible that Wang Jiesher had run off with his recipe, and even if he hadn't, the speed of production was far too slow. Such a person was not one he wanted to work with. Hey, Dr. Li, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I'm here now. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Jiesher appeared, moving at a leisurely pace. However, he was accompanied by a familiar face. Fourth Master. Upon seeing the Fourth Master, both Li Yao and Yang Xuanya's expressions changed. This guy had been with Su Jie before, even threatening Yang Xuanya to drink and trying to seduce her. His presence with Wang Jiesher could only mean trouble. Here, this is the finished product we made. What do you think? Is our pharmaceutical company's quality first rate? It's completely on another level compared to those small factories. Wang Jiesher glanced dismissively at Yang Xuanya and sneered. Is this it? Li Yao shook his head in disappointment. Wang Jiesher claimed to have the best pharmaceutical company in the city, but the medicine they produced was subpar in both color and viscosity. It was clear they had cut corners. The efficacy of the potion you produced isn't even half as good as hers. I think we don't need to collaborate anymore, Li Yao said coldly, shaking his head. Since Dr. Li doesn't want to work with me, then so be it. Wang Jiesher laughed instead of getting angry. I happen to have a big client who is going to be my partner. As he spoke, Su Jie walked in from outside. Su Jie looked at Li Yao with a mocking grin. Li Yao. Did you ever think that the recipe you worked so hard to protect would end up in my hands so easily? Mr. Su, you're here. Wang Jiesher quickly stepped forward, flattering him with a smile. You're all in cahoots. Yang Xuanya realized what was happening and her expression turned grim. So what if we are? The group laughed derisively. Do you really think you've won just because you got the prescription? Li Yao's expression was calm, as if he had known this outcome all along. What else could it be? Su Jie sneered. Even if your potion is more effective than ours, so what? Even if you have the formula and the distributors, what difference does it make? His gaze was filled with contempt as he continued. My Su family is large and powerful, and we can produce drugs faster than you. We'll register and launch our products before yours, capture the market and expand sales. Who will believe your medicine is genuine then? Su Jie shook his head with a smile, leaning forward, his icy gaze fixed on Li Yao as he spoke each word deliberately. You are destined to fail miserably. Chapter 45. Let's see how long you can laugh leaking the confidential formula. People like you are not fit to be in business. You bunch of scoundrels have no credibility. You're a disgrace to the business world, a bunch of miscreants. Yang Xuanya shouted angrily, pointing at a few people. Her head buzzed, and she felt unsteady on her feet. In her eyes, Su Jie and his group hadn't just brought Li Yao down, they had made it even harder for her pharmaceutical company to survive. Credibility? What does that even matter? How much is it worth? Wang Jiesher chuckled, saying, in this world, money is king. Credibility is worthless. Bastards, bastards. Yang Xuanya clenched her fists, her face pale. Yet, faced with these rogues, she felt utterly powerless. If only you had joined us back then and become the fourth masteress woman. It wouldn't have come to this. With you being suppressed by us, you wouldn't have stood a chance either. Why bother? Su Jie looked at Yang Xuanya with a pitiful expression, scanning her from head to toe, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. But now, if you change your mind and want to follow the fourth master, I can still give you a chance. What do you say? You bastard. Who would want to be with you losers? Yang Xuanya shouted, fists clenched, cursing at them. Go ahead and curse. The way you're shouting now. I'm afraid you'll come crawling back to me later, begging to be my woman. Ha. Su Jie laughed as the others joined in, mocking her without restraint. You guys. Yang Xuanya bit her lip, feeling utterly weak. Li Yao snorted coldly, not wanting to say much. Luckily, he had been cautious and hadn't revealed the final ingredient. He looked at Su Jie with a cold smile in his heart. When you start mass-producing that concoction and find out it's not only useless, but harmful. Let us see if you'll still be laughing then. Humph, don't get too cocky. Right now, things are still uncertain, Li Yao said lightly. His expression devoid of anger, as if he didn't care at all. Humph, I'm proud of it. What can you do about it? Su Jie, feeling even more triumphant upon hearing Li Yao's harsh words, mocked. You should just stick to being a doctor. Dreaming of making it big in business? Good luck with that. He looked at Li Yao, boastfully declaring, just wait until our products hit the market. But if you give up Yao Yao and come begging to me, maybe one day I'll be in a good mood and toss you a bone. Li Yao remained calm, watching as the group mocked him and walked away. These scoundrels are utterly shameless. Yang Xuanya bit her lip, her face pale as she watched Su Jie and his group retreat. Her eyes filled with disgust, and her heart a mix of anger and sorrow. She had once had a chance to turn things around. But now it had been snatched away by these people. Was this her fate? Yang Xuanya clenched her fists in frustration and looked at Li Yao, feeling a twinge of pity. Among them, perhaps the one most affected was not him, but this young man. Yang Xuanya watched Li Yao, remaining motionless. She probably felt as infuriated as the rest of them. After all, their hard-earned research was abruptly snatched away before it could mature. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as others reaped the rewards of their efforts. Who wouldn't be upset? Yang Xuanya gently patted Li Yao's shoulder and softly reassured him, Dr. Li, it's okay. They may have gotten a head start in the market, but our drug is more effective than theirs. We will definitely win in the end. I'm here to fight alongside you. Thank you, but I never thought we would lose, Li Yao replied, waving his hand to acknowledge Yang Xuanya's kindness. His expression softening and becoming more resolute. Maybe, Yang Xuanya smiled. She initially intended to comfort Li Yao, but was taken aback by his response. Still, while she casually mentioned that they could beat the competition, she felt no real confidence inside. Su Jie had taken the prescription, and with such immense resources at his disposal, how could they possibly fight back? Don't worry, I'm not just comforting you. I'm being serious, Li Yao said with a smile, a glint of determination in his eyes. When Wang Jiesher came to find me, I sensed that something was off. I kept my guard up and gave you an incomplete prescription. I omitted one ingredient. Li Yao held the vial in his hand and continued. This was to prevent the complete formula from leaking, and also to test your sincerity. Who could I trust to cooperate with more comfortably? Missing an ingredient? Yang Xuanya was taken aback. Did they not notice? Or were they unable to figure it out? Don't worry, they won't discover it. Nor will they be able to research it. Li Yao shook his head. This future drug is extremely demanding in terms of ingredient aging and ratios. Even missing one component. It would take at least 10 years to research it. By then, I will have already made my fortune. Who would still care about the Shinsher group? Moreover, without this ingredient, while taking the drug, patients may initially improve, but this effect won't last. At most, they'll see results for a week before experiencing a rebound. And their condition will worsen, Li Yao explained, a slight smile forming on his lips. So, even if they mass-produce the drug, they won't be able to compete with us. Not at all. In fact, they will incur massive losses. The more they produce, the more they lose. So that is how it is. Yang Xuanya's brows relaxed upon hearing this. Initially, she thought Li Yao was just trying to comfort her, but now, after his explanation, she realized it had all been part of his plan. He had known all along that Su Jie had an incomplete formula, so how could he possibly fear losing to them? Yang Xuanya's gaze toward Li Yao began to change. She had originally thought of him as an inexperienced young man who could easily be fooled or even crumble under pressure. To her surprise, not only was he meticulous, but he also possessed remarkable wisdom, which truly impressed her, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. She thought to herself that if she had been swayed by greed back then and had taken Li Yao's prescription to produce the medicine herself, she would likely have fallen into an irretrievable situation. Li Yao smiled at Yang Xuanya and said, now that I see your sincerity, from now on, let your factory handle the production of this medicine. Great. Dr. Li, I look forward to our collaboration. Yang Xuanya's smile widened as she extended her slender hand to shake Li Yao's, a fierce determination glinting in her eyes. Those who were hoping to see her fail would surely be disappointed. Su Jie, let's see who comes out on top in the end. Chapter 46. Is he the boss's boyfriend? After signing the contract for the production of the medication, Yang Xuanya let out a sigh of relief. Her own pharmaceutical factory finally had a glimmer of hope for survival. Dr. Li, how about we go out for a meal to celebrate? Let's eat at my restaurant. Yang Xuanya suggested as she put away the contract. Sure, dining with a beautiful woman is something I can't pass up, Li Yao replied with a bright smile. Yang Xuanya drove her luxury car straight to the Wandilan restaurant with Li Yao. The restaurant staff had already received Yang Xuanya's notification and reserved the best table for them. Normally, it wasn't unusual for a boss to dine with a client. However, The smile on Yang Xuanya's face sparked curiosity among the onlookers. Wait, our boss is having dinner with a man alone? Could he be her boyfriend? One of the staff whispered. Wow, look at that smile. It's highly likely, another chimed in. The boss is usually quite cold. I've never seen her smile like that at any man before. Do you think it could be true? They speculated among themselves. Dr. Li, I'd like to toast you first. Thank you for trusting me, and for giving my factory a chance at revival. Yang Xuanya said as she raised her glass of red wine and downed it in one gulp, her cheeks turning slightly red. You're too polite, Yang. We're helping each other out here. If it weren't for your factory, I wouldn't have a way to sell my medication either, Li Yao chuckled. And since we're partners now, just call me Li Yao. If you keep calling me Dr. Li, I might think you're here for a consultation. All right, Yang Xuanya nodded, pondering for a moment before adding. Since I won't call you Dr. Li, you shouldn't call me Yang Zong either. Just use my name, or you can call me Sister Yang. That won't do. Li Yao waved his hand, grinning at Yang Xuanya. You're so young and beautiful, calling you Sister Yang feels off. How about I just call you by your name? That feels more friendly. Okay, Yang Xuanya's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy at Li Yao's words. As they enjoyed their meal and chatted, the atmosphere became lively. The usually serious Yang Xuanya even wore a genuine smile, not just the polite smile typical of her profession. This change only fueled the employee speculation. After finishing their meal, Li Yao left. Yang Xuanya watched his retreating figure, lost in thought for a moment before snapping back to reality. Look at the boss. She seems to be in a springtime mood. It's almost certain that this young man is her boyfriend. Otherwise, how could she have that kind of gaze? That's a good point. It must be true, another agreed. It's nice for the boss to have a boyfriend. It would relieve her from the burden of working alone. I'm not so sure. The boss is so exceptional. How could she settle for a younger man? Besides, he doesn't seem like a big boss himself. Could it be that our boss has a thing for pretty boys? The boss is right there. If you want to know, why not just ask her? The crowd chuckled softly. During work hours, what are you all chatting about? Shouldn't you be getting back to work? Yang Xuanya snapped back to reality and realized the employees behind her were discussing her. She felt a bit embarrassed and blushed slightly. Boss, you halted operations just to entertain that guy earlier, and now we have no work to do, one of the managers joked, grinning as he approached her. He leaned in and whispered, excuse us for being bold, but was that guy your boyfriend? You seem a bit different today. Different? What do you mean by different? Yang Xuanya was taken aback, her face instantly flushing red. Nonsense. Get back to work now. We're open for business. She waved her hand, blushing, and shooed everyone away. However, the employees exchanged knowing glances, concluding that there was a good chance it was true. Under such scrutiny, Yang Xuanya felt her cheeks heat up even more. She had always been indifferent towards men, mostly engaging with them on a business level, and even then, it was strictly professional. But today, it seemed she was indeed feeling a bit different. She fanned her face, trying to cool down the redness. But it only seemed to intensify. In her mind, she recalled how Li Yao was different from her other business partners. He had saved her from 2 precarious situations, making him quite the benefactor. If Li Yao were truly her boyfriend, aside from being a few years younger, he seemed pretty great otherwise, right? As that thought crossed her mind, her face turned even redder, and she quickly shook her head, dismissing such unreliable notions. After all, he already had a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Li Yao was riding home, contemplating his money-making ventures. With the issues of drug production and distribution resolved, he only needed to apply for the patent for his heart recovery medication. Watching his plan come together, he felt particularly satisfied. Since it was still early, he went home to grab the prepared drug documentation and patent application, then headed straight to the pharmaceutical patent office. Hello, I'm here to apply for a drug patent, Li Yao said at the service window, placing a thick stack of documents on the counter. Oh, please wait a moment. The staff member glanced at Li Yao and responded coldly, taking all the documents. Okay, Li Yu replied, sitting patiently, hoping everything would go smoothly and that there wouldn't be any mistakes. Once this step was completed, he could just wait for the medication to sell and the money to roll in. Just then, he heard a familiar voice. Isn't that Li Yao? Are you here applying for a patent too? Turning around, he saw Su Jia walking over with a sly grin, a smug look on his face. Sorry, but I'm afraid you won't be able to apply for that patent. I already filed for the heart recovery medication. Su Jia snapped his fingers with a sense of triumph, and his attendant immediately stepped forward, carefully pulling a thick document from a black leather bag. The front of the document bore the seal of the patent office. Unfortunately, you're a bit too late, Su Jia said with a smug smile. Looking down at Li Yao, I've already secured the patent, and I'm currently ramping up production of the serum. With a beaming smile, he feigned a sudden realization and added, Oh, and here's some good news for you. My serum will hit the market in 4 days, and there will be a large sales conference. This will be a significant milestone in humanity's fight against disease. So, what do you think? Would you like to come and take a look? Chapter 47. Sabotage Well. Since you've invited me so sincerely, I'm curious to see what Sue's grand sales event will turn out like. Liao smiled, feeling not angry but rather pleased. It was amusing to see that Su Jia hadn't even noticed the side effects of the potion. You steal my formula and plan a major sales event? By the time it happens, you won't even have the chance to cry. This is going to be such a joke. I definitely want to witness it. Huh. Su Jia was taken aback. He had only intended to provoke Liao. But to his surprise, Liao actually agreed. However, he didn't care much about that. He had obtained the formula, and the business would soon be up and running. Liao had become useless to him. Fourth Master was likely about to take action. Even if Liao wanted to watch, he probably wouldn't have the life left to do so. Haha, great. Come and see. And I hope by then you can still keep such a positive mindset. Su Jia laughed arrogantly, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. He couldn't be bothered to waste any more time with Liao. So he mocked him a couple of times before leaving with his subordinates. As soon as he left, the patent office staff returned to Liao with his documents. I'm sorry, but after our review, your patent application has been denied, the staff said coldly, handing the papers back to Liao. What? Denied? Why? Liao frowned and quickly asked. Although Su Jia had applied for the patent, the composition of his potion was completely different. As long as they differed, he could successfully apply. Could it be Su Jia? Is he up to something? Liao's first thought went to his nemesis. But soon, he dismissed that idea. If it were really Su Jia's doing, with his character, he would have mocked Liao about it earlier. Furthermore, Su Jia likely thought the compositions were the same. And since he applied first, Liao wouldn't be able to apply as well. He wouldn't bother with such petty tricks. I don't know. Please leave. The staff said coldly, seemingly uninterested in Liao. Why was my patent application denied? Don't you have a reason? Are you just trying to brush me off? Liao stood his ground, staring at the staff. Our patent office isn't just for you. Don't disrupt things for others. The staff's tone grew harsher as they saw Liao wouldn't budge. Why was my patent application denied? You must give me an answer. If you don't provide one, I'm not leaving. Liao was now extremely frustrated, feeling that the staff was simply trying to dismiss him. He couldn't believe that if no one was sabotaging him, the staff would behave this way. Well, we said it's denied. No reasons given. Hurry up and leave. If you don't, be careful, I'll report you for causing a disturbance and have the police take you away. The staff waved their hand impatiently, wanting to get rid of Liao quickly. You think you can make me leave without giving me an explanation? Liao's expression turned cold as he asked with an intimidating presence. Isn't there a regulation from the government stating that even if a patent isn't approved, there must be a valid reason? What does it mean when you reject my application without any evidence? Are you trying to send me away? No. That's not it. It just can't be approved. You should check the documents you submitted. Maybe you'll find out why, the staff member replied. Feeling somewhat guilty under Liao's sudden outburst, though he maintained a tough exterior. You want to tell me, but you want me to figure it out myself? What a joke. Liu sneered, his gaze icy as he looked at the staff member. This is your job. If you want to do it. Do you intend to neglect your duties? Or are you hoping I'll bribe you? Who is neglecting their duties? Who is not acting? Who is taking bribes? I'm not. The staff member was sweating profusely, stammering in fear at Liao's words. Originally, he thought Liao was just a fresh graduate who would be easy to handle, someone he could scare away with a bit of intimidation. He never expected Liao to be so fierce and to accuse him of such serious misconduct. If word of this got out, he could lose his position. Moreover, the entire patent application office could be shut down for inspection. Not good enough? My patent gets rejected without a valid reason. And you have to give me an explanation today. Otherwise, I'll report you. Liao said angrily, grabbing the staff member by the collar. Why won't you approve it? Who is behind this? Speak. Liao glared fiercely at the staff member. I don't know. They just said it's not approved, and I'm just the messenger. Please don't cause trouble for me. The staff member stammered, clearly panicking. If you really want to know, I can take you inside to ask. This really isn't my fault, he said, nearly in tears. Realizing he was in over his head with someone as formidable as Liao, yet he couldn't betray his superiors. What are you doing, Liao? This isn't a place for you to cause a scene. Let him go. At that moment, a sharp voice came from the doorway. Lu Qing stepped in slowly, followed by Zhao Yang, who had previously tried to take advantage of Chen Jiai. It's you? Liao frowned, surprised to see him there. Noticing the staff member's expression seemed to ease upon Lu Qing's arrival, Liao quickly pieced it together. This guy must be the one causing trouble behind the scenes. Liao, this is the patent application office, not a place for you to create a ruckus. If they want to approve it, there's bound to be a reason. If you don't leave and keep causing a scene, you might get arrested. Lu Qing said coldly, his expression grim. I'm causing a scene. It's clearly their lack of transparency and abuse of power. Liao retorted sharply, glancing at Lu Qing. Humph, if you want me to leave, then. Liao let out a cold laugh. I've obtained the patent, so naturally, I will leave. If the police come to arrest me, that's fine. But you must first give me an explanation. Why was my patent not approved? Lu Qing's expression changed. He didn't expect Liao to be so stubborn. Boldly causing a scene here. If they didn't approve your application, it surely means there's an issue with the medicine you applied for. What is the point of making a fuss here? Lu Qing's face darkened as he waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Stop clinging on here. My patent application for the medicine has issues? Liao shot a cold glance at Lu Qing. Is there a problem with my heart medication? Isn't it exclusive to me? Don't you know deep down? Chapter 48. The doctor with such skills, what use is it to me? This is their decision. It has nothing to do with me, Lu Qing said coldly, his expression shifting. Nothing to do with you? Heh. Liao chuckled, pulled out his phone, and looked at him, saying, I really don't believe you. How about I call old Lu and ask him, what do you need my grandfather for? Even if your patent doesn't get approved, it won't help to involve him. Lu Qing's face flashed with a hint of panic, but he still spoke defiantly. What for? If it really doesn't get approved, I believe even old Lu wouldn't be able to help. But, Liao coldly stared at Lu Qing. You used your connections to block my patent application. I think this is something old Lu should know about. His good grandson is out here doing such shady things. As Liao said this, he was ready to dial the number. Lu Qing's expression changed. This was indeed something he had done using his connections. Initially, he didn't want to show his face, hoping to watch the drama unfold from the sidelines. He never expected that Liao would directly cause a scene in the office. If it escalated, it would be a big deal, and it would probably be impossible to cover it up. With no choice, he stepped out. But he didn't expect that Liao would see through him so easily, and even threatened to call old Lu. If his grandfather found out about this, it would be over for him. Lu Qing quickly exchanged glances with Zhao Yang, who understood what was happening. You messed up my business last time. This time, I won't let your application through. It's just a lesson for you. You better recognize your place. Who do you think you are? Do you dare to challenge me? Zhao Yang spoke up, looking at Liao with disdain, taking full responsibility for the situation. Even if I did abuse my power, what can you do about it? If you're smart, you'd better scram now, or I won't let you off easily this time, Zhao Yang said arrogantly, staring coldly at Liao. You think I'm afraid of you? If this patent isn't approved today, I won't leave, and I'll report it to old Lu for him to judge. Liao replied, casually finding a seat and watching the two with cold eyes. I don't believe you can do anything to me in front of so many people. This is a society governed by law. We certainly won't do anything to you. But do you really think no one can manage you for causing a scene here? Zhao Yang snorted, then pulled out his phone. Police? I want to report that someone is causing trouble at the patent office. Please send someone over. Zhao Yang said before hanging up the phone and looking at Liao with indifference, threatening, you better get out of here while you still can. Or you won't be able to leave later. You'll be going to jail. Oh really? I'm curious to see what the police will say when they arrive. Liao coldly replied, looking at Lu Qing and Zhao Yang without fear. After all, he hadn't laid a finger on anyone. If anyone was in the wrong, it was definitely Zhao Yang. Soon, a police car arrived, and two officers, one tall and one thin, stepped out. Who's causing trouble here? The tall police officer furrowed his brow and looked at the crowd. It's this guy? He's disrupting the normal operations of the patent office. Get him arrested right away. Zhao Yang pointed at Liao, his eyes exchanging glances with the two younger officers. That's right, it's him. When his patent application was denied, he started causing a scene and even threatened to get physical. You need to arrest him immediately. The staff member who had been grabbed earlier quickly chimed in. You. Come with us. The two officers approached without waiting for Liao to respond, brandishing handcuffs and moving in to cuff him. You're going to arrest someone without even asking for the details? Isn't that a bit excessive? Liao's expression turned cold as he questioned them sharply. There are so many witnesses here saying you were causing trouble. Isn't that evidence enough? Whatever the situation is, you can explain it at the station. For now, just come with us. The thin officer waved his hand and tried to grab Liao. Swish. Liao moved swiftly, dodging both officers. Are you resisting arrest? The two officers were taken aback, surprised that Liao dared to fight back in this situation. Anger flared in them, and one of them said sternly, if you refuse to comply, we have the authority to use force. If you get hurt, don't blame us. As he spoke, he pulled out a baton from his waist. Humph, you could have cooperated earlier and avoided this. Now that you're resisting arrest, even if you hadn't done anything wrong before, I can still lock you up for 10 days or even half a month. Lu Qing and Zhao Yang watched the scene unfold with amused expressions. Liao glared at the two officers, fury boiling in his eyes. How dare you just come to arrest me without asking anything? This is outright bullying. However, He wasn't an easy target to deal with. These two were definitely Lu Qing's people, and their unfounded arrest was clearly a sneak attack. If he made a scene, they would have a hard time explaining themselves as well. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Li Yao glared coldly at the two officers about to make their move, clenching his fists. Humph, still want to fight? Don't say we didn't warn you. The two exchanged glances and sneered. They were well acquainted with Lu Qing and Zhao Yang, and they were among the top officers in the department. Although they hadn't achieved any remarkable feats, their skills were exceptional, almost good enough to have become special forces. Dealing with a kid like Li Yao would be a piece of cake. Go! They shouted in unison and charged at him. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. Watching the two approach, with a swift movement, he darted forward like a phantom. Before the two officers could react, Li Yao was already in front of them. Before their batons could come down, Li Yao's fist struck first. Boom! The tall officer was knocked to the ground with a single punch. Blood streaming from his nose and mouth as he let out a scream. The thin officer was stunned, shock coursing through him. You dare to attack, smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yao's second punch came crashing down. The thin guy fell to the ground, convulsing a couple of times before fainting. Before anyone could react, the two young police officers were already knocked down, leaving them no chance to fight back. How is this possible? Seeing the two officers unable to defend themselves even for a moment, Lu Qing and Zhao Yang's faces changed dramatically, their mouths agape in shock. Wide enough to fit an egg. These two officers were fighters I specifically recruited. He took them down with a single move? Isn't he a doctor? How can he fight like that? Zhao Yang found it hard to believe, his mind filled with astonishment. I don't know either. Lu Qing was equally stunned. Chapter 49, Strengthening the Body and Genetic Serums. Now it's your turn. Li Yao coldly stared at Lu Qing and Zhao Yang. Since they had already made their move, he might as well deal with these two troublemakers together. Seeing Li Yao slowly approaching, Zhao Yang couldn't help but feel scared. But he put on a brave front, pointing at him and threatening. Do you dare to lay a hand on us? Are you out of your mind? We're not that easy to mess with. Li Yao, think carefully. If you make a move, you'll be provoking two major powers, Lu Qing said, looking at Li Yao with disdain. Although his influence was considerable, when it came to a one-on-one confrontation with Li Yao, he felt as weak as a chick. Since you can teach me a lesson, why can't I teach you one? Besides, I'm not necessarily afraid of the forces behind you. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. His greatest support at this moment was actually his mysterious live stream room. With the live stream room, he was confident he could surpass even the most powerful forces of the modern era. Clenching his fist tightly, he suddenly threw a punch. Lu Qing felt a rush of wind against his face and quickly shut his eyes. Just as he felt the punch was about to land, he suddenly heard an old voice call out, Dr. Li, for my sake, please spare this unfilial grandson of mine. Grandpa. Lu Qing was both overjoyed and terrified upon hearing the voice, his body shaking even more violently. Lu Lao had arrived. Although he was saved from being beaten by Li Yao, it also meant that the events here had been exposed. He was sure he would face a scolding from his grandfather later, and life in the family wouldn't be easy after that. Li Yao's fist halted the moment he heard Lu Lao's voice. Lu Lao. Li Yao looked at him with a somewhat displeased expression. After all, his grandson's teacher had set him up, and as a grandfather, Lu Lao bore some responsibility for that. Dr. Li, I sincerely apologize. I failed to discipline this grandson of mine and caused you trouble. Please show mercy this time. Consider it a favor owed to you. Lu Lao quickly stepped forward, expressing his regret. Grandpa, shut up. Lu Qing was about to explain when he was silenced by Lu Lao's glare. You little brat. Don't think I'm unaware of everything. If I hadn't heard about this and rushed over, you would have caused a major disaster today. Lu Lao scolded angrily, feeling both regretful and helpless. He had initially hoped to have his grandson befriend a talent like Li Yao, but unexpectedly, they had ended up as enemies. It was uncertain whether they could mend things in the future. If the Lu family lost someone as remarkable as Li Yao, it would be a tremendous loss. Make sure to expedite the application for a patent for Dr. Li. It must be done as quickly as possible. No obstacles allowed. Do you hear me? Lu Lao said with authority. Yes. After being scolded by Lu Lao, Lu Qing felt like a little rabbit trembling in the corner, not daring to say anything further. Dr. Li, this is the grandson of my lifelong friend. I'm here to apologize on his behalf. Mr. Lu said as he gestured towards Zhao Yang and slowly bowed to Li Yao. He then shot a glare at Zhao Yang. Despite Zhao Yang's high status, he had no personal connection to Mr. Lu, but being looked at that way made him extremely anxious, and he dared not speak up. Mr. Li, there's no need for that. Since you're stepping in, let us just drop this matter, Li Yao said lightly, glancing at the two of them. Although he felt a bit of anger for not being able to teach them a lesson, he still wanted to give Mr. Lu some face. With his help, the approval for my patent application will come through much faster. Don't forget to thank Dr. Li. Mr. Lu snapped at the two. Though Lu Qing and Zhao Yang were reluctant, they had no choice but to say to Li Yao, Thank you, Dr. Li. Humph. Mr. Lu said, slightly annoyed at their lack of initiative. Get the scene cleaned up. Let us just pretend today never happened. Yes, Lu Qing nodded. The staff from the Patent Application Bureau, aware that a significant figure was present, dared not say much and quickly tidied up the area. They took back Li Yao's patent documents and resumed the approval process. Doctor, let us go sit over there and wait, Mr. Lu suggested with a smile. All right, Liu nodded and sat down. You stay right there. Mr. Lu glared at Lu Qing, speaking coldly. Lu Qing's expression darkened. Being scolded by his grandfather in front of Li Yao was quite humiliating for him. However, he knew he was in the wrong this time, so he kept quiet and stood off to the side. Dr. Li, I didn't realize you're a doctor. But your skills are quite impressive, Mr. Lu remarked, looking at Li Yao with increasing admiration. I know those two policemen. Their skills are not something ordinary officers can match. They almost became special forces. The fact that you managed to take them down like that is quite remarkable. Being able to handle two of them without a scratch on you means you must be at least at the level of a special forces operative. Mr. Lu looked Li Yao up and down, his eyes full of admiration. Haha, Mr. Lu, you flatter me. I'm not that impressive, Li Yao replied with a polite smile. Not at all. Mr. Lu shook his head, curiously looking at Li Yao. He couldn't help but ask, where did you learn your skills, Dr. Li? Skills? I haven't trained in anything like that. I guess I just have a better physique than most people since childhood. It's mostly brute strength, Li Yao said, avoiding mentioning the gene serum. Oh, I see. Dr. Li, your physique is indeed impressive, Mr. Lu sighed, a bit regretfully. Us old folks, and even our younger generations can't compare to someone like you. If only we had half of your strength, I wouldn't be so worried. Old Lu sighed again and said, people nowadays are becoming increasingly unhealthy. If we could have strong bodies like Dr. Li's, we could contribute even more to our country and society. That would be an incredible fortune and a tremendous honor. Hearing this, Li Yao was taken aback. His own health had not been great, and his current strength was entirely due to the effects of a basic gene serum. As old Lu mentioned, if everyone had a physique as good as Dr. Li's, it would undoubtedly create immense value for the world. I still have the method for producing the basic gene serum. If I were to bring this serum to market, wouldn't it yield even greater profits? Chapter 50, A New Path in This World. While there are indeed many people suffering from heart disease, they are just a drop in the ocean compared to the total population. There are still significantly more healthy individuals than patients. However, due to environmental factors and lifestyle changes, even the average person's health is declining. Many are in poor physical condition despite not being sick. Many people start taking supplements from a young age and continue with health products as they grow older. Anyone who is normal wishes to improve their health, and genetic agents could fulfill that wish. If primary genetic agents could be sold, there would be no restrictions on the crowd. After all, who wouldn't want to enhance their physical condition? Li Yao's eyes lit up at this thought. The profits from heart recovery agents can only be made from heart patients, but primary genetic agents could be used by everyone. The potential profits from this could be exponentially higher. Old Lu, if it were possible for everyone in the world to become as strong as I am, what kind of changes would we see? Leo suddenly asked, momentarily lost in thought. As strong as you? Old Lu was taken aback, then chuckled helplessly, saying, haha. With your robust physique, you could probably surpass more than half of the people in the world. If everyone were like you, we'd likely be seeing superheroes flying around everywhere. Old Lu smiled, took a sip of tea, and continued, take my old bones for example. If I had a body like yours, I wouldn't have to spend most of my days resting at home. I could manage all the affairs of the Lu family single-handedly and even expand our family business several times over, without having to spend so much time on maintaining my health like I do now. With a sigh, Old Lu squinted as if deep in thought. This is just my individual influence. If it were to reach the average person, the effects would be even more astonishing. The workforce of the world could multiply several times. The world would enter a phase of rapid development, contributing immensely to humanity. Plus, with a robust constitution, people would suffer less from ailments. As Old Lu spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement. His sharp instincts led him to a realization, and he quickly asked, Dr. Li, do you have any medications to improve physical health? Old Lu's eyes shone with unparalleled anticipation, radiating a fervent glow. If such a thing existed, the Lu family could grow even stronger. Grandpa, you really think highly of him, don't you? He is just a junior doctor who has only been a chief physician for a short while. It's already a stroke of luck for him to create a medication for heart disease. How could he possibly have something to improve genes? Lu Qing interjected disdainfully from the side. In his eyes, Liao didn't possess such great capabilities, yet he had his grandfather wrapped around his finger. Creating a medication for heart disease was already a monumental achievement in his eyes. The idea of developing something groundbreaking was simply a dream. Lu Qing, you must not be disrespectful to Dr. Li. Lu Lao spoke in a deep voice. reprimanding Lu Qing and feeling increasingly disappointed in this grandson who couldn't recognize a true dragon. Although Li Yao's identity was not particularly significant compared to theirs, the fact that he had cured Lu Lao's heart condition with a recovery agent indicated that he was definitely not an ordinary person. One could not regard Li Yao through the lens of how one would treat an average individual. Had he not encountered Li Yao earlier, he would have dismissed the existence of such a potion outright. Now, however, he believed wholeheartedly and was simply waiting for Li Yao's response. After finishing his reprimand, Lu Lao looked at Li Yao with eager eyes. Seeing him lost in thought and not responding, he asked again, "Dr. Li, do you really have such a potion?" "Well, not exactly." Li Yao waved his hand. He almost blurted out that he did have it upon hearing Lu Lao's question. Now that he had a pharmaceutical company and distributors, selling such a product would not be a problem. Adding a basic gene agent to the mix would allow him to apply for a patent more quickly with Lu Lao's presence. Once launched, he believed that billions in assets could come pouring in almost instantly. However, these thoughts had only crossed his mind. Money had not completely clouded Li Yao's judgment. The impact of the basic gene agent on the human body was simply too significant. He had only consumed a small amount and had already become so powerful. An average person would stand no chance against him. According to Lu Lao, he could even compete with special forces. If such a terrifying agent were to be introduced to the market quickly, it would undoubtedly have an enormous impact on the world, potentially even leading to disaster. After all, not everyone who gains great power can control themselves. In the hands of good people, they could become superheroes supporting justice, but in the hands of bad people, they could turn into tools of slaughter. Terrorists could rise to power because of this agent, causing chaos in the world. Once the gene agent alters someone, the geopolitical landscape of many countries could undergo dramatic changes. Such matters cannot be decided hastily or sold indiscriminately. He would need to return to conduct experiments, dilute the effects of the gene drug, or find some people to drink it for research over a period of time. Only when he had a method of control could he consider its application. Otherwise, it would be like a ticking time bomb, potentially implicating him as well. After reflecting on these issues, Li Yao paused and said, "However, I will try to develop it. If I succeed, Lu Lao, you can certainly give it a try." "Oh, is that so? If you manage to develop it, I will definitely give it a go," Lu Lao replied with a smile, though he felt a bit disappointed inside. Developing a drug is no trivial matter. Some substances take a century of research before yielding results. By then, who knows if he could wait for that day? The two chatted for a few more moments. With Lu Lao's urging, the patent application was quickly processed, and the patent document was prepared for Li Yao. Since everything was in order, they decided not to linger any longer. Lu Lao smiled at Li Yao, exchanged a few farewell words, and left with Lu Qing. Lu Lao walked slowly, and Li Yao nodded in acknowledgement. After returning home with the patent certificate, I opened the high-tech live stream and found the host. "Hey there, wealthy viewer. You're back to watch my stream." The doctor host was instantly excited to see Li Yao. "Yeah, I'm here to ask you something." Li Yu casually sent some virtual gifts and then typed in the chat. If a gene drug is suddenly introduced to a group of people who have never used it before, what significant effects could it have? Chapter 51. Towards a new humanity, are we targeting populations that have never used genetic agents? The host doctor was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. In today's world, nearly everyone has consumed genetic agents since birth. They are the most common form of medication. Could there really be many people who haven't? Although the host doctor was puzzled, he replied, "What you're talking about, I encountered during my medical studies in history books." As he contemplated, he continued, "In the past, before the advent of genetic agents, humanity was plagued by numerous diseases. Although medicine had advanced and many difficult ailments could be treated, people still suffered from illnesses. However, the introduction of genetic agents completely changed this situation." His eyes sparkled with excitement, reflecting a monumental breakthrough that transformed everything. Genetic agents enhanced human physicality and improved societal genetics. All of humanity was strengthened. Minor ailments could no longer harm people. They would heal automatically after a few days, and some diseases had even vanished entirely. The host doctor clenched his fist, his gaze ablaze with fervor as he declared, "For the first time, humanity launched an offensive against diseases." The team that developed this medication was hailed as heroes. They were revered as they allowed humanity to evolve once more, paving the way for the emergence of a new human race. Our ancestors laid a solid foundation for an ultra-advanced era. This was the greatest feat in history. As the host doctor spoke, his demeanor grew solemn, his expression filled with respect. A great feat. A new humanity. Li Yao listened, utterly shocked. Just from the live broadcast, it was evident that the world on the other side was exponentially more advanced than their current society. If he could bring genetic agents back to their primitive era, it would undoubtedly lead to earth-shattering changes. Perhaps it would even earn him a place in history, bringing glory to his ancestors. Of course, that wasn't something he needed to dwell on. Feeling a surge of curiosity, Liao quickly asked, "Are there no drawbacks to genetic agents? Can they be used directly?" "Yes, there are drawbacks. And before these issues are resolved, they can be catastrophic." The host doctor nodded emphatically, his expression turning especially grave. There was a small country that faced disaster because they mishandled the distribution of the agents and failed to control the population. Those who consumed the agents experienced a surge in strength, which led to rampant arrogance and chaos in society, ultimately resulting in national collapse. He spoke with an unusually serious demeanor, completely devoid of the earlier lightheartedness. After gaining powers several times greater than before, some individuals began to act recklessly, abusing their extraordinary abilities and disrupting society, which sparked significant problems. For a time, this situation was prevalent throughout the world. Fortunately, after hundreds of years, leaders managed to stabilize the issues, and now things were much better. The host doctor let out a heavy sigh as he finished speaking, realizing that the gene serum couldn't be casually sold. It had to be approached gradually. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire, and he would become a historical villain. Although Liao understood the gravity of introducing the gene serum, he still couldn't shake off his ambition. Transforming people and society with this gene serum was no longer just about making money. His eyes were filled with fervor. It seemed he would need to organize a group of people to try it out first and observe the results. "Hey, are you really interested in gene serums?" The host doctor seemed to sense that Liao was shocked by the information. He felt the same way when he first learned about this history. "Yes, I've been researching this kind of thing lately," Liao replied, steadying his thoughts. "I have an intermediate gene serum here. Let me send you a bottle." The host doctor said, and instantly 2 vials appeared in Liao's hands. One was a small brown bottle labeled intermediate gene serum, and the other was labeled brain recovery medicine. "Hey, did you get it?" The host doctor chuckled. "I also sent you a new discovery of mine that can treat certain brain diseases. You might want to give it a try if you need it." "Oh, for treating the brain?" Liao was taken aback as he looked at the serum in his hand, then he casually sent some gifts. He felt curious. The advancements in this world were truly remarkable. Conditions like heart disease and neurological disorders, which were challenging for modern medicine, could potentially be tackled even by an ordinary doctor in the future. "Let's try this intermediate gene serum first." Liao opened the vial and gulped it down. Boom. As soon as the serum entered his system, Liao felt as if his body had exploded with heat. It felt like countless ants were crawling all over him, and his meridians and bones crackled with noise. Moments later, he exhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and felt an overwhelming surge of strength. It was hundreds of times more effective than the effects of the beginner gene serum. If the intermediate gene serum was this powerful, how incredible would the advanced gene serum be? Would he become a superhero after taking it? Liao's eyes sparkled as he quickly typed, "Is there an advanced gene serum? How much does it cost? Can you sell me a bottle?" "You're putting me in a tough spot here," the host doctor said awkwardly, pointing at the screen. "The advanced gene serum doesn't work through consumption. It requires a special method. If you want it, you'll need to upgrade your level to 1. Then I can give it to you, and you'll be able to use the related functions to further upgrade your genes." "Oh, I see." Liao felt a bit disappointed, not realizing there was this limitation. However, since he was about to start a business, leveling up to 1 wouldn't take too long. "Do you have any other questions?" the host doctor asked. "If you have any questions, let's get them all out today. I've got other commitments lately and might not be able to go live for a while," the host doctor said with a hint of sorrow. "I hope you can understand. And please don't forget me by the time I'm back." Hearing this, Liao was taken aback and felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Most of his progress had come thanks to this host doctor. Whenever he faced uncertainties or problems, he would turn to them for help. The sudden announcement of their absence left him feeling a bit unmoored. Chapter 52. Sneaky. "Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll be back on the stream, and I'll come to see you again. Thanks for the medicine." Liao smiled as he expressed his gratitude, asking a few questions about things he didn't understand in medicine. They chatted for a while before the streamer signed off. Sighing, Liao looked around the empty streaming room and couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental, wondering when the other person would be online again. Stretching lazily, he glanced out the window, only to realize that the sky had already turned dark, with the streets aglow from the flickering red lights. He could faintly smell the delicious aromas wafting from the street food stalls. It would be nice to go out for a stroll and grab a bite to eat to lift his spirits. The streamer's words had really affected his mood. Not wanting to stay cooped up in his room any longer, he decided to get some fresh air and pick up some dinner. While walking along a small street, Liao bought some skewers and was munching on them when he suddenly felt someone sneaking up behind him. Thanks to the enhancements from the intermediate gene therapy, his senses had far surpassed those of an average person. A quick glance revealed 2 shadowy figures not far behind him. "Is it them?" Liao frowned, recognizing that the 2 following him were Lu Qing and Yang Fengwu, who had been expelled from the hospital. These two were definitely up to no good. He was curious to see what they were plotting. He quickened his pace and abruptly darted into a narrow alley. Lu Qing and Yang Fengwu. Seeing Li Yao suddenly vanish from sight, panicked and hurried after him. However, the alley was dark, and they couldn't spot Li Yao anywhere. Are you looking for me? Li Yao suddenly emerged from behind them, startling both men. What do you want? Lu Qing stammered, still recovering from a leg injury. This question should be directed at you too. Trailing me like sneaks. What are you up to? Liu scoffed, clenching his fists. Liu, we're in public. I warn you, don't make a move. We're just here on someone else's orders. They want to meet you. That's why we came to find you. Otherwise, who would want to follow you? Yang Fengwu said, fear evident in his voice. Someone wants to meet me? Who? Was your prescription stolen by Su Jie? If you come with us, you can meet this person, and they can help you deal with Su Jie. Who knows, you might even be able to sabotage his plans. Lu Qing said, his eyes darting around. Deal with Su Jie? Liu scoffed again, eyeing the two of them. Aren't you guys in cahoots with Su Jie? What's going on? Have you turned against him? We're not in league with him. We were just being used by him. Look, I was managing the hospital just fine. If it weren't for his threats and temptations, who would want to do those immoral things? Yang Fengwu suddenly recalled something and began to lament. That's right. Su Jie used us, left us in this mess, and now he doesn't care about us anymore. So we want to ally with you to take him down. Lu Qing quickly nodded in agreement. We're following a powerful person. As long as you come with us to meet him, we'll be on the same side. And we can deal with Su Jie. What do you say? Yang Fengwu pretended to make a pitiful face while stealing glances at Li Yao's expression. Sure. Since you have allies, I'll go with you to meet him, Li Yao said with a hint of amusement. These two were so poor at acting. However, he pretended not to notice and agreed. After all, he had just undergone an upgrade with an intermediate gene serum and was eager to find a place to test its power. Even if these two had ulterior motives, they might not be able to harm him. All right, come with us. The two exchanged sly glances, smirking with satisfaction over their cunning. Liu followed them at a leisurely pace, while Yang Fengwu and Lu Qing occasionally glanced back at him, worried he might escape. Before long, the once bustling streets began to deteriorate. Eventually, they found themselves in a desolate, abandoned area. Why have you brought me here? Is this some kind of trap? Liu frowned, feigning wariness. Don't worry, how could we set a trap? That person just lives a bit far away, Yang Fengwu said, his smile growing more pronounced as he exchanged a knowing look with Lu Qing. Exactly, we have a common enemy. There can't be any trap, Lu Qing added, waving his hand dismissively. Suddenly he stopped, looking at Li Yao with a slowly curling mocking smile. But even if there were a trap, don't you think it's a bit late for you to realize it now? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of over a dozen figures wielding clubs emerged from the shadows, surrounding Li Yao in an instant. Among them stepped forward an elderly man in his 50s, a handgun holstered at his waist. Fourth Master, Yang Fengwu and Lu Qing hurried to the old man's side, smiles on their faces. Good job, the Fourth Master said, looking at the encircled Li Yao with a sneer. Humph, this fool actually thought he could rely on someone to deal with Su Jie and followed us here. It's just too amusing. He has no brains at all. Lu Qing pointed at Li Yao, mocking him. Exactly. Do you think you can just take on Su Xiao just because you want to? Yang Fengwu scoffed, his eyes glinting with coldness. Since you dared to follow us here, you won't be going back today. Heh, I think you're the ones without brains. Li Yao, listening to their taunts, shook his head with a smile. What do you mean? The group grew wary. What do I mean? Do you really think I would blindly trust your flimsy excuse and come with you? Liu said, still smiling as he tilted his head to look at them. And don't you think I've been quite cooperative this whole way? Humph, you still dare to talk tough? You really think you can take us all on? Lu Qing let out a cold snort and glared fiercely. When? No. Li Yao shook his head, his expression calm. He casually glanced around at the people present and slowly said, I just know you're looking for trouble, so I came over to wipe out this bunch of scum. What did you say? That's just too arrogant. Lu Qing and Yang Fengwu were instantly furious, their faces turning crimson. Oof, what a bold claim. These people are my elite fighters. Do you think they're just a bunch of street thugs with no skills? Fourth Master snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with malice. With a sudden command, he shouted, attack. Take this kid down. Chapter 53. A body unlike a human's. Lu Qing stood before old Lu, his expression grim. Ever since he returned from the patent office that afternoon, his grandfather had been scolding him incessantly. At this moment, he was still hungry, enduring the reprimands. If I hear about you doing such things behind my back again, don't blame me for using family discipline. Old Lu's face was ashen, glaring at Lu Qing, his frustration evident as he waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Yes, Grandpa. Lu Qing's face changed slightly as he replied, quickly leaving the room. After standing for so long, his legs felt a bit unsteady, and as he took a step, he nearly stumbled to the ground. Damn it, it's all that Li Yao's fault. Lu Qing gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, filled with resentment. No matter how serious his mistakes were in the past, his grandfather had never scolded him like this before, even threatening to use family discipline. If it really came to that, his face would be utterly ruined. Damn it, if I don't teach that kid a lesson, how can I show my face? The more Lu Qing thought about it, the angrier he became. Once outside, he immediately made a phone call. Xiangzi, it's me. Gather your team and bring them out. Lu Qing squinted his eyes, remembering something. Oh, and I need you to confirm this guy's location. After hanging up, a slight smile crept onto Lu Qing's otherwise grim face. This time I'm calling in real special forces. Let us see if he can handle them. Xiangzi was very efficient. Within half an hour, the team had assembled, and they had pinpointed Li Yao's GPS location. The group drove to the designated area, which was desolate. And being close to the target, they disembarked and switched to foot. Lu Xiao, who are we dealing with? Do we really need all 6 of us special forces? Xiangzi's special forces team looked at Lu Qing, puzzled. Although they weren't top-tier special forces, each member was capable of taking on 5 opponents. And those 5 weren't just any 5, they were trained soldiers. Coming out with 6 against 1 target, they could take down even an elephant. This guy is no ordinary opponent. I called for all 6 of you just to be safe, so don't underestimate him, Lu Qing said, clenching his fists. He vividly recalled the last time when Li Yao had taken on 2 opponents at once. If it weren't for the special status of Xiangzi's group, he would have wanted to bring even more people. Just then, a commotion of fighting erupted ahead. In the distance, he could see dozens of dark figures surrounding one person. Stay low, Xiangzi quickly whispered, and everyone crouched down behind a pile of debris, peering ahead. That guy's Li Yao. Lu Qing recognized the one who was fending off multiple attackers with just a glance, his expression turning serious. That kid is. Xiangzi and the others also turned to look. A dozen or so people swung long knives and sticks at Li Yao, but he moved like a ghost, casually stretching and twisting in place to dodge their weapons. With a nonchalant slap, anyone who came to attack him was sent flying. The sound of slapping echoed continuously, each slap accompanied by another person being thrown out. Li Yao was just toying with them, not using much force. The group of men under 4th Master felt like crying. They couldn't hit him, and were getting hit instead. With 4th Master watching from the side, they had no choice but to engage. This wasn't a fight. It felt more like they had come to be beaten. Damn, when did this guy become so powerful? Lu Qing's face darkened as he saw the scene unfold. Did this kid really mean it when he said he'd wipe us out too? Yang Fengwu grimaced, his legs trembling. He regretted coming to this mess. A bunch of useless fools. 4th Master's face turned ashen as he pulled out a handgun, a fierce look in his eyes. In my territory. This kid is not going to take me down. Are we really going to use guns? Lu Qing and Yang Fengwu shuddered at the sight of 4th Master pulling out a weapon. Although they had done some shady things before, they had at least been legitimate jobs. They had intimidated others and dabbled in the underworld, but they had never seen murder. Instantly, they fell silent, too scared to speak. However, there was a flicker of relief in their hearts. At least with 4th Master pulling out a gun, Li Yao would definitely be dead, and they would escape this calamity. Die. 4th Master aimed at Li Yao, waiting for the right moment, then suddenly fired a shot. Bang. The handgun was equipped with a silencer, making only a muffled sound as the bullet sped towards Li Yao. Li Yao's ears perked up. Although the gunshot was extremely quiet, it didn't escape his keen senses. So, they really are pulling out the big guns to kill me. A glint of determination flashed in Li Yao's eyes. He was tired of playing with the goons around him. Clenching his fist, he waved his arm, sending everyone flying. They didn't even have time to scream before they fainted. Then, he pushed off the ground, his body twisting slightly. With a whoosh, a bullet whizzed past him. It missed? 4th Master was taken aback. But he reacted swiftly. Seeing the first shot miss, he quickly pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. Several more shots fired, directly sealing off the space to Li Yao's left and right. Even the fastest person would surely be hit. With such weak attempts, you think you can kill me? Li Yao sneered, pushing off once more, and in the blink of an eye, he was right next to 4th Master. The bullets only now fell to the ground. Damn, is he even human? Faster than a bullet? 4th Master's expression changed as he realized Li Yao's skill. He lost all desire to resist. He pulled a mask from his pocket and quickly covered his mouth and nose with it. In his other hand, he held several palm-sized orbs, which he slammed down onto the ground before bolting away. The moment the orbs hit the ground, they exploded, releasing a thick, yellow-green gas. The henchman lying on the ground let out a horrified scream as he inhaled the gas, blood pouring from his mouth. Yang Fengwu and the others were no exception, collapsing one after another. Is this poison gas? Oh no. Li Yao was startled. The gas spread so quickly that he had no time to react. However, Unlike the others who were coughing up blood and falling down, he only felt a slight warmth in his body. Could this be the effect of the intermediate gene serum? Li Yao's eyes lit up as he recalled what the doctor had said. After gene modification, ordinary illnesses couldn't invade humans, and this poison gas was likely the same. Humph. Since it can't kill me, you won't be getting away. Liu scoffed, and after just a few steps, he caught up with Fourth Master. Why, you're not dead from the poison? Fourth Master exclaimed, looking at Li Yao as if he had seen a ghost, stumbling back and collapsing to the ground. How could I let you go to hell without me? Chapter 54. The Illusion of Strength. Li Yao reached out and swiftly yanked the gas mask off the Fourth Master's face. No, before the Fourth Master could finish his protest, he inhaled the toxic gas and immediately coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground and convulsing uncontrollably. Deserved it. Li Yao watched the Fourth Master writhe in pain, too lazy to finish him off personally. After all, he was done for the moment he inhaled the gas. Lu Qing, not far away, witnessed the entire scene and was left speechless in shock. What do you think? Can we handle this guy? Lu Qing swallowed hard, his clenched fist trembling. I'm afraid he is completely out of our league. Chang's expression darkened. When they arrived, he thought they had brought too many special forces. But now it seemed that it would take at least 17 or 18 special operatives to subdue such a monstrous figure. How could they even hit him when he could dodge bullets? Let us get out of here. This kid is no joke. We'll prepare better next time. Chang, suppressing his fear, spoke quietly to Lu Qing. Right. Lu Qing nodded, his desire for revenge evaporating. If they didn't leave now, they might end up dead here. The group tiptoed away, but just as they took a step, a voice filled with murderous intent rang out. Who is hiding over there? Come out. Run. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Qing realized they had been discovered. Unable to contain his fear any longer, he jumped up and ran. Chang and the others, drenched in cold sweat, didn't hesitate to follow suit. You think you can escape? Li Yao sneered, closing the distance in mere seconds and grabbing Lu Qing. What are you doing here? Are those your people? Lu Qing stammered, his lips trembling, unable to form a coherent response. Bro, we just happened to see what happened earlier. It has nothing to do with us. Please let him go, Chang said, stepping forward, trying to appear composed despite his fear of Li Yao. How do I know those people aren't connected to you? Li Yao shot a skeptical glance at Chang. Although he understood that someone like Lu Qing wouldn't associate with a local thug like the Fourth Master, he couldn't rule out the possibility. We're not that weak. We wouldn't associate with that kind of scum. Chang replied, a hint of arrogance in his voice, clearly looking down on the Fourth Master and his crew. Weak? Li Yao was taken aback. The people the Fourth Master had brought were fairly strong. Even when matched against decent bodyguards, they weren't weak, and a couple of them could combine their skills to rival a special forces operative. How could this group, having witnessed the whole scene, think they were weak? Oh, I see. This afternoon, the two guys you brought who were close to special forces couldn't handle me. So you called in the real deal now? Li Yao suddenly understood, a half-smile forming on his lips as he looked at Lu Qing. I didn't. No. Lu Qing trembled all over. But just what? Li Yao snorted coldly, his murderous intent palpable. Let me go. I'll give you money. You can have as much as you want, just don't kill me. The Lu family. We can give you anything. Lu Qing's lips turned pale, clearly terrified. Stuttering as he spoke, he was being held by Li Yao, looking like a helpless little chick ready for slaughter. Chang and the others behind him dared not make a move. They could only clench their fists, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Kill you? Li Yao was taken aback. He hadn't actually planned to kill Lu Qing. Although they had a history, Lu Qing had merely enjoyed causing trouble, never intending to take his life. Li Yao wasn't one to kill indiscriminately. However, seeing the once arrogant Lu Xiao so frightened was a first for him, and it sparked a mischievous thought. Li Yao grinned, his eyes gleaming with malice. You've been a thorn in my side every time. If I don't kill you, how can I appease my anger? I not only want to kill you, but I also want to chop you into pieces. What? You. Lu Qing was utterly terrified by Li Yao's demeanor. At those words, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted, collapsing limply onto Li Yao's arm. Lu Xiao? Chang exclaimed anxiously upon seeing this. Huh? No way, he fainted just from being scared? Li Yao looked at Lu Qing speechlessly. No wonder Lu Lao hoped his family members would have better constitutions. This grandson of his was as fragile as Lin Daiyu. He hadn't even been touched, just intimidated. And he was already out cold. Hey, brother, he's Lu Lao's grandson, the heir to the Lu family. This is the heir of the law. If you kill him, no matter how powerful you are, you won't escape the consequences. Don't act impulsively, Chang advised, knowing that taking action against Li Yao is out of the question. Don't worry, I was just joking. I have no interest in hurting him. Li Yao waved his hand dismissively. That's good. Chang's expression brightened at this. And he quickly said, then hurry and give him to me. He is unconscious and needs to see a doctor right away. I'm a doctor. I'll check on him. Li Yao ignored the others and simply laid Lu Qing down on the ground. After examining him, he found that Lu Qing wasn't seriously injured, just weak, and it was the fright that had caused him to faint. Actually, this could be a chance for them to test the gene serum on him. Li Yao looked at the unconscious Lu Qing and then at Chang and the others. Suddenly struck by an idea, he quickly took out a basic gene serum and poured it down Lu Qing's throat. Before long, Lu Qing woke up. Lu Xiao. Chang and his group rushed over to check on him as soon as they saw him recovering. I'm okay. Lu Qing was also taken aback, thinking he was surely doomed. Not only are you okay, but you've also changed. Can't you feel it? Li Yao slowly walked over, squatting down to look at Lu Qing. Lu Qing instinctively took a step back when he saw Li Yao, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Why don't you give it a try? Can you bend this iron rod with one punch? Li Yao didn't wait for Lu Qing to respond. He casually picked up an iron rod that had fallen during the fight and handed it over. Lu Qing's expression changed. He had always been physically weak. And not only could he not bend an iron rod, but he could barely break a wooden stick. However, now that he was under Li Yao's roof, he had no choice but to comply. He took the iron rod, not expecting much, and gave it a casual twist. Creak. The iron rod bent with a loud sound. What? What just happened? Lu Qing was taken aback, staring at his hands in disbelief. Lu Xiao, you passed out earlier, and he saved you. He even gave you some kind of potion. How did you become so strong? The others, including Chang, were equally astonished, looking at Lu Qing. They knew him well, and it was impossible for him to suddenly become this powerful. Is it you? Lu Qing looked at Li Yao, a mix of shock and doubt in his eyes. Li Yao stood up and replied, First, have your people take care of the bodies here, then come back with me. And I'll explain everything. Chapter 55, A Fight. The fourth master and his crew were all local tough guys, with plenty of cases under their belts, making it easy to handle things. Lu Qing made a quick phone call, and soon someone arrived to tie up the loose ends. Li Yao then took Lu Qing and Xiangzi back home. Now can we talk? What exactly is wrong with my body? What did you give me? On the way back, Lu Qing felt more and more that his body was different from before. He used to feel weak and would get tired after just a couple of steps. But now, it was as if he had an endless supply of energy. He felt like a completely different person. Do you remember when old Lu asked if there was any medicine to change one's physique? Li Yao pointed at himself and said, What I gave you is a gene drug that can alter your physical condition. Gene drug? Lu Qing was taken aback, recalling how he had mocked his grandfather when he asked about such a thing. But now it seemed to be true. Why did you give me this? Lu Qing was happy but also cautious. His relationship with Li Yao wasn't exactly friendly, and he wondered if this drug was valuable enough for him to be given it. Was he being treated as a lab rat? Don't worry, this drug is beneficial and harmless to the human body. You've seen how much stronger you are now. Li Yao replied nonchalantly. However, I haven't fully grasped how to control the drug's effects yet. All I need is for you to help me find people to serve as test subjects for gene drugs. In the future, I can offer you even more potent gene drugs. What do you say? Absolutely not. Lu Qing's expression darkened immediately. It was clear they were treating him like a guinea pig and wanted him to find more guinea pigs. It was simply a fantasy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You don't want it? Li Yao raised an eyebrow, pulling another vial from his pocket. I still have plenty of gene drugs. If you don't want it, there are many who do, and I can easily find someone else. This. Lu Qing's heart wavered upon seeing the vial. According to Xiangzi, he had only taken a little, and his physical condition had transformed so dramatically. If he drank a bit more, wouldn't his physique become even stronger? This stuff was like the elixirs from mythology. Think about it. Do you want to be a frail, sickly ordinary person? Or do you want to be a superhuman who never gets sick? Plus, there's a chance you could remain youthful forever. Li Yao tempted him. I agree. Lu Qing gritted his teeth and finally gave in. The temptation was just too great. No ordinary person would want to get sick or grow old. All right. Since you've decided to stick with me, I'll give you everything from that bottle you drank before. Li Yao smiled and tossed the vial to Lu Qing. Lu Qing caught it and quickly opened it, downing its contents in one go. Instantly, he felt a surge of warmth throughout his body. However, since he had already taken it before, this time the sensation wasn't as overwhelming. After drinking the gene drug, Lu Qing's gaze towards Li Yao shifted, now tinged with a hint of reverence. I originally thought Li Yao was just an ordinary doctor who got lucky and developed a medication for heart disease. To my surprise, things went far beyond what I imagined. The heart disease medication pales in comparison to this gene therapy. Looking back, my grandfather truly had an eye for talent, as he could tell right away that Li Yao was extraordinary. Well, I have more here. You all should take these medications too. Li Yao pulled out a few more bottles of gene therapy and handed them over. These beginner gene therapies were made during his spare time. Although their effects weren't as potent as the ones he took, they were still quite effective. As Xiangzi and the others saw Li Yao sharing the gene therapies with them, They were both surprised and delighted. They had witnessed the miraculous effects of these drugs before. Without asking too many questions, they directly drank them. Do these medications have any effect on our bodies? Lu Qing asked, a bit puzzled as he watched Li Yao distribute the drugs. The physiques of Special Forces soldiers, honed through years of rigorous training, were already incredibly strong. Bending an iron bar was a challenging task for him, but for these soldiers, it was a piece of cake. I don't know, which is why I want to experiment, Li Yao replied slowly, watching everyone drink. This first batch of tests is to see how much these beginner gene therapies can alter human physiques, and how much they can change those who are already strong. As Li Yao spoke, Xiangzi and the others finished drinking. He then turned to Lu Qing and said, "All right, you should spar with them now." Huh? What? Lu Qing was taken aback by Li Yao's sudden command and pointed at himself, somewhat displeased. Me? Are you sure? They're special forces. You want me to fight them? You're fine. You drank the gene therapy, and you might be on par with them. Hurry up, Li Yao urged. Lu Qing's expression darkened. Even if he had gained a bit of strength, standing in front of these tall and muscular soldiers made him doubt himself. You, Wang Yao, step up and fight me, Lu Qing called out to the only Special Forces soldier who was about his height, waving him over. Me? Lu Xiao, is that really okay? Wang Yao said, looking embarrassed and reluctant to step forward. Stop talking and get over here, Lu Qing said, feeling cornered. If it weren't for the gene therapy, he wouldn't be putting himself in this position to take a beating. Wang Yao had no choice but to step forward, thinking to himself that he would go easy on Lu Qing and try not to hurt this delicate young master. Don't hold back, Li Yao suddenly interjected, seeming to read Wang Yao's mind. Everyone's expression stiffened, and Lu Qing's face darkened even more. This was clearly a personal vendetta. All right, Lu Xiao, here I come, Wang Yu said with a bitter face, feeling helpless. He clenched his fist and swiftly lunged at Lu Qing. Lu Qing, with a grim expression, realized there was no point in protesting now. He could only brace himself for the impact. However, he noticed that Wang Yao's speed didn't seem as fast as he expected. Is he holding back? Lu Qing didn't think much of it. He didn't dare to confront directly and quickly dodged. Wang Yao's punch missed. What? This dodge left Wang Yao and Xiangzi, along with the others, looking utterly surprised. Normally, this precious young master would have already collapsed to the ground, unable to dodge their punches. After avoiding the attack, Lu Qing instinctively countered. Wang Yao saw Lu Qing strike, and her expression changed. She didn't dare to be careless and quickly engaged. Slap, slap, slap. Lu Qing continued to attack, while Wang Yao desperately defended, her face growing increasingly pale. In just a few exchanges, there was a loud thud as Wang Yu was knocked to the ground, spitting blood. What just happened? Seeing Wang Yu defeated, everyone was stunned, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Although Wang Yao wasn't the strongest among them, how could a Special Forces soldier lose to an ordinary person? And lose so badly at that? Lu Qing stared blankly at the fallen Wang Yao, and then a wave of excitement washed over him as he exclaimed, I actually won? Am I really this strong? Chapter 56, The Genetic Modifier. Keep going, one at a time. Li Yao recorded the data and signaled again. Suddenly infused with divine power, Lu Qing felt a surge of confidence. He was not the least bit afraid, but instead incredibly excited. Throughout the night, Lu Qing fought against everyone once, experiencing both victories and defeats, each match unique in its outcome. Li Yao carefully observed each battle and meticulously recorded the feelings of each participant after taking the genetic enhancement drug, drawing some preliminary conclusions. After consuming the basic genetic potion, each person's developed physical capabilities varied significantly. The ultimate effect of this basic genetic drug depended on each individual's overall potential. If a person's limit was a 10, then an average person's body might typically reach a 3 or 4, while a Special Forces soldier could reach an 8 or 9. Due to the differing limits among individuals, the extent of development after taking the genetic drug varied. Some might achieve a level of 11, while others could reach 13. This variance in limits led to situations where Lu Qing could defeat some Special Forces soldiers who had consumed the genetic potion, yet struggle against others. However, it was clear that the development from the basic genetic potion was not the true ultimate limit. Otherwise, there would be no need for intermediate and advanced genetic potions. All right. I think I've done enough research. You'll need to help me find some individuals with various physical issues later. I still need to continue my experiments, Li Yao said as he closed the notebook and looked at Lu Qing. Help you find people? Why should I? Do you think you can still boss me around? Lu Qing shot Li Yao a proud glance. After suddenly gaining such immense power and being able to take on numerous soldiers who had taken the potion, he felt invincible. If you don't agree, then let us settle it with a fight. Lu Qing was beginning to feel overconfident. What do you mean by that? Li Yao set the notebook aside and narrowed his eyes. What do I mean? Hey. Lu Qing smiled, full of arrogance. Dare to fight me? If you can beat me, I'll listen to you. But if I win, you'll have to listen to me from now on. You really think your little skills can match me? Liu laughed dismissively, shaking his head. Whether it's little skills or not isn't for you to decide. Let us see this. Lu Qing scoffed, clenched his fist, twisted his waist, and launched a punch at Liu. Liu simply shifted his body slightly and dodged the punch. Lu Qing had gained some insight into his own strength during previous battles. After missing his punch, he remained unfazed and instead charged at Liu. In the past, he would never have dared to do this. Such a collision could have left him in pieces. But now, he felt as solid as iron, confident that Liu wouldn't be able to evade and would at least sustain some injury from the impact. Liu could see through Lu Qing's intentions, but was too lazy to dodge. He steadied himself, allowing Lu Qing to collide with him. Bang! Lu Qing crashed into him, his face instantly turning ashen, feeling as if his internal organs were about to burst, and he nearly spat out blood. Why are you so tough? I thought my body was as hard as iron, but you're practically a diamond. Lu Qing's expression changed. Sensing danger, he wanted to retreat, only to see Liu's hand already reaching for him. He tried to dodge, but he was no match for Liu's speed. His collar was grabbed, lifting him off the ground, and Liu had his hands pinned down, as if caught in a vice, unable to move at all. You. Lu Qing glared at Liu. Slap. What do you mean, you? Liu struck again. I. Lu Qing was filled with rage and frustration, but he couldn't fight back at all. Slap. What do you mean, what? Liu delivered another slap. Why aren't you speaking? With your skills? You think you can take me on? Liu sneered, continuously slapping Lu Qing. Slap, slap, slap. After several strikes, Lu Qing was already disoriented, with tears streaming down his face, completely unable to resist, just letting himself be beaten. With your abilities, you still want to challenge me? Seeing Lu Qing in such a state, Liu considered it enough and simply tossed him to the ground. With a pained expression, Lu Qing covered his swollen face, looking at Liu with a hint of fear. You, how can you? When he fought against Xiangzi and the others, even if he couldn't win, it never felt like such a crushing defeat. It was as if they were from entirely different worlds. The gap between us is still vast. From now on, just follow my orders. There are benefits to sticking with me. Resisting won't end well for you, Liu threatened with a chuckle. Stop dreaming of using the potions I create against me, or I'll turn you into a defective little lab rat. You're ruthless. Lu Qing gritted his teeth. Although he felt indignant, he knew he had no choice. If he continued to fight back, he might lose his life before he could even become the head of the Lu family. Xiangzi and the others were standing by, initially wanting to help. But seeing the situation, they realized their assistance would be futile. It would just be another crushing defeat, so they stood by silently, mourning for Lu Qing. All right, you can go now, Liu waved his hand. The research results had reached a preliminary conclusion, and there was no need for these people to stay any longer. Yes, they nodded, preparing to leave when Liu quickly added, by the way, don't tell anyone about this. Everything we do must remain absolutely confidential. Can you manage that? Of course, they are my trusted subordinates, and I won't let anything slip. Lu Qing nodded earnestly. On this point, he agreed. If such a powerful gene potion were to be known by others, who knows what kind of chaos it could cause? He understood the principle of having precious jewels brings trouble. That's good. Liu nodded. As long as you continue to help me, I will keep developing this serum. You will continue to evolve, and your genes will become even more perfect, ultimately surpassing all existing humans in the world. As he spoke, a hint of fervor sparkled in his eyes. It's even possible that we could become the most evolved new humans. The history of this world will be changed by us. The crowd listened, and a sense of longing stirred within them, their blood beginning to boil with excitement. Lu Qing, filled with enthusiasm, suddenly suggested, why don't we give a collective name to those of us who have received the gene serum? Liu nodded in agreement. Let's call ourselves the Gene Modifiers. Chapter 57. Heaven and Earth. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of Su Jia's heart rehabilitation drug launch event. Generally speaking, drug launches are quite rare. However, Su Jia went all out to promote his product, securing an enormous venue and inviting numerous media reporters and expert professors from across the city to create quite the spectacle. Many heart disease patients and their families heard about the event and hurried to the venue to see what was happening. At this moment, Su Jia was dressed to impress, confidently answering questions from reporters. Next to him stood Su Jiang, the chairman of the Xingshi Group, with a broad smile on his face. Mr. Su Jia, I've heard that the drug you're promoting can cure heart disease 100%. Is that true? A reporter asked, stepping forward with a microphone. Absolutely. My drug can cure heart disease 100%. In fact, heart disease is even less severe than a common cold when it comes to my research. It's child's play. Su Jia shrugged and said confidently, how did you come up with this drug? Were you inspired by something? I have dual Master S degrees from Stanford University Hospital in the United States, Su Jia replied. So, Are you saying that Stanford University is what led you to your current achievements? No. What I mean is that I obtained my dual Master's degrees from Stanford just for fun. For me, researching a drug to treat heart disease is not a difficult task. Does it even require inspiration? Su Jie declared proudly. The audience erupted in a mix of cheers and excitement upon hearing his words. He raised his hand to calm the crowd. My drug not only has no side effects, but it can also cure heart disease in one go. My intention in developing this medication was to make a contribution to humanity, helping to improve the health of all people, Su Jie said, surveying the crowd with a smile. So, at today's launch, I will also be doing charity work. Each bottle of the heart disease treatment will be sold for 100,000. After today, the price will be 200,000 per bottle. What? 200,000? That's so expensive. How shocking. The crowd gasped at the price. 200,000 for the health of your heart isn't actually that steep, Su Jie said calmly. Think about how much you spent on treating heart disease in the past. It must be more than this, and it's been very painful. Now, doesn't it seem like a good deal? Now that you mention it, it does make sense. If it really can cure the disease, then 200,000 isn't too much. He said today's price is only 100,000. Should we rush to buy it? Some people started to agree with Su Jie's reasoning, rushing to the sales area to line up to purchase the drug. Everyone, take your time, no need to rush. We have plenty of stock. Su Jie chuckled. You can purchase on-site and use it immediately. We have medical equipment that can help you get checked right away. In about an hour, and you'll be cured. Su Jie looked at the throngs of people coming in, his eyes filled with satisfaction. However, when he scanned a particular area, his brow furrowed. At that moment, Li Yao was downstage with Yang Xuanya and Jiang Yueyao, whose parents had also come along, gazing at Su Jie on stage with obsequious admiration. From time to time, Zhang Fengxiao would roll her eyes at Li Yao and mutter under her breath. Look at Su Jie, how impressive. He's managed to develop such a powerful drug that contributes to the whole world. What can a small-time doctor like you possibly offer? And you still want to compete with others? She then turned to Jiang Yueyao and earnestly advised, Yao, dear, you really need to learn to pick your friends wisely. Although Jiang Zhiming didn't speak, his discontent was evident in his eyes. Li Yao couldn't be bothered with them. He was just waiting for the show to unfold. Why has fourth master made his move? Su Jie, upon seeing Li Yao, felt puzzled. By now, fourth master should have already acted. So why was Li Yao still unharmed? However, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. But since he was here, how could he let this opportunity slip by? A sly smile crept onto Su Jie's face as he took the microphone and approached Li Yao. My friend, aren't you interested in my heart recovery medication? If you ever develop heart disease, you could use it, even if you don't need it yourself. Buying a few to give to relatives and friends or the elderly would be a good idea, right? Haha. Li Yao scoffed dismissively, uninterested in Su Jie, and simply shoved him aside. This scene caught the attention of nearby reporters, who quickly swarmed in. Sir, do you have any objections to Mr. Su? Or to the heart disease medication he developed? Mr. Su has made a significant contribution to humanity with his heart disease cure. Does your attitude imply dissatisfaction with him? The barrage of questions pressed Li Yao to respond. Initially, he had no interest in engaging. He just wanted to watch the drama unfold. But with so many people closing in, he had no choice but to reply coolly. His medication is completely useless. It's fake. Which is why I want to buy it. What? It's fake? One reporter exclaimed. Are you jealous of Mr. Su to say such things? Exactly. You've never even tried it. How can you make such a claim? Mr. Su's medication has undergone human trials, and those with heart disease have recovered. How could it possibly be a fraud? This is ridiculous. The reporters immediately pounced, eager to curry favor with Su Jie and perhaps purchase a dose of the medication. Oh, Li Yao, you can't marry Yao. Don't blame me for that, Su Jie said, rubbing his brow and pointing at Jiang Yueyao, feigning seriousness. You may be a doctor, but you haven't treated many patients or developed any medical products. That's why her parents want Yao to marry me. You can't slander my medication just because of that. As soon as the reporters heard this, they immediately grasped the implications. So that is how it is. It seems this guy is just slandering Mr. Su out of jealousy. No wonder, when faced with such a situation, nobody feels good. But you can't blame others for being too talented. Exactly. If Mr. Su's medicine doesn't work, I'll eat the microphone. While the crowd here continues to criticize Li Yao, chaos suddenly erupts among the group of people buying medicine. A number of individuals are seen collapsed on the ground. Some unconscious, others coughing up blood, and a few are convulsing and rolling their eyes as they bleed. All of them are still holding empty bottles of the medicine they just drank. Mr. Su, something's wrong. These patients drank the medicine, and suddenly they're in trouble. Someone shouted in panic. What? Su Jie's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Chapter 58. unveiling the truth as some patients who had taken the medication began to exhibit worsening symptoms. Those who had not yet fallen ill became increasingly anxious. They rushed to the staff of Shisher Group, bombarding them with questions. What is going on? Why has our condition worsened after taking your medication? This is not a life-saving drug. It seems more like a death sentence. Guarantee we told it would work immediately? How could it have gotten worse? Shisher Group. You must provide us with an explanation today. The crowd roared in anger, pushing forward in a chaotic frenzy to get answers. Journalists quickly grabbed their cameras to document the scene, thrusting microphones in front of Su Jia, demanding responses. Mr. Su, there has been an incident involving the miracle drug for heart disease produced by Shisher Group. Many who took the medication experienced a severe worsening of their condition, even going into shock. What do you have to say about this? Is this miracle drug a scam? Why were you so confident in selling it before? What gave you the courage? Ignorance? Mr. Su, your drug has caused such adverse effects for these patients. What is going on? Is there something wrong with your medication? Did you not conduct experiments when developing this drug? Why are those who took this heart medication now in life-threatening situations? Is your drug truly safe? You released it for sale before completing your research. This is irresponsible towards people's lives. You could face legal consequences. Are you trying to take revenge on society? One after another, deadly questions were hurled at Su Jia, leaving him flustered. But during the trials, everyone was fine. How could this happen now? Is there something we missed? I never heard about any dietary restrictions. Su Jia was sweating profusely, shooting a furious glance at Li Yao, who appeared unfazed. Did you do something to sabotage this? Why are these people like this? Su Jia pushed through the reporters surrounding him and grabbed Li Yao's shirt, questioning him fiercely. Haha, Master Su, isn't this your own research? I'm just a simple attending physician. Why are you asking me such complex questions? Li Yao shrugged off Su Jia's grip with a cold laugh. You. Su Jia's face flushed red with anger at Li Yao's mockery. Just moments ago, he had belittled him as a mere doctor, and now the tables had turned. Oh, young Master Su, I didn't expect the medication you worked so hard on would have issues. Good thing you didn't collaborate with me back then. I used to resent you for it, but now I truly owe you my thanks. Yang Xuanya smiled elegantly, as if genuinely pleased. Su Jia felt his blood boil even more. Jiang Yueyao looked at Su Jia with a smile, taunting him. Su Jia, didn't you claim your years of research were meant to benefit all humanity? Is this really your way of helping? Are you sure it's not harming instead? You all knew about this already. Su Jia felt a surge of anger as the boast he had just made was completely thrown back in his face, as if everyone had been waiting for this moment. At this point, he was even more convinced that this incident was definitely related to Li Yao. However, faced with so many reporters, he couldn't directly press for answers. Otherwise, the issue with the drug would surely be exposed. Xiao Jia, what on earth is going on? Could there really be a problem with the medication? Zhang Fengxia and Jiang Jingming were equally stunned. They had initially hoped to climb the social ladder by associating with Su Jia, but if this counterfeit drug scandal escalated, it wouldn't just be a matter of being publicly criticized. It might even affect the entire Shisher Group's business development, potentially leading to bankruptcy. At that point, they wouldn't just be unable to rely on the Shisher Group for help. They might even need to seek assistance from them. Shut up, everyone shut up. Su Jia seethed with rage, but felt powerless. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. With so many people present, it felt even more disordered. Everyone, please remain calm. Our medication is highly effective, and some side effects are normal. We have doctors on site to provide treatment, so rest assured. We would sell it if there were any issues. If any problems arise, Shisher Group will take full responsibility. Su Jiang stepped up to restore order amidst the chaos. The priority now was not to cause a scene, but to ensure all patients received effective treatment. Please maintain order. Let the patients find the doctors for emergency care. His words helped stabilize some people, who quickly focused on helping others. Su Jiang organized the doctors to treat those who had suddenly fallen ill after taking the medication and arranged for more ambulances to arrive at the scene. His presence brought a semblance of calm to the previously chaotic situation. Su Jiang glanced at Li Yao, who had been arguing with Su Jia, and immediately suspected something. You're Li Yao, right? We need to talk privately. Su Jiang approached with an authoritative tone, without waiting for a response. His bodyguard stepped forward to clear a space for the two of them. Why did these people react this way after taking the medication? What exactly went wrong? Su Jiang asked directly, as if he were a leader questioning a subordinate. Why are you asking me? I don't know. I'm not an employee of Shisher Group. Li Yao shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. Since I've come to you, there is no need for you to play dumb. Just tell me what is going on. Su Jiang narrowed his eyes and asked in a serious tone. Haha, even if I knew, so what? Am I supposed to tell you? Who do you think you are? Li Yao replied with a cold laugh. Who do I think I am? Su Jiang's expression darkened as he bared his white teeth in a threatening grin. You better think this through. If you don't speak, you're going against the entire Shusher group. As an ordinary person, what do you think you can do to oppose us? Shusher group, what a big deal, Liu smiled coldly, staring back at Su Jiang. But I just want to say anything. So what can you do to me right now? Since you're so capable, why don't you find a way to solve this yourself instead of coming to me? You. Su Jiang clenched his fist, eyes filled with anger, nearly wanting to call someone to take action. However, glancing around at the crowd and the cameras occasionally pointed in his direction, he suppressed his fury for the moment. Fine. You may not want to tell me the reason behind the problem, but you surely know it. All I need is for you to help me get these people sorted out, and I won't hold it against you. In fact, I can even offer you 10 million as a reward. What do you say? Chapter 59. Stepping on others to make a name for oneself. Hee. When Li Yao heard this, he chuckled but did not respond. Do you think it's not enough? You can set your own price, as long as it's reasonable. Our Shengshi group can afford it, Su Jiang said, suppressing his anger. Do you think I care about your money? Li Yao scoffed dismissively. Then what do you want? Su Jiang asked, his face darkening. I will save those patients, but for my own sake, Li Yao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's expression changed instantly, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. If Li Yao worked for Shengshi Group, he would be using the group's reputation, and once the patients were saved, it would be credited to the group as well. But if he worked for himself, it would mean he was stepping on Shengshi Group to rise. At that point, the reputation of Shengshi Group would plummet, turning into a laughingstock. They would become the culprits behind this counterfeit drug incident. Do you really want to go against Shengshi Group? Think carefully. This is not a wise choice, Su Jiang said in a grim voice. Hee. Li Yao scoffed again, pushing past the surrounding security guards and walking towards the group of reporters. Do you know why the boss of Shengshi Group and their so-called genius, this dual master's degree holder from Stanford University, came looking for me after their drug caused problems? Don't you find that strange? Li Yao raised his voice. Despite the noisy environment, his words reached the ears of the reporters. They were there to dig up breaking news, and hearing Li Yao say this, they immediately swarmed around him. Su Jiang and Su Jie's faces turned extremely grim upon hearing Li Yao's words. Li Yao ignored them and continued to drop a bombshell. Because Shengshi Group and that self-proclaimed genius couldn't possibly develop this medication, their formula was stolen from me. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in shock. What? The genius medical dual masters Su Jie hadn't actually developed a cure for heart disease, but had swindled the formula from a doctor at a small hospital? Shengshi Group was actually engaging in such despicable acts? This was a complete loss of humanity. So is your drug flawed? Doesn't Shengshi Group know? The reporters quickly fired questions at him, but Li Yao merely smiled faintly. After a moment, he slowly added, if it were truly my drug, it would be flawless. 100% effective in curing heart disease patients, with no side effects. Li Yao smiled and gestured towards Su Jie. As for why their drug has adverse effects, it's because these fools were duped with a defective formula. It's impossible to cure. Well, the reporters gasped once more, hurriedly jotting down Li Yao's words, eager to be the first to break the news. Although some were skeptical, this was bound to be a major story when released. Can your drug treat those who are suddenly worsening? Suddenly, a reporter asked, is that really true? Of course it is, Li Yao replied confidently, nodding. But what if it makes things worse after taking it? We can't be fooled like we were by Shengshi Group. We can't joke with our lives. Let us just go to a proper hospital for treatment instead. We're not trusting something that claims to cure everything in one go anymore. The crowd was already wary of being deceived by Su Jie, and they were skeptical of Li Yao's claims. Don't worry, my medicine is safe. If you don't believe me, I'll take it first to show you that it's completely harmless, Li Yao said, pulling out a heart recovery agent from his pocket and downing it in one gulp. Please trust us. Your loved ones are in critical condition. A heart attack can't be delayed. If you don't take action quickly, it could be dangerous. Can we ask you to trust us just this once? Zhang Yueyao, representing the distributors, stepped forward to address the crowd as well. The onlookers exchanged glances, feeling somewhat swayed but still uncertain. Doctor, if your medicine really works, can it save my husband? He is already unconscious and doesn't have much time left. An elderly woman stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. She wouldn't have dared to approach if she had any other choice. Don't worry, my medicine will take effect immediately once ingested, Li Yao assured her, quickly moving to her fallen husband's side. The old man lay on the ground, his lips turning purple, and no one dared to touch him. Leo supported the old man and poured the medicine directly into his mouth. Just a minute after taking it, the old man started coughing and slowly opened his eyes, his complexion gradually returning to a healthy color. Old man, you're awake, the elderly woman exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace her husband, tears of relief streaming down her face. The others watched in astonishment. Could it really be true? Was it really effective? Some were even more tempted to try it themselves. He is awake. But how do we know if he is really all right? Someone suddenly remarked, drawing everyone's gaze toward Li Yao. That is simple, Li Yao responded, pointing to the side. Aren't either medical experts and equipment from Shishir Group here? Let them check and confirm if his heart condition is actually improved. Humph. Why should we listen to you? Those medical experts are also from Shishir Group. Clearly, you're their enemy, and helping you is like undermining their business, someone retorted. We've suffered because of your toxic medicine, and you still dare not let us check? Another shouted. Exactly. If you don't let us check, we'll take down your Shishir Group. The crowd erupted in anger at the experts. The experts exchanged worried glances, realizing the public outrage was rising. If they didn't agree to check, they might be in serious trouble, and it was indeed their fault. Reluctantly, they agreed to examine the old man that Li Yao had just revived. What is the situation? After the examination, the old man asked, how are the heart indicators? Normal, came the response. The experts' faces turned pale. This would surely tarnish the reputation of the Shishir Group. As news spread that one person had been treated successfully, others rushed over. Doctor, please help us. Save us. Everyone, please remain calm. I have enough medicine for everyone. Just line up, Li Yao said, waving his hand to signal the crowd to form a queue. Yang Xuanya quickly instructed her team to bring forward the medicine that had been prepared in advance, distributing it for free to the families of those in critical condition due to Su Jia's medication. The families administered the medicine to their loved ones, and soon the symptoms of vomiting blood and convulsions disappeared. One by one, they returned to the medical experts for further checks, and again, all heart indicators were normal. Journalists witnessed this scene and hurriedly took notes, flocking toward Li Yao. Chapter 60. The embarrassment of Mr. and Mrs. Jiang. Dr. Li, you truly are a miracle worker. Your medication can instantly heal patients suffering from heart conditions. How did you develop this remarkable drug? Are you currently selling it? You're so accomplished at such a young age. Did you graduate from a prestigious university in the U.S.? The reporters bombarded Li Yao with questions, eager for answers. He had become the center of attention, and whatever he said was bound to make headlines. Please, let us take it one question at a time. Don't rush. However, regarding how Shishir Group obtained my formula, I think it would be more appropriate to ask Mr. Su of Shishir Group directly. Li Yao glanced with a hint of a smile at Su Jia, who was standing nearby. At that moment, Su Jia and his son Su Jiang found themselves surrounded by a throng of reporters, all thrusting microphones in their direction, firing off questions. How did you manage to steal the Miracle Doctor S formula? Doesn't Shishir Group feel ashamed for doing this? Has Shishir Group engaged in similar behavior in the past? Who would dare to associate with Shishir Group after this? Why did you end up with a defective formula without realizing it? The reporters' direct inquiries left Su Jiang and Su Jia looking pale. Get away. Get away. Our medication was not stolen. Su Jia shoved the reporters aside, but they persisted, refusing to back down. Was it not taken from you? Damn it. Are you out of your minds? I've already said no. Su Jia's anger flared, his face turning red as he shouted. He tried to push through the crowd, but the sheer number of reporters made it impossible. This group of reporters had already made up their minds that the formula was stolen, and any attempts at explanation would be futile. Although the situation was indeed as they claimed, revealing it would have devastating consequences for Shishir Group. A plummeting market value, stock prices crashing, and many partners halting collaborations to avoid public backlash. It would lead to a massive financial loss. Frustrated, the two men found themselves trapped and unable to escape. Meanwhile, Li Yao managed to slip through the crowd and stepped onto the stage, confidently discussing his heart recovery medication and answering the reporters' questions. This event had originally been a product launch for Shishir Group, where Su Jia was supposed to be the star. But now it had turned into a promotional platform for Li Yao's heart recovery medication. Watching Li Yao thrive on stage, Su Jiang and Su Jia were on the verge of exploding with anger. They had spent money to host this event, only to watch someone else reap the benefits. The reporters continued to ask questions, effectively giving Li Yao free publicity. Dr. Li, your heart recovery medication has shown excellent results. We have many patients here eager to purchase your drug. Is it still available? What is the price? One reporter pushed forward to ask. Today's batch of heart recovery medication has already been distributed and is no longer available for sale, Li Yao replied. A wave of disappointment swept through the crowd, and many sighed heavily. Li Yao pressed his hand down to signal everyone to quiet down, then said, but please rest assured, our pharmaceutical company will continue to produce this medicine. The first batch will hit the market in 1 week, available at all major pharmacies. And the price will be just 50,000 yuan per bottle. 50,000? That's so affordable. Doesn't that mean every household can afford it? What a conscientious businessman. Truly a doctor who saves lives. So much better than those heartless scoundrels selling counterfeit drugs. Exactly. Those fake medicines are selling for 200,000. Ugh. The Xingshi Group is nothing but a bunch of thugs on the commercial street. A disgrace. Give us our money back. Yes, Xingshi Group. Pay us back. Pay us back. Pay us back. As the crowd praised Li Yao, they grew increasingly disdainful of the Xingshi Group, shouting for Su Jie and his son to compensate them, even pulling and tugging at them. Before long, the once pristine clothes of the two men were torn to shreds, and they even had vegetable leaves thrown at them. Not even the bodyguards could quell the crowd's fury. Jiang Zhiming and Zhang Fengxia watched this chaotic scene, their minds racing. Wasn't he today supposed to be the launch event for Xingshi Group's medicine? Shouldn't Su Jie, the golden son-in-law they had their eyes on, be on stage? How did it turn into Li Yao selling medicine, with Su Jie being chased away? Had they really misjudged Li Yao all along? Was their daughter actually more discerning? They looked at Li Yao, their feelings complex and still struggling to accept the current situation. After a long struggle, Su Jiang and Su Jie finally managed to escape the crowd. At this point, their faces were covered in dirt, their clothes marked with footprints, looking utterly disheveled. If they hadn't looked so recognizable before, they probably wouldn't have made it out at all. You useless fools. As soon as they were out, Su Jiang's anger flared, and he kicked Su Jie hard in the rear. You can't even handle a fake prescription. What a disgrace to our family and the Xingshi Group. Dad, this isn't my fault. It's all because Li Yao is so cunning. Who knew he'd give us a fake prescription to work with? Besides, when we tested it, there really weren't any issues. Su Jie explained. His face twisted in frustration. No issues? Then how did we end up in this mess? Su Jiang's expression darkened. Well, I don't know. Su Jie shrugged. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have brought more people to test it in the first place. But what is the point of saying this now? Su Jiang narrowed his eyes. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to our Xingshi Group. We need to figure out how to minimize our losses, and, as he spoke, his gaze suddenly locked onto Li Yao on stage, his eyes filled with malice. This kid has just gone against our Xingshi Group. We can't let him get away with this. Dad, I've already found someone to take care of this kid. But for some reason, they haven't made a move, Su Jie suddenly said, feeling even more perplexed as he recalled the situation. Li Yao is not dead, and the fourth master hasn't reached out to him these past few days. Could it be that he took the money and ran? Your people? What good are your people? It wouldn't have been so bad if I hadn't said anything, but now Su Jiang's anger flared even more. If your people were useful, they couldn't even manage to steal a complete prescription? Su Jie felt wronged, but didn't dare to argue back. Let my people handle this. Su Jiang's eyes glinted with coldness. This grudge, the Su family will definitely repay. The two of them glanced back in frustration, worried that lingering too long would get them recognized. They quickly covered their faces, leaving in a disheveled manner like beggars. Chapter 61. Rising Fame. This is Yang Xiunya, the chairperson of Sunan Pharmaceutical Company and the manufacturer of our heart recovery medication. All of our drugs are produced by our factory. Li Yao was saying to the reporters when he suddenly pulled Yang Xiunya in front of the camera and introduced her. Yang Xiunya was momentarily taken aback, but managed to smile and greet everyone. Then, Li Yao brought out Jiang Yueyao as well. And this is the current spokesperson for Zhang's Enterprises, as well as the distributor for my medication. My heart recovery formula is handled and sold through her. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask them, Li Yao said, pushing Yang Xiunya and Jiang Yueyao in front of the reporters, signaling everyone to direct their inquiries to them. At the same time, this was also a subtle way to promote Yang Xiunya and Jiang Yueyao's companies, providing a much-needed boost. Both women quickly understood the implications. Their pharmaceutical factory and company were struggling, and with media coverage like this, their market value and visibility would undoubtedly soar. This would greatly help them navigate through their tough times. Gratefully, they exchanged glances with Li Yao, then turned to face the crowd of reporters. Jiang Zhiming and Zhang Fengxia, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances, their mouths agape, feeling dry-throated and flushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Previously, they had looked down on Li Yao, criticizing him for relying solely on the Xingshi Group to revive the Jiang family's business. But it was now clear that Li Yao had capabilities beyond anyone's imagination. Moreover, he had put aside past grievances to help advertise for their company. Given all this, it was evident that they had underestimated him before. As they caught sight of Li Yao again, recalling their earlier comments, they felt a burning embarrassment wash over them. Quickly, they linked arms and left in a hasty retreat. The events at the Xingshi Group's pharmaceutical launch quickly became a hot news topic, trending on social media and television. The Xingshi Group found itself under investigation, facing collective backlash and a significant drop in business. Meanwhile, Li Yao emerged as a celebrity, hailed as a miracle doctor, a skilled physician, and the savior of heart disease patients. The heart recovery medication he promoted became the center of public attention, on television and online videos. Countless testimonials about the heart recovery medication were aired. One aunt, holding the medication, was in tears as she spoke in a thick local dialect. "Thank you, Dr. Li Yao, for your heart recovery medication. It's not only affordable but also works quickly. It saved my loved one from the brink of death, which is like saving our whole family." As she spoke, she embraced a nearby uncle, sobbing uncontrollably. As soon as she finished, a young woman appeared on screen, pulling a child into the frame. A woman stood there with tear-filled eyes, wiping her tears with one hand while tightly holding on to her child with the other. She sobbed, "My family is the same. My child was born with congenital heart disease, and we nearly fell apart. We attended the Shengshi group sales event and took their medication, which almost harmed my child. Thankfully, Li Yao's heart recovery agent rekindled our hope." A middle-aged man nodded in agreement from behind her. "Yes, my parents also suffer from severe heart disease, and they were almost harmed by fake medication at the event. It was Dr. Li's medicine that saved them. I, too, come from a family with hereditary heart disease. And this medicine is what brought us back to life. Absolutely, this is the best heart medication. It saved my life." On the news broadcast, people continuously stepped forward to share their stories, their eyes filled with gratitude. Families tormented by heart disease were rescued by Li Yao's heart recovery agent. Videos like this flooded the internet, and even some skeptics, who initially thought it was all hype, began to believe after being bombarded with these testimonials. Some still remained doubtful. Yet they were eager to buy the medicine and see for themselves if it was truly as miraculous as claimed. This wave of publicity only heightened everyone's anticipation. What kind of miraculous medicine could possibly cure heart disease in just a few minutes? Many were counting down the days until the heart recovery agent went on sale. As the hype grew, Li Yao's personal fame skyrocketed, nearly surpassing that of top celebrities. After all, health is humanity's most pressing concern. Whoever can help them survive is a hero. With his rising fame, many began to dig into Li Yao's background. Once it was revealed that he was a doctor, his hospital was soon inundated with patients. "I want to book an appointment with Dr. Li Yao." One person stepped forward and slapped money down on the registration counter. "I want an appointment with Dr. Li too." Others chimed in. "I want to. Give me a few as well." As the line of eager patients grew, the nurse at the registration desk was left speechless, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Not only were these people bursting with energy, looking as if they had no need for medical attention, but there were so many clamoring to see Li Yao that his appointment slots had been completely filled within the first 10 minutes of the hospital opening. It was as if they treated Li Yao like a miracle worker, a celebrity in his own right. When the crowd learned that the appointments were all booked, disappointment swept through them. Some even declared they would wait until tomorrow to try and snag an appointment with Dr. Li. Each day, a large number of people were drawn in by Li Yao's reputation, resulting in a remarkable scene, a long line forming outside the hospital as early as dawn, waiting to register. With Li Yao's rising fame, the number of visitors continued to grow. The hospital floor was nearly worn out from the foot traffic, experiencing unprecedented overcrowding. Everyone in the hospital is now looking at Li Yao with incredibly warm smiles, as if he were the director of the entire hospital. Some senior doctors who used to look down on Li Yao are now hesitant to act superior. Instead, they greet him politely, wearing friendly expressions. After all, the heart disease treatment he developed is something they might never achieve in their entire careers. Just for this reason, they can no longer look down on him in the field of medicine, nor can they claim that he is too young to hold the position of a chief physician. Furthermore, the hospital's recent surge in popularity and patient traffic is closely linked to Li Yao, so everyone is now courteous towards him. Who would dare to show him any disrespect? Chapter 62. The trouble of fame. As Li Yao's reputation skyrocketed, patients flocked to him from all directions. The entire hospital where Li Yao worked saw a daily influx of visitors that was 3 to 4 times greater than usual. While this hospital was swamped with patients, other hospitals experienced a relative decline in their numbers, putting even the city's largest hospital in a precarious position. In the VIP suite of the Fugué restaurant, 7 or 8 well-dressed middle-aged men and elderly gentlemen sat in chairs, their faces serious. Each exuded an air of sophistication. Yet there was a shadow of resentment in their eyes. These men were the decision-makers from various hospitals, gathered together due to Li Yao's influence. This kid, Li Yao, is absolutely infuriating. As a doctor, you should treat patients with responsibility, not create such a spectacle, making the whole world think he is the only good doctor out there. If this continues, not only will our hospital see a decrease in patients, but our reputations will also suffer greatly. A man with silver-framed glasses spoke, his voice laced with a mix of anger and jealousy, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening as he spoke. Indeed, just in these few days, our hospital has seen a drop in patients, and some even demand refunds for their heart treatment. They claim after all this time with us, they've seen no results. And that they might as well by that. Heart recovery agent. It's utterly outrageous. Another man in his 50s with thinning hair chimed in, his face reddening with frustration. Exactly. My hospital is facing the same issues. Who would disagree? This Li Yao. As the discussion heated up, it was clear that they all had an endless stream of grievances against Li Yao. To them, he seemed like an irredeemable villain, and they vented their frustrations with fervent disdain. All right, I understand all your complaints. I've called everyone here for this very reason, so let us settle down. An elderly man in his 60s said, lifting his eyelids slowly to speak. The moment he began to talk, the room fell silent. He was the oldest present and the director of the city's largest hospital, making his words carry the most weight. Once everyone quieted down, the old man surveyed the group and stated calmly, "This Li Yao is promoting himself, stealing our patients, and disrupting the established norms among our hospitals. If we don't deal with him, and if we don't set some rules for our industry, there will be no future for us." He cleared his throat a couple of times, picked up a cup of tea, blew on it, took a sip to moisten his throat, and continued. "That's why I've gathered you all here, to discuss a way to deal with this guy." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous heads nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. I support you, old you. Li Yao is nothing but a demon. He is encroaching on our space for survival, and we must take action to eliminate him from the medical field." A male doctor immediately voiced his support, and the others quickly nodded in unison. "Indeed, this person needs to be dealt with," but a somewhat overweight middle-aged man hesitated. "We're not gangsters. We can't do anything illegal. Li Yao is someone who earns a living through his skills, and we can't just blacklist him from the industry." "That's true." Someone frowned and nodded, saying to the group, "I've looked into it. This Li Yao not only has decent medical skills but also knows how to handle himself. Although we hold certain positions, facing such a rogue is indeed a challenge for us. In fact, removing this person isn't that difficult." Old you spoke again. The wrinkles on his face made his eyes appear particularly small, but beneath his tired eyelids were deep and shrewd eyes. "Old you has a plan?" The crowd quickly turned to him. "Of course, I have a plan." Old you nodded. He looked at everyone and continued. "But this requires us to unite and stand together against the outside. I don't want any traitors among us. If something goes wrong, it's not just about walking away. I don't want anyone turning on us. If we can't deal with the enemy, I don't want us harming our own." "Old you, what are you talking about? Li Yao has caused us so much trouble, we would never help him. There is absolutely no chance of rebellion. Even if something happens, we'll definitely stand united. I refuse to believe that we, so many of us, can't outmatch a mere attending physician." One person declared, and the others nodded in agreement. "Good." Seeing everyone so sincere and proactive, old you finally nodded in satisfaction, lowering his guard. "Li Yao is indeed skilled. We can't blacklist him, but his abilities are supported by the public. As long as the public stops supporting him, he will naturally fall from grace." Yu Chafeng spoke in a calm and orderly manner. "However, he has produced a heart recovery medicine that heart disease patients praise as a miracle drug. I think it will be difficult for others to stop supporting him because of that." Someone said with a frown. "Isn't that simple?" Yu Changfeng sneered. "He is being praised because of this medicine, and together with his own excessive hype, he has confused the public into believing his medical skills are exceptional. But I don't believe that a kid in his early 20s can be that skilled." Yu Changfeng narrowed his eyes, tapping the table with his finger. "So, if we want to bring him down, we can use this method. We just need to find a disease he can't cure, and then amplify this through the media, promoting the idea that his medical skills are lacking. Eventually, people will start to doubt his abilities." As he spoke, a sly smile crept onto his lips. "Once we reach that point, we can step in to help ape it. Even if his medicine still exists, who will still support him then?" The crowd, upon hearing Yu Chanfeng's words, suddenly felt enlightened, their eyes brightening with realization. Previously, they had heard that Li Yao had developed a cure for heart disease, and they immediately assumed that this doctor must be exceptionally skilled, which made them hesitant to confront him. Now, imagining that he was just a 20-something doctor, they realized that medical expertise is something that takes years of accumulation. The sudden emergence of a new drug could be attributed to half knowledge and more to luck. In terms of medical skill, how could a young novice compare to them? As long as they managed to suppress Li Yao, it didn't matter whether the heart recovery agent existed or not. After all, losing heart disease patients wouldn't bring the entire hospital to its knees. Their target was solely Li Yao. "Old you, what should we do?" Everyone understood Yu Changfeng's clever plan, and each person acted with enthusiasm to cooperate. This matter must be a decisive victory, so Yu Changfeng's eyes sparkled with the light of triumph. "You all discuss it and choose the most critical or terminally ill patient from your hospital to serve as a gift for Dr. Li. We actually have one." A man with silver-framed glasses suddenly spoke up, a delighted smile spreading across his face. "A few years ago, our hospital admitted a patient whose family background could influence the television station. This patient suffered brain damage and became a vegetable. Despite being treated at our hospital for a long time, there hasn't been much improvement. Why not hand this person over to Li Yao? I don't believe anyone can successfully treat such a neurological condition." Upon hearing this, Yu Changfeng's eyes lit up. He slammed his hand on the table, his face beaming with satisfaction. Great, we'll use this person. Chapter 63. The authority of the TV station. Li Yao was seeing patients in the hospital, one after another. If it weren't for his body having undergone a second modification, he might have already collapsed from exhaustion. However, every time he helped a patient and felt the gratitude and concern from both the patients and their families, it filled him with a deep sense of fulfillment and joy. What is a doctor for? Isn't it to heal more patients and save more lives and families? Li Yao was relentless, sending off one patient and immediately welcoming the next. Chen Jia, watching from the side, felt a little heartbroken. Afraid he might be overwhelmed, she busily assisted him, arranging the patients and occasionally bringing him some special care. Li Yao, are you tired? Do you want to take a break? I see you haven't even had lunch yet. I've brought you some food. Why don't you have a few bites before continuing? When Chen Jia returned and saw Li Yao still working on the front lines, she felt a pang of concern. It's okay. I had a little something for lunch. If I don't hurry, I'm afraid these patients will have to wait until evening, and I don't want anything else to go wrong. Li Yao didn't even look up at Chen Jia, focusing on writing the medical records. There were just too many patients waiting for him. A few days ago, he had been slower, and one patient had even fainted in the waiting room. That was his oversight and also his responsibility. So now, he couldn't afford to slow down and had to speed up as much as possible. Oh, I really can't do anything with you. You're sweating so much. Let me help wipe your sweat. Chen Jia sighed helplessly, seeing that persuasion didn't work. She took out a small, cool wet wipe that had a faint fragrance. She walked over to Li Yao, bent down, and gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Startled by Chen Jia's cool little hand, Li Yao almost wrote the medical record crookedly. Auntie, here's your medical record. You're fine. I've written down a few prescriptions for you. However, since you're older, you also need to get a blood test. Li Yao didn't dare to look at Chen Jia, awkwardly explaining while handing the medical record to an elderly lady in front of him. All right, thank you, Dr. Li. The elderly lady smiled as she took the medical record and glanced at Chen Jia, saying in a dialect-accented Mandarin, "This girl is really pretty." Looking at Li Yao, she added, "Dr. Li, your girlfriend is quite nice. You two seem to have a good relationship." We're not. Upon hearing this, Li Yao's expression instantly froze, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not? But you two seem so well matched. If you say you're not, I really don't believe it. This young lady buys you food and wipes your sweat. If you're not a couple, who would treat you so well? The elderly lady scrutinized the two with a doubtful look and leaned in closer to Li Yao. Dr. Li, isn't it that your hospital doesn't allow office romances? So you're not willing to admit it? But it doesn't matter if you don't say it. You need to treat such a wonderful girlfriend well. Auntie, Leo felt increasingly embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. Chen Jia, on the other hand, was blushing deeply, not refuting anything. Instead, she shyly glanced at Li Yao and turned to the old lady, saying, "Thank you, Auntie. I'm the one who should be thanking you, doctors." After the old lady finished speaking, she left with a cheerful smile. Li Yao looked at Chen Jia, whose cheeks were still tinged with red, and opened his mouth, not knowing how to begin. He could tell that Chen Jia had genuinely developed feelings for him. However, he was also a man with a fiancée and knew he couldn't act recklessly or develop feelings for another woman. "Jia, there's something I need to tell you." After thinking it over, Li Yao decided it was best to clarify the situation, otherwise, it would be bad for both of them. "What is it?" Chen Jia stared at him with wide eyes, her face flushing even more. She straightened up, her long, delicate fingers nervously fiddling with the edge of her nurse's uniform, her eyes revealing a mix of anticipation and anxiety. "I want to tell you that I already..." Looking at Chen Jia's expectant expression, Li Yao knew that although saying it might be cruel, it was better to deal with it now rather than prolong the pain. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The door swung open, and a man in his 30s swaggered in. Dressed in a suit, he exuded confidence. Flanked by 7 or 8 men and women, all carrying cameras and filming the interior of the hospital and Li Yao's face nonstop. Their boisterous demeanor quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. "Are you Dr. Li Yao, the one who developed the cardiac rehabilitation agent?" the man asked, tilting his chin and glancing at Li Yao. Li Yao furrowed his brow. "I am Li Yao. And you are?" "I'm Zhang Qixing. Everyone at the city TV station knows me. The people I brought along are also from the station." Zhang Qixing gestured to the crowd following him with a hint of arrogance. "However, I'm not here to interview you today. There are rumors that Dr. Li has exceptional medical skills, so I'd like to ask you to treat my mother's illness. If you succeed, our TV station will promote you further, even to other cities, provinces, and nationwide." Oh, Leo felt quite pleased to hear this, as promotion from the city TV station would not only have a broad reach, but also be more credible than other media outlets. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Zhang waved his hand dismissively. However, if you can't cure my mother or if anything goes wrong, Zhang Qixing chuckled coldly. I will report the facts, so don't blame us then. Li Yao frowned upon hearing this. Initially, he thought this was a great opportunity, but it was clear that the other party was not easy to deal with. It seemed that Zhang's mother's illness was not something that could be easily treated. Otherwise, why wouldn't they just seek out an experienced medical professor instead of going through so much trouble to find a young doctor like him? After calming down and thinking things through, Li Yao's gaze towards Zhang Qixing shifted. He was aware of his own limitations. Although he had studied medicine seriously during his school years, medicine is not something that can be fully understood in just 3 or 4 years. He still had a long way to go in terms of practical experience. When he treated old Lu's illness, it was largely thanks to that extraordinary doctor from another world. Now, he couldn't call on the doctor for help anymore, and he knew he couldn't handle some serious illnesses on his own. He definitely couldn't accept patients with conditions that clearly exceeded his medical expertise. Otherwise, he might fall into a trap that would not only affect him personally, but also harm the hospital and the medicines he was trying to sell. Chapter 64. Repeated refusals. I'm sorry, but I won't treat your mother's illness. You should look for someone more capable. Please leave, Li Yao said coldly. Not treating? Is it because you can't? Or do you lack the skills and are afraid to take on the challenge? Zhang Qixing's expression darkened. He sneered twice and pointed his long, sharp fingers at Li Yao, saying, I see you're just a quack who relies on hype. You're not really treating anyone, which is why you refuse. How can you say that? A patient who had benefited from Li Yao's care interjected, visibly upset. Dr. Li's skills are exceptional, and so many of us have sought his help. Besides, he even developed a medication for heart disease. How could he be a quack? Exactly. We came to see Dr. Li, and he helped us. He's definitely not a quack. Another patient added. Right. You're just spouting nonsense. Are you even here to seek treatment? You're just causing trouble. Yes. If you're not getting treated, just leave. We need to see the doctor. Get out of the way and stop bothering us. The crowd was filled with anger, their frustrations boiling over. To them, Li Yu was like an idol. How could he be subjected to such insults? Chen Jai stepped forward, glaring at Zhang Qixing with discontent. Sir, you barged in here with all these people, and with that attitude, you're only inviting conflict. We doctors have the right to refuse treatment under such circumstances. If you continue like this, I ask you to leave. Exactly. How can you act like this when seeking treatment? Dr. Li is a renowned physician, and your attitude is utterly unacceptable. If he chooses not to treat you, that's his prerogative. Listen, young man, if you truly want Dr. Li to help you, you should speak respectfully. In front of the doctor, everyone is a patient. Why put on airs? Right. If you want treatment, adjust your attitude. At the very least, apologize. After all, he's a distinguished doctor. The crowd collectively supported Li Yao, pointing fingers at Zhang Qixing. Apologize to him? Lower myself to his level? Zhang Qixing clenched his fists, seething with anger. He came from a relatively privileged background, far above the average person. He had never faced such public scrutiny before, his face fluctuating between white and red with embarrassment. He never expected that Li Yao would be so well regarded by so many, and his attempts at intimidation had backfired spectacularly. But to humble himself before a mere doctor? That was absolutely out of the question. Let us go. Zhang Qixing's face darkened further. He could no longer withstand the humiliation of being pointed at. With his reputation on the line, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Li Yu felt a sense of relief. As long as the other party didn't persist, he wouldn't have to deal with the situation any longer. Just as Zhang Qixing took a couple of steps, a reporter who had been following him blocked his path. Young Master Zhang, you can't leave just like that. The reporter was thin and slightly hunched over, making him appear shorter than most people. Coupled with his small nose and eyes, and a mouth that always seemed to be wearing a false smile, he gave off a somewhat sleazy vibe. Wang Chang. What are you doing? Zhang Qixing frowned, expressing some dissatisfaction with the person blocking his way. Young Master Zhang, please hear me out. This Dr. Li's medical skills are truly remarkable. Wang Chang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up while glancing at Li Yao with a feigned look of admiration. I heard that last time. There was a critical case here, and none of the hospital's experts could help. The family was even preparing for the worst. But in such a situation, Dr. Li managed to save the patient. Don't you think that's impressive? Oh, is that so? Zhang Qixing was taken aback, looking at Li Yao with a changed expression. Absolutely. Dr. Li's abilities are well known, surpassing many seasoned professors. He has even developed a heart disease medication that foreign medical experts couldn't figure out. Just think about it, isn't Dr. Li amazing? Wang Chang continued, his smile broadening as he animatedly praised. Since Dr. Li can treat conditions that other doctors can't, bringing patients back from the brink. It's no wonder he's so well respected. Isn't your mother's illness similar? Besides, she's not in critical condition yet. I truly believe Dr. Li will be able to help her. Wang Chang was so confident, his thumbs raised in conviction, that he seemed more assured than anyone else. Zhang Qixing listened, his eyes flickering as if he were deep in thought. Look, young Master Zhang, you have a noble status, but there's no harm in showing respect to a renowned doctor. Even Han Xian endured humiliation. If you approach Dr. Li politely, once he successfully treats your mother, the world will praise your filial piety. Wang Chong slowly coaxed, noticing Zhang Qixing's expression shifting, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. As he continued to persuade Zhang Qixing, those around them nodded in agreement, echoing Wang Chang's praises of Li Yao. However, Li Yao's expression darkened. This guy knows me too well, as if he had done his homework in advance, exaggerating everything. If he truly admired me, why hadn't he come to interview me before? Now he is acting like this. He must have ulterior motives. Li Yao narrowed his eyes at Wang Chang, sensing trouble brewing. On the other side, Zhang Qixing was completely swayed by Wang Chang's words. He took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and turned back around. This time, he no longer carried the arrogance and disdain he had when he first entered. Gritting his teeth and holding back his temper, he respectfully addressed Li Yao. Dr. Li, I apologize for my earlier behavior. I was a bit extreme. I sincerely ask you for your help in treating my mother. Would you be willing to assist? Hearing Zhang Qixing's polite words, everyone around nodded in agreement. That's more like it. If you had spoken like this from the beginning, Dr. Li wouldn't have refused you. Exactly. However, it's admirable to recognize one's mistakes and seek to make amends. I believe Dr. Li won't hold a grudge about the past and will likely treat his mother. Of course he will. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Besides, Dr. Li is the most conscientious doctor I've ever met, so he definitely won't turn her away. The crowd nodded in agreement and began to discuss among themselves. Li Yao cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Qixing and coldly replied, I already said I want to treat her. You should go find another doctor. Chapter 65. The touching moment with Chun Jai. Damn it. What the hell did you just say? Zhang Qixing's previous respect vanished in an instant after Li Yao's words. He had already set aside his pride and spoken to Li Yao in a friendly manner, only to find that the other party still wouldn't accept it. His anger flared up immediately. He kicked the chair hard and pointed at Li Yao, shouting, I see you're just an incompetent quack. If you're too scared to treat patients, then stop pretending to be a big shot. Hey, young Master Zhang, don't get angry. Wang Chang quickly stepped in, feigning concern as he held on to Zhang Qixing and sighed. Actually, we might have misunderstood. Dr. Li has some expertise in treating heart diseases, but he might be a bit lacking in other areas. After all, he is just a young guy in his 20s. Being able to treat heart disease is already quite impressive. We shouldn't expect him to handle every ailment. As he spoke, Wang Chang shot a glance filled with a hint of reproach at Li Yao, saying, But Dr. Li, since you can only treat heart disease and not other illnesses, there is no need to put on a facade as a renowned doctor. You've got all of us, who don't know the truth, coming to you for treatment. And if you can't help us, isn't that just wasting everyone's time? What? Dr. Li can only treat heart disease? No way. How can someone like that be a renowned doctor? It seemed plausible when we came to see Dr. Li. He didn't diagnose any major illnesses, but only treated minor ones. Could it be that Dr. Li really doesn't have much skill? It's very possible. After all, he is only in his 20s. How can he be a renowned doctor? Is he just bluffing? Thinking about it, if he can only diagnose minor ailments, why are we even consulting this so-called renowned doctor? We could just go to a small clinic for that. They can handle minor issues too. Initially, everyone was on Li Yao's side, but now Wang Chang's words had shaken their confidence, and their gazes toward Li Yao began to change. Humph, it really seems that way. An incompetent person wanting to sit in the position of a renowned doctor? If you want to treat me, I'll just go back and expose you. Let everyone see what kind of so-called doctor you really are. Zhang Qixing snorted coldly and spoke arrogantly. This time, no one around spoke up for Li Yao. Instead, they all stared at him with scrutinizing eyes, seemingly expecting him to prove himself. After all, they hadn't just spent money to see Li Yao. They had also wasted a lot of time to get here. If there wasn't a satisfactory explanation, how could they accept it? Li Yao felt the pressure from everyone. His fists clenched, and a few beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He glanced once more at the man named Wang Chang, realizing that the other party had clearly prepared for this moment, seemingly wanting to pull him down from his position as a renowned doctor and tarnish his reputation. It was evident that today was all about forcing him to treat this illness. However, he was in no position to agree to that. If he agreed but couldn't treat it, it would be a dead end for him. Xinjiai noticed that Li Yao remained silent and felt a bit puzzled. On ordinary days, Li Yao has a good personality and generally accepts patients without hesitation. It's unclear why he suddenly refused this time. Nevertheless, Xinjiai still stood by Li Yao, believing in his genuine skills. Upon hearing Zhang Qixing's words, she stepped forward to defend him. What do you mean by that? Even renowned doctors have their specialties. Our Dr. Li Yao has more expertise in cardiology. What is wrong with that? How can you dismiss his medical skills based on this? I don't care. Zhang Qixing replied, a bit irritated. He had already lowered himself to speak politely before. Now, refusing treatment was unacceptable, at the very least. He wanted the other party to pay a price. Zhang Qixing sneered and pointed at Li Yao, saying, I came to you because of your reputation as a renowned doctor. Since you can hype yourself up and exaggerate your fame to be called a master, you have to be responsible for your reputation. I don't care what specialty you are. You must treat my mother, or else. He squinted, leaning closer to Li Yao, and ominously continued. I will not only expose you as a so-called doctor lacking real skill, but also expose your hospital for allowing anyone to sit in the position of a renowned doctor while shamelessly promoting themselves. It's a disgrace to the medical field, a disgrace. As soon as he said this, some patients who had initially supported Li Yao began to echo his sentiments. Yeah, we came because we heard of your reputation, but we didn't know you were only a specialist in cardiology. You need to explain this to us. Dr. Li, you didn't mention that you only treat heart diseases. You owe us an explanation. We've spent so much money to see you. You can't just deceive us like this. If you really have the skills, then treat her. What are you afraid of? Exactly. If it's as he says. We're not that easy to mess with. The crowd's tone grew more intense, as if they were determined to pursue the matter. Qinjiai noticed how quickly the crowd had turned against them, each person threatening, and felt both aggrieved and scared, her eyes reddening. She didn't ask Li Yao why he wouldn't treat the patient, nor did she urge him to quickly resolve the situation and protect the hospital's reputation. Instead, she patiently tried to explain to the crowd. However, most of the patients were no longer siding with the hospital, even faced with this charming young lady. They showed no mercy in their words. Everyone, please listen to my explanation. Here is what happened. Qinjiai rambled on, her throat dry from speaking. Yet she still couldn't persuade them and only attracted more insults, making her eyes well up with tears. Ah, this girl really stands up for me. This situation shouldn't have involved her at all. Li Yao sighed softly, watching Qinjiai struggle and feeling an indescribable sense of gratitude. Clenching his fists, he made up his mind. If it comes to it, so be it. Even if someone wants to prevent me from being a doctor and drag me down, I can still sell medicine. After all, the medicine is real, and no one can suppress that. Besides, who knows if it can be cured until the very end? Having undergone genetic therapy myself, my senses are extraordinarily heightened. Perhaps I could actually help some seriously ill patients identify their issues and find solutions to their diseases. Anyway, I can't just stand by and watch this young girl, Qinjiai, suffer any longer. Li Yu sighed, took a step forward, and said calmly, all right. Since you want me to treat her, let's bring the patient over. Chapter 66, The Awakening of the Vegetative State. The crowd, which had just been causing a ruckus, fell silent upon hearing Li Yao's words, surprised and slightly taken aback. They had initially thought that Li Yao would be too afraid to attempt any treatment. But his attitude had shifted so quickly. However, even if he dared to treat a critically ill patient, what difference would it make? It was guaranteed he could cure her. Indeed, I think he is just throwing caution to the wind. When the patient arrives, he'll be at a loss just like everyone else. The onlookers remained skeptical of Li Yao, though their discussions had quieted down a bit. They continued to stand aside, waiting to see how this farce would unfold. They also wanted to witness how the once lauded young miracle doctor would fall from grace. You agree? Good. Then bring my mother up, Zhang Qixing said with a cold smile, instructing those around him. Wang Chong was the first to step forward, rushing out to summon help. Although he was surprised by Li Yao's decision, the glint of cunning in his eyes grew stronger upon hearing the plan. Even if you dare to treat her, what does it matter? When the patient arrives, you'll still be disgraced. Wang Chong smirked as he went out, leading a group to bring Zhang Qixing's mother inside. A few people carried a stretcher as they entered. The crowd, seeing them approach, craned their necks to get a better look. On the stretcher lay an incredibly emaciated woman, in her 50s but appearing well-preserved and elegant. However, years of being in a vegetative state had left her looking haggard and frail. This is my mother. Take a look. Zhang Qixing gestured for them to place her on the nearby hospital bed and then turned to Li Yao, speaking proudly. Li Yao stepped forward, examining the sleeping woman. The patient's various health indicators were weak, but there were no abnormal changes. Her organs were healthy, and her metabolic functions were normal. Neurological reflexes were intact. Yet there was no consciousness. There was a slight scar on her forehead, indicating a past injury. Could it be she is in a vegetative state? As Li Yao checked each characteristic, his frown deepened. Not bad, you have some skill. Zhang Qixing sneered coldly. The reason he hadn't provided Li Yao with medical records or disclosed his mother's condition was to put Li Yao in a difficult position. Patients in a vegetative state are quite unique. As long as they hadn't suffered from any illness before falling asleep, their bodies would not have any issues, just a frail appearance, resembling someone merely asleep. if Li Yao relied solely on his own examination without medical instruments or prior information. It would be easy for him to miss any diagnosis entirely. If he spent a long time examining her and concluded that she was healthy, the journalists present would immediately broadcast this absurd situation online, leaving out any subsequent treatment altogether. The onlookers gasped upon hearing about the wealthy woman's condition. A vegetative state? How could that possibly be cured? Right, isn't that something that is only left to fate? This person is clearly here to make things difficult for Dr. Li. Regardless of whether it's difficult or not, it seems that today, Li Yao is in deep trouble. It's one thing if he can't cure a comatose patient. But if those reporters expose that Li Yao can only treat heart diseases, how can he still call himself a renowned doctor? Alas, he shouldn't have let himself be hyped up so much online. Now he's in this mess. The crowd shook their heads, discussing among themselves, convinced they already knew the outcome. If Li Yao truly has a comatose patient on his hands, then they are clearly trying to make things difficult for him. How can such a patient be treated? I think I should go find someone from the hospital to handle this situation. Chen Jia felt a surge of anger towards those causing trouble. Seeing Li Yao standing motionless by the patient's bedside, she worried he might be in shock and hurried over to reassure him. Don't worry, I can definitely cure this condition. Facing the patient, Li Yao showed no signs of worry. Instead, his brow relaxed and a smile appeared on his lips. Initially, he was a bit concerned about not being able to treat the critically ill patient sent to him. But to his surprise, they had sent him a comatose patient. Just a few days ago, a streaming doctor had given him a bottle of brain recovery medicine that could cure certain brain diseases. And a comatose state is a type of neurological condition. This condition is notoriously difficult to treat because current medical methods are ineffective. Yet, it can also be the simplest to treat. All it takes is for family members to continuously try to awaken the patient, and one day, they might just recover. At its core, the cause of a comatose state is brain nerve damage leading to a state of suspended animation. This bottle of brain recovery medicine can even effectively treat terminal illnesses like brain tumors. A comatose state is merely a matter of waking the brain. It's almost child's play. Why you can really cure this? Chen Jia exclaimed, increasingly anxious, fearing that Li Yao might have been overly stimulated and was speaking nonsense. What if this led to a medical accident? At that point, it would truly be too late. Just as she was about to say more, Wang Chong sneered maliciously. Comatose patients can't be treated, and you dare to boast that you can cure it? Who will die if not you? He quickly turned to Zhang Qixing, saying, Young Master Zhang, this guy dares to promise to cure your mother. How about we go live? If this kid is just boasting or messing around, we'll make sure he is utterly disgraced. Zhang Qixing found this reasonable and nodded. All right. Turn on all the equipment and go live. With a command, the reporters nearby wasted no time giving Chen Jia a chance to persuade Li Yao. As they listened to Li Yao's confident declarations, they immediately turned on their cameras to record. Just now, our recently famous Dr. Li Yao boldly claimed he can cure comatose patients and awaken them. Is this a medical miracle or just empty talk? Stay tuned. We will find out. The reporters passionately reported to the camera, while news media across the city received the information and quickly set up for a live broadcast. Li Yao glanced briefly at the camera, ignoring it, and took out a brain recovery potion, pouring some out and preparing to administer it to the noblewoman. Wait, what are you giving my mother? Zhang Qixing furrowed his brow, feeling a bit anxious. Since you asked me to treat her. Just watch from the side and don't interrupt. Li Yao snorted coldly, pried open the noblewoman's mouth, and poured the medicine down her throat. You. Zhang Qixing gritted his teeth, his face reddening with anger. Young Master Zhang, don't get upset. If this guy doesn't fix her, we'll hold him accountable later. Wang Chang whispered in an attempt to calm him down. Zhang Qixing suppressed his fury, and everyone fell silent, watching intently. After drinking the potion and waiting for a moment, the noblewoman stammered and slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 67. I am very disappointed. Where am I? The noblewoman opened her eyes, seeming a bit disoriented, and whispered in a hoarse voice, though it was just a light, airy statement. It landed like a bombshell among the crowd, instantly causing a commotion. The patient has awakened? How is that possible? Can a person in a vegetative state truly be treated? This is nothing short of miraculous. It's a medical miracle, truly. While everyone was excited, they also felt a twinge of shame. Just moments ago, they had confidently declared that the patient was beyond help, that there was no hope. Yet, in an instant, the patient had awoken and was able to speak. Chen Jia let out a breath of relief for Li Yao, looking at him with a mix of joy and admiration, her face turning even redder. How? Is this possible? Wang Chong stood frozen, astonished, unable to believe the scene before him. He had been closest with his camera, intending to capture Li Yao's failure after the treatment, but unexpectedly, this was the outcome. Mom, you finally woke up. Zhang Qixing felt a lump in his throat upon seeing his mother awake, rushing to her bedside, his eyes red as he looked at his frail mother. Qixing? What happened to me? Zhao Yueqiao's gaze was still dazed, not understanding why she was suddenly facing so many people. Mom, the last time something happened. You fell into a coma for several years. Zhang Qixing struggled to contain his emotions, his body trembling slightly as he explained the situation. Gesturing to Li Yao beside him and saying, "This is Dr. Li Yao, the one who brought you back. Dr. Li, thank you. Thank you so much." Zhao Yueqiao looked at Li Yao, her eyes filled with gratitude. She wanted to get out of bed to express her thanks. But her long sleep made it difficult for her to control her limbs, and she felt weak and unsteady. Seeing this, Zhang Qixing hurried to support her. "Mom, you're okay. Just don't get up yet. If it weren't for Dr. Li's treatment, I might never have seen you awake again. How could I not get up to thank you?" Feeling grateful, Zhao Yueqiao still managed to rise with Zhang Qixing's help. "You don't need to stand on ceremony. As a doctor, it's only natural to treat and save lives," Li Yao said casually. Then, his tone shifted as he glanced at Zhang Qixing. "However, this is the first time I've been forced to save someone." Zhao Yueqiao was taken aback by Li Yao's tone and noticed him glance at her son. Suddenly, she recalled something, her brow furrowing as she turned to Zhang Qixing and asked sternly, "What did Dr. Li mean by that?" Zhang Qixing's face flushed, feeling embarrassed and ashamed. When they came, he never imagined that Li Yao would actually be able to save his mother. If he had known Li Yao had such skills, he would never have treated a renowned doctor that way. Under Zhao Yueqiao's questioning, Zhang Qixing dared not hide anything and recounted everything that had happened. Feeling embarrassed, she glanced at Li Yao and said, "Dr. Li, I was wrong about what happened earlier. I'm really sorry." "Damn it." Zhao Yueqiao's expression darkened. Her frail body swayed slightly as she pointed a bony finger at Zhang Qixing. "Are you threatening a renowned doctor? Do you even realize how foolish that is? If you're going to apologize, then kneel down and do it properly." "Mom, there are so many people here," Zhang Qixing said, looking troubled. "Kneel." Despite Zhao Yueqiao's weak voice, her commanding presence was undeniable. Zhang Qixing hesitated, glancing back at the reporters behind him. To his relief, they seemed to understand the situation and turned away, some shutting off their cameras and walking elsewhere. With his entourage gone, only a few onlookers remained, left with no choice. Zhang Qixing knelt and bowed his head to Li Yao. "Dr. Li, what happened earlier was my fault. I truly apologize." "Humph," Li Yao scoffed, too indifferent to even spare Zhang Qixing a glance. If it weren't for the fact that the current condition matched the medication he had on hand, he might have already lost his chance to be a doctor because of this guy. However, he believed that Zhang Qixing was not the mastermind behind this incident. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Wang Chang outside, who appeared conflicted and dejected. Unlike the other reporters busy covering the story, he was on the phone. "Seems like someone is targeting me today," Li Yao thought, then coldly asked Zhang Qixing, "Tell me, did you bring your mother here for treatment on your own accord? Or did someone persuade you to do it?" Zhang Qixing was taken aback. "Dr. Li, now that you mention it, I remember I didn't want to come at first. It was one of my reporters who kept pushing me to seek you out." He pointed to Wang Chang in the group of reporters. "That's him, his name is Wang Chang." "Qixing, it looks like you've been used," Zhao Yueqiao said, understanding the situation. Zhang Qixing's face flushed with embarrassment, and he scratched his head awkwardly. "There's definitely someone behind this. Please help me investigate. I won't hold this against you," Li Yao said. Looking at Zhang Qixing. "Sure thing." Zhang Qixing nodded, glancing at Wang Chang outside, feeling a bit angry that someone had used him. But at least his mother had been treated successfully. Once everything was settled, Zhang Qixing left with his mother and the crowd of reporters. Patients waiting outside came in to congratulate them. "Dr. Li, you truly are a miraculous doctor. You revived a person in a vegetative state." "Absolutely, I always believed in you. You're definitely the best doctor." "Now that they're gone, Dr. Li, could you take a look at my condition?" "Dr. Li, I have a family member with a similar illness. Could you please check on them too?" Everyone jostled forward, all smiles, showering him with compliments. You didn't believe me before, thinking I could only treat minor ailments. But now you do?" Li Yu sneered, looking indifferently at the crowd. "These people are only here because they see my reputation and want to take advantage of it for some publicity, or even try to set me up. I see right through them, and that's why I don't want to treat them. I never expected to be criticized by you all for it." The crowd exchanged embarrassed glances, shame evident on their faces. "From now on, whether I take on patients or not is my prerogative. It doesn't matter what anyone else says. If anyone continues to act up, we'll have to ask them to leave our hospital," Li Yao said sternly. Scanning the room filled with people, and coldly added, "For those here seeking treatment from me, please go home. I won't be seeing patients today. After all, you're all just dealing with minor issues. You might as well find someone else." Chapter 68. Speaking everything out. "Dr. Li, how can this be possible?" "Sigh. We spoke too soon. We should have trusted Dr. Li. Even if we didn't believe him, We shouldn't have pointed fingers and made sarcastic remarks back then. Upon hearing that Li Yao would no longer treat patients today, everyone felt a mix of disappointment and guilt. However, they dared not harbor even a shred of resentment. Not only could he help heart disease patients recover, but he could also bring the comatose back to life. Now that is a true medical expert. Who would dare to question him? Their hearts were filled with nothing but reverence. Besides, which miraculous doctor doesn't he have an ego or a temper? They had offended him, and it was generous of him not to refuse to treat them from now on. Just asking them to leave was already a show of grace. The live broadcast quickly spread across the city, creating quite a stir. Although there were some doubts, the majority expressed admiration for Li Yao's medical skills. It's already impressive for anyone to develop a medication that can cure serious illnesses in their lifetime. For someone as young as Li Yao to create 2 such remedies is nothing short of remarkable. After sending off the patients, Chen Jia let out a sigh of relief. Li Yao, you're incredible. You can even treat comatose patients. Is there any illness you can't cure? Chen Jia's cheeks flushed as she approached him, her eyes sparkling with excitement and admiration. It's just good luck. If it were another illness, I might not have been so successful, Li Yao replied with a smile. Then he thought for a moment and added, Jai, there is something I'd like to talk to you about. What is it? Chen Jia asked, her mood seemingly very cheerful. I have a fiancée now. Although it was difficult to say, Li Yao managed to get the words out. What? You have a fiancée? Chen Jia's expression changed dramatically, her eyes turning red as she fought back tears. She had thought Li Yao was about to confess his feelings for her, only to receive the shocking news instead. Don't cry. I know you care about me and have done a lot for me, Li Yao quickly reassured her. I've already considered you my girlfriend in my heart. If you're willing, I'll even be able to take care of both of you in the future. His eyes were filled with confidence. It's just that I don't know if my fiancé is willing, and whether you're willing. I just want to be with you. Nothing else matters, Chen Jia said softly, blushing and nodding her head. Then let us pick a time to meet my fiancée, Zhang Yueyao. If she agrees, both of you can be with me. I won't let either of you suffer in any way, Li Yao said firmly as he held Chen Jia's hand. Okay. Chen Jia's face turned even redder. Li Yao grinned as he playfully wrapped his arm around her waist, teasing her softly. Meanwhile, in the VIP suite of Fuguwei restaurant, several leaders from various hospitals, led by Yu Chanfeng, gathered together with worried expressions. What are we going to do now? Not only did things fail, but it also made the kid Li Yao even more famous. The real question now is, has he become more famous? We should be considering that this kid has already caught on to our scheme, and now Zhang Qixing is investigating. What do you think we should do if this gets exposed? What's the worst that could happen? Are we really afraid of a young punk? One person retorted. Humph. Not afraid? Someone sneered. That kid cured Zhang Qixing's mother. And when the time comes, he will definitely help expose this matter. The people at a city's television station will reveal our names, our hospital. How will we survive then? This. The person turned pale upon hearing this. I've said it before, this plan was never reliable. And I have nothing to do with it. Damn it, if you're not involved, who is? You were the most proactive in this. What are you talking about? If it weren't for your jealousy, insisting on pulling me into this alliance, I wouldn't have come at all. You're talking nonsense. The crowd started arguing, blaming each other and shirking responsibility, and the group of refined gentlemen were about to roll up their sleeves and get to work. Enough. Everyone stopped shouting. Yu Chongfeng's forehead was throbbing with veins. Unable to hold back any longer, he slammed the table, saying, Are you all trying to shift the blame onto me? This. The crowd fell silent at his words. One person thought for a moment and said, Yu Lao, it seems you did indeed gather us to deal with Li Yao. So you must take responsibility for this. You bastards. Yu Chongfeng's face darkened, nearly spitting blood in anger. These people, who only cared about immediate benefits, actually wanted to push all the blame onto him. However, Yu Chanfeng remained rational, knowing that they couldn't afford to fall apart internally. Otherwise, by the time they found Li Yao, they would have already sold each other out. Suppressing his anger, Yu Chanfeng said in a deep voice, Now is not the time to shift blame. Do you think if Li Yao finds out about us, he will let us off? Or listen to your explanations? Right now, we should join forces and come up with another way to deal with this Li Yao. Otherwise, we're all finished. His words calmed the crowd down, and they stopped the infighting. However, in terms of medical skills, that kid is like a god. He can even cure a vegetative patient. If he gets a few more patients and cures them, won't that just add to his glory? Indeed, everyone believes he is a miracle doctor now. Trying to suppress him will be useless. The group frowned, brainstorming for solutions. Yu Chongfeng squinted his eyes and slowly said, Right now, Li Yao's momentum is simply too strong. We can't stop him, let alone try to silence him. He paused, glanced around at everyone, and continued. However, just because we can't handle him doesn't mean there is no one in this world who can. Who? Everyone quickly looked over. Yu Chanfeng grinned cunningly. We need to find a doctor stronger than Li Yao. Is there really a more formidable doctor out there? The crowd fell silent. If such a remarkable person existed, they wouldn't have been worried about how to handle the situation in the first place. Humph. Since Li Yao has been elevated to such heights, why can't we, a group of influential old-timers with abundant resources, do the same? As long as we can promote an even more impressive miracle doctor to overshadow Li Yao's momentum, then even if he exposes us, what does it matter? Yu Chanfeng chuckled. By then, whether our people can treat Li Yao is uncertain, but we can definitely protect our hospital from public scrutiny. At the very least, with the miracle doctor we create, we can win back everyone's forgiveness. Chapter 69, A New Society. This is indeed a good idea. That's right now. Only the method proposed by Old You can be used. Everyone's eyes lit up, quickly expressing their agreement. However, the question remained, how do we present it? If we don't have something tangible like Li Yao's, then even if we exhaust all our resources to promote him, we still can't compete with Li Yao. Someone frowned and asked. Everyone nodded in agreement. If they only presented an empty shell without any substance, the reputation of this miraculous doctor could easily be undermined. No matter how skilled he was, he wouldn't be able to overshadow Li Yao. Don't worry about that. I've already thought it through. Yu Chanfeng waved his hand and pulled out a small glass vial from his pocket. Inside the vial were several tiny white pills, roughly the size of mung beans. Which didn't seem particularly special. This is a new medication I've developed. Just taking this pill can strengthen the body, ward off illnesses, reduce the likelihood of getting sick, and quickly enhance physical ability and strength. Yu Chanfeng explained, pouring one pill into his palm. Does this really have such effects? The crowd focused intently on the pill in Yu Chanfeng's hand. Curiosity piqued. Yu Chanfeng didn't respond directly. Instead, he took out his phone. As if he had been prepared for this moment, and made a call, speaking in a deep voice. Bring him in. Soon, a frail-looking patient was brought into the suite. Director Yu. The patient smiled weakly at Yu Chanfeng, looking quite haggard, as if he would collapse at the slightest breeze. This patient is a special case at our hospital. He has had poor health since childhood and often receives treatment here, so I made him a test subject for this new medication. Yu Chanfeng introduced. Then pointed to a nearby chair. Why don't you try lifting this? All right. The patient nodded and walked over, using his thin arms to grasp the wooden chair, struggling for a long time before finally lifting it. However, something that an average person could easily pick up was a tremendous effort for him. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his body began to tremble. In less than a minute, he could no longer hold it and had to put it down. Is he really that weak? Everyone frowned. Being doctors, they could easily tell that this man's physical condition was poor. Take this pill. Yu Chanfeng handed the pill over. The patient nodded, took it, and swallowed it. Ah, so hot, so itchy, so painful. The patient cried out as he swallowed the pill. His skin turned a bright red, and he began scratching at his body with his nails, startling everyone around, fearing something might go wrong. However, this condition only lasted for a brief moment before he returned to normal. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, his previously emaciated body seemed to have become slightly plumper, his complexion no longer pale, his back straightened, and his overall demeanor no longer appeared so frail. But it seemed that the whites of his eyes had turned a bit red. Try lifting that again. Seeing this, Yu Chanfeng couldn't help but smile slightly and gestured toward the chair. The patient nodded and easily picked up the chair this time without any difficulty. In fact, even when he lifted a heavier chair, there was no problem at all. This medicine is amazing. The patient's face instantly showed surprise, as if he couldn't believe what was happening. The others, witnessing this, were equally astonished and looked delighted. All right, you can go out now. After a brief trial, Yu Chanfeng waved his hand, signaling the patient to leave. As soon as the patient stepped out, the others became excited. If this medicine could really reduce the incidence of illness and make people stronger, it would truly be a miracle drug. After all, Li Yao's medicine was just for treating heart disease. With our medicine, it could prevent all kinds of ailments. Why would anyone need his? Exactly. Our medicine is for everyone, not just heart disease patients. With something this good, we can definitely outshine Li Yao. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Director Yu, you have such a great medicine and didn't bring it out sooner, making us worry for so long. Yeah, Director Yu, that's not fair. You almost gave us a heart attack. They all expressed their relief while complaining. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that this medicine has certain side effects. If it weren't an emergency, I would have needed more time to research it, Yu Chanfeng said, pinching the bridge of his nose and speaking solemnly. Side effects? Are they serious? The crowd frowned, realizing that if the side effects were too severe, they would need to reconsider their plans. The side effects can be serious, but if I don't mention them, no one will notice. Yu Chanfeng paused before explaining. The side effects of this medicine can make people irritable and even violent. If it were to be sold, it could have a significant impact on society, and we might not be able to control it. Everyone fell silent, considering the implications. If too many people were affected by the medicine, leading to widespread violence and emotional instability, it could indeed cause major social issues. However, with Li Yao's situation pressing, they couldn't afford to be too cautious. Director Yu, right now we have no choice but to rely on your medicine to turn things around. Exactly. As long as we don't disclose the side effects, who will know? Yes, we have to take this risk and create a new society where fewer people get sick. That way, even if Li Yao investigates us later, with such a significant achievement, what can they do to us? The crowd eagerly agreed, anxiously looking at Yu Chanfeng, fearing he might disagree. All right, since no one opposes it, let us go ahead with this plan. Yu Chanfeng made the decision to promote the medicine and added, however, I'll need each of you to go back and use your resources to promote me as a miracle doctor and to market this new medicine. I really appreciate your help in this. It's a desperate situation. Although Yu Chanfeng said this, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he smiled slightly and responded, Director Yu, you're too kind. This is what we should do. The others flattered him as they left, fully aware that Yu Chanfeng had benefited from the situation, but they felt they had no choice but to protect their own jobs. Meanwhile, Li Yao and Qin Jiayi agreed to wait a few days until Jiang Yueyao finished her busy schedule and wrapped up the sale of the heart recovery medication before discussing the timing of their plans. Just as they parted ways, Lu Qing called Li Yao, asking to meet him. Li Yao's eyes lit up, thinking that Lu Qing must have found the group of test subjects. He quickly agreed to meet at Lu Qing's place and hurry back home. Chapter 70. No side effects. Lu Qing had been waiting for a while, accompanied by 20 individuals of various builds. These are the people I selected from the city as per your request, he said. Each of them has significant health issues, and I've compiled their information for you. Take a look. Lu Qing gestured and handed a stack of documents to Li Yao. All right, give them to me, Li Yao replied, taking the documents and flipping through them briefly. He then began to ask each person about their conditions one by one. I must say, Lu Qing has done a remarkable job. Only he could manage such a large-scale recruitment. Each of these 20 individuals had different circumstances. Some were ill, some had weak constitutions, and others had coordination issues. There were even a few with congenital disabilities. They spanned various age groups, including several children. All of them were unfortunate souls tormented by ailments. But they were decent people with clean backgrounds, which would minimize complications for the upcoming experiments and help avoid any unexpected issues. After confirming the details with each individual and memorizing the information, Li Yao nodded in satisfaction. He stood up, surveyed the group, and asked, Do you all know why you're here? We know, one person timidly replied, pointing at Lu Qing with a hint of fear mixed with anticipation. He said, We're here to test a new medicine, which might cure our disabilities and illnesses, or even make us stronger. Is that right? That's correct, Li Yao affirmed, his tone growing more serious. However, testing the drug carries significant risks. Your bodies may undergo changes that could lead to positive or negative outcomes. Are you willing to proceed? If any of you are hesitant, you can withdraw at any time. We won't force you. There was a moment of silence as the group exchanged glances, seemingly understanding each other's thoughts. Most of them had come to this point due to disabilities or illnesses that had led to their current situations, often facing rejection from others. One person finally spoke up, gathering courage, straightening their posture, and looking earnestly at Li Yao. We're willing. Others nodded in agreement or voiced their support, and surprisingly, no one opposed the idea. Li Yao felt a sense of relief and nodded appreciatively. All right, since you've all agreed, we can begin the drug trial now. You must cooperate fully with me. If you experience any changes in your body, whether comfortable or uncomfortable, you must inform me immediately. Understood? Leo scanned the group as he asked. Understood. They replied in unison. Without further ado, Li Yao called one person forward and handed them a bottle of the initial gene therapy to take. The individual complied without hesitation and drank it down. Afterward, Li Yao instructed them to perform various tasks that exceeded their original capabilities and report their physical sensations. As he observed and inquired, he diligently recorded the changes in their condition on the documents. 20 individuals, each one thoroughly tested. After spending most of the day conducting tests, we finally understood the changes in each person and documented the effects of the genetic medication on the human body. This drug is indeed effective with no side effects. The only change observed in each individual after taking it was an enhancement of their physical potential, which is quite positive. Li Yao's eyes glimmered with a hint of joy. Initially, he was concerned that the medication might produce unknown changes in the human body since it was developed by a different group of doctors. However, it now seemed that such worries were unfounded. Additionally, through observing the performance of these individuals after taking the medication, it became evident that the younger the individual, the better the effects and the more significant the improvement in physical fitness. Some children with high physical potential, after taking the basic genetic agent, could even match the abilities of an average adult. In contrast, older individuals showed little difference apart from a slight improvement in health. Regarding the dosage, he conducted some experiments as well. He had a portion of the participants take 1 bottle of the medication and recorded the results. Then had another group take 2 or 3 bottles and noted their responses. The conclusion was that for these ordinary individuals, taking 2 or 3 bottles did not yield any different results than taking just 1. They could only tap into their basic potential. Similarly, while taking a higher dosage didn't add any benefits, it also posed no side effects. With the confirmation that the basic genetic agent was entirely beneficial for human bodies on Earth, Li Yao felt relieved. You all must be tired. Go ahead and take a break. Li Yao waved his hand to dismiss the group and called Lu Qing over. I have tested the medication, and it poses no harm to these ordinary people. It is entirely beneficial and ready for sale. Li Yao paused before continuing, however. I think we should hold off on selling it to the general public for now. Why is that? Lu Qing, who had been pleased to hear about the potential for sales, was now puzzled. This could bring in huge profits. Who would pass up such a significant opportunity? This basic genetic medication greatly enhances physical fitness. Selling it outright could lead to societal chaos. What if something goes wrong and the government can't manage it? Li Yao glanced at Lu Qing and said, "Isn't your family connected to the military? I'd like to promote this medication to the armed forces first. Once the government is capable of managing the consequences of this genetic drug, we can then produce a diluted version. This way, we can avoid causing too much disruption." That could indeed work. Lu Qing nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Li Yao's concerns. However, the idea of introducing the medication to the military was beyond his usual scope. Although he had connections and a background, everything he had was thanks to his grandfather. In comparison to the national military, he was still just a small player. Moreover, the military has strict regulations in place to ensure the health of every soldier and to prevent any threats to national security. All food and supplies are meticulously selected before being allowed in. Therefore, it is simply impossible for him to casually enter the military and promote a health supplement. Introducing a new product into the military is a significant matter, and I can't agree to it immediately. I need to discuss it with my grandfather first. He will be the one qualified to promote it there. Lu Qing added after a moment of thought. All right, Li Yao nodded. He understood the challenges involved and didn't rush him. After all, he was currently focused on selling the heart recovery supplement. Even if the basic genetic medicine were to be introduced into the military soon, he would still wait for the sales of the current product to stabilize before launching the next one on the market. Chapter 71. The blessing of the Qi people. Li Yao discussed with Lu Qing about the subsequent development of gene drugs and came up with a rough set of guidelines. Unlike heart disease treatments, gene drugs have a fundamental and significant impact on individuals. If not properly controlled, society could descend into chaos, spiraling out of control. Therefore, strict regulations must be enforced, limiting the sale of gene drugs based on individuals' physical conditions, ages, and social statuses. However, even with these restrictions, low sales volumes are not a concern. After all, with such a large population base, both ordinary people and the wealthy will seek gene drugs to improve their health. Once gene drugs hit the market, I could easily surpass Wang Jianlin and Ma Yun, becoming the richest person, counting money until my hands cramp. Li Yao envisioned a bright future, feeling immensely pleased. Before long, the day arrived for the heart recovery agent to hit the market. The grand launch event attracted nearly tens of thousands of people, causing a massive traffic jam at the entrance. Zhang Qixing also brought the local television crew to cover the event live. Journalists from major online media outlets flocked to the scene, continuously reporting updates. The momentum for the heart recovery agent had already been built up, and many people had previously tested Li Yao's drug, promoting it for free. Many heart disease patients were convinced and eager to buy a box of the medicine, especially since it was affordable and showed immediate results with on-site testing. After announcing the product's availability for sale, within just one day, the daily sales volume of the heart recovery agent surpassed all other products, claiming the top spot. The sales revenue reached a staggering 50 million in just one day. The word-of-mouth buzz was unstoppable, even reaching people from other cities. However, the stock was limited, and advertisements outside the city were scarce. The product was only available at local pharmacies and the launch event site. Heart disease patients from other cities hurriedly traveled to seize this miraculous heart recovery agent. In no time, the heart recovery agent dominated the trending topics, becoming the center of attention and a truly conscientious medicine. As people scrambled to buy the drug, Li Yao let out a sigh of relief. Before the launch, he, along with Jiang Yueyao and Yang Xuanya, had been the backbone of the event, which was quite exhausting. However, once the sales began, everyone shifted their focus from them to the product itself. This alleviated many of his responsibilities, leaving him with just the task of counting money. leaving the crowd behind. He approached a fair-skinned, beautiful girl and pulled her aside. It was Chen Jiai. Jiai, come with me quickly, Li Yao urged, leading her towards the backstage of the auction. What are we doing? Chen Jiai asked, flustered and slightly blushing. Although she had an inkling of Li Yao's intentions, she still felt shy to ask. What do you think? We can't keep sneaking around. It's time to be honest. Li Yao held Chen Jiai's small hand, gently squeezing it. He raised an eyebrow at her fair face and smiled. Yao Yao has finished her work now. The remaining tasks of selling medicine will naturally be managed by someone else. Let's go talk to her now. Okay. Chen Jiai nodded timidly, her cheeks slightly flushed and her body feeling a bit stiff. She discreetly glanced up at Li Yao. I'm still a bit nervous. Don't worry. You're all my women. There's nothing to be nervous about when you meet. Li Yao firmly held Chen Jiai's hand as they walked toward Zhang Yueyao's lounge at the press conference. They had barely taken a few steps when they spotted Zhang Yueyao and Yang Xuanya chatting and laughing together, seemingly pleased with their successful sales and discussing the development of their upcoming medicines. Yao Yao, I have something to tell you, Li Yao said as he approached them. What is it? Zhang Yueyao paused, noticing Li Yao was holding Chen Jiai's hand, her expression shifting slightly. Chen Jiai felt a bit anxious and tried to pull her hand away, but Li Yao held on tightly, making it impossible for her to do so. She lowered her head even more, her face turning crimson. I think I should step aside for a moment, Yang Xuanya said, sensing the situation and moving to the side. But she couldn't help stealing glances and straining to listen. Yao Yao, this is Chen Jiai, the one I mentioned to you before, Li Yao introduced. And then? Zhang Yueyao frowned, her eyes reddening. Did this mean Li Yao wanted to break up with her? Yao Yao, you are my fiancée. And you have been sincere to me. I love you very much. However, since the time I entered the hospital, Jiai has been very helpful to me. And I like her too, so I am also with her now. Li Yao looked at Zhang Yueyao earnestly. You are both my women. I don't want to let either of you down. That's why I'm here to be honest with you. If you both are willing to be with me, I promise that no one will ever hurt you, and I won't let you suffer in any way. As he spoke, his tone was filled with strong confidence as he asked seriously, Are you willing? He gazed into Zhang Yueyao's eyes, unwavering but still a bit worried about her reaction. So this is what you wanted to tell me? Zhang Yueyao's frown loosened as she looked at Chen Jiai and slowly said, Chen Jiai? I know you. I've heard that you've helped Li Yao a lot. I don't reject you. As long as you're good to Li Yao, I have no objections. No objections? Does that mean my first wife agrees? Li Yao's face lit up as he stepped forward to embrace Zhang Yueyao and kissed her passionately. Hey, who is your first wife? I'm not married to you yet. Besides, there shouldn't be any hierarchy between Jiai and me. Zhang Yueyao blushed, playfully pouting but not pushing Li Yao away. But with Jiai around, you can't treat me any less well. Of course, I'll treat both my first wife and second wife equally well. Li Yao chuckled, giving Chen Jiai a knowing glance before suddenly pulling her into his embrace as well. Chen Jiai felt a bit shy. Her face flushed as she lowered her head and said nothing, simply holding on to Li Yao quietly. Yang Xuanya, watching from the side, was taken aback and covered her mouth in surprise. Someone like Li Yao, who was extraordinary, could not be viewed through the lens of ordinary people. He was a true dragon from the heavens. How could he be constrained by mere mortals like us? Yang Xuanya pondered this, her heart suddenly racing, recalling how she had felt a pang of disappointment when she learned that Li Yao had a fiancée and a girlfriend. In hindsight, those concerns seemed trivial, but would they accept her? The more she thought about it, the redder her face became, yet her heart also filled with happiness. Looking at the three of them in such a close bond, a smile of joy unexpectedly crept onto her lips. Chapter 72. The unfathomable dark scheme of the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Qing's body trembled slightly, his expression animated as he passionately recounted something to old Lu, occasionally punctuating his words with a couple of punches. Old Lu's eyes scanned Lu Qing from top to bottom, sparkling with a mix of pride and surprise. After listening to Lu Qing's words, a flush spread across old Lu's thin, aged face, and he seemed genuinely excited. Good. I really didn't misjudge him. Li Yao is indeed a true dragon from the heavens. Not only has he developed this gene serum, but he also possesses such foresight. Good. This is truly wonderful. Old Lu repeated the word good several times, unable to hide his joy. During their previous conversation, he had only mentioned it in passing. When he heard that Li Yao didn't have a gene serum, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He never expected that Li Yao would research it so quickly and even plan to promote it. Old Lu thought to himself, glancing at Lu Qing, who nodded in agreement. You're doing well, living up to my expectations. To be able to associate with such a talented individual is a blessing for you and for the Lu family. Grandpa, you say that. Lu Qing responded with a wry smile, his expression complex. In the past, he would have vehemently disagreed with his grandfather's words. After all, who was he? What kind of family was the Lu family? They had contributed significantly to the nation, serving as a vital asset. How could they be compared to a mere doctor? However, now Lu Qing genuinely admired this young doctor, Liao. Without his help, he might still be living in the world of ordinary people, completely unaware of the extraordinary possibilities that existed. He even dared to dream of changing the entire world. Such thoughts would have been unimaginable even for him. The future heir of the Lu family in the past. Grandpa, Liao gave me a few vials of the gene serum. He said one of them is a gift for you, and the rest should be taken to the army for promotion. Lu Qing took out several small glass vials from his pocket, each containing a seemingly ordinary colorless liquid. Be careful, old Lu exclaimed as he saw the gene serum. Quickly standing up from his seat, he carefully accepted the vials with both hands, examining them closely. The old man, who had long been impervious to external influences, displayed a hint of nervousness and excitement on his face. Just this little thing can cause such a significant change with one drink? Old Lu's eyes widened as he stared at the liquid, his dry throat bobbing up and down. Yes, Grandpa. You can try it and see for yourself how miraculous its effects are. Lu Qing replied with a smile and a nod. This is a huge favor that our Lu family owes him. Since he needs this old man to visit the army for promotion, I will certainly do my part. As soon as I arrange a meeting with the old commander, I will set off immediately. Old Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he tightly held the serum. I believe you will definitely be pleased with this medicine. At that moment, at the Su family, Su Jiang and Su Jia were grim expressions. Because of Li Yao, the press conference had become the greatest humiliation for Xinshi Group. A promising publicly listed company has suddenly become the target of public outrage. With its stock plummeting by hundreds of millions and partners hastily distancing themselves and halting collaborations. All of this chaos is because of Li Yao. That bastard Li Yao has brought our group into such a dire situation. Su Jia's face twisted in rage as he pounded his fist on the coffee table. Humph. Isn't this all because of your stupidity? You let yourself be fooled by such a minor character. You're utterly useless. Even if you had dealt with him back then, we wouldn't be facing this mess now. Su Jiang let out a cold snort, his fingers spinning the gold ring on his hand, narrowing his eyes. Now, even if we want to deal with him, it won't be easy. Dad, this isn't the time to blame me. That kid is just too cunning. Su Jia protested, looking aggrieved. According to my original plan, he would have been out of the picture before our press conference. How could he possibly have had the chance to survive until then? At this point, Su Jia suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled out his phone to make a call. Damn it, no one else answering? He paused, feeling a surge of irritation. He called one of his subordinates instead. Xiao Wang, where's Fourth Master been lately? Have you seen him? Fourth Master? Came the confused voice on the other end. Young Master Su, he has been around you lately. I haven't seen him on his turf either. I thought he was with you. Not with me? What the hell? Su Jia cursed, his voice rising. Where are his men? Tell them to get him out here. Damn it, it's gotten to this point. And he is half responsible for it. There was a moment of hesitation on the other end of the line. Young Master Su, Fourth Master's men, what's wrong? Su Jia felt a tightening in his chest. They're all gone. Gone? That bastard took my money and ran. Damn it. Su Jia was furious, slamming his phone down and cursing. What a piece of work. He claims to be the toughest guy in our underground scene. But I see him as nothing but a coward. He can't even handle a doctor and then runs away. Su Jia was fuming. Humph, what a so-called gangster. They're just a bunch of thugs with dollar signs in their eyes. You really are something for hiring such people to handle your business. Su Jiang listened on the side, scoffing at his son, thinking that he clearly hadn't inherited his business acumen. How could he not even deal with a small doctor and let things get to this point? Forget it, I'll handle this matter myself. You just watch and learn how your father does things. Su Jiang picked up an exquisitely crafted teacup, took a sip of tea, and continued. This kid may have gained some power by stepping on us, but he is still an inexperienced little brat. He must be eliminated right now, along with his company. Otherwise, if he continues to develop, we might not be able to withstand it. Dad, taking him out is easy, but how do we get rid of his company too? This heart rehabilitation drug of his is incredibly popular right now. If we maliciously suppress it or even sabotage it, we could very likely face backlash. Su Jia said with a hint of fear. I told you you're foolish, but you wouldn't believe me. Spending these years training abroad has turned you into a complete idiot. Su Jiang snorted in dissatisfaction. Of course, we can't do this overtly. As long as we can get someone close to Li Yao, we can threaten him into withdrawing the product on the grounds of issues with the company's drug. Who could possibly blame us for that? Ah, I see. Dad, that's indeed a good plan. Su Jia's eyes lit up, revealing a cold expression as he excitedly said. And at that point, we could even threaten him and get rid of Li Yao in the process. At least you're not entirely clueless. Su Jiang waved his hand impatiently. I'll find some people for you. Just wait for the right moment and take care of him for me. Chapter 73. The bossy couple, do you really think your parents' attitude towards me will improve? Leo felt a bit skeptical as Jiang Yueyao pulled him to meet her parents. He couldn't believe that the two would change their opinion of him so quickly. Don't worry. Just look at you. You're not only successful in your career now, but you've also saved our family business. If my parents still treated you poorly, I wouldn't stand for it, Jiang Yueyao declared confidently, gazing at Li Yao with affection and leaning against him. If they really act that way, you can count on me to stand by your side. All right. I'll go along with you. Let us just meet them, Li Yao said with a wry smile, gently ruffling Jiang Yueyao's hair. Unable to resist her persistent coaxing, he found himself standing at the entrance of her family home. There was no way around it, since he was with Jiang Yueyao. Her parents would inevitably have to face him sooner or later. Jiang Yueyao pulled Li Yao inside, calling out loudly, "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Yao Yao's back. Have you eaten yet? Jiang Zhiming and Zhang Fengxiao emerged slowly, warmly greeting her. However, when they saw Li Yao, their friendly expressions instantly turned cold. Zhang Fengxiao even opened her mouth as if to unleash a torrent of insults, but upon seeing the changes in Li Yao, she held back her words. The living room fell into a moment of silence until Jiang Zhiming managed a stiff smile and said, Li Yao is here too. Please, have a seat. Thank you. Uncle and Aunt, Li Yao responded politely, noticing that the couple wasn't arguing with him right away. He took Jiang Yueyao's small hand and sat down on the sofa. Once again, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Jiang Zhiming and his wife felt uncomfortable. They had never even looked Li Yao in the eye before, let alone invited him to sit down. So they found themselves at a loss for words. Jiang Zhiming never expected to see this day arrive. With Li Yu sitting across from them, brazenly holding his daughter's hand, he didn't know what to say. Faced with Li Yao, he felt a mix of anger, jealousy, and embarrassment. Daughter? Jiang Zhiming's eyes suddenly lit up. Clearing his throat, he adopted a condescending tone, pointed to the tea on the table, and said to Li Yao, "Young Li, you've come here, and we didn't even offer you tea. The tea has gone cold. Why don't you pour yourself some hot water?" Dad Jiang Yueyao started to speak, but Li Yao gently placed a hand on her arm, stopping her from continuing. He then smiled politely at Jiang Zhiming and said, "Sure, I'll take care of it." As long as the couple didn't interfere with his relationship with Jiang Yueyao, he didn't mind doing something to save face for them. Grabbing the tea set, he refilled it with hot water and placed it back on the coffee table. Seeing Li Yao's obedient demeanor, Jiang Zhiming felt a surge of pride and straightened his back, feeling more confident. What if this guy is impressive? As long as he's with my daughter, he'll still be at my beck and call, right? Not bad. Quick on the uptake, he thought. Jiang Zhiming pretended to lift his eyelids and took a glance, then picked up the tea and took a sip. He wrinkled his brow and said, "This tea is really terrible. Never mind, I'll just make do with it." Seeing this, Zhang Fengxiao quickly turned to Li Yao and started ordering him around. "Xiao Li, this isn't your first time at our home. Every time you come over, you make a mess, and I'm the only one who has to clean it up, making my back and waist ache." "Fine, I'll do the cleaning today." Li Yao smiled faintly and promptly got up to clean. Seeing Li Yao's obedient nature, Jiang Zhiming and his wife felt even more superior, pointing here and there, continuously giving orders, seemingly still not satisfied. Jiang Yueyao watched from the side, feeling a bit heartbroken but also somewhat touched. If Li Yao didn't care about her, he probably would have just walked out after a couple of commands. Who would tolerate her parents' behavior with such good temper? As soon as Li Yao finished his chores and sat down, Jiang Yueyao happily threw herself into his arms. This sudden display of affection darkened the expressions of Jiang Zhiming and his wife, who had just regained a bit of dignity and thought they had put Li Yao in his place. Ahem. Jiang Zhiming coughed a couple of times, his face looking grim. His voice turned cold as he said, "Xiao Yao, I'm not criticizing you, but since you're with our Yao Yao, the medicine you're making is giving too little profit. How can I feel at ease marrying Yao Yao to someone so stingy?" Zhang Fengxiao chimed in quickly, "Exactly. And you two are so young and inexperienced, managing a company? What if you end up losing money or getting cheated? I think you both should go out and gain more experience. As for the company, let us handle it. What do you think?" They spoke in an almost commanding tone. Giving less profit? Li Yao frowned. He knew exactly what these two were after. They were just eyeing the profits from his cardiac recovery product, wanting both a share of the profits and control over the company. It would be better if they just asked for money directly. Li Yao wrapped his arms around Jiang Yueyao and said calmly, "Don't worry about that. As long as it's money I earn, I wouldn't mind giving it all to Yao Yao to manage. I'll never be stingy with her." However, he paused and looked at Jiang Zhiming and his wife. "As for the profit sharing of the company, that's a business matter. I hope you don't meddle, or it might affect the company's normal development. At that point, I won't hold back with anyone." "What did you say?" Jiang Zhiming's expression changed, and he slammed the table. He had thought he had tamed Li Yao into being obedient, but he didn't expect him to suddenly disrespect him like this. Is this how you talk to your elders? Outrageous, simply outrageous. Jiang Zhengming was furious and slammed his cup down, glaring at Li Yao. I've always said that Yao Yao shouldn't be with someone like you, a disrespectful country bumpkin. Get lost. Get out of here right now. Zhang Fengxiao was equally furious, standing up to chase Li Yao away. Mom and Dad, have you had enough of this? Jiang Yuyao, who had been holding back for a long time, suddenly exploded, looking at her parents. She had felt a bit angry when her parents intentionally tried to make things difficult for Li Yao earlier. But seeing that he was willing to go along and avoid conflict, she had obediently kept quiet. However, just when she thought she could share a moment of intimacy with Li Yao after he sat down to rest, her parents made such an outrageous demand. She wasn't unaware of her parents' nature. If they were truly capable of managing the company, her grandfather wouldn't have entrusted her, his granddaughter, with that responsibility. You ungrateful daughter. Do you even remember that you're a Jiang? Jiang Zhengming, seeing Jiang Yueyao siding with Li Yao, was so furious that his fingers trembled. Mom, Dad, if you really think this is something you can pursue, you can discuss it with Grandpa. If he agrees, I won't object, Jiang Yueyao said calmly. Both of Jiang's parents turned red with anger upon hearing Jiang Yueyao mention the old man. If the old man found out, what would they have left? Also, it's too late today. Li Yao has to stay at my house for the night. If you want to kick him out, you might as well kick me out too, Jiang Yueyao said furiously, ignoring her parents any further. She grabbed Li Yao and headed upstairs into her room, leaving her parents seething with rage, their faces pale. Chapter 74. Selling the daughter. Li Yao never expected that Jiang Yueyao would go so far as to pull him into the Jiang family home for the night in front of her parents, and even share a bed with him. That night, Li Yao's hands and feet were anything but obedient. Although Jiang Yueyao blushed and resisted, there was a hint of silent submission in her demeanor. In the end, all that could be heard were their heavy breaths and the sound of the bed creaking against the floor. The next morning, Li Yao emerged from the room, holding Jiang Yueyao with a particularly vibrant expression on his face. Jiang Yueyao seemed to radiate an indescribable aura, and her gaze towards Li Yao was filled with even more affection. Jiang Zhengming and Zhang Fengxiao, on the other hand, wore faint dark circles under their eyes, clearly having heard some commotion during the night that had left them too angry to sleep well. As they stepped out, they saw their parents and noticed the dark circles under their eyes. Jiang Yueyao seemed to realize something, and a blush crossed her face. She lightly punched Li Yao's chest and muttered something about him making too much noise. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly said something and pulled Li Yao out the door. Once they left, Jiang Zhengming was so furious that he nearly picked up the teapot on the table to smash it on the floor, but he hesitated. Feeling a pang of regret, he put it down with a grunt, cursing, "These two brats. This scoundrel. It's bad enough he took our daughter, but now he dares to confront us with all his assets. This matter cannot just be swept under the rug." Zhang Fengxiao exclaimed angrily. "Exactly. I will never allow my daughter to marry that kid." Jiang Zhengming fumed. Zhang Fengxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. "How about we contact Su Jie? Let's get him to come over and propose quickly." Even though Shengshi Group is currently in the red, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. They are still a business giant. You're right. Jiang Zhengming nodded grimly. We absolutely cannot let her marry that scoundrel Li Yao. With that, the two hurriedly called Su Jie. "Hello? Xiao Jie, it's your Aunt Zhang." As soon as the call connected, Zhang Fengxiao greeted him with a flattering tone. "Oh, it's Aunt. What can I do for you?" Su Jie asked, furrowing his brow. Aren't you supposed to be proposing to our Yao Yao? Have you forgotten? I'm just here to remind you. Or she might get snatched away by someone else." Zhang Fengxiao hurriedly replied. "Propose?" Su Jie was taken aback for a moment, a sly smile creeping onto his face. He had been thinking about how to bring someone close to Li Yao over as leverage, and unexpectedly, the opportunity had just presented itself. If there was anyone Li Yao cared about the most, it was undoubtedly Jiang Yueyao. With a plan forming in his mind, Su Jie quickly replied, I see, Aunt. You know how busy I've been lately. I completely forgot about this." He paused for a moment and then said, "However, it seems that Yao Yao still isn't willing to accept me. I've prepared a surprise for her, and I would appreciate it if you and Uncle could bring her over when the time comes. I hope you won't tell her just yet. I want her to be moved by my surprise and sincerity." "Of course, no problem at all," Zhang Fengxiao replied, her heart swelling with joy upon hearing this. "Great, Auntie. Then we'll see you tonight," Su Jie said with a cruel smile before hanging up the phone. After Li Yao finished breakfast with Jiang Yueyao, they bid each other goodbye and headed off to work. Although it didn't matter to him whether he was the attending physician or not, he still needed the title's influence to help promote his upcoming medication. Besides, there was also another little lover of his at this hospital. "Li Yao, you're here." As soon as Qin Jiayi saw Li Yao, she rushed over and gave him a big hug. Mind your surroundings, mind your surroundings. After all, I'm a renowned doctor," Li Yao said, pretending to be serious while secretly pinching Chinjiai's soft, perky backside. You're such a tease. Chinjiai's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly released Li Yao, glancing around nervously to ensure no one was watching. Once she confirmed there was no one around, her expression returned to normal, and she continued, by the way, speaking of renowned doctors, did you know that there is another doctor in town who is just as famous as you? And he has invented a very amazing medication. As she spoke, Chinjiai pulled out her phone, searched for something, and handed it to Li Yao. Look, it's this medication. It not only strengthens the body but also significantly increases strength. Its most impressive effect is that it's said to lower the incidence of diseases. Oh, there is such a medication? Li Yao was taken aback after hearing what Chinjiai said. The effects of this drug were somewhat similar to a basic gene serum. But in reality, it was still far behind in comparison. Dr. Li, are you interested in this health supplement too? Do you want to buy a bottle? A middle-aged doctor wearing glasses approached, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the pill displayed on Li Yao's phone. Before Li Yao could respond, other doctors nearby overheard the mention of the health supplement and quickly chimed in. Wow, I didn't expect you guys to be interested in such health products. Of course, this is the latest hot medication. Everyone who's tried it says it's amazing. It even has the potential to surpass Dr. Li's heart recovery agent. Oh, I really envy you geniuses who can develop such incredible medications. It's like you become famous overnight, instantly turning into renowned doctors. Why sigh? We can also do it. Let us go. A few of us can buy a bottle to try out. Who knows, maybe we'll discover the principles behind it and create something even better ourselves. That makes sense. Our medical skills are not bad. We can definitely do it. Let us go. The group of doctors chatted excitedly as they walked, growing more enthusiastic, all wishing they could be like Li Yao, making money effortlessly. You're now their role model, Chinjiai said with a playful smile, looking at Li Yao. Even role models have to work. It seems like a patient has come to see me. Li Yao glanced at a man with a frail demeanor approaching him directly and waved at Chinjiai, saying, you go ahead with what you're doing. I need to head into the consultation room to see a patient. With that, he turned and walked into the consultation room. The man almost followed him in. His eyes bloodshot, dark circles under his eyes, and his complexion a sickly gray. What once appeared to be a tall and strong body now seemed somewhat weak and feeble, with visible scars on his skin. Are you the renowned Dr. Li Yao? The man asked, sitting down obediently, hunching his back, and staring intently at Li Yao. I'm here for a consultation. I've visited several hospitals, but no one could figure out what was wrong with me. So I had no choice but to come to you. He said this while handing over his medical records. The name on the document read Qin Yang, age 32. The medical records were quite clean, showing that all the examination indicators were normal, and there was no history of major illness. Even before coming here, all tests had indicated he was healthy. What could have caused this strong man to become like this? Li Yao furrowed his brow. What seems to be the problem? What symptoms are you experiencing? Qin Yang swallowed hard, his bloodshot eyes widening even more as he leaned closer to Li Yao, revealing his pearly white teeth. Dr. Li, please don't be scared when I tell you my symptoms. Chapter 75. Possession is also a sickness. Qin Yang forced a smile, pointing at his dark circles and bloodshot eyes. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing numerous scars. When I have an episode, I often experience terrifying nightmares so vivid that sometimes I feel like they are real. He swallowed hard and continued. I also sleepwalk and self-harm. I often wake up in strange places the next day, having done some unbelievable things, like going to a bar and dancing. It's as if someone is controlling my body. I have no awareness of it at all. That's not me. Qin Yang's body trembled slightly, clearly frightened. He pointed to his head and said, I've been to a psychiatrist and had a full brain scan. The results showed I'm completely healthy, with no mental illness. But why is this happening to me? Suddenly, he grabbed Li Yao's hand. This tall and muscular man had tears welling up in his bloodshot eyes. Doctor, I'm going crazy. Please help me, or just kill me. Calm down. Take it easy. Li Yao quickly reassured him, though his brow was furrowed in concern. The patient didn't have any mental disorders, and his brain was perfectly healthy, yet he was exhibiting such bizarre behavior. It was simply unfathomable. This didn't seem like an illness at all. It was more like possession. After calming the patient a couple of times, Li Yao pointed to the bed beside them. Why don't you lie down over there? Close your eyes. I'll give you a full body checkup. Doctor, I'm scared. I'm really scared. Qin Yang seemed to have a strong aversion to anything related to sleep. The moment he saw the bed, he panicked, his voice almost breaking into tears as he clung tightly to Li Yao's shirt. He didn't seem like a strong man at all, but rather like a frightened child. Don't worry, it's okay. I'll be right here. Just close your eyes. Li Yao reassured him for quite a while before finally convincing Qin Yang to lie down. Once the patient closed his eyes, Li Yao quickly took out his phone and opened the live streaming app. With his reputation as a renowned doctor, he had made bold claims about only treating difficult cases. Now that someone had come to him, He couldn't afford to admit he couldn't help. He had to seek help from the live stream. He hoped that the doctor streamer would be back online. As he clicked to open it, he was disappointed to find that the doctor streamer was still offline. What now? Li Yao's brow furrowed in worry. Just then, a notification popped up, showcasing a cute-faced, long-legged beauty starting her live stream. She wore an outfit that resembled a Taoist priest's robe from Earth. The corner of the live stream room indicated, female Taoist priest, explaining possession, going viral. A female Taoist priest? Possession? Both terms deeply captured Li Yao's attention. He had never seen a female Taoist priest before. As for possession, he couldn't help but think that the man beside him might be a perfect example of it. Li Yao was taken aback and immediately clicked in. The beautiful host had a sweet appearance, but she seemed to carry an air of aloofness that contrasted with her looks. She responded to her supporters politely, but without the excessive flattery or charm typical of other female hosts. Li Yao didn't pay much attention to this and overlooked the host's exquisite appearance. Instead, he was deeply captivated by what she was saying. She explained that if an ordinary person becomes possessed by a spirit, while the spirit cannot directly harm the person's physical body, it can cause self-harm through the host's body. Additionally, the possession can turn the painful experiences of the past life into nightmares for the host. As the beautiful host spoke, she gestured towards some strange patterns beside her. She mentioned that for some individuals who have been long-term hosts, their mental strength could severely diminish, allowing the originally weak spirit to completely control the person's body while they sleep, leading to independent actions. Her expression grew increasingly serious as she continued. The most dangerous scenario is when the spirit becomes overly familiar with the host's body over time, potentially seeking to replace the host. Even if this doesn't succeed, the host's body, being long inhabited by a spirit, could gradually become like that of a deceased person and ultimately could die. Therefore, in such situations, people should not blindly seek medical help or ignore the issue. They must go to the Taoist Association immediately. It only takes a few simple steps to resolve the issue. The beautiful host then began to introduce her organization. Li Yao didn't catch the latter part of her words, but after hearing the earlier discussion and glancing at the patient beside him, he couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that he really was possessed? If that were the case, it would be quite troublesome. How could he directly tell the patient, "You've been possessed by a ghost? Don't come to me. Go find a Taoist." That would definitely not work. After all, he was a respected physician. If word got out, his reputation would be ruined, and he'd be labeled as someone who indulges in superstitions. If he were to ask the host directly for a treatment method and then treat the patient in a mystical way, that would also be inappropriate. Just then, he heard Qin Yang's voice from the bed. "Dr. Li, have you figured out my condition?" I've been keeping my eyes closed and I'm a bit scared." Qin Yang was clearly struggling with the darkness, speaking in a trembling voice. "Oh, that's enough. You can sit up now." Li Yao frowned and helped Qin Yang sit up. After a moment of thought, he said, "I've examined your condition thoroughly, but it's a bit special, so I can't treat you right now. I'll need to visit your home to provide a complete cure after some time. How does that sound?" "Huh, you can't treat me now? Why not? I just want to be cured right away." Qin Yang, initially excited to hear that his condition had been diagnosed, was now filled with anger, fear, and disappointment at the thought of not being treated immediately. He had already endured too much suffering for too long, and didn't want to wait another minute. "Your condition requires some very ancient Chinese herbs that the hospital doesn't have at the moment. I need to find them outside. If you're not willing to wait, you can seek out another doctor." Li Yao furrowed his brows and projected the authority of a renowned doctor. No, Dr. Li, I've seen countless doctors, and you're the only one who says you can cure me. I trust you. Can I wait a bit longer?" Qin Yang had no choice but to reluctantly agree with a grimace. Seeing Qin Yang's acceptance, Li Yao instructed him with a few words before letting him go. Once he left, Li Yao hurriedly re-entered the beautiful Taoist priestess's live stream, sent some tips, and asked, "Beautiful host, could you explain the origins of spiritual entities and related knowledge?" Chapter 76. The future of beautiful internet celebrities. The beautiful streamer was momentarily taken aback by Li Yao's question. It was something even children around the world knew, so she couldn't understand why someone would ask. However, due to Li Yao's generous tip, she began to explain simply. A spirit is essentially an energy left behind by individuals who have died with deep-seated grievances. It is akin to a part of the soul. Because these spirits are unwilling to let go, they tend to wreak havoc and even harm humans. The beautiful streamer paused for a moment before continuing, explaining that different spirits would cause different types of damage to ordinary people based on their past experiences. Some might only want to play around and would leave on their own after fulfilling their wishes, while others with malicious intentions might linger within an ordinary person's body, causing significant harm. Maintaining a gentle smile, the streamer patiently answered questions. Is there really such a thing as a soul? Li Yao felt both shocked and confused. Although the symptoms of the patient he had seen that day matched what the beautiful streamer described, he still had never encountered ghosts or spirits and held onto a thread of skepticism. Seeing that Li Yu had no further questions, the streamer paused briefly before continuing, however. Spirits aren't exclusive to the deceased. As long as practitioners of the path diligently cultivate, they can also control their own spirits and perform many supernatural feats. Are you interested in the path? The path? Controlling spirits? Performing supernatural feats? Li Yao was taken aback, his confusion only deepening. He quickly asked, "What kind of supernatural things can spirits do? Can you show us?" Of course, the beautiful streamer replied with a professional smile, showing no signs of impatience. She slowly closed her eyes, and at that moment, her graceful figure actually began to levitate, rising 1 meter off the ground. Li Yao watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded on the stream, his mouth agape. The comments section was flooded with gifts and compliments for the streamer. This is incredible! She can actually fly? As he gazed at the floating beautiful streamer, Li Yao felt even more amazed, although he had been somewhat skeptical before. Seeing her perform such a feat had already convinced him to a large extent. Moreover, the comments suggested that this was a common occurrence. Li Yao marveled at the realization that not only was there a scientific world, but there also existed the unexplainable realm of souls. The world they understood was indeed so small. He was just about to ask in detail what an ordinary person should do if attacked by a spirit, and if there were any solutions when he noticed that the viewers in the comments section were growing impatient. They were complaining that Li Yao was asking too many simple questions, calling him foolish. After answering his question, the beautiful streamer didn't continue the conversation with him, but instead engaged with others, responding to their inquiries and appearing quite busy. Li Yao was taken aback at that moment, realizing that this beautiful female streamer was completely different from the doctor streamer. The doctor streamer was just a low-profile host with barely any followers. Whenever he sent gifts, the doctor would revolve around him, answering his questions. In contrast, this beautiful streamer was on a celebrity level, with an overwhelming fan base. Although Li Yao's gifts were more than most, she didn't focus solely on him. Instead, she attended to her many fans. This female streamer appeared somewhat aloof yet was undeniably intelligent. It was no wonder she didn't indulge in flattery and still managed to garner such popularity. It seemed essential for Li Yao to build a good rapport with her. Perhaps that would help him resolve the issue with that possessed patient, and who knows, he might even learn a trick or two from her. Resolute, Li Yu quickly recharged several million and sent a significant amount of gifts to the beautiful streamer. In the live stream, while many fans were enthusiastically supporting her, very few would send such a large sum at once. This generous gesture immediately caught the attention of the beautiful streamer. She flashed a stunning smile and said to Li Yao, "Thank you for your generosity, sir." That enchanting smile instantly made many in the live stream ecstatic, yet simultaneously filled with rage. The goddess smiled. How could anyone smile more beautifully than her? But wait, she wasn't smiling at us. She was smiling at that man who sent gifts. My heart aches. I can't accept this. Damn it, just because you have money? Sending gifts makes you special? The goddess is still mine. As people flooded the comments with mixed feelings of heartbreak and resentment, suddenly, an incredibly lavish rocket emoji appeared at the top of the chat. Who the hell is this idiot trying to steal my goddess? The message in the rocket was filled with anger and hostility. Seeing this, the comments section became even more lively. Wait, isn't that our live stream's big spender? The big spender was furious. He despised anyone flaunting their wealth, especially in front of the goddess. Looks like a show is about to unfold. People were unafraid of the potential drama and eagerly added fuel to the fire. The person sending that message was known as Bai Jin. Bai Jin was also a fan of the beautiful streamer, and like his name suggested, he didn't care about money. He just wanted to spend lavishly on gifts for the streamer every day. This beautiful female streamer was his favorite. He followed her closely whenever she was online. As soon as she went live, Bai Jin would cling to her, chatting and engaging. Because of his generous gifts, she often made an effort to interact with him. However, today, to his fury, he discovered that the beautiful streamer had completely ignored him. Moreover, the reason he was ignored wasn't anything else but because someone was constantly showering the beautiful streamer with large gifts, capturing her attention. Bai Jin was furious. When did anyone dare to flaunt their wealth in front of him, let alone steal the attention of the female streamer right in front of him? This was absolutely intolerable. Watching the other person showing off with big donations, Bai Jin also unleashed a barrage of extravagant comments, cursing at Li Yao nonstop. You piece of garbage. Trying to compete with me for the goddess's attention? Who do you think you are? Did you even ask me before throwing gifts around? Chapter 77. Being rich is awesome. Li Yao was busy scrolling through the large donations when he noticed the top comments in the live stream filled with harsh insults directed at him. What the hell? Are you crazy? Why should I care about your gifts? Do you expect me to greet you? Who do you think you are? Li Yao realized the insults were aimed at him and responded irritably. Who do I think I am? I'm the number one in this live stream. Who dares to ignore me? Bai Jin arrogantly mocked Li Yao. Someone like you, a broke loser, thinks you can catch my goddess's attention with a few measly donations? No chance. A loser is just a loser. I'll give you a chance. Get out of here before I lose my temper. As Bai Jin continued to insult him. The comments section kept refreshing. Wow, the number one really knows how to act tough. This guy has no idea about the rules and dares to challenge the top donor? He might as well pack up and leave now. Who does he think he is trying to compete with Bai Jin? That big spender just dropped 100,000 universe coins without batting an eye. And here he is, flaunting a few million like it means anything. Viewers in the live stream began to cheer and jeer, and soon the comments section was buzzing with ridicule aimed at Li Yao. They had never seen anyone richer than Bai Jin in this stream. There were a few who had foolishly crossed Bai Jin in the past, and they had never been seen in the live stream again. Everyone, let's keep the comments friendly. It's just a small issue. There's no need to let it escalate. The beautiful host tried to mediate. She turned to Li Yao and said, Mr. Newcomer, you really shouldn't say anything. Bai Jin is a big shot in my stream. He's the top donor, and the rules here are set by him. If you want to donate, you really should acknowledge him first. Her words clearly favored Bai Jin. After all, Bai Jin was a big client who had donated tens of thousands of universe coins, equivalent to tens of millions in real money, while someone like Li Yao, who donated a few million, was far less impressive. However, since you're new and might not know the rules, I'll let it slide this time. But you should really apologize to him to avoid escalating the conflict. The beautiful host continued when she noticed Li Yao was silent. Apologize to him? Are you out of your mind? Li Yao was annoyed. There was no way he would apologize. What was he even apologizing for? Frowning, he checked the leaderboard and realized that this Bai Jin guy was indeed the top donor by a long shot, far ahead of the second place. If Bai Jin's donations were converted to real money, they would amount to around 30 million. Comparatively, his few million donations seemed insignificant, which explained the disdainful remarks directed at him. But just because he donated less didn't mean he should be subjected to interference. Your donations are yours, and mine are mine. Why do you care about what I do? Li Yao was feeling quite upset. He just wanted to understand a bit about spiritual entities from a beautiful streamer, but unexpectedly, he was attacked and insulted. However, he was not one to back down easily. You think you can intimidate me with money? You've got the wrong person. It's just 30 million. Right now, heart recovery agents are selling like crazy all over the country, raking in millions every minute, and as the largest technical shareholder, the dividends are exceptionally terrifying. 30 million is a small amount that I can still manage. So you guys are saying that becoming the top donor in the live stream gives you the power to set the rules and have a say? Li Yu sneered and asked, Of course. Did you not see how the live stream works? I think this guy is just out of money and is looking for a fight. Exactly. He has only spent a few million. I could easily come up with that amount too. He is clearly at a lower level. How could he possibly compete with a big spender? This person is a well-known rich second generation. Who do you think you are? You better go apologize to the top donor, or else if they kick you out, you'll never get to watch any girls' streams again. The crowd burst into laughter, and the comments kept flowing. The beautiful streamer nodded, saying, Yes, as long as you become the top donor in the live stream. You can set the rules and have the highest authority. Haha, do you think just by asking you can become the top donor? You're broke. The rich kid arrogantly stated, If you're smart, I'll give you a chance, apologize to me, call me daddy, and get out of this live stream. Otherwise, I'll use my money to have you banned from the entire internet. You won't be able to watch anyone's streams. All right. I'd like to see whether you have more money or I do. You think you can ban me? You aren't qualified. Li Yao sneered and arrogantly typed back. The other party was just a spoiled rich kid. Even if his family indulged him, they wouldn't give him unlimited funds to throw around in a live stream. Li Yao, on the other hand, was making money specifically to upgrade his rewards in the live stream and gain more privileges. The rich kid and others, seeing Li Yao's comments, started laughing, not believing him at all. Li Yao stopped chatting in the live stream and directly transferred 50 million from his account to the stream, rewarding it all at once. Suddenly, the live stream burst into a dazzling display of colors, and a golden dragon pattern subtitle appeared. Respected Tycoon Yao has generously donated 500,000 universe coins, becoming the top donor of this live stream. Wow, everyone was stunned. Their mouths agape in shock as they stared at the golden text that remained at the top of the comments. Those who had just been ready to mock Li Yao for being broke now swallowed hard, deleting the disparaging comments they had prepared, too intimidated to say anything else. If he was poor, then what were they? A bunch of beggars? Damn, turns out this guy is the real deal. I've been saying this for a while now. This newcomer clearly has an extraordinary presence and remarkable qualities. They must not be an ordinary person. Who do you think this big shot is, watching the live stream? They didn't even blink and just dropped 500,000 universe coins. That is something we could never earn in a lifetime. It's terrifying. Thank goodness I didn't insult this wealthy viewer earlier. Who was it that said something rude? Was it you? You? It definitely was me. Don't make things up. I didn't say anything bad about the rich guy. It was my brother playing with my phone. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind right now. Don't hold it against me, rich dude. Suddenly, the insults in the live stream came to a halt, instantly transforming into a crowd that idolized Li Yao. Bai Jin's expression also changed. Seeing the massive amount the newcomer had donated, he looked quite displeased. He had been in the live stream for quite a while and had only spent around 300,000 universe coins himself, and this person had already dropped so much in less than half an hour. Even as a rich second generation, he couldn't handle that. He had seen extravagant spenders before, but nothing like this. Chapter 78. A surprising benefactor. Bai Jin's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had been mocking others for being poor, and now he found himself outdone, 200,000 universe coins behind. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make up for the difference. Meanwhile, the comments section had shifted from praising him to showering admiration on Li Yao. The female streamer he admired blushed slightly as she smiled and interacted with Li Yao. Damn it, why are you suddenly giving out so much? I bet you have ulterior motives for the goddess, and who knows, maybe that money isn't even yours. You could just be a money-laundering loser. You probably used insider connections to manipulate the system and generate fake universe coins. Bai Jin's face turned beet red as he retorted stubbornly. Fake? Huh. Let me show you just how real my money is. Li Yao sneered and sent another 50 million universe coins into the stream. Boom. The live stream lit up again with a brilliant golden glow, but this time, it was interwoven with red threads, making it even more dazzling and luxurious. Rich Yao's total donations hit 1,000,000 universe coins. Congratulations, you have unlocked the top-tier privileges of this live stream. You now have the right to a private one-on-one live stream with the host and management rights over all activities in this stream. The numbers on the golden bullet screen left everyone in shock, mouths agape. Where did this wealthy benefactor come from? Donating 50 million at a whim? Are you running a bank or something? Who else could be this generous? Heh, with such a massive donation, if I were faking it, someone would have definitely banned my account by now. Look, is my account banned? Li Yao typed with a mocking tone. You. Bai Jin's face turned from green to pale. Having spent a long time in the live streaming scene, he knew how strict the management was. If someone had faked such a large sum, they would have been banned ages ago. The fact that Li Yao's account remained unbanned only proved that his money was real. Get lost, and don't let me see you in my live stream again, or I'll use my money to have you banned across the internet. Li Yao sneered and tossed Bai Jin's threats right back at him. Damn it, just a waste of space. Bai Jin cursed under his breath. Furious, but knowing deep down that he and Li Yao were on completely different levels, he couldn't compete. He had never imagined that a spendthrift like him would one day be outclassed by someone else's wealth, and to think he was being laughed at by so many people. Even if Li Yao didn't say anything, he couldn't bear to stay any longer and left the live stream in disgrace. The wealthy benefactor was impressive. I've always found Bai Jin unbearable, always making up rules and not letting us admire the goddess. Right? That was such a cool move by the rich guy. I wonder if he'd be interested in watching my stream? I'm also trying to make it in live streaming. I don't need much. Just a little something would be great. The crowd quickly changed their tune, flattering Li Yao one after another. Mr. Yao, thank you for your donation. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Now you can have a one-on-one live stream with me, and I'll share my thoughts just with you. The beautiful host's face flushed slightly as she looked at Li Yao, and her attitude changed a bit. One-on-one live stream? All right, let's go with that. Li Yao nodded. He really didn't like having so many people around flattering him, especially since the questions he asked weren't particularly profound for someone from the future world. After all, he was now a recognized figure, the top supporter, and if word got out, it would make him seem foolish. As the one-on-one mode was activated, the others could only sigh and leave. Mr. Yao, do you need me to change into something more attractive? The beautiful host blushed and pointed to the chat box beside her. You now have the right to choose an outfit for me. Oh, is that an option? Li Yao's eyes lit up as he immediately selected a maid outfit. Let us go with this one. This, okay. The beautiful host seemed surprised that Li Yao would choose that outfit, her face turning even redder. With just a gentle click, her clothes transformed into a sexy maid outfit. A large expanse of fair skin was exposed, her hands covering her chest, and her long legs nervously rubbed against each other, unsure of where to rest. Her originally aloof face was now even more flushed, giving her a unique charm. You're so beautiful. What is your name? Li Yao asked, captivated by the cute and shy appearance of the host, swallowing hard in excitement. My name is Ku Ling, and I'm currently a female Taoist from the Taoist Guild. Ling seemed to sense the intense gaze from Li Yao on the other side of the screen. Although she tried to appear calm and composed, her body was still a bit stiff. Oh, with such a cute female Taoist like you, would those spirits even dare to approach? Wouldn't they just switch sides? Li Yao teased, enjoying her shy demeanor. Well, that is a possibility, since some ghostly spirits are influenced by their personalities and preferences when they were alive, which could lead to such behavior. Ling felt a bit embarrassed but still answered seriously. Spirits are merely humans existing in another form. However, most spirits are incomplete, leaving behind only resentful energies, which is why we at the Taoist Guild are needed to exorcise them. Oh, I see. Li Yao was taken aback. What started as a joke turned out to hit close to home. As they discussed these topics, he became more serious. Can you explain to me more about spirits and some basic knowledge about your Taoist Guild? Sure. Ling nodded and began to explain in detail. Li Yao would occasionally tease her, and before they knew it, the afternoon had flown by, and he had learned quite a bit. The so-called ghosts in the world were actually quite similar to those in current myths and legends. Generally, spirits had limited powers and could only subtly influence humans, affecting their physical state. To exorcise spirits, specific Taoist tools were required. Next time, when he visits a patient at home, he should let Ling show him in detail. Li Yao thought, taking one last look at the pure and adorable host before reluctantly closing the live stream. He noticed that it was almost dark outside. Time to clock out. Li Yao stretched lazily. No one had come to him for a consultation today. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Yueyao called. Hey, Yao, what's up? Li Yao asked warmly. I'm out with my parents, but I don't even know what we're doing. We're just walking to some place. Jiang Yueyao replied, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment and helplessness. I just wanted to let you know that I might be home a bit late tonight. Sorry for making you wait. No worries, waiting is fine. As long as you take good care of me tonight and help me restock. Li Yu said with a cheeky grin, his voice full of playful teasing. You're such a tease. Jiang Yueyao retorted playfully. But just as she was about to say more, there was a sound of the phone dropping, followed by the call disconnecting. Chapter 79. The Art of Finding People. Yao. Li Yao's heart tightened as he hurriedly called again, but the call wouldn't go through. This is bad. Something must have happened. Li Yao's expression changed, and he quickly drove to the Jiang family home. The Jiang residence was empty, and Jiang Yueyao had not returned. Li Yao's face grew even darker, and he quickly called Lu Qing. Boss, what's going on? Lu Qing. I need you to use all your connections to help me find Jiang Yueyao. She might be in trouble. I'm at the Jiang house. Come find me once you have something. Li Yao's tone was grave and cold. Something happened to my sister-in-law? Boss, hang tight. I'll mobilize all my resources to find her right away. Lu Qing, fully obedient to Li Yao's words, hung up without hesitation and immediately spread the word. After finishing these tasks, he didn't linger and was about to head out. Hey, kid, I was just looking for you to discuss something. Where are you off to? Lu Lao bumped into Lu Qing at the door, frowning as he asked. I'm going to find Li Yao. Find Li Yao? Perfect, take me with you. Lu Lao was taken aback. He initially thought Lu Qing was going out for fun, but it turned out he was looking for Li Yao, which relaxed his brow. It was just right. He also wanted to talk to Li Yao about collaborating on promoting genetic drugs. All right, Grandpa, you can help out too. Lu Qing took Lu Lao into the car, not bothering to explain, and drove straight to the Jiang family home. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of Jiang Yueyao's villa. Li Yao had already searched the Jiang residence thoroughly without finding any clues and was left waiting at the door for any sign of Jiang Yueyao's return. Haha, doctor. Lu Lao got out of the car with a beaming smile. However, Li Yao merely nodded at him and approached Lu Qing to ask, did you find anything? Nothing. We only found that my sister-in-law seems to have been deliberately deceived and taken away. The aftermath was cleaned up very well, and all the surveillance footage left no traces. Searching is too difficult. What? Lu Lao's expression changed sharply upon hearing their conversation. He turned to Lu Qing angrily. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Immediately use my connections to notify everyone. Mobilize all resources for the search. We will not spare any effort in finding those behind this. Go now, Grandpa. Lu Qing nodded helplessly, understanding that it might be in vain, but knowing it was his grandfather's concern, he quickly used Lu Lao's name to send out the message. Time passed second by second, and reports continued to come back with no results. Li Yao felt increasingly anxious. Every minute dragged on meant more danger for Jiang Yueyao. Wait a minute. That female Taoist, Ling, might have a way. Li Yao suddenly thought. Although he couldn't guarantee anything, it was worth a try. He quickly found a corner and opened the live streaming room. Mr. Yao, you're here. Do you need one-on-one assistance? Ling, seeing Li Yao, transformed from her usual cool demeanor to a warmer one. Her cheeks flushed. Li Yao waved his hand and hurriedly asked, no need for that. I just have one question. Do you have any methods for locating missing persons? A method for finding people? Well, we do have one, Ling replied, noticing Li Yao's urgency. She wasted no time and immediately transmitted an ancient-looking piece of paper covered in characters resembling tadpoles. To Li Yao's surprise, it disintegrated into powder in his hand. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and he felt as if he had learned something significant. This contains our guild's unique method for locating people. As long as they aren't too far away or shielded by any means, we can find them through their soul connections, Ling explained. Okay, thank you, Li Yao said gratefully, sending a quick tip before exiting the live stream. The Taoist method of finding people. Li Yao closed his eyes, processing the newfound knowledge in his mind. Soon, he grasped the underlying principle. This technique required the blood of relatives to track someone down. The closer the blood relation, the easier it was to sense them. Now that Yao Yao's parents were also missing, the only person left to find was her grandfather. Leo quickly made a call. Upon hearing that his granddaughter was missing and might be in danger, grandfather Jiang rushed over. Xiao Yao, I've mobilized all my contacts to search for her. Don't worry. I believe that good people have their fate protected. Yao Yao will be fine, he reassured, trying to appear calm despite his own worries. Grandpa, the enemy is too cunning. I can only rely on myself to find Yao Yao now. Can you lend me a drop of your blood? Li Yao asked directly without further explanation. Huh, what does my blood have to do with finding her? Grandfather Jiang was taken aback, but, recognizing the urgency of the situation, he didn't question it further. If you need it, take it. If it can help save Yao Yao, what's a drop of blood from this old man? Thank you, Grandpa, Leo said gratefully, taking out a small knife and making a small cut on Grandfather Jiang's middle finger. A drop of blood quickly fell, and Li Yao caught it in his palm. He slowly clenched his fist, holding it in front of him while his other hand gestured in the air, muttering softly. This bizarre scene left both Grandfather Jiang and Lu Qin confused. What was he doing looking for someone, and now he's acting strange? After a while, Lu Qin could no longer contain his curiosity and was about to ask when Li Yao suddenly opened his eyes and revealed his palm. Boom! The drop of blood burst forth from his hand like fireworks. Then, amidst the fine blood mist, a beautiful face began to form. This is Yao Yao. Grandfather Jiang instantly recognized his granddaughter's face as it appeared, his shock evident. Lu Qin and old Lu were equally astonished, left speechless by this incredible scene. This is not the end. Li Yao pointed his finger like a sword and shouted sharply, "Seek." Suddenly, the blood mist dispersed into a string of geographical coordinates, then converged into a thin, short thread of blood, tying itself to Li Yao's fingertip, as if pulling him along, guiding his way. I knew Yao Yao's location. It was in the abandoned factory in the eastern district of the derelict city. Let's go. Without waiting for a response, Li Yao took off, his legs propelling him forward with an incredible leap of 7 or 8 meters, far beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. In just 2 or 3 strides, he vanished from sight. The crowd gasped in awe, watching the direction in which Li Yao had disappeared, filled with both admiration and respect. This young man had given them too many surprises and reshaped their understanding of the world. What other secrets could he possibly hold? The crowd was stunned for a moment before quickly getting up to follow him. Chapter 80. Su Jie's madness. The sky had darkened a bit, and in a desolate, abandoned factory, Su Jiang and Su Jie looked on with cold smiles at the 3 people tied up before them. Heh, uncle and aunt. How do you feel about this surprise of mine? Surprised, aren't you? Su Jie scoffed at the 3, his tone icy. Xiao Jie, what are you doing? Why did you tie us up? Hurry and let Annie go, okay? This isn't funny, Zhang Fengxiao pleaded, still in disbelief that her golden son-in-law had kidnapped her. Exactly. Xiao Jie, we are respectable people. How can we do this? Just let us go, and we won't pursue this matter, Jiang Zhiming chimed in, trying to calm the situation. You really are both stupid and naive. I went through all this trouble to tie you up, and now you want me to let you go? Don't kid around. Su Jie laughed heartily, tears almost streaming from his eyes. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly darkened, an intense hatred flashing in his eyes. He grabbed Jiang Zhiming by the collar and coldly said, "And you think you count as respectable people in front of me? Your Jiang family is just a pile of trash, just a dog for our Shiksha group, and you'll all be swallowed up sooner or later." You. Jiang Zhiming looked at Su Jie, who was so close, feeling that this golden son-in-law's face was so unfamiliar, he was too scared to speak. However, I never expected that you dogs would actually bite your master. You bit me hard. Su Jie shouted angrily. What are we going to do now? With that, Su Jie violently threw Jiang Zhengming to the ground, yelling. Jiang Zhengming fell hard, his head hitting the concrete floor, leaving him a bit dazed. You bastard, you scumbag. If you have the guts, just use your Shiksha group to suppress us. What's the point of winning like this? What kind of man are you? Jiang Yueyao exclaimed, seeing her father hurt like that, tears welling in her eyes. You filthy whore, how dare you scold me? If it weren't for you and that Li Yao, I wouldn't have been forced to take this desperate step. Su Jie turned around, looking at Jiang Yueyao with bloodshot eyes, a cold smile suddenly creeping across his face. But today, I finally have the chance for revenge. Just wait, you'll know whether I'm a man or not. As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly terrifying as he gently patted Jiang Yueyao's delicate face. I'm not just going to make Li Yao wear a green hat. I'm going to use you to threaten him, forcing him to disband his pharmaceutical company, and then I'll have him come here. I've set a trap outside that will definitely ensure he dies here. Haha, Su Jie said, laughing maniacally, venting his pin-up anger. You bastard, you bastard. Jiang Yueyao felt a mix of anger and urgency, hoping Li Yao would come to save her, but also fearing that he would come to his demise. She fiercely tugged at the ropes binding her wrists, trying to break free. The delicate hand struggled futilely against the rough hemp ropes, like an egg smashing against a rock, leaving nothing but heartbreaking streaks of blood on the pale wrists. You handle things here. Be careful. I'll go set up the ambush outside so we can finish that bastard off in one strike. After barking the order at Su Jie, Su Jiang led his men away, leaving only Su Jie and the 3 members of the Jiang family in the pitch-black factory. My dad really gets me. I've been wanting to have you for a long time. Su Jie sneered, his greedy eyes fixed on Jiang Yueyao as he slowly unbuckled his belt. I'll make sure you remember what it feels like to get fucked in front of your parents, you little slut. And let us see how many times Li Yao has already had his way with you. As he moved to pull down his pants and lunge at her, Jiang Yueyao's parents wept and pleaded, but Su Jie ignored them completely. You're disgusting. Jiang Yueyao's eyes burned with hatred, pressed against the ground. She suddenly jerked her bound legs up and kicked him square between the legs. Su Jie howled in pain, clutching his groin, his face turning red with fury. You dare hit me? I'll fucking ruin you. Enraged, he slapped her hard across the face, leaving a bright red mark. Go ahead. Kill me if you have the guts. Jiang Yueyao spat through the pain. Kill you? I'd hate to waste you. Even if you die. It'll be after I've had my fill of you. Su Jie growled darkly. You're dreaming. I'd rather die than let a monster like you win. With a look of grim resolve, she suddenly slammed her head toward the ground. Trying to die, bitch? Not that easy. Su Jie yanked her back, preventing her suicide attempt. After I'm done with you, I'll let you die in front of Li Yao. He reached for her clothes, ready to tear them off. Jiang Yueyao's eyes filled with despair, even death couldn't save her now. Just as Su Jie's fingers were about to touch her, an icy voice cut through the air. Su Jie, do you have a death wish? Li Yao. Su Jie's face twisted in shock. Before he could react, a brutal slap struck him across the face with a sharp crack, sending him flying to the ground in agony, his eyes wide with terror. Li Yao loomed over him, his gaze murderous. Behind him stood Lu Qing and a group of soldiers. Lu Qing and the others quickly freed Jiang Yueyao's parents, who stared at Li Yao with conflicted expressions. You think a piece of trash like you can lay a finger on my boss's woman? Lu Qing snarled, stomping hard on Su Jie's groin. Li Yu. Jiang Yueyao, who had been drowning in despair, burst into tears at the sight of him, her sobs wrenching at the heart. Yao, don't be afraid. I'm here now. Li Yao suppressed the endless killing intent in his heart and ignored Su Jie. He untied the ropes binding Jiang Yueyao on the ground, cradling her in his arms and gently patting her back to comfort her. Li Yao. Jiang Yueyao sobbed, her body trembling violently, her voice choked with tears. But then, as if remembering something, she hurriedly pushed him away. Li Yao, you need to get out of here quickly. They have an ambush set up. It's dangerous for you to stay. Just as Jiang Yueyao finished speaking, a rustling sound echoed around them. Outside the factory, in an instant, hundreds of people appeared, surrounding them completely. Leading the group was none other than Su Jiang. Su Jiang looked at Li Yao with cold eyes and sneered. Humph. Li Yao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 81. Seeking Death. Su Jiang. Lu Qing, undeterred by the crowd surrounding him, stepped forward boldly and shouted, You've got some nerve. You think you can kidnap and kill someone and not face the consequences? Lu Qing? Su Jiang's expression shifted. He expected the Lu family to team up with Li Yao. However, a hint of resolve flashed across his face as he sneered. My Su family may not compare to your Lu family, but as long as we clean this up here, who will know? Let us see what your gang of thugs can do to us, Lu Qing replied defiantly. Ever since he took the basic gene serum, not only had his strength surged, but his confidence had also reached an unprecedented level. Usually, he only fought against his own people, so he felt a rush of adrenaline in this situation. Lu Xiao. You really underestimate my Su family, Su Jiang said with a cold smile. Suddenly, he waved his hand and commanded, Draw your weapons. In an instant, everyone pulled out dark firearms from their bulging pockets, and a chilling aura enveloped the scene. Damn, where did all these weapons come from? Lu Qing, who had just been brimming with confidence, suddenly paled and took a few steps back, feeling a pang of fear. The expressions of several Special Forces soldiers also changed. While they weren't afraid of being outnumbered, they certainly couldn't withstand so many guns and ammo. As for the Jiang family, they were almost paralyzed with fear. Li Yao, you shouldn't have come for me, Jiang Yueyao whimpered, nestled in Li Yao's arms, her body still trembling. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, they won't hurt you, Li Yao said firmly, squeezing Jiang Yueyao's cold little hand. Okay. Jiang Yueyao accepted his comfort, but had already closed her eyes in despair, quietly listening to Li Yao's heartbeat as she awaited death. Li Yao stood up, holding Jiang Yueyao, and looked at Lu Qing. You all need to hide behind the wall and not come out. I'll handle these people. Lu Qing's face darkened at Li Yao's words, surprised and anxious. Boss, there are at least dozens of armed people. We have some support outside. But not this many. Can you handle it alone? Jiang Yueyao quickly tugged at Li Yao, her eyes filled with worry and pleading. Don't go alone. Don't worry. Once I break their formation, you can lead everyone out, Li Yao reassured them, not saying anything more as he entrusted Jiang Yueyao and her parents to Lu Qing. Li Yao Jiang Yueyao wanted to follow him, but Lu Qing pulled her back, saying, Sister-in-law, the boss's strength is extraordinary. I've seen him dodge bullets. If you go, it'll only make him worry. We should stay here. Though he said this, his expression betrayed a hint of unease. After all, last time there were only a dozen people, and only Fourth Master had a gun. This time there are over 100, even if only half of them are armed. It's a desperate struggle for survival amidst a hail of bullets. Jiang Yueyao is being dragged along, unable to stop crying. Jiang's parents felt a mix of gratitude and guilt as they watched Li Yao selflessly step forward to plead for their lives. Li Yao's expression was indifferent as he slowly approached the crowd of hundreds, appearing to ignore everyone but Su Jiang. Su Jiang fixed his gaze on Li Yao, his eyes filled with malice, sneering. Don't blame me, Li Yao. You brought this on yourself. If you hadn't gone against my Shishir group. Bang. Before he could finish, Li Yao suddenly picked up a brick from the ground and hurled it directly at Su Jiang's head, coldly saying, I don't want to hear your nonsense. Su Jiang's head burst open, blood gushing out as he shouted angrily, shoot him. Turn him into a beehive. Bang, bang, bang. With a command, his men opened fire on Li Yao. Countless bullets flew toward him, but Li Yao didn't dodge or evade. He simply stared at Su Jiang, who was clutching his head on the ground, and chuckled coldly. Let us see how far you can bleed. Ha. Su Jiang thought Li Yao had given up resisting and laughed heartily, but his laughter abruptly stopped, his mouth hanging open in shock. Li Yao, agile and seemingly nonchalant, twisted his body, effortlessly evading the bullets that whizzed past him. You think these toys can deal with me? Leo sneered at Su Jiang, leisurely walking toward him as if taking a stroll. Damn it. How are you shooting? Focus your fire and take him down. Su Jiang cursed loudly, grabbing a rifle and aiming it at Li Yao. The others, filled with fear, increased their firepower. From a distance, it looked like a swarm of flying insects as bullets rained down on Li Yao. Lu Qing and the others watching from above felt their hearts tighten with anxiety. Seeing he couldn't dodge any longer, Li Yao grew indifferent and waved his hand. Pa. The bullets struck his arm and ricocheted back, while he felt only a slight tingling sensation. The crowd erupted in screams as some were hit by the returning bullets, collapsing to the ground in agony. The more bullets that came in, the more were sent flying back out. With the sound of gunfire, more people fell, each inhaling sharply, their hearts filled with endless dread. What the hell? He is a monster. Su Jiang's face turned pale as he saw Li Yao closing in step by step. He dropped his rifle and turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? Li Yao chuckled coldly and quickly pursued him. Shoot over there. Kill his people. In a panic, Su Jiang pointed toward Jiang Yueyao, issuing orders without regard for Su Jia's safety. Some of his men responded quickly, firing in the direction Su Jiang indicated. Looking for death? Li Yao's expression changed suddenly. Although Jiang Yueyao and her group were hiding behind the wall, they were still at risk of being injured by the heavy gunfire. In a flash, he moved and with a swift motion of his hand, he deflected the bullets back. Su Jiang was thoroughly frightened. Facing someone who couldn't be killed by bullets, he lost the will to continue fighting and quickly ran into the darkness. As he fled, the morale of the others wavered, and they no longer wanted to engage with Li Yao. The group that had surrounded the factory quickly fell into chaos and scattered in all directions. Seeing the opportunity, Li Yao shouted to Lu Qing, have your men close in and capture them. They were already prepared. As soon as Lu Qing responded, over 100 soldiers charged in from outside, swiftly capturing those who were slow to escape. Boss, you're amazing. Lu Qing, seeing the tide had turned, let everyone out. Looking at Li Yao with eyes shining with admiration and respect, he thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have made an enemy of Li Yao in the past. Otherwise, he would surely be dead now. Not only could he survive better now, but perhaps he would even gain the ability to face gunfire fearlessly in the future. Li Yao, I'm so glad you're okay, Jiang Yueyao cried out, rushing over to hug him tightly. Jiang Zhiming and Zhang Fengxiao looked at Li Yao with expressions of guilt and gratitude. Zhang Fengxiao grabbed Li Yao's arm, saying, Thank you so much, Xiaoyao. If it weren't for you, our whole family would have perished here. I've finally seen Su Jie's true colors. He is really not a good person. As she spoke, she began to cry, clearly shaken by the experience. Jiang Zhengming's face was pale, but he steadied his emotions and said with red eyes, What is the point of saying this now? Xiaoyao, from now on, if you want to be with Yueyao, we absolutely want to oppose you. Not only will we not oppose you, but if you want to get married, we'll help you arrange everything immediately. Uncle, Auntie, thank you so much, Li Yao replied. Feeling relieved at the change in Jiang's parents' attitudes, at least his efforts hadn't been in vain. Jiang Yueyao blushed and held on to Li Yao even tighter. However, this wasn't the time for such discussions. The Su family had already developed a murderous intent. If they didn't eliminate the threat completely this time, they would still be in danger. Li Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent as he said, Wait here. I'll be back soon. With that, he charged into the crowd of fleeing people. Jiang Yueyao knew she couldn't stop him, so she could only shout after him, You must be careful. Chapter 82, The Reward After Rescuing the Beauty in just a few moments. Li Yao caught up with most of the fleeing crowd led by Su Jiang and spotted Su Jiang sneaking through the throngs, looking quite anxious. Humph, Su Jiang. Weren't you here to catch me and surprise me? You can't just run off before delivering the surprise. That's against the rules. Li Yao chuckled softly. Then with a swift motion, closed the distance to Su Jiang by 100 meters. Damn it. Su Jiang felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing Li Yao closing in, cold sweat dripping down his back. Li Yao, spare me. The Shinsher group will never oppose you again, I swear. If you kill me, you'll gain nothing. Su Jiang's face changed dramatically as he threatened in a cold voice. Go tell that to the Grim Reaper, Li Yao replied indifferently. With another burst of speed, he instantly appeared behind Su Jiang, grabbing him and lifting him off the ground. You think this is all I've prepared for? If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Su Jiang shouted angrily, ripping open his shirt to reveal bundles of explosives hidden beneath. He yanked a cord, and smoke began to billow out, signaling an imminent explosion. I have 10 kilograms of explosives strapped to me. No matter how fast you run, you can't escape the blast radius, and you'll be nothing but ash. Su Jiang laughed maniacally, his face twisted with madness. Crazy. Li Yao's expression shifted. Although he was unsure how his genetically enhanced body would react to explosives, he knew that the nearby Jiang family and many soldiers wouldn't survive a blast. You all can die with me. Everyone perish together. Su Jiang's smile was distorted with insanity. Not a chance. Li Yao snorted coldly, gathering his strength in his legs. With a powerful leap, he propelled Su Jiang like a cannonball, exceeding the speed of sound in an instant and covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Su Jiang stared in disbelief at the rapidly changing scenery, his eyes wide with shock. This, impossible. But before he could finish his sentence, a deafening boom echoed through the air. A small mushroom cloud erupted in the dark wilderness, momentarily illuminating the area like daylight. The shockwave hit everyone, causing them to gasp in alarm. Damn, they brought explosives too? What on earth are these guys doing? Lu Qing's expression changed, worry creeping into his heart. While Li Yao wasn't afraid of bullets, explosives were a different beast entirely. They could obliterate a person. Li Yao. Jiang Yueyao felt her legs weaken, her fists clenched tightly as she prayed for his safety. As the bright light faded, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness, slightly battered. With charred skin, yet undeniably familiar to everyone. Li Yao. Jiang Yueyao couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed forward, ignoring the dirt covering him, and planted a sweet kiss on his lips. Before Li Yao had a chance to speak, he was kissed by Jiang Yueyao. He didn't push her away, and they simply shared a quiet kiss. Lu Qing and the others, along with Zhang's father and mother, felt a bit awkward but tactfully turned their heads away to give them some privacy. After a while, Jiang Yueyao reluctantly pulled away. It was then she realized, in a moment of impulsiveness, that she had done something so bold in public, and her face turned beet red with embarrassment, making her too shy to look at anyone. Have your people take care of these guys. Leave no one behind, Li Yao said to Lu Qing. Lu Qing nodded. Don't worry, boss. I've already told them that carrying so many firearms illegally warrants immediate execution. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to Li Yao, saying softly, Boss. The Su family must be connected to a large arms trafficking group to acquire so many guns. I'm not sure what their relationship is. But if you wipe out the Su family, it could bring trouble your way, so be careful. Got it. Thanks for the heads up, Li Yao replied, nodding his head. He hadn't fully absorbed the impact of the explosion earlier. If it had all hit him, he wouldn't have died, but he certainly would have been seriously injured. As long as the arms dealers didn't use excessively powerful explosives, he would be safe. After taking care of everyone and cleaning up the scene, Li Yao escorted Jiang Yueyao and her family back to the Jiang residence. Upon seeing that his granddaughter was unharmed, old man Jiang rushed forward, visibly anxious, and then scolded Jiang's parents fiercely. Jiang's father and mother, knowing they were in the wrong, didn't dare to retort. They had completely changed their opinion of Li Yao and were grateful to Lu Qing and the others, inviting Lu Lao and the others to stay for dinner. During dinner, Lu Lao and Jiang Lao listened to Lu Qing recount the rescue process, their hearts filled with both fear and amazement. After he finished, they couldn't help but applaud. "Great. My granddaughter's husband is indeed extraordinary," old man Jiang said, his face glowing with pride. Hearing about Li Yao's bravery, he downed several shots of liquor without showing signs of intoxication and excitedly said, "Xiao Yao, I'll take care of the arrangements for your wedding with Yueyao. I checked the lunar calendar, and there's an auspicious day in 2 months. You should hold the wedding then." "Thank you, Grandpa. I appreciate it," Li Yao replied with a smile, raising a glass in gratitude. Lu Lao, equally excited, chimed in, "Dr. Li, is your current physique a result of the gene therapy you developed? If our military could successfully utilize this miraculous medicine, it would be a treasure for our country. Once I get back, I'll report it immediately and push for immediate promotion." Lu Lao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "That's right," Li Yao nodded. "However, the gene therapy I'm promoting isn't that powerful yet. The stronger formulation is still under development and will take a long time to perfect. Indeed, such a potent medicine should not be used lightly. It requires thorough consideration." Old Lu nodded, his enthusiasm undiminished, and continued to ask Li Yao about the use and promotion of genetic drugs. The others listened intently, their eyes sparkling with interest as they watched Li Yao. Jiang Yueyao, on the other hand, quietly listened from the side, not interrupting. After chatting for a while, they realized it was already late into the night. "All right. We won't keep you any longer," old Lu said with a sheepish smile as he glanced at the time. "Not at all. Take care on your way home," Li Yao replied as he saw everyone off. It was only then that the Jiang household fell quiet. "It's getting late. You should just stay here for the night," Jiang Yueyao said softly, her face flushed as she looked at Li Yao. "Stay here? Sure." Li Yao turned around, the seriousness on his face replaced by a mischievous grin. He didn't even realize when his hand had moved to Jiang Yueyao's curvy hips. "Since I'm tired today, how about you, my dear wife? Take good care of me?" "You're so annoying." Jiang Yueyao's face turned even redder as she playfully pouted. "Hee, hurry upstairs, I can hardly wait." With that, Liu scooped up Jiang Yueyao and took 2 or 3 steps to the room on the second floor, closing the door behind them. Chapter 83. Could it be a scam for money? Early in the morning, Li Yao arrived at the entrance of a residential complex. Qin Yang had been waiting there for a while, and when he saw Li Yao get out of the car, he hurried over with a warm greeting. "Dr. Li, thank you for your hard work. I really appreciate you coming all this way," Qin Yang said with a dry smile, his complexion still quite poor. Compared to last time, he looked even thinner, with darker circles under his eyes and numerous fresh bruises on his body. It seemed that the spirit was tormenting him quite severely. Li Yao squinted. Having learned quite a bit about spirits from the female Taoist streamer Kuling last time, he could tell at a glance that Qin Yang was deeply afflicted. "Dr. Li, my place is a bit messy, so please don't mind," Qin Yang said politely, leading Li Yao to his doorstep. Just as he finished speaking, someone inside heard and opened the door. "Brother, you're back." A youthful and charming girl appeared, around 16 or 17 years old, tall and slender, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with a lively ponytail bouncing at the back of her head. Her sweet little face was incredibly endearing. "You must be Dr. Li Yao, the one helping my brother. I've seen you on TV. I'm a fan." The girl looked at Li Yao with wide, sparkling eyes full of admiration, chattering excitedly. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to Qin Yang's lethargy, radiating vitality. "Qin Shuelu, can't you see that Dr. Li is here? Hurry and let him in instead of blocking the doorway." Qin Yang scolded, feeling a bit awkward as he glanced at Li Yao. "I'm sorry, Dr. Li. My sister is just like this." Qin Shuelu realized her behavior might have been inappropriate, stuck out her tongue, and quickly stepped aside to invite Li Yao in. "It's fine," Li Yao smiled, feeling a fondness for the cheerful girl. However, he found it a bit strange. The two siblings lived together. Yet while the brother was in trouble, the sister seemed unaffected. Upon entering the house, although the sun had just risen and the yang energy was abundant, no sunlight streamed into the room. Instead, it exuded a cold, chilling atmosphere, as if the air conditioning was on. Li Yao didn't immediately sit down but instead walked around slowly, observing his surroundings. Qin Shuelu intended to offer him a seat, but seeing Li Yao's serious demeanor, Qin Yang quickly waved his hand to signal his sister to be quiet, and the two quietly followed behind. Concealed Yin, scattered Yang, the body in disarray. Hidden Yin for the little spirit, Liao murmured inwardly, already understanding. It turned out to be just a fragile little spirit, hiding in this room to quietly recuperate in a place that was Yin in nature. He wouldn't even need to make much of an effort to dispel it. What puzzled him, however, was that such a weak little spirit usually only existed for a short time before dissipating. How had it managed to torment Qin Yang for so long? Though there were questions in his mind, Liao didn't dwell on them. After all, he had just started to learn about spirits and only understood the basics. There was still much he didn't know. I know how to treat your illness now. After coming to terms with everything, Liao stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Qin Yang. Really? Thank you, Dr. Li. Before Qin Yang could speak, Qin Shuela, who was beside him, excitedly exclaimed, Dr. Li, what do I need to do? A hint of excitement flashed across Qin Yang's weary face as he quickly asked. Just sit here and wait, Liao said quietly, pulling out a pill the size of a mung bean. He walked around the room, and the pill immediately began to shimmer, dispelling the chill that had filled the space. I didn't expect it to be this effective. Liao's eyes lit up. This was a universal spirit-repelling pill given to him by a female streamer. As long as a weaker spirit encountered it, it would be attracted to the pill. The person possessed only needed to take the pill, and their previously depleted young energy would begin to recover. This is the medicine I've prepared for you. Just take it. And you'll be fine, Liao said, handing over the spirit-repelling pill. Qin Yang quickly took it without hesitation and swallowed it. In an instant, he felt a warm sensation throughout his body, and his mental state appeared much improved. He no longer looked so listless. This medicine is amazing. Thank you, Dr. Li, Qin Yang said excitedly. Brother, see? I was right to ask Dr. Li for help. Only a renowned doctor like him can cure your illness. Those other doctors are useless. Qin Shuela said, her eyes shining like crescent moons as she looked at Liao with admiration. No problem. Just make sure to exercise more, get plenty of sunlight. And it would be best to have a sunny window in this room. You'll be just fine, Liao replied with a smile. Yes, yes. I will definitely listen to you, Qin Yang nodded eagerly. Just as they were talking, there was a sudden knock at the door. Shuela, are you in there? Open the door. I brought someone incredible for you. Jingqi? Qin Shuela frowned slightly and smiled apologetically at Liao. Dr. Li, let me go check. My classmate is knocking. With that, she jogged over with her long, fair legs to open the door. Finally, you opened the door. Weren't you worried about your brother's illness last time? After hearing about it, I immediately ran around, and I found the most famous traditional doctor for you. He specializes in treating these strange ailments. Zhang Qi said excitedly, gesturing to the proud-looking old man beside him. Look, this is Mr. Wang Daoyi. Not only can he treat illnesses, but he also knows Taoist techniques. Oh, thank you, Zhang Qi, but my brother's illness has already been treated by Dr. Li. Qin Shuela said, showing little enthusiasm for Zhang Qi's flattery. Instead, she frowned slightly and replied politely. Treated? Zhang Qi was taken aback, his expression souring as he looked at Liao with skepticism. Shuela, he can't be the Dr. Li you're talking about, can he? Yes, she replied. Shuela, I'm not saying this to you, but there are too many frauds nowadays. There are always people without any real skills pretending to have abilities. Just look at him. He's so young. What illness could he possibly treat? I bet he can only handle a cold. Zhang Qi scoffed as he stepped forward to size up Liao, snorting disdainfully. Kid, do you really think you can cure Brother Qin's illness? Do you even know what he's going through before you start meddling? If you're just trying to pull some tricks to make a quick buck, I suggest you get lost before I call the police on you. As he said this, he waved his fist menacingly. Zhang Qi, what nonsense are you spouting? If you don't know anything, just keep your mouth shut. He is the renowned Dr. Liao, the most famous physician in the city right now. There's no way he is a fraud. Qin Shuelu retorted, fuming as she stepped forward. What? He is Liao? Zhang Qi's jaw dropped as he looked at Liao, momentarily taken aback. He didn't usually pay much attention to such matters, but he had certainly heard of the doctor's reputation. I'm really sorry about that, Zhang Qi said awkwardly to Liao, though he wasn't ready to let the opportunity slip away. He turned back to Qin Shuelu and added, but Shuelu, you know your brother isn't suffering from just any illness. He might be haunted by some evil spirit. Sure, he is a famous doctor, but can he really exorcise ghosts? I brought in a Taoist priest who knows how to handle all sorts of things. Why not let him take a look? Chapter 84. The 9 Physique This. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang and Qin Shuelu also felt it made sense. Qin Yang's illness was indeed very strange. At first, he consulted various Taoists and monks. But when that didn't help, he turned to doctors. Although it seemed like Dr. Li's medicine was effective, they still worried about the possibility of something supernatural that medicine couldn't resolve. Dr. Li, what do you think about this? Qin Yang said, his face showing embarrassment as he looked at Li Yao, seeking his opinion. It's okay, if you're worried, let him take a look. Li Yao nodded. He had refrained from mentioning the spiritual aspect earlier, fearing it might frighten the siblings, so it was only natural for them to have concerns. Thank you, Dr. Li. Qin Shuelu expressed her gratitude. Seeing this, Zhang Qi's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly invited Mr. Wang Daoyi in. Mr. Wang Daoyi. This is the one with the strange illness. Please take a look. Pale and emaciated, lacking vitality, it's a minor ghost causing trouble. I've known this all along. Wang Daoyi said, stroking his beard without even looking at them, speaking with an air of arrogance. Master Wang is indeed remarkable. Zhang Qi quickly gave a thumbs up in praise. However, Wang Daoyi ignored Zhang Qi and slowly cast a glance at Qin Yang. In my opinion, his illness hasn't truly healed. The minor ghost is still lurking behind him. It has almost merged with his soul, making it difficult for the average person to separate them. You've only treated the superficial symptoms. Wang Daoyi stroked his beard, speaking mysteriously. If this continues to drag on, not only will your essence be absorbed, but your life will also be in danger. If you die, your sister will be implicated as well. The minor ghost will continue to absorb her essence and grow stronger. And then, both of you will end up in the same predicament. Wang Daoyi's words were heavy, his expression serious and solemn, startling everyone present. What? Qin Yang's face turned pale with fear, his legs feeling weak. He rushed forward, pleading, Master Wang, save me. Even if you can't save me, please save my sister. Sigh. Wang Daoyi sighed deeply, appearing regretful, but a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Your situation is too serious. I can only do my best to help you. However, it also depends on fate. As for your sister, Wang Daoyi's expression turned grave. This minor ghost has already chosen her. She will likely have a hard time escaping. Fortunately, it hasn't absorbed her essence yet. If she stays by my side for 3 to 5 months, the ghost won't dare to approach. Once we sever the connection, everything will be fine, but it will require a lot of my time. This, Master Wang, as long as you can save my sister, I'll pay any price. Just please help her. Qin Yang said urgently, fear gripping his heart. Sigh fine. As a Taoist, it is my duty to exorcise spirits and demons. You don't need to pay. Just have your sister stay by my side. Wang Daoyi feigned a sigh of resignation. Thank you, Master. Thank you so much. Qin Yang didn't think twice and expressed his gratitude hastily. Qin Shuela, hearing about her brother's critical situation, felt her eyes well up with tears. Nearly on the verge of crying. However, Li Yao frowned and cast a glance at Wang Daoyi. This old guy, even though Qin Yang had clearly been cured by him, was still speaking in such alarmist terms, and his shifty eyes seemed to be secretly watching Qin Shuela. What a shameless old man. Li Yao cursed inwardly. Such a lively and cheerful girl like Qin Shuela must not be ruined by this old fool. With that thought, he suddenly gave a cold sneer and said to Wang Daoyi, Master Wang, do you actually know Taoist arts or not? How can you not even see this much? Could it be that you're the real fraud here? At these words, everyone turned to look at Li Yao. Wang Daoyi's brow furrowed deeper, clearly displeased. I've already driven away the entity from Qin Yang. You must have seen that, right? Although he has lost 5 yang energies. The fire on his shoulder is slowly reigniting. He is not in any serious trouble. It's just a matter of time before the 5 yang energies return. Li Yao said dismissively, his eyes filled with disdain. Furthermore, do ghosts politely ask for energy? Is there an order to it? If this ghost truly had its sights on Qin Shuela's energy, it would have switched targets when Qin Yang's energy was nearly depleted, not wait around. Li Yao scoffed again. Old man, if you're incapable or have ulterior motives, you'd better scram. Don't embarrass yourself here. You insolent brat. Upon hearing this, Wang Daoyi's face turned bright red with anger. He stood up and slammed his hand on the table. Who in the martial world doesn't know the name Wang Daoyi? How dare you insult me, a seasoned practitioner? With that, he turned to Qin Yang and the others, coldly saying, if you don't wish to be treated, then that is fine. I, Wang, will not stay here any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Daoyi huffed and left with a swish of his sleeves. Hey, Master Wang, don't go. Zhang Qi exclaimed, seeing Wang Daoyi leave. He shot an annoyed glance at Li Yao before hurriedly running after him. Dr. Li, what exactly is my brother's condition? Is he really okay? Qin Shuela, feeling confused, asked anxiously. Your brother knows his own body. In a few days, he'll recover. As for whether you believe me or not, that's up to you. Li Yao replied flatly, also standing up. I've treated the illness, and now I should be on my way. No need to see me off. With that, he strode out. Hey, Dr. Li. Qin Yang stood up, looking troubled and unsure of what to say. However, Qin Shuela thought for a moment and called out loudly to Li Yao, Dr. Li, I definitely believe you. Thank you. Hearing this, Li Yao paused, recalling her endearing smile. and couldn't he help but crack a slight smile himself. He shook his head and continued walking away. Wang Daoyi moved swiftly, completely unlike an elderly man. Zhang Qi chased after him for quite a while before finally catching up. With an awkward expression, Zhang Qi explained, "Master Wang, please don't be angry. I didn't know where this sudden person came from. If I'd known earlier, no need to say more." Wang Daoyi waved his hand to stop Zhang Qi from continuing. That person indeed had some skills. Not only did he cure the patient, but he could also expose the flaws in my words. He was no ordinary individual. As Wang Daoyi spoke, he squinted his eyes, his expression shifting between dark and light. Huh? He really cured her? What bad luck? Zhang Qi exclaimed, cursing under his breath. He then asked, somewhat confused, but if she is already cured, why did you have to scare me like that? You nearly gave me a heart attack. That girl is exceptional, Wang Daoyi replied, excitement flickering in his eyes. Zhang Qi immediately became alert. Master Wang, Qin Shuela is someone I like. Besides, at your age, you shouldn't be so disrespectful. What are you thinking? Wang Daoyi's face darkened as he scolded. That girl has an extraordinary 9 constitution. I merely want to use her body to cultivate medicine. How could I, Wang Daoyi, a dignified Taoist, have such thoughts about a young girl? Chapter 85, not worth mentioning. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Qi's face flushed with embarrassment as he nodded awkwardly, but then he asked with confusion, what exactly is this 9 physique you mentioned? Humph, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Wang Daoyi waved his hand impatiently. This physique is extremely rare, and it would be a treasure for my Taoist alchemy. As long as I can use this body to nurture medicine, my cultivation will surely skyrocket, and living to 100 years old won't be surprising at all. As he spoke, a gleam of ambition and greed sparkled in his eyes. However, just thinking about how today's good fortune was ruined by Li Yao made a hint of resentment flash across his gaze. But thankfully, that guy was just a temporary doctor. He could delay things for a moment, but couldn't change the long-term outcome. When the time comes, I'll think of a way to deceive him. After all, a human body as a medicinal cauldron is just within reach. Such miraculous things. Xuelu truly is the woman I've set my sights on. She is extraordinary. Zhang Qi listened beside him, his mouth agape in astonishment. He knew that Wang Daoyi was quite accomplished in his craft, so he believed him wholeheartedly. Wang Daoyi's face brightened at Zhang Qi's words. He softened his tone and said, Zhang Qi, don't you have feelings for that young lady? If I help you, she will surely fall head over heels for you. You can have her body, but Wang Daoyi paused for a moment before continuing. You have to let me use her as a medicinal cauldron to nurture medicine. If I manage to refine a treasure elixir, I'll definitely give you 1/10 of it. What do you say? Really? No problem. Zhang Qi's eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed. He was somewhat skeptical about Wang Daoyi's treasure elixir, having never seen it. But what he truly valued was having Qin Shuelu for himself. After chasing her for so many years, he hadn't even held her delicate little hand. He thought he finally had a chance to get closer this time, only to find that someone else had beaten him to it. Qin Yang's illness was cured by some renowned doctor. The two shook hands, each harboring their own thoughts while smiling. Li Yao returned to the hospital, initially anxious to get back, thinking there would be many patients waiting for him. To his surprise, there were only 1 or 2. Before long, he found himself alone. The lonely consultation room felt rather dull. Sigh, having too few patients is not good either. Li Yao stood up, stretching lazily. He wandered around the lobby, which still had some foot traffic, but compared to a while ago, the number of patients had decreased significantly. It seemed that everyone's health was quite good recently. The hospital was rarely this quiet. Li Yao felt conflicted. As a doctor, he wanted to see patients become healthy, but when there were no patients, he couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. Yet in the end, he still smiled. Overall health is a good thing. Dr. Li, your mindset is really good. Even with something like this happening, you're not anxious at all. Suddenly, several doctors strolled over, equally idle, and chuckled helplessly at Li Yao's expression. Huh? What happened? Li Yao was taken aback. For the past few days, he had been busy with matters related to the Jiang family and the gene medication, so he hadn't paid much attention to other events outside. Could it be that my reputation has been tarnished again? Dr. Li, you didn't know about this big news? Another doctor exclaimed. Someone in our city is competing with you for the title of the top physician. No wonder you're not in a hurry. Top physician? Li Yao found it amusing. He didn't care about such titles at all. Yes, it's that doctor I mentioned last time, the one who developed the health enhancement drug that can quickly strengthen people's bodies and reduce illness rates. He has been hyped up as the top physician in the city, stealing your thunder and your patience. Right. This guy has been getting way too much attention lately. Another person chimed in. Suddenly, they pointed at the TV in the lobby. Look, isn't that the physician competing with you for the title? Oh. Li Yao was surprised and turned to look at the television. On the screen, an elegant and gentlemanly old man was being interviewed by a reporter. Dr. Yu, Your health enhancement drug not only addresses the poor health issues that many people have faced since childhood, but it also tackles the root causes of human illness rates. This is a milestone in the history of medicine. Do you have anything to say? Asked a young and beautiful female reporter, her microphone pointed at Yu Changfeng. Haha. This is just my duty as a doctor. There is nothing special about it. I would be even happier and more gratified to see my medicine contribute to the health of the entire population in the future. Yu Changfeng replied with a dismissive wave and a faint smile. Dr. Yu, you truly have high medical ethics. Some people have compared you to the recently popular physician Li Yao, claiming that your contributions and skills surpass those of Dr. Li Yao, making you the top physician in the city. What do you think about this? The female reporter continued. Haha, Li Yao? Who is he? Yu Changfeng scoffed. He is just a lucky young man. To be blunt, his medical skills are hardly worth mentioning in front of us old-timers. Moreover, a doctor who truly cares for their patients wouldn't resort to self-promotion. He shrugged and continued nonchalantly. Also, let us stop discussing this matter in the future. It's an insult to medicine for uninformed netizens to elevate him to the status of a top physician smack. Just as Yu Changfeng was finishing his sentence, someone angrily turned off the television. Chen Jiai furiously pointed at the screen and cursed, that old bastard. It's one thing for him to become famous. But what does he mean by insulting others? What does he mean by saying we don't care for our patients? What is this nonsense about an insult to medicine? Jiai, calm down. Seeing her furious, Li Yao quickly went over to hold her back. It's not appropriate to curse at someone in public like this. Jiai, let them say whatever they want. It doesn't matter to me, Li Yao shrugged. Although the doctor on TV was constantly criticizing him, he believed it was likely due to ignorance. Some old scholars inevitably have issues with younger, more popular figures. Moreover, if the other party is able to develop a medication that benefits everyone, that can be considered a great achievement, and for that reason, he doesn't want to be overly ambitious. However, Chen Jiai was quite dissatisfied, her ample chest rising and falling with frustration. But the way this guy talks is just so disrespectful. She exclaimed, all right, everyone can see clearly. One statement won't change anything, so rest assured. Li Yao patted Chen Jiai on the back and offered a few words of comfort. Just then, they suddenly heard some commotion coming from upstairs in the hospital, and a group of onlookers excitedly rushed up. Hurry, I heard there has been a fight. A fight? In a hospital? Yes. It's like something out of an action movie. It's so thrilling. I think some famous doctors from the hospital are involved too. If we don't hurry, we'll miss all the action. Chapter 86. What happened? Let's go take a look. Li Yao frowned and followed Chen Jiai upstairs. On the upper floor, 3 or 4 doctors and several patients were huddled together, their eyes bloodshot and seemingly in a frenzy, fighting with each other. The bystanders dared not intervene. No wonder someone said it looked like a martial arts movie. Stop it. No more fighting. This is a hospital, Li Yao shouted, stepping in and easily separating the troublemakers after a few quick moves. What is going on? Can't you discuss things civilly? Why resort to violence? Li Yao asked coldly, frowning at the brawlers. He was quite respected in the hospital as a renowned doctor, and the patients knew him well. His question brought the fighting doctors and patients back to their senses. It's these damn doctors' fault. One minute they say I might have this illness. The next they say I might have that. They want me to do this test, and then that one. Do you even know how to treat patients? If you can't, you should just resign and get out. One patient yelled, pointing angrily at the doctors. Are you kidding? You're the one who has clearly lost your mind. You're a patient, and I'm a doctor. Why do I need your pointers to treat you? If you want to let me examine you, how can I help you? A doctor retorted, his face flushed, ready to throw another punch. Enough. Li Yao's voice deepened, silencing everyone. He grabbed a few patient records to review the test items, which were only 2 or 3 at most. Moreover, the routine checks in a hospital are generally standard procedures. Why were these individuals so agitated? Listen, everyone, your tests are standard and necessary, and the results are fine. There is really no need to escalate this over such minor issues, Li Yao said. The patients huffed, somewhat unwilling. All right, Dr. Li. We'll let it go this time because of you. But the hospital must take action against these doctors. With attitudes like theirs, how can they serve patients? After finishing their rant, they left while cursing. Damn it, what a bunch of idiots. One bespectacled doctor exclaimed angrily as the patients walked away. As the crowd dispersed, the doctor's emotions began to settle down. One of them awkwardly smiled at Li Yao and said, Dr. Li, I'm really sorry about this. Thanks for your help. No problem. But you guys have been in the hospital for a while. How could you let impatience with patients lead to such a fight? Li Yao turned to the quarrelsome doctors, feeling even more puzzled. He didn't know the fighting patients well, but he was familiar with these doctors. They had experience, handled situations calmly, and were generally kind. Just last time, they were excitedly talking about developing a miracle drug to become renowned doctors. So how did they suddenly become so irritable? Well, we don't really know either. It seems like our tempers have been short lately. We just can't seem to calm down, one doctor admitted. A doctor tapped his head, a bit frustrated as he said, right? I was supposed to buy that fitness supplement to study it, but it seems ever since I got it, my temper has been getting worse. Maybe we were too eager for quick results. Another person's face was filled with anxiety and worry. Fitness supplement? Have you taken it? Leo furrowed his brow. While being impatient can lead to emotional instability, such a drastic change is unlikely. Of course we took it to study it, one person replied. Can you give me one? No problem. One of them nodded, carefully took out a small vial from his pocket, and handed over a pill. Are you suspicious about this supplement? Chen Jai suddenly asked. I don't know. I'll check it when I get home, Leo replied, taking the fitness pill back to his consultation room. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he opened up the live stream and entered the stream of the female Taoist, calling Mr. Yao. Do you need a one-on-one session? We have new outfits in the system today. As soon as Kuling saw Li Yao online, she greeted him, her face slightly flushed. I have a question for you. I have a mysterious pill, and I'm not sure if you can help me figure out what's wrong with it. Li Yao felt he had no other choice. The medical streamer wasn't online, so he might as well ask the Taoist. After all, both their worlds were highly advanced. So there should be a way. Mr. Yao, if you want me to check the spiritual body, I can do that, but I'm not really knowledgeable about medicines. Kuling scratched her head, looking a bit embarrassed. However, I do have a new high-tech drug analysis device here. If you need it, I can send it to you right now. Sure, send it over. Li Yao's face lit up, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Not long after, a palm-sized device was transmitted over, resembling a smartphone. By pressing a button, a compartment for storing the pill would appear, and pressing it again would retract and begin the analysis. Thank you. Li Yao was thrilled, and after giving a few million in tips, he exited the livestream. He placed the fitness pill into the device, and the analyzer began its work. A diagram of the human body appeared on the screen, showing where the drug would act after entering the body, and below the diagram were the drug's components and effects. As Li Yao read the text below, his brow furrowed. The components of the drug were fine, but the combined effect not only enhanced physical strength but also affected the mind, leading to violent tendencies, with such significant side effects. How could the researchers not have noticed? Li Yao's expression darkened. The research of any new drug requires thousands of experiments, so they should have discovered this. Knowing there were such severe side effects and still releasing it to the market, it seems this doctor is anything but trustworthy. Just as he was thinking, an unknown call came through to Li Yao's phone. Hello? Is this Dr. Li? I'm Xiao Wang, a subordinate of Master Zhang Qixing. I found out who Wang Chong, the one who framed you last time, is working for. Xiao Wang sounded out of breath on the other end, as if he was running, and the background was extremely noisy. He anxiously said, Wang Chong has been taking bribes from Yu Changfeng at our city's first hospital, as well as kickbacks from other hospital executives. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and it sounded like his phone had fallen. Then, a commotion of shouting and cries of pain erupted. Hello? What is going on? Are you okay? Li Yao quickly stood up, alarmed by the noise. On the other end, the phone was picked up by Yu Changfeng. Is this Li Yao? I'm Yu Changfeng. So what if I tried to frame you last time? Now I'm the city's top physician, and I have way more supporters than you. I suggest you keep what happened before to yourself, or neither of us will come out unscathed. Chapter 87. Medical Association. Not only are you envious and trying to frame me, but you've also released a violent fitness drug into the market. Do you really consider yourself a renowned doctor? If you want to push this, I assure you, this matter isn't over. Upon hearing this, Li Yao was instantly furious. He hadn't even settled the score with the other party, and yet, this guy had the audacity to threaten him. Oh, it's impressive for someone so young to be recognized as a distinguished doctor. You've managed to identify the side effects of my drug so quickly, Yu Changfeng said, slightly surprised but quickly scoffing. But what does it matter if you can identify them? The components and beneficial effects of my drug are all above board. What proof do you have? Besides, even if you spread this information, do you think they will believe you or me? If you insist on meddling in this matter, don't say I didn't warn you. I'm not like you, an unscrupulous old man. I'm definitely going to look into this. Li Yao shot back. And, you'd better not harm my people. Otherwise, I'll make sure to retaliate tenfold. With that, he hung up the phone without waiting for a response. Little Wang was being held by Yu Changfeng and his associates, and Li Yao didn't waste any time. He quickly took a cab to the city's top hospital. At that moment, a crowd of reporters had gathered outside the hospital. Little Wang was being restrained off to the side, while Yu Changfeng was busy explaining the situation. As Li Yao approached, Yu Changfeng pointed at him and declared, This is Dr. Li. Not only is he jealous of my reputation, But he even resorted to hiring someone to attack me and spread rumors about me. It's unbelievable that someone who claims to be a renowned doctor would resort to such disgraceful actions. As he spoke, he shook his head in feigned sorrow. If it weren't for the patients who have benefited from my fitness drug, who were able to prevent him from attacking me, I might have been seriously harmed. I wouldn't be able to serve my country and the people anymore. His words seemed to evoke a sense of pity, and immediately, the crowd turned their angry glares towards Li Yao. The reporters quickly aimed their cameras at him. Dr. Li is so young and talented. Yet his medical ethics are so poor. What kind of attack is this? Exactly. What's wrong with an older doctor having a better reputation? Why is he so jealous? Does he even deserve to be a doctor, let alone a distinguished one? Ugh, what a terrible doctor. I'll never go to him for treatment again. Yu Changfeng. We'll support you from now on. If this kid tries to attack you again, we'll be the first to help you get even. The supporters of Yu Changfeng were filled with righteous indignation, forming a united front as they condemned Li Yao. Yu Changfeng's lips curled into a sly smile. His gaze fixed on Li Yao with a provocative expression. After a brief flash of emotion, he waved his hand as if he were a wise elder. All right. He is just a young man. Everyone has their impulsive moments. I'll give him a chance. If he is willing to apologize on live television, I'll let it go. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with even more admiring glances from the crowd. You, Dr. Yu, are truly so compassionate. A doctor as kind-hearted as you shouldn't be subjected to such malice. He must not be allowed to get away with this. That's right. The crowd's disdain for Li Yao grew stronger, and they were almost ready to roll up their sleeves and confront him. Yu Changfeng, do you even have any shame left? Not only did you frame me, but now you're also dumping your mess on me. Li Yao shouted angrily, then turned to the crowd. And do you really think Yu Changfeng is a good guy? The health supplements he sells you have serious side effects that can affect your mental state and make you extremely irritable. Haven't you noticed? That's nonsense. Doctor, Yu is such a good doctor. If his medicine had side effects, how could he not inform us? Exactly. I think you're just jealous of him and trying to tarnish his reputation. A group of people yelled angrily, completely unconvinced by Li Yao's words. Nearby, some medical professors who were part of Yu Changfeng's circle also laughed derisively at Li Yao. Li Yao, you're not the only one who understands medicine here. Everyone present is an expert or professor. Dr. Yu's pills contain no substances that affect mental health. How could they possibly make someone irritable? You're just talking nonsense. Yeah. Dr. Li, just because Dr. Yu's health supplements are more popular than your cardiac recovery medicine, you can't just slander him like this. That's really lacking in medical ethics. When you were at your peak, he didn't cause this kind of trouble for you. The professors mocked him, their eyes filled with derision. Their words only strengthened the crowd's belief and further alienated Li Yao. Damn, these hypocritical bastards. Li Yao cursed inwardly. Faced with so many accusations from the crowd, he found it hard to defend himself. They wouldn't even let him explain, and even if he did, they wouldn't believe him. Enough noise. This is the entrance to the best hospital in our city. It shouldn't be like this. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the chaos. A middle-aged man with slicked back hair, dressed in a formal black uniform, approached with an air of authority, accompanied by several similarly dressed individuals. Though his words didn't silence the crowd, they immediately captured the attention of the medical experts present. Upon seeing this man, Yu Changfeng quickly called for silence. He stepped forward, shook the man's hand, and smiled. Chairman's son, what a rare visit. Are you here with the Pharmaceutical Association to inspect us? Dr. Yu, your reputation has soared recently, and with such impressive pills, of course. Our association had to come and pay a visit. Sun Shindong replied in a bureaucratic tone, gesturing to the crowd outside the hospital. But what is going on here? This hospital is the face of our city, and it looks like this? Oh, Chairman's son, you can't blame me for this. It's all this guy's fault. Yu Changfeng pointed at Li Yao, briefly explaining the situation, then added with a hint of exasperation, Sigh, today's youth are getting worse. All they think about is fame and fortune, completely disregarding the people's well-being. Naturally, people won't support him, and when they criticize him, I can't even stop it. Is that really the case? President Sun frowned, looking somewhat displeased. You old man, you sure know how to argue. Li Yao glanced at Yu Changfeng with a cold snort, then turned to Sun Shindong. Are you President Sun of the Pharmaceutical Association? Perfect. I have something to report to you as well. He pointed at Yu Changfeng and continued. His medicine has serious issues. While it may strengthen the body, it severely affects mental health, making people irritable and prone to violence. I suggest that this medicine be taken off the market immediately. Is that so? Sun Shindong was taken aback, his brow furrowing in concern. You say his medicine has problems. But how can you prove that? Chapter 88. Whose medicine is better? I have a device here that can test the composition of drugs and their effects. Just use this to test it, and we'll know for sure. Li Yao said as he took out the drug testing device. A drug testing device? Does such a thing even exist? The crowd watching, along with the media reporters, immediately focused on what was in Li Yao's hands. The small box he held resembled a smartphone. Some experts and professors couldn't help but laugh. Li Yao, have you lost your mind? Making a mistake is one thing. But there's no need to bring out a phone to fool us into thinking it's a real device. Exactly. We may be old, but we're not senile. We can detect the composition of drugs, but can you really measure their effects? The effects of a drug are established through repeated experiments. What can that thing even measure? With these words, the doctors burst into laughter. Yu Changfeng, too, let out a cold chuckle. Although he pretended to downplay it, he felt a twinge of anxiety inside. After all, in their previous encounters, Li Yao had surprised him twice. Haha, Dr. Li, is this device something you developed? If it really works, enlighten us old-timers. But if it's useless, just apologize and we won't make it hard for a newcomer, Yu Changfeng said with a feigned air of generosity. Humph. Li Yao ignored Yu Changfeng, placing the pill into the device and pressing the power button. The screen quickly displayed the composition and effects. President's son. I believe you have some medical knowledge as well. You should be able to understand this, right? Li Yao said casually, handing over the device. The components of his pill appeared harmless individually, but when combined, they would trigger certain reactions in the body, leading to abnormal serotonin activity and subtly influencing various nerves. Prolonged use could result in increased irritability and a tendency towards violence. He paused, glancing at Yu Changfeng. While these changes are difficult to detect with just medical knowledge, they would certainly be revealed through empirical drug testing. Dr. Yu, why didn't you inform everyone about this? What is your intention? This. Sun Shindong looked at the display on the device, utterly shocked. The data shown was incredibly detailed, even indicating which veins and arteries the drug would pass through after digestion. He had once been a renowned medical doctor himself and quickly recognized that the data was entirely correct. But when did such a powerful device come into existence? If this device were available, the complexity of testing new drugs would be reduced to just a flick of a finger. However, that wasn't the main point. More importantly, since this device could accurately display the effects of drugs on the human body, it could drastically shorten the time required for developing new medications by decades. Even better, there's no longer a need for expensive and inefficient live experiments. Suppressing his excitement and shock, Sun Shindong turned to Yu Changfeng with a dark expression. Old Yu, what's going on with this data? Developing a drug requires thousands of experiments. Didn't you notice? What? There are actually side effects? No way. This is the president of the medical association. He should be right. The medicine you sell really makes people violent. How could this happen? What is this thing? It's so miraculous. It can be detected like this? The crowd gasped, mouths agape, whispering among themselves. I. Yu Changfeng was sweating profusely, feeling both anxious and angry. At that moment, he had taken it for granted that his drug would require extensive live testing to uncover side effects, which is why he dared to sell it. He never expected that this kid, Li Yao, would come up with something that would reveal the truth with just one test. Yu Changfeng swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm, and chuckled. President's son, this was my oversight. I thought everyone wouldn't care about such minor side effects. I see many other drugs on the market have far worse side effects than mine. As he spoke, he puffed out his chest and added, besides, my drug has only this little side effect, yet it can make people healthier. In fact, it's really not much of a price to pay, is it? Yu Changfeng scanned the crowd and noticed that those who had previously supported him were now silent. He felt a surge of anger and said coldly, fine. If everyone can't accept this minor side effect of the health-enhancing drug, I can stop selling it immediately. I can even refund those who haven't taken it. He paused for a moment, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd. But, don't regret it later. Without the health-enhancing drug, that's your loss. And a loss for society as a whole. Since you want to get sick more often and see doctors, I won't stop you. Yu Changfeng said with a cold expression, hands behind his back. Haha, it's your drug that makes people irritable and causes social unrest. Talk about a loss for society. You really are full of hot air. Li Yao scoffed. Hearing this, the crowd was momentarily shaken, exchanging glances. Dr. Yu, please don't stop the drug. We've thought it over. It just makes us a bit short-tempered, right? Compared to health, what does that even matter? Suddenly, someone spoke up. Yeah, if we're a bit irritable, we can just control ourselves better. But if we get sick more often, we really can't handle that. Exactly. We support Dr. Yu. We accept the health-enhancing drug and its side effects. In an instant, everyone began to echo in agreement, rallying behind Yu Changfeng. If you want me to continue selling. That is fine, but, Yu Changfeng said proudly, pointing at Li Yao. First, he must apologize. No, we can't be without the health-enhancing drug. Li Yao must apologize. That's right. An apology is a must. Apologize. 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 In no time, the crowd was chanting. Yu Changfeng closed his eyes, enjoying the cheers of the crowd as if it were beautiful music. After a moment, he squinted and looked at Li Yao with a grin, saying, Haha, Li Yao. No matter how much you've done, even if you've discovered the side effects of my health tonic, what does it matter? It's all in vain. These people still support me. I'm still above you. With your capabilities? Don't dream on. Li Yao gave a cold smile, pushed Yu Changfeng aside, and faced the crowd. Speaking loudly, I know that everyone wants the health tonic simply to seek good health. I understand. Who wouldn't he want to live a long life? He paused for a moment before continuing, however, his tonic harms the mind and can lead to irritability. It not only hurts oneself, but might also harm your loved ones. Is that really what you want? The crowd's murmurs gradually quieted down. If you all want health, I can provide a far better health tonic. And it has no side effects at all. Chapter 89. Medical seminar what? Is this for real? It can't be a scam, right? The crowd began to stir uneasily. I think it's possible. Dr. Li is a renowned physician and a genius. After all, exactly. If he can develop a drug that completely cures heart disease at such a young age, why wouldn't he be able to create a fitness drug with no side effects? Besides, this is a direct challenge. I believe he can do it. People gasped and continued to discuss amongst themselves. Hearing this, Yu Changfeng couldn't help but sneer. Ha! You think you can create a fitness drug? And without side effects? Just because you developed a heart disease medication, don't get too cocky. This fitness drug is the result of my lifelong dedication. Even if you could make it, you'd just be trying to steal my ideas. I just happen to have a sample of my drug here. We can test to see if there are any side effects or if you've copied my formula. Perfect timing, with President's son here to witness it. Li Yao shot Yu Changfeng a glance, uninterested in further debate. He took out a basic gene agent and poured part of it into the testing device, and soon the results were in. President's son. Take a look and provide some insight for everyone, Li Yao said as he handed the device to Sun Qindong. All right. Sun Qindong accepted the device, initially maintaining a calm expression. The efficacy was indeed similar to Yu Changfeng's drug at first. However, as he continued to examine the results, his expression changed dramatically. The efficacy wasn't just similar, it utterly crushed the competition. The components of the drug were entirely different, so there was no question of copying at all. The efficacy of this drug. Sun Qindong looked over the drug's principles multiple times, confirming there were no issues. He was completely stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. President's son, what do you think? Have you figured it out? Please give us your thoughts. We're all waiting. The people nearby urged him on, anxious for his response. The ingredients are completely different. After a long pause, Sun Qindong finally recovered from his shock, organizing his thoughts. He stared wide-eyed at the display on the device, slowly saying, moreover, there are no side effects. And its effectiveness exceeds that of fitness drugs by 100 times. Boom. Sun Qindong's words caused an uproar among everyone present. The effectiveness of fitness drugs was already impressive. Could there really be something that surpassed it 100-fold? And without side effects? This is simply miraculous. Dr. Li, is what President's son said true? Can the fitness drug you developed really have such remarkable effects without any side effects? Is this another product you developed independently? When will it be available for sale? What will the price be? Dr. Li, may I ask you? A throng of doctors and patients crowded around, bombarding Li Yao with questions. Everyone, rest assured, my medicine will soon be available for sale, and the price will be as reasonable as that of cardiac rehabilitation agents. However, before that, I ask you all to stop using those fitness drugs. Otherwise, when you take my medicine, it will be difficult for the damaged nerves to recover. Li Yao said slowly to the crowd. Don't worry, Dr. Li. With such a good medicine from you, who would still take that stuff? Someone chimed in. Exactly. Only a fool would take a drug that harms their mind. We'll definitely rush to buy your medicine as soon as it comes out. I've wanted to get rid of that awful fitness drug for ages. The crowd nodded in agreement, their faces full of anticipation. In that case, I can relax, Li Yao said, waving his hand. He then turned to Yu Changfeng with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. Dr. Yu, not only did you frame me, but you also deceived the public. Isn't it time for you to apologize to us? Yu Changfeng's face turned ashen. Faced with Li Yao's questioning, he took a step back and his body trembled slightly. That's right, Yu Changfeng. Considering your reputation as a seasoned physician, I never expected you to stoop to such shameless behavior. Still not apologizing? Someone yelled. You made us take the wrong medicine and almost misjudged Dr. Li. How can you still call yourself a physician? Just take off your coat and get out of here. Apologize. Hurry up and apologize. The crowd pointed fingers at Yu Changfeng, hurling insults. Yu Changfeng was overwhelmed by the sheer force of the situation. A few spittle droplets hit his face, causing him to collapse onto the ground, his face pale and nearly fainting. At that moment, A group of uniformed police officers pushed through the crowd. Please, everyone, step aside. We are here to carry out our duties. Police officers? Help me. Yu Feng exclaimed upon seeing the officers, rushing over to them. Comrades, please save me. These riders are trying to harm me and want to beat me up. Mr. Yu, stop pretending. We received a report and came to understand the situation. One officer replied sternly, pulling out a pair of handcuffs. Yu Feng, you are suspected of violent threats, defamation, and selling problematic drugs, violating the rights of the public. Please come with us. He then looked at several hospital experts standing next to Yu Feng. You all too, please come with us to assist in our investigation. What? Yu Feng's eyes rolled back, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. A young officer quickly grabbed him. Stop pretending. Let's go. With that, they led Yu Feng and several hospital experts away under the scornful gazes of the crowd. Dr. Li, now that this matter has been resolved, can we have a private talk? Sun Shindong approached Li Yao with a smile, his official demeanor considerably softened. Sure, President Sunday. What else on your mind? Li Yao nodded. Could you sell me that drug analysis machine of yours? Sun Shindong said, suppressing his excitement as he spoke slowly. From start to finish, his interest was never in the competition surrounding the matter. He was solely focused on the drug testing device. To him, this instrument was a treasure of time. If he could obtain it, he could soar to new heights in life, far beyond just being the president of a local medical association. President Sun wants my device? Li Yao raised an eyebrow. That's right, Dr. Li. I'm very interested in the device you've developed. How about I offer you 5 million to buy it? Sun Shindong thought for a moment and reluctantly quoted a hefty sum. This amount was already a significant portion of his wealth as president. I'm sorry, but I'm not selling it. Li Yao shook his head. The device held great importance for him, and its value was far beyond that price. Sun Shindong seemed to realize this as well. He frowned and quickly added, if you think that's too little, name your price. As long as it's within my means, I'll pay it. Or, if you have other conditions, as long as they're reasonable and legal, I'm willing to help you out after the sale. What do you say? I'm sorry, President Sun, but I only have one of this device, and I'm not selling it. Well, okay. Sun Shindong nodded helplessly. Since the other party wasn't selling, he couldn't force the issue. If he really wanted to acquire it, he would first need to build a good relationship and plan for the long term. Dr. Li, you're quite accomplished at such a young age. That's impressive. Sun Shindong stopped discussing the device and smiled, offering compliments before continuing. Our medical association is hosting a national medical seminar in the city, and many renowned doctors from across the country will be attending, along with some medical welfare organizations. Given your outstanding contributions to the field, I wonder if you would consider gracing us with your presence? A medical seminar? Since President Sun is inviting me, I naturally will attend. Li Yao nodded. Sun Shindong clapped his hands in delight. Great. Since Dr. Li has agreed, I'll be waiting for you at the Century venue on Qiaodong Road in 5 days. Chapter 90 Opening My Own Hospital. Dr. Li. As Li Yao was chatting and joking with Sun Shindong, someone called out to him. Turning around, he saw it was Xiao Wang, who had been sent by Zhang Qi to investigate the matter of his wrongful accusation, with Yu Feng and the others being taken away. Nobody dared to catch Xiao Wang anymore, and he took the opportunity to escape, though he had some bruises on his face. Thank you for everything this time. You look hurt. Let us go back to the hospital for a checkup, Li Yao said with a smile. He took Xiao Wang back to the hospital for examination and treatment. Fortunately, Xiao Wang's injuries were minor. Apart from some surface wounds, he was otherwise fine. After applying some medication, Li Yao sent him on his way. After all that commotion, just as he was about to head back for a rest, Qin Jiayi approached him, asking him to go to Dean Lin's office. Dean Lin? What's going on? Li Yao looked at Lin Jiyuan, who seemed to be stammering. In the office sat not only Lin Jiyuan, but also several high-ranking officials and even shareholders from the hospital. Each one wore a grim expression, remaining silent. Well, Shaoli, you're already a renowned doctor now. This is really hard to say, but it must be said. Lin Jiyuan struggled for a long time before finally saying, I want to ask you to leave the hospital. What? Li Yao was taken aback, staring incredulously at Lin Jiyuan. Had the old man lost his mind? Asking him to leave. Their hospital was almost becoming a top-tier institution thanks to his reputation, and now they wanted him gone? What did this mean? Dr. Li, this isn't really our decision. It's something the higher-ups had to do. Lin Jiyuan sighed and shook his head. What on earth is going on? Leo frowned and asked. For a moment, everyone in the office exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. Finally, one of the hospital shareholders sighed and said, Dr. Li, I know you are the face of our hospital and a highly respected physician, but you've offended someone. Now, all the hospitals in the city have united against you, putting pressure on us. We simply can't protect you anymore. That's right. If we could bear the consequences, we wouldn't want to let you go. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone nodded in agreement, their faces showing distress. Li Yao's importance to the hospital was no less than that of any executive present. I see, it's that old man again. Li Yao clenched his fists, a flicker of anger in his eyes. It was obvious who was behind this, Yu Changfeng and his group. Only they, as the pillars of various hospitals in the city and esteemed professors, had the power to mobilize the entire city against him. Lin Jinyuan also looked pained and said softly, Li Yao, I'm really sorry, we truly. No need to explain. I understand you all. If it comes to it, I can just leave. Li Yao waved his hand, knowing it was not their fault and that there was no need to take it out on them. But if you leave our hospital, other hospitals won't dare to take you in, unless you leave this industry or move to a city far away. They are forcing you out. Lin Jinyuan's face showed a mix of anger and helplessness. No hospital is willing to take me in? Li Yao raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed, and replied casually, if that's the case, I might as well open a private hospital myself. Open a private hospital? That's quite ambitious. The crowd gasped in shock, staring at Li Yao in disbelief. Dr. Li, you need to think this through. Opening a hospital is not easy. It's not just about money. You also need connections to acquire medical equipment and medication, not to mention recruiting top doctors to join you. Doing it all alone. It might be quite a challenge. One of the shareholders spoke up, and others nodded in agreement. You're right. As doctors, we rarely switch to another hospital to start over. The doctors you can recruit are few, and even the medical students in universities are monopolized by major hospitals. Even if you want to hire them, they might not choose to work at your hospital. That's fine. Regarding medical equipment and medications, I have a friend who owns a pharmaceutical company. I can just reach out to her for that, Li Yao said thoughtfully. As for the doctors and students, I do have some influence now. I can personally reach out to find some. You all don't need to worry about it. Haha, since Dr. Li is so ambitious, when your hospital opens, don't forget to lend a hand to us old friends. The crowd chuckled politely, but in their hearts, they were deeply skeptical and did not hold out much hope. Once Li Yao left, everyone began to discuss among themselves. That Li Yao, he gets a little success and thinks he can do anything. He's already talking about opening a private hospital. Isn't that a bit foolish? The kid is just young and arrogant. Once he faces setbacks, he'll realize how right we were. Let's just wait and see what happens. As Li Yao stepped outside, Chen Jiayi was waiting for him, her beautiful eyes wide with concern. What happened, Dr. Li? Did they promote you or give you a raise? They fired me, Li Yao said helplessly, shrugging his shoulders as he briefly explained the situation. That's outrageous. How can they do this? Chen Jiayi exclaimed angrily, then looked at Li Yao with determination. But if you leave, I'm leaving too. If you open a private hospital, I'll be right there with you. I will always support you. Great. With my little wife supporting me, I feel much more at ease, Li Yao said with a grin, gently stroking Chen Jiayi's soft face. Let's go. Since you're resigning, you definitely can't stay in the hospital's dormitory anymore. Come stay at my place. As he spoke, he playfully touched her waist. You bad person. Chen Jiayi's cheeks flushed. I have nowhere to stay right now, so I'll just stay at your place temporarily. All right. A temporary stay of a few decades works for me, Li Yao teased. The two of them playfully bantered as they packed their bags and moved into Li Yao's home. Although Li Yao's place isn't very big, there's still enough room for both of their things. With Chen Jiayi's gentle touch in arranging the space, it actually feels quite cozy. That evening, under the dim lighting, Chen Jiayi slowly emerged from the bathroom. Her long, damp hair fell casually over her snow-white collarbone, her delicate face pale and youthful. She was wearing an adorable plush pajama set, and it was clear that she hadn't put on a bra after her shower, as her soft curves were subtly visible. As she dried her hair and walked towards the room, she suddenly blushed as she reached the doorway and stopped in her tracks. Li Yao was already nestled in bed, his upper body exposed, lying on his side. Noticing her, he eagerly patted the bed with a cheeky grin and said, All done with your shower? Come on over. I think I'll sleep on the sofa, Chen Jiayi stammered, her face turning crimson and her heart racing as she hurriedly made her way to the living room couch. But Li Yao wouldn't take no for an answer. He jumped out of bed and stretched lazily before scooping her up. Chen Jiayi, like a soft cotton ball, melted into Li Yao's embrace, both of them able to hear each other's heartbeats. She faltered, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. How could I let my little wife sleep on the sofa? No way, you're sleeping in bed with me, Li Yao declared assertively, carrying Chen Jiayi back to the bedroom and tossing her onto the bed. Without further ado, he leaned in and kissed her soft lips. Chen Jiayi shivered, her body tensing up, but she awkwardly wrapped her arms around Li Yao, responding clumsily to the kiss, inhaling the faint fragrance from her skin. Li Yao could no longer hold back. He slipped his hand inside her pajama top, easily finding her softness. Chen Jiayi's face turned a deep shade of red, her body heating up, looking shy and alluring, like a flower about to bloom. Li Yao couldn't resist any longer and lunged at Chen Jiayi, their passion igniting as the bed creaked beneath them. Time seemed to lose meaning, and eventually, Li Yao relaxed, enjoying the feel of her smooth skin beneath his fingers. Chen Jiai lay weakly on his chest, her white shoulders exposed from under the covers, breathing softly with a blush still on her face. Her gaze a mix of reproach and happiness. But running a hospital all by yourself is really tough and exhausting. If you need help with anything, you must tell me right away, okay? Chen Jiai said with a hint of concern. Don't worry, you don't need to stress about it. I'll handle everything. Li Yao replied with a confident glance, then added with a playful smile. Just make sure to take good care of me, so I have plenty of energy. There is nothing I can't manage. Or should we recharge a bit more? You naughty. Chapter 91. Preparations for opening a hospital after a night of indulgence. Li Yao chose not to disturb the exhausted Chen Jiai, who was still asleep in bed the next morning. His body felt perfectly fine. The energy he had expended was hardly significant, and he didn't feel tired at all. He got up, bought some breakfast, and left it for her before heading out to find Jiang Yueyao and Yang Xuanya. What? You've been expelled from the hospital? You want to open your own hospital now? The two women exchanged shocked glances after hearing Li Yao's idea. Is it really that surprising? Li Yao chuckled at their reactions. What? You don't believe me? Not at all. We just didn't expect you to make such a decision. Yang Xuanya replied with a smile, though her expression quickly turned serious. But opening a private hospital is no small feat. Have you thought this through? Not really. Li Yao shook his head decisively, raising his hands. That's why I came to consult with you two beautiful CEOs. You have plenty of experience. Any good ideas or suggestions? With all your sweet talk, I thought you were fully prepared and just here to inform us. Jiang Yueyao shot him a glare. After a moment of thought, she continued. Since you want to open a private hospital, starting from scratch is definitely not feasible. It would take a huge amount of time and money. If you want to get it up and running quickly, the best option would be to acquire a hospital that's on the verge of closing down. Great. Then I'll leave that to my main wife. Li Yao decided on the spot. Jiang Yueyao's face flushed slightly, and she shot him another glare. By the way, I have some connections and can reach out to suppliers of medical supplies, so I'll handle that for you. Thank you, Miss Yang. Li Yao smiled in gratitude. After a moment's thought, he added, since you two are taking care of those tasks, I'll take charge of purchasing medical instruments, equipment, and recruiting personnel. Once everyone had their roles sorted out, they wasted no time and immediately set off to work. Some basic medical instruments were easy to acquire, but the more expensive equipment was difficult to obtain due to technical and production constraints. After considering his options, Li Yao realized that the only person he knew who could help him was Sun Qindong from the Medical Association. Having made up his mind, he promptly called Sun Qindong. President Sun, this is Li Yao. Oh, Dr. Li, what can I do for you? Have you thought about selling that instrument of yours? Do you want to discuss it in person? Sun Qindong sounded excited upon hearing Li Yao's voice. Li Yao felt a bit awkward and chuckled lightly. Actually, I'm not looking to sell the instrument. I want to purchase some medical instruments and equipment. I was wondering if you could introduce me to any channels? Oh, so you're looking to buy medical instruments? Upon hearing this, Sun Qindong felt a slight disappointment, and his voice became somewhat subdued. Nevertheless, he remained polite and said, it's just a small matter. There will be some new medical equipment and manufacturers at the upcoming medical seminar. I can ask around for you then. How does that sound? Thank you so much, President Sun. Li Yao expressed his gratitude before hanging up the phone, feeling a bit disheartened. It seemed that the issue with the medical equipment would take some time to resolve. With no solution on that front, he had to focus on addressing the staffing problem at the hospital. However, after calling several hospitals, he found that none of the doctors were willing to leave their current positions to start anew. Can't I even recruit new medical graduates with my reputation? Li Yao thought, feeling a bit frustrated but not completely discouraged. He drove to Nanda Medical College, the most prestigious medical school in the city, known for producing highly skilled graduates. After locating the school's administrative staff, who were accustomed to such inquiries, he presented his medical license for verification. They then provided him with a list of outstanding medical students. This is it. You can reach out to them in person or by phone, the staff members said. Thank you, Li Yao nodded appreciatively, taking the list and deciding to visit the students in person. This would show sincerity and potentially increase his chances of success. Following the order on the list, he approached several of the top students. Li Yao had become something of an idol among the medical students. Upon meeting those he had selected, he was immediately greeted with a flurry of admiration and surprise. However, when they heard about the opportunity to work at the newly established hospital with him, they became somewhat distant. Most of the outstanding medical students had already been noticed by other hospitals and had begun their internships. For those remaining, it was simply a matter of following the established path with a bright future ahead. Although Li Yao was their role model, he understood their reluctance to give up immediate benefits for the uncertainty of starting fresh, especially given the risks involved. Hearing their responses, He recognized how challenging the medical journey could be for these students, so he didn't push them. However, the series of rejections left him feeling somewhat disheartened. It seems my reputation isn't as effective as I thought. I might need to lower my standards. It's tough to convince this group of talented medical students to join me. Li Yao sighed, ready to turn the page on the list of promising students, when suddenly his eyes lit up at the sight of a familiar name. Qin Shuelu? Isn't she the sister of Qin Yang, that patient I helped? She is a medical student too? Li Yao was momentarily stunned, then felt a surge of excitement. After all, he had saved Qin Shueli's brother, and she seemed to hold a friendly admiration for him. Perhaps there was a chance to recruit her. With the hospital still lacking staff, Li Yao was unwilling to let any opportunity slip away. He checked which classroom Qin Shuelu was in and promptly headed over. Before I even reached the classroom, I spotted a pure and adorable girl with a ponytail standing in the hallway. I was just about to greet her when I noticed two familiar figures beside her. Isn't that the fraudulent doctor and Qin Shuela, that lecherous classmate? I thought I had cured Qin Yang's illness. Why were they seeking out Qin Shuela again? Li Yao furrowed his brow, sensing that those two were up to no good. Meanwhile, Qin Shuela, being innocent and naive, was the easiest target for such people. Within just a few minutes of conversation, they took Qin Shuela away from the classroom and headed in another direction, leaving me wondering what they were up to. Those two definitely had ulterior motives. Feeling uneasy about this innocent little sister being deceived, I quietly decided to follow them from behind. Chapter 92. Devious methods. Are you serious about what you just said? You really can cure my brother's illness? But why do you need to come to me? Qin Shuela furrowed her brows, looking at the two with confusion. Hee. Shuela, didn't Master Wang tell you? Your constitution is Yin, which not only attracts unseen malevolent entities but also strengthens them. Zhang Qi exclaimed ominously from the side. If you stay with your brother, it will only worsen his condition. Therefore, you must temporarily enter Master Wang's formation to dispel the evil and replenish your yang energy. Only then can your brother be completely cured. Oh, is that so? Qin Shuelu nodded half understandingly. She felt some doubt about what Zhang Qi and Master Wang were saying. However, since they spoke with such conviction and clarity, she thought it might not be a problem, and thus she followed them somewhat dazedly. Compared to these two, she was more inclined to trust Li Yao, whom she had only met once. As a medical student, she regarded Li Yao as a greater idol than any celebrity. Yet, when he had come to her house last time, she lacked the courage to mention that she was also studying medicine. After all, they were of similar ages. But Li Yao had developed such miraculous medicine, making significant contributions to those suffering from heart disease worldwide. Meanwhile, she merely managed to be a good student at schools, having never treated a patient herself. It was hard for her to admit to being a medical student when she thought about it. Moreover, Li Yao, being the most renowned doctor in the city, not only treated her brother without any airs but even came to their home. Unlike this Master Wang, who always wore a stern face, trying to appear impressive, and would occasionally break into a strange smile that made him seem untrustworthy. However, she had no choice now. Her brother's illness had relapsed and seemed to be worsening. Seeing Li Yao busy on TV, she felt a bit awkward to seek him out again. Knowing it would be another hassle for him, she wanted to wait until he was less busy, but unexpectedly, Zhang Qi brought Master Wang to her door. Now, she could only place her trust in these two. Qin Shuela followed them into a small room, where she was left waiting off to the side. She glanced out the window. The surroundings were desolate and remote, the house quiet with seemingly no one around. Zhang Qi and Master Wang were off to the side, whispering to each other while occasionally casting her odd smiles. Feeling the bizarre atmosphere and the eerie silence around her, Qin Shuela began to feel uneasy and frightened. She scolded herself for being a girl who had followed these people to such a place. Zhang Qi, unable to sit still any longer, Qin Shuela suddenly stood up, forcing herself to act nonchalant despite her fear. It's getting late. I have classes today. We can talk about dispelling evil another time. After saying this, she hurriedly made her way to the door. Hey, Shuelu, don't rush. I'll be done in a moment. Can you wait a bit before leaving? Zhang Qi quickly blocked the door, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. No way. Move aside. I have things to do, and I don't want to stay here. Qin Shuela gritted her teeth, her expression resolute as she pushed Zhang Qi aside and ran towards the door. Little girl, you haven't even done anything yet. Don't think about leaving. Wang Daoyi grinned maliciously and stepped forward to block her. What do you want? Qin Shuelu exclaimed, her face pale with fear. What do we want? Zhang Qi sneered and lunged at Qin Shuelu. Of course, we want you. Zhang Qi, you bastard. Qin Shuelu was seized, panic-stricken and struggling desperately. Master, is the stuff ready? Zhang Qi turned to Wang Daoyi and asked. It's all set. Wang Daoyi replied, a sinister smile on his face as he turned around, holding a glass filled with a murky liquid. Open her mouth and pour it in. Zhang Qi held Qin Shuelu down with one hand and pried her mouth open with the other. Gulp, gulp. Wang Daoyi forcefully poured the entire glass of liquid down her throat, and once he was done, Qin Shuilu immediately collapsed onto the ground, weak and dazed. Wang Daoyi looked at Zhang Qi with a smug expression. Heh, after drinking the elixir I've prepared, in just a few minutes, this little girl will be overwhelmed with desire. By then, even if you take her by force, she won't blame you when she wakes up. She'll follow you loyally for life. Such a good deal. Zhang Qi's eyes lit up at the revelation. Of course, I've added some special ingredients. As long as you help me, this girl will follow you to the ends of the earth without any trouble, Wang Daoyi said arrogantly. At this moment, Qin Shuilu was still conscious, and as she listened to their conversation, her eyes were filled with rage and despair. Zhang Qi, you bastard. You scum. You won't have a good end. She kept cursing, her body growing weaker, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Zhang Qi listened to Qin Shuilu's curses without anger. Instead, he paused and looked at her pale face, chuckling as he said, curse all you want while you still have your senses. After this, you probably won't have that chance again. He smiled, stood up, and seemed to remember something as he glanced back at Qin Shuilu on the floor. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, your brother's illness has actually been cured. The relapse was caused by us. Zhang Qi pointed to himself, laughing cruelly. But he probably won't be well for long. From now on, you'll obediently be my woman, carefree. You bastard, beast. Qin Shuilu sobbed. Her face streaked with tears, her eyes filled with despair. The effects of the drug are almost in full swing. Young Master Zhang, feel free to do as you please. I'm heading to the next room, Wang Daoyi reminded him. Okay, you hurry up and go. Zhang Qi waved his hand, his greedy gaze sweeping over Qin Shuilu. Just as he was about to pounce, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. What the hell? Who? Is it you? Zhang Qi turned to curse, but when he looked back, he was shocked to see Li Yao standing at the doorway, the iron door completely kicked in. A mix of fear and surprise filled his heart. Wang Daoyi, who was just about to leave, froze in place, utterly astonished. In her dazed state, Qin Shuilu felt a pang of emotion upon seeing Li Yao. Tears welled up in her eyes, a blend of gratitude and grievance overwhelming her. You scumbag! Li Yao shouted angrily when he saw Qin Shuilu lying on the ground, and he kicked Zhang Qi squarely in the face. Zhang Qi was sent flying, blood pouring from his nose and mouth, and he yelled furiously, Li Yao, you're just a small-time doctor. How dare you? Before he could finish, Li Yao stepped forward, stomping on Zhang Qi's face and grabbing a nearby chair to smash it over his head. Zhang Qi, intimidated by Li Yao's ferocity, fainted before the chair even made contact. Li Yao showed no mercy, whether Zhang Qi was faking or genuinely unconscious. He unleashed a relentless beating until Zhang Qi lay motionless on the ground. Stop. Wang Daoyi, stunned, had never seen such a fierce doctor before. It took him a moment to regain his composure, and he shouted, but it was too late. Zhang Qi was out cold on the floor. Don't worry, you're next. Li Yu sneered, slowly advancing toward Wang Daoyi. Humph, I'm not some weakling like this guy. Wang Daoyi shot a cold glare at Li Yao. Although he felt apprehensive about Li Yao's skills, he had his own tricks up his sleeve. Go, Wang Daoyi shouted, his clothes swelling like a balloon. And two dark figures suddenly shot out from his sleeves, rushing straight at Li Yao. A chilling aura enveloped Li Yao, causing his mind to blank out momentarily. When he regained his senses, he saw Wang Daoyi smirking as he pulled out a dagger and lunged at him. What the hell is this? Is it a spirit? Li Yao's heart raced as he realized the danger and quickly dodged. Wang Daoyi laughed coldly. Think you can escape? Not a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, that chilling aura surged toward Li Yao again. Oh no. Li Yao's heart sank. If he was affected by this again, he might wake up with a knife in him. If this guy was really using spirits, it might be worth trying the simple spirit-repelling spell that Keilang had taught him. Suddenly, he recalled his conversation with the female Taoist streamer, Keilang, who had shared a simple spirit-repelling spell with him, though it only provided basic protection. However, this old Taoist didn't seem that formidable, so the spirits he summoned likely weren't too powerful either. With that thought in mind, he began to chant the spell silently. Dark mist swirled around Li Yao, and just then, a flash of golden light streaked through, accompanied by a piercing scream. The black mist dissipated immediately. What? You actually know how to use Taoist magic? Wang Daoyi initially intended to take action, but upon witnessing the scene before him, he was instantly stunned. Filled with a mix of shock and fear, unable to believe what he saw, he scoffed, with your little tricks, you think you can stop me? Li Yao, seeing the black mist dissipate, let out a cold laugh and suddenly lunged forward, now with no obstacles in his way, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. Wang Daoyi was sent flying, crashing hard next to Zhang Qi, blood pouring from his mouth, his eyes filled with rage and unwillingness. Good, very good. You ruined my plans. Break my spirit and hurt my body. I, Wang Daoyi, will remember you. He wiped the blood from his lips and glared viciously at Li Yao. Remember me? Liao cracked his knuckles and approached Wang Daoyi with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I'll make sure you remember me forever. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Wang Daoyi. Damn. Wang Daoyi was startled by the intensity of the situation. He quickly pulled 2 black balls from his pocket, crushing them in his hand, releasing a cloud of black mist into the air. With his other hand, he grabbed Zhang Qi on the ground and smashed through the window to escape. Seeing this, Liao chose not to pursue. Qin Shuela had already been deeply affected by the Taoist drug, lying limply on the ground. Her face and body were flushed, and she mumbled incoherently, her hands roaming over her body, tugging at her clothes. Are you okay? Liao stepped forward, intending to pick up Qin Shuela to check on her, but she wrapped her pale arm around his neck, followed by her sweet lips meeting his. Chapter 93. Winning people over. Hey, wake up a bit. This isn't right. You. Liao was trying to control Qin Shuelu, but she kept either removing her clothes or reaching out to him, igniting a fire of desire within him. This couldn't go on. Something bad was bound to happen. He needed to act quickly. With that thought, Liao took out a recovery drug from his pocket. Most of the drugs that stimulate consciousness are somewhat related to nerve medications, so this should help her recover. He planned to pour some into Qin Shueli's mouth. However, her lips were pressed against his face, continuously kissing him. After a struggle, he managed to turn her around and was about to force the medicine into her mouth when he felt a small hand suddenly grip a certain part of his body tightly. Qin Shueli's eyes were glazed over, breathing heavily. I want. Damn it. Liao felt a surge of frustration but held on to his principles. If he could only win a girl over like this, what kind of man would he be? Gritting his teeth, regardless of the small hand gripping him, he pried open Qin Shueli's mouth and quickly poured the medicine inside. Just a little bit was enough to make her spirit stabilize, her face cooling down. But she still hadn't fully regained consciousness. There seemed to be a dark mist in her eyes. Could it be that the guy used some sort of spirit-inducing drug? Liao frowned and recited a few soul-exorcising incantations. Sure enough, Qin Shueli's gaze cleared up. What happened to me? She murmured, looking a bit worn out. As she opened her eyes and saw Liao holding her, her mind seemed to replay countless moments, and suddenly she remembered everything. Qin Shuela shouted, her face flushed, tears welling up in her eyes. How could I have done something like that? It's okay. It's not your fault. It was all Zhang Qi and that Taoist's doing. I was just treating you, so don't overthink it. Liao reassured her with an odd expression, then pointed at her small hand. Also, if it's not too much trouble, could you please let go of my, that? Huh? Qin Shuela froze, feeling something hard and warm in her palm. She looked down and, as soon as she realized what it was, her face turned beet red, even reaching her neck. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. She quickly jumped off Liao, her cheeks bright red, avoiding his gaze. It's fine, luckily. I'm strong. Liao bent over, rubbing the part she had gripped. She really had a strong hold when she was calling out earlier. Hearing this, Qin Shueli's face turned even redder as she buried her head down again. Seeing this, Liao felt a bit embarrassed to tease her further. Not wanting to make things awkward, he cleared his throat and suddenly asked, So, how are you feeling? Are you still uncomfortable? I'm fine, thank you, Dr. Li. Qin Shuela shook her head, glanced at Liao, and said, Thank you for saving me. If you hadn't suddenly appeared, I might have. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes again, her body trembling slightly, and her hands tightly clenched together as she recalled the terrifying experience. Sigh. I came to your school looking for you, and when I saw those 2 guys with you, I felt they were up to no good. So I followed them to check it out. I never expected them to dare to do such a thing in broad daylight. Liao exclaimed angrily. Those 2 guys have turned a lively and cheerful girl like you into this. But don't worry. I've beaten those 2 up so badly they won't be able to find their teeth. If they dare to trouble you again, just let me know, and I won't let them off the hook. Qin Shuela nodded shyly, her face reddening. As she wiped away her tears, she looked at him with some confusion. You came to our school to find me? Yeah, it's quite a coincidence. Liao smiled. I didn't expect someone as young as you to be attending the medical school of Nanda. You really don't look it. Well, now you know. Qin Shuela nodded. Feeling a bit shy? I've been interested in medicine since I was little, and I have a knack for it, so I was admitted as an exception. That's impressive. Liao was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected this little girl to be such a rare medical talent. Qin Shuela explained and then stole a glance at Liao. Did you need something from me? Right to business. Liao nodded. I'm planning to start a hospital soon and wanted to recruit some outstanding medical students from your school. However, it turns out most of them already have internship placements, so I thought I'd ask you. He looked at Qin Shuela and asked, How about it? Do you have an internship hospital? Or would you be interested in switching to work with me? Me? At the hospital you're starting? Qin Shuela was taken aback by Liao's invitation, her heart racing, and her eyes gleamed with a strange light. What's the matter? Are you interested? Liao raised an eyebrow. Of course. Qin Shuela nodded vigorously, her face lighting up with excitement. However, a hint of worry quickly surfaced. But I just started in medical school not long ago and haven't interned anywhere else yet. I'm afraid I won't have enough experience and might not do well. Don't worry about that. Just be bold and do your best on my turf. Liao patted her shoulder reassuringly, feeling pleased that he had finally recruited a medical student for his hospital. By the way, do you have any friends who are still looking for internship opportunities? Can you introduce me to them? I need more people at my hospital. Liao suddenly had a bright idea and asked. There are actually a few. Qin Shuela nodded. Let me take you to meet them. Great. The two tidied up and headed to the Nanda Medical School. A tall, bumbling guy was searching for his name on the notice board, which listed the names of medical students selected by hospitals for internships. After scanning for a while, he couldn't find his name and felt a bit disappointed. Hey, isn't that our big guy, Zhuang? One of the lean guys behind him sneered. What are you doing checking the notice board? Look at yourself. Which hospital do you think would want you? A few more skinny boys joined in, their faces full of disdain. Seriously, we can't find internships, and you, clumsy and dim-witted, think any hospital would want you? If you really want to work in a hospital, I think the security guard position suits you better. You should just go be a security guard. Yeah, exactly. Haha. They all laughed mockingly at the tall guy. His face turned red from embarrassment, and he stammered, unsure how to respond. Just as he was about to leave, a melodious female voice rang out from behind. Dr. Li. Look, that tall guy is Lin Zhuang. He is from a poor background like me. He may be a bit slow, but he is very earnest and a good person. It would be great to have him. Lin Zhuang turned around and saw Qin Shuela bouncing over, pointing at him. Shuela, what do you need me for? Lin Zhuang scratched his head and gave a goofy smile. Do you see who this is? Qin Shuela jumped aside and gestured to the man behind her. Liao. You are Dr. Liao? Lin Zhuang's pupils dilated in surprise. Yes, that's me, Liao replied with a faint smile. I hear you don't have an internship yet? Would you like to come to our hospital? You. Me? Lin Zhuang pointed at Liao and then at himself, looking completely at a loss. The skinny boys nearby were equally surprised. How could a renowned doctor want this silly guy as an intern? That's right, Liao nodded. But it's for the hospital I'm about to open. Are you willing to join? Yes, I'm willing. Lin Zhuang eagerly nodded, his eyes filled with excitement and gratitude. The skinny boys, however, scoffed at the news. It's a hospital that hasn't even opened yet. No wonder they want this silly guy. Seriously, developing in a new hospital has no future. Who knows when it might close down, right? Even if he is a renowned doctor, if he lacks management skills, the hospital will still go under. They continued to mock him. But Lin Zhuang stood firm. I believe in Dr. Li. If the hospital faces any difficulties, I'll do my best to help. Great. Liao chuckled, giving Lin Zhuang a pat on the shoulder. Ignoring the snickering students beside them, he turned to Qin Shuela and said, let us go find some other people. Qin Shuela nodded and led Liao to find her two best friends, who also hadn't found internships yet. However, as soon as one girl heard that Liao's hospital hadn't opened yet, she quickly waved her hands dismissively. I think it's best to forget it, Dr. Li. Your hospital isn't even open yet. How can I go there? That would ruin my future, said a girl named Lily, dismissively waving her hand. I have my own difficulties too. There have been some issues at home, and we're short by hundreds of thousands. I just want to make money quickly to support my family. So I'm really sorry, added Su Yan, one of the remaining close friends, looking awkward. Short on money? No problem. Liao's eyes lit up. Money was the one thing he had plenty of at the moment. He casually took out a card from his pocket. This card has 500,000 on it. If you need money, take it and use it. If it's not enough, just let me know. Also, at the hospital, I guarantee 3 meals a day, accommodation, and your salary will be higher than the average interns. What do you say? Dr. Li this. Su Yan was momentarily stunned, filled with surprise and disbelief as she looked at Liao, then at her friend Qin Shuela. Qin Shuela understood that Su Yan was at a loss. After all, who would lend such a large amount of money to a stranger? She patted Su Yan on the shoulder and said, just take it. Dr. Li is a good person. He won't harm you. Okay. With that reassurance, Su Yan nodded. Feeling relieved, she accepted the card and looked at Liao with gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Li. I'm willing to work at your hospital. Great. This is good. Liao nodded in satisfaction. Humph. You're easily bought with a little money, Su Yan. Don't you have any foresight? Lily sneered from the side. Even if you have money to open a hospital, it can only last for a while. If the management goes poorly, it could close down at any time. And then your future will be ruined. Don't say I didn't warn you. With that, she cast a disdainful glance at everyone and walked away. Liao didn't seem to care much about what the girl said. He continued with his plan, asking Lin Zhuang, Qin Shuela, and Su Yan to help recommend medical students who hadn't secured internships. As expected, this method proved effective, Soon he had gathered about 10 medical students. Chapter 94. Allies. Li Yao looked at the 10 or so medical students he had recruited and felt a sense of relief. After explaining the benefits and perks of his hospital, the students were excited and thrilled, although they were uncertain about their future. The conditions here were undoubtedly far better than those at many other hospitals. What these medical students didn't realize was that, because of their choice today, they had gained a chance for a complete transformation. In the future, each of them would become some of the most elite doctors in the country, if not the world. Meanwhile, those who had given up or even mocked their decision would soon regret it deeply. After finishing everything, Li Yao left with satisfaction. As soon as he got home and had tea even settled into his chair, he received a call from old Lu. Dr. Li, the military chief is coming over today to discuss your gene therapy. Hurry up, he should be here any moment. Old Lu's voice was filled with excitement. Li Yao sprang to his feet. I'm on my way. He hung up the phone and rushed to the Lu residence. At the Lu household, in the living room, Lu Qing, usually arrogant and boisterous, was sitting somewhat nervously. Beside him, old Lu was all smiles, pouring tea and chatting with a man in his 50s. The man, despite his age, showed no signs of frailty. He exuded an impressive aura that was intimidating even in silence. Just then, the doorbell rang. Old Lu's eyebrows lifted in delight. He turned to the man and said, Old Wu, that must be Dr. Li. He then glanced at Lu Qing and ordered, Go open the door quickly. Yes. Lu Qing responded, hurrying to the door. Sure enough, it was Li Yao standing at the entrance. Dr. Li, you're here. Old Lu stood to greet him, gesturing to the man beside him. This is the military chief, Wu Xianda. Hello, Mr. Wu, Li Yao said politely, surprised to find that a high-ranking military officer was visiting, at least a general, by the looks of it. Haha, Dr. Li. I didn't expect someone as young as you to develop such an excellent medicine. You truly are promising. Wu Xianda praised with a smile. But then his expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Li Yao. However, I only heard about the efficacy of the drug from old Lu before. I'm here to hear it directly from you. So please avoid any exaggeration. His tone grew heavier, and a powerful presence emanated from him. Lu Qing's face paled, and even old Lu felt a surge of fear from this imposing aura. Yet Li Yao remained unfazed, responding calmly. Don't worry, Mr. Wu. My gene therapy is already top-notch medicine. It doesn't require any exaggeration. Good. Wu Xianda clapped his hands and smiled, his imposing demeanor dissipating slightly. In that case, I'll need you to give me a detailed introduction. Leave nothing out. I'm here on orders from above specifically to hear your presentation. Of course. Li Yao nodded slightly and said calmly, My medicine can enhance a person's overall qualities and quickly elevate an ordinary person's physical condition to that of a special forces soldier. I believe you have already seen this in Lu Qing. However, the most fundamental aspect is still about altering human genes, maximizing the potential of our basic genetic makeup to become stronger. Li Yao continued to explain the effects, benefits, and his experiments with the gene medicine. Wu Xianda listened intently, his eyes shining brighter, and his expression filled with delight, seemingly even more excited than before. If this medicine could be obtained, it would significantly enhance the entire military and, in turn, the entire nation. It would truly be a treasure among treasures. Dr. Li, so young yet capable of creating such a miraculous medicine, if it could be applied to the military, the contribution to the country would be historically significant. After hearing all this, Wu Xianda clapped his hands in admiration, praising Li Yao repeatedly. You're too kind, Wu Lao. Collaborating with the military is also my honor. I have shared all the effects and usage details of the gene medicine with you. If the military is interested in collaborating, just as Li Yao was speaking, his phone suddenly rang urgently, causing him to frown slightly. It's all right, Dr. Li, please take the call. Wu Xianda smiled and gestured, as he had a favorable view of the young Li Yao and didn't want to put him in a difficult position. Thank you. Li Yao nodded and quickly answered the phone. Li Yao, where are you right now? Something has come up on my end. Can you come over? Jiang Yueyao's anxious voice came through the line, and before Li Yao could ask, she continued, I just found a hospital that is about to be sold. Initially, the negotiations were going well, but the later conditions became outrageous. I want to terminate the negotiations, but unexpectedly, the other party's attitude has turned aggressive, and they want to let us leave. What? Just wait for me. I'm on my way. Li Yu quickly hung up the phone and turned apologetically to Wu Xianda and Lu Lao, saying, Wu Lao, Lu Lao, I'm sorry, but I have something urgent to attend to. We can discuss the gene medicine another time. Hey, Dr. Li, this. Lu Lao frowned, feeling that it was quite rude for Li Yao to leave suddenly, especially since Wu Lao had come such a long way. Wu Xianda, however, waved his hand. If Dr. Li has something to resolve, we can go help out together. Once it's settled, we can continue discussing the collaboration. He had been trained and could hear some details from the phone conversation. All right, thank you for your understanding, Liao nodded, knowing that the situation was urgent and left no room for hesitation. Accompanied by Lu Lao, Lu Qing, and Wu Lao, he arrived at a private hospital located at the coordinates provided by Jiang Yueyao. In the top floor conference room, several burly men, along with a few elderly individuals in white coats who seemed to be part of the hospital's management, surrounded Jiang Yueyao and her group with unfriendly expressions. Upon seeing Li Yao arrive with others, a man in a mismatched white coat adorned with a gold chain spoke up. "You must be Li Yao? So you're the one who wants to buy my hospital?" The man shot a disdainful glance at Li Yao, took a puff from his cigar, and pointed at him. "Let me tell you, you wasted our time talking to someone for half the day. Now you don't want to buy? Are you messing with us? Your prices are unreasonable. Why should we buy?" Hearing this, Jiang Yueyao immediately retorted, "Unreasonable." The man in the gold necklace scoffed, shaking his head as he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his eyes piercing through the haze at the others. "You're on my turf. Talking to me about what's reasonable? Are you dreaming?" He stepped toward the window, gesturing to the people downstairs. "Look around. Look at the kind of people who come to me for treatment. They're all from the military. My background is military too. You know that?" He took another drag from his cigar. "If you don't buy today, don't even think about leaving this place. Even calling the police won't help. Even if the police chief comes, he'll have to offer me a smoke." The man in the gold necklace boasted arrogantly, puffing out clouds of smoke. "Huh? Military? You think you're so powerful? Who gave you this authority? Who gave you the guts?" Wu Xianda's expression darkened. The words from the man in the gold necklace were embarrassing for their military background. "Who do you think you are? You dare to shout at me? Do you believe I could make you disappear?" The man in the gold necklace was instantly furious, his finger almost poking Wu Xianda's face. "Let me tell you, my uncle is Wu Changong. Everyone in the military knows him. His nephew, that's my uncle, is a general. Who do you think you are? I could wipe you out in a minute. Your uncle is Wu Changyong?" Wu Xianda froze at the name, sneering, "I don't recall him having a nephew like you." "What do you mean?" The man in the gold necklace was taken aback. Wu Xianda ignored him and pulled out his phone, coldly stating, "Get Wu Changgong over here." "You know Wu Changgong?" The man in the gold necklace was momentarily stunned but quickly became defensive. "What are you bragging about? I don't know you." "Huh. You'll get to know me soon enough." Wu Xianda smirked coldly. Soon, Wu Changyong was brought in. As soon as he saw Wu Xianda, he beamed and walked over. "Ah, Uncle Da, what are you doing here? Did you call me for something? What a coincidence." Wu Xianda narrowed his eyes at the man in the gold necklace and said angrily, "Changyong, what is going on here? When did I get an extra relative?" Wu Changyong's face turned pale. The man in the gold necklace gasped, his legs going weak as he nearly fell to the ground. "Xianda? Uncle Da? You are? Weren't you just saying I was your uncle?" Wu Xianda's face darkened. "General, I was wrong. It's all Wu Changyong's fault. He asked me to give him a share of the hospital, and in return, he recognized me as his godson, saying he could use your name. I truly didn't mean it. I beg you, please spare me. I really didn't recognize the great man before me." Jin Xianglian suddenly knelt down, hugging Wu Xianda's legs and crying out. Wu Changyong's legs trembled. "Uncle Da, don't listen to his nonsense. Enough." Wu Xianda coldly looked at the two of them. "You are making me take the blame for this, and it could land me in a military court. General Wu, I was wrong. I truly was." Jin Xianglian clung to Wu Xianda's legs, knowing he was a sensible person. Seeing Wu Xianda's cold expression with no reaction, he quickly crawled over to Li Yao's feet. "General Wu, isn't your friend interested in buying my hospital? I spent billions to build this hospital, and I'm willing to sell it for 100 million. No, how about 50 million? What do you think?" As Jin Xianglian pleaded. He observed Wu Xianda's expression and noticed a slight softening. A surge of hope filled his heart. If he could save his life, what was a bit of money? He quickly added, "Old Wu, if you buy my hospital for 50 million, all the renovations and the medical information we've gathered over the years will be included. What do you say? Is it possible?" Li Yao, upon hearing this, felt somewhat tempted and looked at Wu Xianda. Wu Xianda simply said, "My task today isn't to arrest anyone, but to discuss cooperation with Dr. Li. His decision is up to you." "All right." Li Yao understood Wu Xianda's intentions. It was clear he wanted to build a good relationship with him. Purchasing a hospital for 50 million, especially one that wasn't on the verge of collapse, was a fantastic deal. He glanced at the kneeling Jin Xianglian and nodded. "Fine, I'll buy your hospital." Chapter 95. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Li Yao instructed Jiang Yueyao to hand over the matters concerning the hospital to the gold necklace, while he took the Lu family and Wu Xianda to a nearby conference room to continue negotiations about the gene drug. "Thank you for your help just now, Old Wu," Li Yao said as he sat down, expressing his gratitude once more. "Oh, it was nothing, just a small favor." Wu Xianda waved his hand dismissively. "Dr. Li, let us get back to discussing the gene drug. I hope that you will sell it exclusively to the military, in order to compensate for your losses." We will also offer a high price for a buyout. What do you think? Buyout. Li Yao frowned. No wonder Wu Xianda came personally and helped resolve the hospital's issues. He had this in mind. If the military bought out the gene drug, the loss of benefits was one thing, but it would also lead to many unpredictable troubles. Furthermore, he intended to use the gene drug to transform human society as a whole. How could he limit it to just the military? I'm sorry, but I can't agree to that. I can provide high-purity gene drugs to the military, but I will not supply them exclusively. My drugs must be available to the whole world. Li Yao shook his head and replied calmly. Wu Xianda's expression turned cold. Dr. Li, do you understand what it means to refuse me? He took a sip of tea, locking his gaze onto Li Yao's eyes. I have the ability to make your actions easier, but I can just as easily make everything you do extremely difficult. Old Wu, my stance will not change. Li Yao's voice turned equally frosty. He had a powerful artifact from the future and was not afraid of anyone in modern society. This hospital was secured with your help. Old Wu, but it seems I no longer need it. I can find another one, Li Yao said nonchalantly. As for the gene drug, not only will I allow those around me to use it, but once the results are in, I will also launch it on a large scale for the general public. It's up to you whether you want to secure high-purity gene drugs first or compete with the common people for lower-purity ones. Li Yao, you are being ungrateful. Wu Xianda clenched his fist, veins popping on his forehead. Old Wu, I have no intention of opposing the military. It's just that the effects of the gene drug are truly remarkable and can serve the public better. I don't want such a thing to be used solely for military warfare. Li Yao sighed, explaining his perspective. Many wars begin when one side overwhelms another. If he became the instigator of such a disruption, not only would he be seen as a villain throughout history, but he would also never find peace in his own life. Dr. Li's ideals are noble, but only by giving such a dangerous substance to our military can we control it more effectively and serve the public. Wu Xianda retorted coldly. Indeed, Dr. Li. Selling the gene drug exclusively to the military for management is actually a good option, Old Lu interjected, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he sensed the tension between the two. Boss, you handed it over to the military. Didn't you save yourself a lot of trouble? There's no need for it to get this complicated, Lu Qing advised from the side. You don't need to say anything, since Dr. Li is unwilling. We in the military want to force it, but, Wu Xianda sneered as he saw Li Yao still refusing to budge. I suggest Dr. Li think carefully about this. After saying that, he stood up and called out, Officer, prepare the car, we're leaving. Old Wu, can I see you off? Lu Lao and Lu Qing quickly stood up, wanting to accompany him. However, Wu Xianda was too angry to bother with them and, with his strong physique, strode out in just a few steps. Sigh. Lu Lao watched Wu Xianda storm out and helplessly sighed, shaking his head. He turned to Li Yao. Dr. Li, why did you have to offend him? Of all people, you chose Wu Xianda. He is not someone you can easily deal with. Exactly, boss. With Wu in such a high position, if he wants to trip you up, it'll be difficult for you to move forward. Lu Qing added with a worried expression. It's fine. Even if it might cause some trouble, we have our ways to handle it. Some things just can't be compromised. Li Yao waved his hand, not overly concerned. He stepped outside and called for Jiang Yueyao, briefly explaining the situation. This hospital was arranged through Wu Xianda's connections, so accepting it would be a favor we owe him. That wouldn't be good for the public development of our gene drug. Let's pass on this hospital and find another one to cut off his hopes. Well, okay. Jiang Yueyao opened her mouth, wanting to persuade him. But knowing Li Yao's temperament, once he made up his mind, it wouldn't change. So, she nodded in agreement. The two retracted their agreement regarding the gold necklace and left. On the other side, as soon as Wu Xianda got into the car, the anger on his face completely vanished, replaced by calmness. After years of battlefield experience, he wouldn't let something so trivial make him lose his temper. Even if he were truly angry, he would hide it well. Moreover, he had anticipated this situation. After all, the interests involved in the gene drug were enormous, not something that could be relinquished over a small favor. His display was merely an attempt to apply pressure on Li Yao. Using both kindness and intimidation was the way to secure the gene drug. However, what he didn't expect was that this young man, Li Yao, was utterly fearless, showing no fear of him whatsoever. Chief, what should we do next? Are we just going to give up? Or should we really make him our enemy? The officer asked quietly from the side. Wu Xianda narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, this matter requires careful consideration. His gene drug hasn't been produced for the public yet, so we still have a chance. As long as he accepts this hospital, I'm confident I can get him to hand over the drug to us. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier ran up to the car window, saluted, and reported, Chief, Li Yao and his group have left the hospital and did not proceed with the purchase. What? This kid really has no idea what's good for him, does he? Wu Xianda's expression changed, a hint of anger flashing across his face. Although Li Yao had said before that he wouldn't accept the hospital, he hadn't brought it up intentionally in this matter. He believed that since Li Yao refused to let the military buy out the gene drug, it must be due to some vested interests. Someone who is so focused on profit would never pass up such a huge opportunity. If he really did that, it would clearly send a message, no negotiations. Fine. Very well. Wu Xinda's face turned cold as he said to his aide, doesn't he want to build a hospital? You go find some people to follow him and make sure his hospital doesn't get built. Let's see what he has left to fight me with. Chapter 96. Such a brother few. After a busy day, I'm finally home. As Li Yao opened the door and stepped inside, he couldn't help but sigh in appreciation at the tidy room, feeling warmth in his heart. Not bad at all. His little wife had cleaned up really well. With a smile, Li Yao pushed open the bedroom door, intending to tease Chen Jia a bit, but found the room completely empty. Not home. Li Yao was taken aback and called out a couple of times, but there was no response. He noticed her phone was still on the table, untouched. Where could she have gone? What if something happened? The thought of Zhang Yuyao's mysterious disappearance after being kidnapped tightened his chest. Last time, he was able to call for help from family, but this time, he had no way to reach out to Chen Jia's family. He quickly dashed out of the house, scanning the surroundings and preparing to call Lu Qing to help find her. Just as he dialed, a familiar figure caught his eye. Not far away at a bus stop stood Chen Jia, and beside her was a boy. The guy was tugging at her repeatedly, and Chen Jia looked agitated, her face full of reluctance. Damn it, my woman is being harassed? Looking for trouble? Li Yao's expression darkened as he strode over in 2 or 3 steps, throwing a punch at the guy. Take that. With a thud, the guy hit the ground, shocked and furious as he stared at Li Yao. What the hell? Are you crazy? Who are you? Seeing this, Chen Jia let out a startled scream. Bro? Are you okay? Bro? Li Yao was momentarily stunned. Li Yao. This is my brother, Chen Yang. Chen Jia explained with a complex look in her eyes. Crap, misunderstanding. Li Yao's heart sank, and he quickly rushed to help the guy up. Sorry about that, brother-in-law. I didn't realize it was you. I was a bit rough just now. My apologies. Get lost. Chen Yang pushed Li Yao away angrily. Who the hell are you? Who's your brother-in-law? He then turned to Chen Jia, questioning her fiercely. Little sis. Who is this guy? What's your relationship with him? This. Chen Jia glanced at Li Yao and replied, he's my boyfriend. That's right. That's right. Li Yu quickly nodded, smiling ingratiatingly. I thought someone was bothering Jia, so I acted. Please forgive me, brother-in-law. You have a boyfriend now? Chen Yang's eyebrows shot up, his anger intensifying. This is absolutely not okay. I just heard you quit your job, so I came to find you. I want to take you back home to see the guy our family picked out for you. What is this guy even worth? Saying this, he grabbed Chen Jia's arm. No way. You have to come with me today, and don't ever come back. Also, don't contact this guy anymore. Chen Yang glared at Li Yao with evident disdain. Bro, I'm not going back with you, and I want to agree to the boyfriend our family introduces. I want to stay right here. Chen Jia declared firmly, her emotions running high. This decision was made by the family, and it's not up to you. Chen Yang let out a cold snort, forcefully dragging Chen Jia along. Damn. Li Yao, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anger rise within him. Initially, he felt a bit guilty for mistaking the person. And although Chen Yang's attitude towards him was terrible, he didn't hold it against him. But he didn't expect that the other party would be such a brother. What era is this? Still insisting on arranged marriages, treating his sister like a mindless commodity that must obey the family's wishes. Wait a minute. I think you should respect Jia's wishes. She doesn't want to leave, nor does she want to go back with you to be with someone she doesn't want to be with. Why are you forcing her? Li Yao firmly grabbed Chen Yang's arm and said coldly, get lost. When did our family's matters require an outsider like you to meddle? She belongs to the Chen family, and we can do whatever we want with her. Chen Yang arrogantly replied, suddenly shaking his arm, trying to throw off Li Yao's grip. However, Li Yao's hand remained unyielding, still holding onto his arm with a frosty expression. He pointed at his own arm and questioned, what do you mean by that? Li Yao sneered, brother-in-law. I'm only calling you that out of respect. If I didn't you'd be nothing in front of me. He said fiercely, his voice cold. I suggest you better respect Jia's opinion. As long as she isn't willing, I won't let you take her away. Damn, you want to fight? Chen Yang sensed Li Yao's intentions and raised his eyebrows, puffing out his chest. Although he wasn't muscular, he had some extra weight and, being tall, appeared stronger than Li Yao. Back in his hometown, Chen Yang had been spoiled by his parents and was known as a bully, often getting into fights. Hearing Li Yao's words, he felt unafraid and provocatively smiled. Kid, let me tell you, someone like you, back in my hometown, I could take on 10 of you. Chen Yang said, suddenly throwing a fist towards Li Yao's face. Smack. Before his fist could land, Li Yao blocked it with one hand. Chen Yang's expression changed as he felt like his fist had hit a steel plate, causing him pain that nearly made him cry out. Heh, someone like you. No matter where I am, I could take on 100. Li Yao scoffed, gripping Chen Yang's fist and giving it a light squeeze, the sound of cracking bones echoing. Chen Yang immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Let go of me, damn it. Let go. Liu. Xinjai, seeing this, was both shocked and terrified. She knew Li Yao's capabilities and quickly shot him a pleading look. Don't worry, I know how to handle this. I won't allow my woman to be sold to another man, right? Li Yao reassured her with a comforting glance. Upon hearing this, a hint of relief and color returned to Xinjiai's face, and she nodded obediently. Li Yao, seeing her affirmation, tightened his grip and fiercely said to Chen Yang, Are you still taking her back to get married? I'll take her. Chen Yang defiantly replied, but his expression quickly turned pale, and he screamed, Am I still taking her or not? Li Yao exerted more force, and the bones made a loud cracking sound again. You better let go. Chen Yang shouted. Just answer my question. Damn you. Chen Yang initially wanted to act tough, but the sound of his bones cracking made his fist shrink to half its size. The pain brought tears to his eyes, distorting his expression as he clutched Li Yao's hand and quickly begged for mercy. Big brother, I want to take him back. I want to take him back. Please let go, let go. Humph, remember your words and get lost. Li Yao pushed Chen Yang away and said coldly, Damn you. Chen Yang covered his deformed hand, hiding to the side with tear-filled eyes, gritting his teeth and shouting, You little punk, don't think our Chen family is easy to bully. Even if you stop me now, my parents will still bring the chosen one over to marry her, as long as she is a member of the Chen family. Her fate is in our hands. Chapter 97. Enough is enough. It seems like we haven't dealt with this situation thoroughly enough. Li Yao felt a surge of anger upon hearing this and clenched his fists, ready to confront the issue head-on. Chen Yang, terrified, shivered and quickly turned to run, fearing that Li Yao might chase after him. Li Yao, just stop. Xinjiai grasped Li Yao's hand tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. She wiped them away, but the worry in her gaze remained. My brother is right. Even if you scare him off, my parents will still come. They're the type who won't give up until they get what they want. With her eyes red and her nose slightly sniffly, she continued. They've always favored boys over girls and never considered me family. They just want me to marry someone wealthy. If I hadn't started working at the hospital, I would have been married off ages ago. She looked at Li Yao with a hint of grievance. When they come and find out you're a renowned doctor and quite wealthy, they'll definitely latch onto you. What are we going to do then? Don't worry. These are just minor issues. Li Yao pulled Xinjiai into his arms and comforted her. Money is just a trivial matter. As long as I'm here, no one can take you away from me. You. Xinjiai gazed at Li Yao, her heart swelling with emotion. Suddenly, her nose tingled, and warm tears streamed down her cheeks. She nodded vigorously, burying her head in Li Yao's embrace, and firmly replied, Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Let us head home. Li Yao reassured her. Just as he was about to take Xinjiai back home, Yang Xuanya called. Li Yao, this is serious. None of the local pharmaceutical companies are willing to cooperate with us to sell medical supplies. If this continues, even if the hospital opens, we won't be able to sustain it. Yang Xuanya's voice was filled with urgency. Wait for me. I'll find out what is going on. Li Yao frowned, hung up, and turned to inform Xinjiai. But she was already looking at him, wiping her tears, and said sweetly, If you have something to do, just go ahead. I'll wait for you to come back. Okay. Liu smiled, ruffled Xinjiai's hair, and took a cab to where Yang Xuanya was. Across from Yang Xuanya sat several middle-aged men, including a few older gentlemen, all varying in age. However, they all wore expressions of discomfort, especially when Li Yao arrived. Their unease became even more pronounced. On one hand, they respected Li Yao's status as a renowned doctor. On the other hand, they were stubbornly refusing to cooperate. Gentlemen, is it the price I offered that you find unacceptable, or do you think I'm not trustworthy? Why won't you cooperate? Li Yao scanned the group. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. As long as I can meet them, I will certainly accommodate you. After he finished speaking, everyone in the room exchanged glances, unable to utter a single word. One particularly greasy middle-aged man seemed unable to hold back any longer and, with a troubled expression, said, Dr. Li, please don't push us any further. You are the top physician in the area, and your cardiac rehabilitation medication is a hallmark among us pharmaceutical representatives. Why would we not trust you? We are all looking forward to collaborating with you, he said, clicking his tongue, his brows furrowing even tighter. But we are just small business people in this city, and if we supply you with your medication, our sales channels and other hospitals will be cut off. That's why we. The overweight middle-aged man shook his head again and sighed. The others around him nodded in agreement, seemingly sharing the same concerns. Supplying our hospital means you'll lose your sales in other hospitals? What kind of reasoning is that? Li Yao's anger flared up instantly. And just as he was about to speak, he suddenly thought of someone. Yu Chanfeng. He was probably the most powerful doctor in the city. and the only one capable of coordinating with other hospitals on this matter. Suppressing his anger, he looked at everyone calmly and said, "All right, since you all have such difficulties, I want to force you." He paused and added, "However, if such situations can be avoided, I hope you can still consider collaborating with me." After saying this, Li Yao turned and left. The partners at the table were left in a state of confusion. "Li Yao, where are you going?" Yang Xuanya hurriedly caught up to ask. To solve the problem, Li Yao replied, his eyes filled with determination. "I'm going to find Yu Chanfeng." He then took out his phone and dialed. "Lu Qing, help me find out where Yu Chanfeng is." In a VIP room at the Fugue Hotel, Yu Chanfeng sat at the head of the table, looking haggard. After being detained for a while, not only had his health suffered, but his reputation had plummeted, with everyone condemning him. He had to spend a significant amount of money to get released on bail, and now, every time he closed his eyes, all he could see was Li Yao's detestable face. "How's everything going?" Yu Chanfeng asked the others in a low voice. "You don't need to worry. Old Yu, we are definitely on the same page," a balding middle-aged doctor said obsequiously. He not only lost his job as a doctor, but he is also talking about starting a hospital. We've already informed all the suppliers that they absolutely cannot sell to him. Even if he opens a hospital, it's useless without medical supplies. The man chuckled as he spoke. Hearing this, Yu Chanfeng's grim expression eased somewhat, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. "Humph, that little brat thinks he can challenge us? Unless he wants to quit the medical field." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. Well, look who we have here. I was just about to look for each of you." Li Yao barged in, coldly surveying the crowd. Beside him was a visibly anxious Yang Xuanya, who had thought Li Yao was just going to have a chat with these people, not realizing he was entering in such a straightforward and aggressive manner. Yu Chanfeng and his group were startled by the unexpected visitor. They had been discussing how to deal with Li Yao, and now that he had suddenly arrived, it was clear he was not here for friendly conversation. Some doctors were so frightened that they almost jumped up and ran away. However, it was Yu Chanfeng who calmed down first and, with a smile on his face, turned to Li Yao and spoke up. "Well, if it isn't our city's top doctor, Dr. Li, what brings you to our little gathering of old men? Suddenly interested in hanging out with us?" Yu Chanfeng scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Or are you just bored and looking for some entertainment? What's this about being bored? Dr. Li just got fired from the hospital and is out of a job." Another person, encouraged by Yu Chanfeng's words, chimed in. "How about this? Since we used to be colleagues, why don't you come work at our hospital? I can set you up with a janitorial position. What do you think?" "What kind of talk is that? He's still a renowned doctor, after all. Why not have him as a bodyguard at our hospital? He could serve as a face for us. With his skills, a renowned doctor? I think he might as well go beg on the streets." Laughter erupted among the group as they began to mock him. Chapter 98. Your ruin is upon you, so it was you. Li Yao was seething with anger, his fists cracking ominously. "And what if it is us? What do you want to do? Call the police to arrest us, or beat us up? Not everything in this world can be solved with fists and the law." Yu Chanfeng burst into laughter, and others quickly joined in. At first, they were intimidated by Li Yao's fierce demeanor, but then they realized that he was now powerless, a mere captive in their hands. What was there to fear? Besides, they were in a hotel surrounded by surveillance cameras. Did he dare to make a move? "Haha, congratulations, you got it right," Li Yao sneered coldly. "Since you were able to ruin my medical career, I can do the same to you." He scanned the room with a chilling gaze and declared, "Today, I am here to ruin you." With that, he suddenly lunged forward, appearing in front of one of the mockers, seizing his hands and snapping them viciously. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed sharply. The doctor, who had been mocking him, froze for a moment, unable to comprehend what had just happened, before excruciating pain surged through him. My hand! My hand! Aya!" His screams were deafening as one hand was broken, sweat pouring down his face from the agony. The man glared at Li Yao with a mix of tears and intense hatred in his bloodshot eyes. "I'll have you arrested. I'll make sure you're locked away forever." Crack! Before he could finish, Li Yao broke the other hand. "Aya!" He screamed again. The other doctors, upon hearing that horrifying cry, were nearly paralyzed with fear. They stood frozen, witnessing the scene unfold. They were all doctors. Their usual methods of harming others were through deceit or using their influence to suppress. They were educated individuals who would dare to resort to violence. Moreover, breaking someone's hands like that, was he even a doctor? He was more ruthless than any thug. These doctors relied on their hands to make a living. Now that both hands were ruined, even if they recovered, there would surely be lasting damage. They would be unable to perform surgeries or any skilled tasks. This was akin to destroying their futures. "Li Yao, this is a lawful society. You'll face legal consequences for this. Aren't you afraid we'll call the police?" Yu Chanfeng's face turned pale, fear creeping into his expression. But didn't you say that not everything can be solved by law and the police? Liao sneered, slowly closing the distance. You've made it impossible for me to be a doctor, so I can make it impossible for you to be doctors too. With a roar, Liao charged forward. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking filled the room as each person's hands were brutally shattered. The private room erupted in screams. Help! Help! Call the police! Yu Changfeng's face was ashen, his hands dangling limply at his sides as he looked at Li Yao in a mix of shock and fear. Screaming at the top of his lungs. Liao, what you're doing could lead to serious trouble. Yang Xuanyao was already in shock, trembling as she grabbed Li Yao's arm. Hurry, you need to leave now. Otherwise, when the police arrive, it'll be over for you. It's fine. I'll take responsibility for what I did, and besides, I have my trump card. Li Yao waved his hand dismissively and said to Yang Xuanyao, you should leave first to avoid getting involved. Yang Xuanyao tightened her grip on Li Yao's arm and shook her head firmly. If you don't leave, I'm staying with you. Just as Li Yao was about to persuade her, a group of police officers burst in from outside. The officers were startled by the chaotic scene. Almost 10 people inside the room were screaming in panic. The lead officer, a striking female police officer, glared fiercely at the two of them and waved her hand. Take these two back for thorough questioning. Liao didn't resist and allowed them to take him away. They were brought into the police station, where the same pretty female officer shot Liao a menacing look. So, you're the renowned Dr. Liao? You assaulted a fellow practitioner, leaving all the doctors in the room incapacitated and ruining their futures. The beautiful officer's cold eyes bore into Liao's, and she slammed her hand on the interrogation table. Speak. How did you do it? What was your motive? Give us all the details. The surveillance footage has everything. So don't think you can lie your way out of this. Liao shrugged helplessly. Officer, since the footage has everything, why are you even asking me? Just go watch it. You. A flicker of anger crossed the officer's pale face. Suppressing her frustration, she coldly replied, Humph. Even if you don't confess, your guilt is already established. For a serious crime like this, don't expect to get out in less than 8 or 10 years. Sighing, Liao replied, well, if that's the case, then you should release the girl who came in with me. I'm the one responsible for everything. She's innocent. Just let her go, and I'll tell you everything. Impossible. We, the police, will never negotiate with a criminal. The female officer said fiercely. Even if she didn't lay a hand on anyone, she is still considered your accomplice. If you dared to commit a crime, don't expect to walk away unscathed. Not willing to negotiate with me? Liao smiled faintly. Then you might want to be careful. You might not even get a chance to negotiate with me later. As he spoke, he glanced at the clock next to the interrogation room. Lu Qing should be arriving soon. Before committing the act, the two had already made plans over the phone. With the Lu family's power, getting him out would be a piece of cake. What do you mean? Just as the female officer finished speaking, a middle-aged man who looked like a department head walked in. Jiao. No, Officer Su, let him go. The middle-aged man commanded in a deep voice. Let go? Why should we let him go? Officer Yang exclaimed. He is a violent criminal. Officer Su immediately stood up, speaking sternly. Officer Su, you can't speak like that before the investigation is complete. Yang's expression darkened as he quickly said, while casting a stern look at her. Not clear? What is unclear about this? There are so many injured people and so much surveillance footage. What don't you understand? Su Jiao clenched her fists and retorted, Officer, your statement is not accurate. Just because there are injured parties, who can prove that this Dr. Li is responsible? At this moment, Lu Qing slowly stepped out from behind Director Yang, looking at Su Jiao with a calm demeanor. First of all, did you find the murder weapon at the crime scene? Without a weapon, how could the perpetrator have broken everyone's hands in such a short amount of time? He turned to the female officer and asked, are you suggesting they just magically twisted their own hands off? In just a few minutes, breaking the bones of over a dozen hands. Surely even a strong man couldn't manage that? Lu Qing paused for a moment and continued. Moreover, even if it were possible to break them one by one, the door was wide open. Only Dr. Li and one woman entered. Why didn't the others escape? Don't tell me those people were all foolishly waiting for their hands to be broken. He rubbed his temples, thinking, then added, also. The surveillance footage only shows Li Yao entering and breaking the door. It doesn't capture him committing the act of violence. On what basis do you conclude he is the culprit? Perhaps those old men intentionally harmed themselves to frame him? You. Su Jiao staggered slightly, her face paling. She realized he was clearly arguing in bad faith, yet his points were quite reasonable. She steadied herself and gritted her teeth. Those renowned doctors were fine before entering. Once he went in, everything changed. If it's not him, then who? How would I know? If I could figure it all out. What would we need the police for? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow in response. You. Su Jiao trembled with anger. All right, Jiao, stop talking. The matter isn't clear yet. We can't detain this esteemed doctor. Otherwise, it would tarnish his reputation. Release him immediately. Director Young frowned and ordered sternly. After saying this, his expression shifted to one of obsequiousness as he turned to Lu Qing. Young Master Lu, please wait outside for a moment. Your friend will be released shortly. Okay. Lu Qing nodded, giving Li Yao a knowing look as he slowly walked out. Humph. Su Jiao Jiao let out a reluctant snort. Filled with resentment as she uncuffed Li Yao. Thanks, Jiao Jiao. Li Yao shot her a teasing glance before striding out. Bastard. Despicable. Su Jiao Jiao slammed her fist on the table, glaring at Li Yao. This guy relies on his power to act recklessly. What kind of esteemed doctor is he? One day, I will gather enough evidence to bring you down. Chapter 99. Arms dealer Jiao Jiao. Let us not worry about this little matter for now. This situation is already suspicious. Even the person who got beaten can't explain it clearly. Besides, Liu has connections with the Lu family. So it wouldn't be wise to dig too deep. Director Yang returned and patted Su Jiao Jiao comfortingly. There's a more important task for you now. The Provincial Bureau has asked us to assist in tracking down the organization behind a major arms smuggling case that has surfaced in the city. Hurry. Take your team to help investigate. We must not let these people harm the citizens. Arms dealers have appeared? Great. I'll head out with my team right away. Su Jiao Jiao perked up immediately upon hearing this. Faced with a major arms smuggling case, she had no time to dwell on her issues with Li Yao and quickly gathered her team to leave. Boss, are you okay? Lu Qing asked as Li Yao came out. Don't worry, I'm fine. Li Yao shook his head and looked around, asking, Where's Yang Xuanya? She's over there. Lu Qing pointed in one direction, a strange smile on his face. She's fine, just a bit scared. She might need you to comfort her. So I won't disturb you. With that, he winked at Li Yao and walked away. This kid. Li Yao shook his head helplessly and headed towards Yang Xuanya. She was sitting in a chair, sobbing. Although she hadn't been physically harmed, the incident had frightened her, and she was worried about whether Li Yao would come out alive. Did you get bullied? Li Yu sat down beside Yang Xuanya. Yang Xuanya was taken aback, her eyes widening as she scanned Li Yao up and down. Confirming it was indeed him, she immediately threw herself at him and hugged him tightly. Are you okay? That's great. You're okay. Don't worry. When have I ever been in trouble? Li Yao smiled faintly, feeling a bit awkward as Yang Xuanya's soft body pressed against him, but he also found it quite enjoyable. Compared to Qin Jiai and Jiang Yueyao, Yang Xuanya was much more voluptuous. As she sobbed, her softness brushed against him repeatedly, making him feel a stir of desire. However, seeing her cry, he couldn't bring himself to push her away and just gently patted her back to comfort her. Suddenly, Yang Xuanya froze and asked, What are you doing? Huh? What's wrong? Li Yao was taken aback by the sudden question. What's pressing against me? Yang Xuanya shifted her body to look down. Li Yao's little brother was standing upright like a lighthouse at sea. After a moment of shock, Yang Xuanya finally realized what was happening. Her face turning crimson as she quickly covered her face. It's a natural reaction, I can't control it, Li Yao said. His face flushing as he scratched his head in explanation. It's okay. Yang Xuanya, still blushing, suddenly glanced at Li Yao. If you want, I can help you. Hiss. Li Yao gasped at her words, feeling a rush of heat. Don't misunderstand. I'm not that kind of person. Yang Xuanya thought Li Yu misunderstood her. So she quickly explained, Actually, I really like you too. Li Yao was taken aback, his expression turning awkward. He was already involved with Jiang Yueyao and Chen Jiai. If he added Yang Xuanya into the mix, it could lead to all sorts of trouble. Moreover, he couldn't even imagine how the other two would react if they found out. It seemed like Yang Xuanya could read his thoughts. She continued, I know you have more than one woman. Her face flushed even more. If you want me, I will explain everything to Yao Zhao and Jiai. I believe they will accept me. Yang Xuanya hurriedly finished her statement as if she had used up all her courage, feeling bolder than she ever had in her life. With her heart racing and her face red, she dared not look at Li Yao anymore and quickly turned to leave. Forget it. Let her be. Li Yao shook his head helplessly, but thinking back to the feeling of Yang Xuanya, he felt a tingle of excitement. 3 different types of women together. Li Yao blushed at the thought. Realizing he was still in the police station, he coughed to clear his mind and quickly followed Lu Qing out. Regarding the hospital project, doing everything personally seemed sincere, but the promotional efforts were still too weak. On top of that, Yu Chanfeng and others were secretly sabotaging him, making progress difficult. After considering it, he decided it would be better to promote it openly. Leveraging his fame would make things easier. Resolute, he went to find Zhang Qixing at the city television station. I want to open a hospital, and I'm lacking everything right now, including location, medical partnerships, and manpower. Can you help me promote it? Li Yao said to Zhang Qixing. Absolutely. Leave it to me, Zhang Qixing replied confidently, nodding. I will definitely turn this into the hottest topic lately. By then, you will have people lining up to collaborate with you. Thank you. Li Yao said gratefully as he left after Zhang Qixing's assurance. After a busy day, he realized it was already late. Remembering that Qin Jiai had been waiting for him at home all day, he quickly took a ride back. Meanwhile, Su Jiao was clad in a tactical police uniform, sitting in a modified van, intently watching an SUV ahead. Inside the van, everyone wore serious expressions, fully focused, not daring to slack off for a moment. Why would a group of armed smugglers come to our city? And in a residential area? Aren't they afraid of being discovered? One officer voiced his confusion. There must be a contact or an important figure here, otherwise they wouldn't take such a risk. Su Jiao suddenly raised her hand for silence, lowering her voice. Everyone, stop talking. The target has parked, huh? Why is he here? As Su Jiao spoke, she suddenly expressed confusion upon seeing a group of burly men disembark from the SUV, following someone with a clear purpose. The clothing and height of this person feel so familiar. Is it Li Yao? Su Jiao's face was filled with disgust. This man is clearly a renowned doctor. How could he be living in such an ordinary neighborhood? And why are these arms dealers following him? Could it be? Su Jiao narrowed her eyes, a sudden suspicion rising in her mind. She already had a negative impression of Li Yao, and seeing those arms dealers with him only deepened her doubts. Change into civilian clothes and follow him. Those guys are likely our primary targets for this operation. With that, Su Jiao commanded, disguise yourselves and move out. Chapter 100. No one is happy on either side. Is that him? Yes, it's definitely him. He looks exactly like the one in the photo. There is no mistake about it. Enough talk, let us move quickly. There are too many people around. We'll wait until he enters the hallway, and then make our move. A group of burly men pointed at a photo of Li Yao and discussed among themselves. All right. The group nodded in agreement and silently followed. The leader of these arms dealers, a man in his 30s known as a Biao, was called Biaogo by his underlings. His face bore terrifying burn scars, making him look fierce. Ordinary people would be frightened at the sight of him. A Biao wore a grim expression, his snake-like eyes fixed intently on Li Yao. They had lost a significant client, the Su family, who had taken a batch of weapons, paid only a deposit, and vanished without settling the balance. His superiors had scolded him countless times over this, and he had nearly lost his life. Being in the underworld and getting double-crossed was a scandal that could ruin them. If he weren't a veteran in the organization, he would have been shot long ago. But if they couldn't recover the remaining payment or find a replacement for the Su family, his fate wouldn't be much better. After gathering information from various sources, they discovered that the last contact the Su father and son had was with Li Yao. As Li Yao gradually approached the hallway, darkness was about to engulf him. A Biao and his crew's eyes lit up. After checking that no one was watching, he coldly snorted, "Grab him." Meanwhile, on Su Jiao's side, she also issued a command. We absolutely cannot let these thugs enter the residential building and harm civilians. Move in now and apprehend them. Hey kid, you stop right there. A Biao was the first to react, pulling out his gun and quickly advancing toward Li Yao with a menacing look. Huh, who are you? Li Yao turned at the sound and saw a Biao holding a Type 92 pistol, frowning slightly. However, before he could react, Su Jiao and her team, who had been hidden in the shadows, suddenly revealed themselves, drawing their guns and shouting, "Police! Everyone drop your weapons and don't move." Damn, there are police? A Biao's expression changed as he glared at Li Yao. Did you call the cops? Call the cops? Li Yao was even more confused. What did this have to do with him? Besides, wasn't he that female officer Su Jiao? Why was she suddenly here? And why was she glaring at him? His mind was racing to catch up. But a Biao had already taken action. Damn it, I've been in the underworld for so many years. Why should I fear you cops? You don't have guns. I do. He waved his hand and commanded his men, brothers, pull out your weapons and let us fight. With that, a shot rang out as he fired first at the police. Hearing the gunfire, the officers became extremely alert, seeking cover while beginning to return fire. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the entire neighborhood seemed to transform into a battlefield. The residents trembled in fear upon hearing the sound, quickly closing their doors and daring not to peek outside. Damn it, this little girl is something else. A Biao's expression was icy. The overall quality and equipment of the police were far superior to theirs. They had already suffered casualties, while the police seemed to have taken little damage. If this continued, it would surely lead to their annihilation, he thought, his eyes narrowing at Li Yao, who was hiding nearby. Humph, it's all your fault, you little brat. I'll use you as a meat shield and see if these police dare to fire. With that, he hunched over, firing his gun while dodging the rain of bullets, rushing toward Li Yao. On the other side, the police were also looking grim. Although they had fewer injuries, their primary responsibility as officers was to maintain social order. If this gunfight continued, there was no telling how many innocent people could get hurt. This situation was untenable. The fact that these guys were after Li Yao indicated his position was crucial. If they could capture him, the other side would surely think twice, making it easier for them to subdue everyone else. Su Jiao's expression hardened as she addressed the team. Everyone cover me. I'm going to grab Liao. Sister Su. That is not a good idea. It's too dangerous. The others immediately protested. If anyone should go, it should be us big guys. Police work doesn't differentiate between men and women. Besides, I'm smaller, making me less of a target. Su Jiao waved her hand, commanding without room for debate. Enough talking. Cover me, I'm going. After saying that, she noticed that the opposing side was also charging toward Liao. Seeing that Liao was relatively close to her, she thought she might seize the opportunity. Without thinking further, she bent down and dashed toward him. What the hell is going on? Liao was stunned to see two groups charging toward him, both looking furious. When did he become such a target of hatred? Su Jiao was incredibly agile and was just about to reach Liao when suddenly, there was a loud bang. She felt a heavy impact on her body and lost control, collapsing to the ground. Liao was startled and rushed over, wrapping his arms around Su Jiao. Are you crazy? There are bullets flying everywhere, and you ran here? He quickly checked her over. Thankfully, she had only been shot in the thigh, and her bulletproof vest had protected her. It's not serious. Let me get you to safety. But Su Jiao pushed him away fiercely, glaring at him. Get off. We're the police. We don't need a criminal like you pretending to care. Criminal? Leo felt helpless, just about to explain when a Biao, with his scarred face, charged at them. Heh, both of you are here? Perfect. You can serve as my meat shield and my burial companions. A Biao sneered, raising his gun to take them both out. Su Jiao's face turned pale as she saw a Biao lift his hand, but before he could pull the trigger, a massive kick landed squarely on his face. Boom. A Biao was kicked away and slammed against the wall, blood streaming from his head as he stared in shock at Liao. Damn it. I gave you face? You dare to lay a hand on me. Liao spat angrily. This kid actually attacked our boss. Let's take him out first. The other arms dealers, seeing this, immediately erupted in fury, raising their guns and firing at Liao and Su Jiao. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots sent a chill down the spines of the police officers fighting in the back. With such concentrated fire and no cover, it was certain they were done for. Su Jiao's face turned ashen. She closed her eyes and tears streamed down her cheeks as she began to reminisce about her life. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, she didn't feel any bullets hit her. Instead, she heard a teasing voice next to her. What's wrong? Are you closing your eyes in fear, hoping for a kiss from me? Huh. Su Jiao was taken aback and opened her eyes. To her surprise, she found herself somehow on the side of the police. And she was completely unharmed. The officers and arms dealers nearby gaped at her, as if they were seeing a monster. What was going on? Just as Su Jiao was about to ask, she felt someone loosen their grip on her, and she suddenly fell to the ground, her delicate bottom nearly hitting the floor hard. Just as she was about to curse, she noticed that Liao had dashed out over 10 meters away and plunged into the group of arms dealers. The dealers were momentarily stunned and hurriedly opened fire. But they couldn't hit Liao at all. He moved like a ghost, getting close to one of them and knocking him out with a single punch. In just a moment, all the arms dealers were lying on the ground, unable to get up. Is this even human? Not only was Su Jiao astonished, but all the police officers nearby were also wide-eyed, staring at Liao in disbelief. Suddenly, the officers felt that wielding their guns here was childish, like kids playing with toys. This guy was fighting barehanded, and he looked far more impressive. They all looked at Liao with admiration shining in their eyes, a sense of longing in their hearts. Su, Sister Su, is this really the leader of those arms dealers you mentioned? He doesn't seem like one. A young officer swallowed hard and said. Su Jiao's face turned red as she rubbed her sore bottom, gritting her teeth. This guy is definitely pretending. He has ulterior motives. He is not a good person. We still need to arrest him for questioning. The police officers exchanged awkward glances. This guy had just helped them out of such a huge mess, and now they were supposed to interrogate him? That would seem too ungrateful. Just then, a sudden shout rang out nearby. Not good. Team leader Yang is injured. A bullet might have hit his heart from the side. He is not doing well. What? Everyone rushed over to check. Su Jiao, holding her wounded thigh, limped over. Team leader Yang. The crowd's eyes turned red as they gritted their teeth to hold back their tears. Although everyone was prepared to face death when responding to the call, seeing his teammate now brought a wave of fear and regret. Step aside, I'm a doctor. Let me handle this. Liao pushed through the crowd without hesitation and unfastened team leader Yang's bulletproof vest. The police officers knew that Liao was a skilled physician. Even the slightest hope was worth holding on to. Some stood by quietly, while others moved to handcuff the arms dealers. Su Jiao gritted her teeth, anxiously watching Liao. Thankfully, the bullet had been stopped by the muscle in Yang's arm, so the injury wasn't too deep. As long as the damage isn't severe, I can save him, Liao thought, feeling a sense of relief as he finished his examination and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Team leader Yang had been shot in the muscle of his arm, with the bullet penetrating towards his heart. Fortunately, the muscle had absorbed much of the impact, allowing for immediate surgery without complications. However, if they waited to transport him to the hospital, it would be too late. Fortunately, the heart recovery agent could effectively address the cardiac issue. After administering it and performing a simple bandaging of the wound, Yang's complexion began to improve. All right, hurry and call an ambulance to take him to the hospital for the bullet, Liao instructed, waving his hand to signal urgency. The nearby officers exchanged grateful glances with Liao and quickly followed his orders. Watching Liao, Su Jiao felt her resentment begin to fade. Chapter 101. Everything I do has its rewards. You're hurt too. Do you want me, a criminal, to help treat you? Liao raised an eyebrow as he looked at Su Jiao, whose thigh was bleeding profusely. Humph, I don't need your help. Su Jiao haughtily scoffed, trying to walk away despite the pain. Liao clicked his tongue. All right, if you don't want my help, fine. But just remember, it's not me who will end up with scars on my skin later. Upon hearing this, Su Jiao's body stiffened, and she stopped in her tracks. Liao chuckled to himself and continued, besides, if that bullet stays in your muscle for too long, it could damage the nerves in your thigh. Who knows? A beautiful girl like you might end up being a cripple, or worse, a one-legged person. You. Su Jiao was startled and scared by his words, her eyes reddening as she turned to glare at Liao. What is wrong with that? Liao raised his chin and asked, can you please help me treat it? Su Jiao's tone finally softened, her voice timid. Every girl loves to look beautiful. Having scars on their skin is a huge concern. Not to mention becoming a cripple or disabled. No way. Liao shook his head, looking at her with a smile. Unless you beg me. You. Su Jiao clenched her fists, then relaxed after a moment, gritting her teeth. Doctor Li, I'm begging you. Please help me treat it. Okay? Now that's more like it. Liao nodded in satisfaction. Even though you're a police officer, you shouldn't falsely accuse good people like me of being a criminal. As he spoke, Liao waved his hand at Su Jiao. Come on, let us go to that darker spot. Time to drop your pants. What? Su Jiao's face turned bright red. Can't I just not take them off? Sure, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to treat it properly. Liao shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, I'll do it. Su Jiao's face flushed as she moved away from the crowd to a dark corner, pulling down her long pants. Her long, fair legs were suddenly exposed in front of Liao. Gulp. Liu swallowed hard, his heart racing with excitement. He quickly took out his phone and asked the female Taoist for a bottle of ordinary healing medicine from the future world. While it's common there, it's better than any medicine on Earth. This medicine I'm applying now can help reduce inflammation, kill bacteria, and stop the bleeding. Once you go to the hospital to get the bullet removed, your leg should be fine, Liao said as he applied the medicine to his hands, eyeing Su Jiao's beautiful legs, ready to apply it. Wait, Su Jiao quickly called out. If it's just applying medicine, I can do it myself. Can you? How is that possible? Liao was immediately furious. This was a golden opportunity that couldn't be stolen. With a serious face, he said, a bit annoyed, do you think this is just regular medicine that anyone can apply? This medicine of mine must be applied with my unique, self-developed technique to help stimulate your blood circulation and eliminate toxins. Do you really think you can do it yourself? If you don't want treatment or don't trust me, then go ahead and let your leg rot. Su Jiao panicked upon hearing this. After all, Liao is a renowned doctor with a temper, and his medicines were known to be miraculous with unconventional application methods. Her earlier words had indeed been inappropriate. She practically accused him of being a pervert. I'm sorry, I want the treatment. Please, you do it, Su Jiao quickly apologized, her voice laced with guilt. That's more like it. Liao nodded in satisfaction, his hands coated in medicine, before suddenly pressing them against Su Jiao's snow-white, slender thighs. Holy crap, so soft, so smooth, so damn good. Liao's face was a picture of bliss as he enthusiastically rubbed the medicine in. Su Jiao stiffened but didn't dare move, letting him roam freely while her face burned with embarrassment. Dr. Li, my wound is just a small one. Why do you need to apply it all over my thigh and calf? Su Jiao suddenly asked. Your injured leg affects the whole limb. So of course we need to ensure full circulation. Liao replied sternly. But, why the other leg too? Huh. Oh, that's to balance the meridians in both legs and speed up recovery. Got it. Liao wiped sweat from his brow, realizing he'd gotten carried away and started massaging the wrong leg. Oh, then enough. Don't interrupt me while I'm treating you. Liao snapped. Okay. Su Jiao nodded meekly. Liao happily continued his treatment until the police team finished securing the scene and called for them. Reluctantly, he stopped, blushing furiously. Su Jiaojiu pulled her pants back up. As the last glimpse of her fair skin disappeared, Li Yao sighed in disappointment before adding, if any scars form later. You can always come back for another session. This medicine also removes scars. MHM. Su Jiaojiao responded in a barely audible whisper, quickly composing herself before hurrying back to the police team. By then, all the arms dealers had been apprehended, glaring venomously at Li Yao. Among them, Abayo reacted the most violently, his face twisted in rage. After struggling futilely against his restraints, a chilling smirk crept onto his lips. You think you've won? Our boss will avenge us. Abayo sneered, laughing maniacally. This city of yours will soon pay a terrible price. His hateful gaze swept over the group. What did you say? Su Jiaojiao's brows furrowed as she grabbed Abayo's collar. But just then, black blood gushed from Abayo's mouth. His body convulsed violently before going limp, dead in an instant. The others followed suit. Within a minute, the entire truckload of arms dealers had turned into corpses. No saving them. They must be taken poison beforehand. Never planned on surviving. Li Yao said grimly after examining them, shaking his head. We need to report this to the higher-ups immediately. Su Jiaojiao's expression was serious as she glanced at Li Yao and said, You don't need to come with us this time. The remaining matters are beyond your involvement. And it's best for you to keep your distance for your own safety. Knowing that Li Yao is not a criminal, Su Jiaojiao didn't hold much resentment towards him. Don't worry, she added. Li Yao nodded in agreement. The police didn't linger either and quickly drove away. Just as Li Yao was letting out a sigh of relief, Zhang Yuyao called to report that the acquisition of the hospitals was facing obstacles. Many closed hospitals were proving difficult to purchase, as it seemed someone was trying to sabotage the process. Without needing to think too hard, Li Yao knew it was the military official behind it. They were trying to force him to sell the gene therapy exclusively to the military, but that was definitely out of the question. After a brief discussion, he instructed Zhang Yuyao to temporarily set this matter aside, and he would handle it himself before hanging up the phone. Chapter 102. Beneath the calm one day. Early in the morning, as Li Yao stepped outside, he was suddenly surrounded by a crowd of people, their faces wild with excitement. Thinking there was a disturbance, he was caught off guard when he heard someone shout from the crowd, Dr. Li, are you looking to hire nurses for your hospital? I'd love to work there. Are you in need of medical supplies? Our company can provide them at a low price. How about our medications? We also have medical equipment to offer. Would you consider us? Dr. Li, I want to work as a doctor in your hospital. Can you give me a chance? I want to intern at your hospital. Please, give me an opportunity. The crowd buzzed with noise, but they all shared a common goal, to work at Li Yao's hospital or to collaborate with him. Li Yao was taken aback. He had asked Zhang Qixing to promote his hospital just yesterday, and results were coming in so quickly? Could this be a prank? Everyone, please wait a moment. My hospital hasn't even opened yet. Are you really willing to come work for me or partner with me? Li Yao asked, puzzled. When he had approached people one by one before, they had shown little interest in associating with him. Doctor, your heart medication saved my family. I'm willing to work for you. One person exclaimed. That's right, your medicine saved my life. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead by now. My life is yours, and I want to follow you. Others echoed. Me too. I feel the same way. As the crowd continued to share their stories, Li Yao gradually understood. Most of them had used his heart medication, benefiting from his affordable drugs. Now that they knew he was facing difficulties, they rushed to offer their help. Hearing their explanations, Li Yao felt a lump in his throat, touched by their support. It seemed that the principles he had adhered to were not in vain. The good deeds he had done could indeed bring about great rewards. What had once seemed like a daunting task could now be easily resolved. Had he known this would happen, he would have sought out Zhang Qixing to promote his hospital much earlier. All right, since everyone is so willing, I accept your offers, Li Yao said with a smile, thanking the crowd. However, he quickly added with a hint of embarrassment, but if you're thinking about working at our hospital or collaborating, it might take some time. We haven't even finalized the location for the hospital yet. Doctor, you don't have a place to open your hospital? That's easy to solve. I'm in real estate. I have options. One person chimed in. That's right, Dr. Li. I can help too. Our two companies can partner to help you develop a space for the hospital. Several real estate owners quickly agreed. We'll do our best to secure a location in the most bustling part of the city, but please don't be too picky. Wherever it is, I'd be incredibly grateful just to have a place. I can handle the renovations myself, Li Yao replied, touched by their eagerness to help. Looking at everyone around him, he took a deep breath, raised his hand to quiet the crowd, and said earnestly, thank you all. You helped me during my most difficult times, and I, Li Yao, will never forget it. Li Yao said, his eyes shining brightly. To everyone who helped me today, as long as I, Li Yao, am here, I can not only ensure that no one suffers from illness, but I can also guarantee that everyone will be safe from harm forever. Thank you all. The crowd erupted in applause, showering him with praise. With the support of so many people, the hospital's medical supplies were nearly complete. And they had also recruited a good number of doctors and nurses. When they checked out the real estate they found, it turned out to be right in the city center, an incredibly bustling area. Although the layout of the building was smaller than the dilapidated hospital they had initially considered, it was well connected and, once renovated, would make for a great place. After finishing these tasks and witnessing the hospital's embryonic form taking shape, Liao couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He never expected the people of the city to be so friendly to him. Clenching his fist, he vowed to protect everyone with the heart of a healer. However, beneath this peaceful city, a group of people had sinister intentions. About 20 individuals gathered in an unknown basement, shrouded in darkness, with only flickers of firelight illuminating the space. It was evident that the basement housed many firearms, ammunition, and illegal weapons. A fierce-looking middle-aged man with long hair opened his eyes and scanned the room like a predator. Those who met his gaze trembled in fear. Suddenly, a small figure burst in from outside, a beam of light cutting through the darkness before quickly being shut out again. "Boss, Biaogu is dead," the messenger exclaimed, his face filled with sorrow. "Oh," the middle-aged man frowned, taking a drag from his cigarette and glancing at the messenger. "What about our plan? Has it been exposed?" "No, it hasn't been exposed." The messenger shook his head. "Biaogu and the others took poison long ago. They only managed to say a few harsh words before the poison took effect. That's good. As long as the plan remains intact, who cares if someone dies?" A sinister smile finally crept onto the boss's lips as he pointed at the messenger. "From now on, you will take Biao's place." "Thank you, boss. Thank you." The messenger's earlier sorrow vanished instantly, replaced by flattery. "Boss, we have already mapped out the locations you wanted. When the time comes, if we detonate our chemical weapons at these spots, it will certainly plunge the entire city into chaos and devastation." "Good. Excellent." The middle-aged man clapped his hands and burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying intensity. "Once we pull off this big score, the whole world will know our power. Let's see who dares to look down on us again." "Exactly. Blow this place up. Let the whole city descend into chaos. We, the Yinluo Society, are the best." The crowd cheered, laughing along with the middle-aged man. "Just the boss," the informant suddenly said. This time, even if Biao and the others got into trouble, they could have caused a significant loss to the police force. But then suddenly, this kid showed up. As he spoke, he recalled, "This kid is something else. He took down all of Biao's crew by himself, as if the bullets couldn't touch him at all. He's practically a superhero." Lowering his voice, the informant added, "Should we find someone to take care of him first?" "Superhero? Humph." The middle-aged man scoffed at the mention. "He's just some Iron Man. With my chemical weapons, he'll end up as nothing but a pile of ashes." With a lazy wave of his hand, he continued, "Let him be. Once our plan goes off, he'll go down with the city."